Great sage, why are you following that bald thief to rob the spirit mountain? It's a long story. At first, that bald thief gripped my neck and asked, will you accompany me to the West Heaven, or shall I send you there instead? And you, Marshal Tianpeng? He said he was afraid of starving on the journey, so he brought some provisions. This is a tale filled with joy, cunning, and a series of comedic escapades. Chapter 1. A single punch to vanquish the great immortal. In the western part of the Tang dynasty, nestled in a valley, there stood a modest thatched cottage by a small river. Outside the cottage, a monstrous figure towering 3 meters high, with a green face and fangs, sprouting wings, held an old man in one hand and a naked, muscular man in the other, cackling maniacally. Earth God? Mountain God? Ha! Today, I shall stew you both together. The Earth God thundered in anger. Qingya immortal, we are the Earth and Mountain Gods commissioned by the Heavenly Court. Your attack upon us is a grave sin, and do you dare to consume divine beings? Are you not afraid of the Heavenly Court's retribution? Qingya immortal disdainfully spat in the Earth God's face, retorting, silence. Did I permit you to speak? The Earth God, barely a meter tall, found himself drenched in the monstrous saliva. Furious, yet helpless, the Earth God seethed with rage. Qingya immortal arrogantly lifted his chin and scoffed. The Heavenly Court's retribution? Do you truly believe I am still that little green wolf you used to bully? As he spoke, Qingya immortal unleashed a tremendous aura. A blue beam of light soared into the heavens, drawing forth the energies of the 5 directions to converge and blossom into 3 flowers, shaking the very mountains and rivers. With a single stomp, the ground trembled for 1,000 miles. A terrifying pressure swept through the area, causing the Earth God and Mountain God to cough blood, their eyes wide with horror. The Mountain God shouted, 5 energies converging, 3 flowers atop the head, a great immortal. The Earth God, instinctively wiping the saliva from his face, murmured, not within the 5 elements, transcending the 3 realms, no wonder he is so audacious. The Mountain God, incredulous, exclaimed, how is this possible? 1,500 years ago, your power was merely that of a small wolf demon. How could you achieve such prowess in just a millennium? Qingya immortal looked down from his lofty position, enunciating each word. I owe my gratitude to that monkey from over 400 years ago. It granted me a peerless opportunity elixirs, secret arts, divine skills, the time's secret realm, and a mysterious master. I have acquired them all. This is destiny. While you have aged 1,500 years, I have experienced a 1.5 millennium within the time's secret realm. Do you know how I spent this 1.5 millennium? Qingya immortal roared with a terrifying ferocity, his eyes filled with fear as he begrudgingly declared, once, I merely consumed immortal, and you too chased me for thousands of miles. Today, not only will I consume you both, but I shall also slaughter the 3 million mortals in Baishan City. You, beast! The Earth God cursed vehemently. Silence. Qingya immortal spat again in the Earth God's face. The Earth God retorted, speak if you must, but must you be so vile? Qingya immortal laughed maniacally. Are you angry? Don't fret. Soon, you shall witness as I extinguish those mortals you protect. That will be truly entertaining. With a wave of his hand, Qingya immortal imprisoned the gods of the city god temple in the air, striding confidently toward Baishan City. He recklessly exuded the power befitting a great immortal, his strength manifested as a colossal divine form towering thousands of feet high. With each step, the very heavens trembled beneath him. Mountains shattered, rivers reversed course, birds fell, and beasts wailed. The terrifying aura bore down upon Baishan City, with a protective formation merely flickered before being crushed to dust. Before the dread demon, all fell into despair. Boom! A single foot shattered the city gate. The shockwave from his landing reduced half the city to ruins. The Mountain God and Earth God roared in fury, yet was of no avail. Qingya immortal, gazing at the enraged deities, reveling in the surging power within him and the thrill of invincibility, laughed uproariously. Is this the might of a great immortal? Delightful, exhilarating, ha! Insects, scold me all you wish, this shall be your final breath in the mortal realm. Ha! Qingya immortal's laughter grew increasingly sinister. At that moment, the earth god looked up, exclaiming, "A meteor!" Oof. Qingya immortal spat in the earth god's face again. "A meteor? I could pluck stars from the sky with a mere gesture. You speak of meteors?" The mountain god interjected. "It seems that meteor is falling." "What?" Qingya immortal paused, looking up to see a meteor plummeting from the heavens at an astonishing speed. Gradually, the white light faded, revealing a humanoid figure. The earth god, spotting this, exclaimed joyfully, "Heavenly soldiers have arrived. They must be reinforcements sent by the heavenly court." "Qingya immortal, your end is nigh." "Haha." Puffed. A glob of saliva landed squarely on the earth god's face, leaving him utterly frustrated. With the mountain god beside him, why was Qingya immortal fixated on him? Qingya immortal regarded the falling meteor with disdain. "Heavenly soldiers? I have already ascended to the realm of the great immortal. The heavens allow me to roam freely. Not even heavenly soldiers or deities can hinder my passage." Despite his words, Qingya immortal cautiously eyed the descending figure. Indeed, it was headed straight for him, and as he furrowed his brow in apprehension, he readied himself defensively. The figure continued to descend without any sign of slowing down, and with a resounding thud, it plunged headfirst into the ground before him. In that instant, silence enveloped the crowd. The earth god and mountain god were struck by the figure's clumsy landing. Even they would have landed more gracefully. How could one expect anything from someone who couldn't even maintain their footing in flight? Alas, another one delivered to our doorstep. The earth god lamented inwardly. "Haha, is this what you call heavenly soldiers? Haha, this is your heavenly descent. Haha." Qingya immortal could no longer contain his laughter. Ultimately, his foundation was too shallow. While he boasted bravado, he feared the existence of those beyond him. Encountering someone formidable could have him devoured whole. After worrying for so long, only to have this creature drop down, he felt relieved and delighted, unable to suppress his mirth. He kicked the figure's rear and inquired, "Hey, heavenly soldier, are you still alive? You didn't just die from the fall, did you?" "Haha." The earth god and mountain god recognized Qingya immortal's intention to mock them, and they turned away, adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, the figure's legs twitched. The earth god's brow furrowed, thinking not dead. The figure's legs twitched again, bending as it pushed against the ground. With a resounding thud, it uprooted itself from the earth like a carrot. As the crowd beheld the figure, they could finally see its appearance. Clad in a bright red robe, it bore an innocent face. Its features were handsome, striking a balance between ruggedness and gentleness. But unfortunately, this individual had large, vacant eyes and a dazed expression, resembling a simpleton, easily bullied. One might feel compelled to give him a few whacks to make up for the life his parents bestowed upon him. Yet, the most eye-catching aspect was the polished, shiny dome of his head, gleaming as if it had just been waxed and buffed, truly attention-grabbing. Observing such a figure, not only Qingya immortal, but even the mountain god and earth god shook their heads, realizing this so-called reinforcement was utterly unreliable. Qingya immortal, however, found amusement in it, saying, "Hey, that head of yours is quite intriguing. It's reflective." With that, Qingya immortal extended a finger and tapped the shiny head. Thud! The sound was crisp. The bald man swayed as if he had pressed a spring. The immortal Qingya chuckled. "Your heavenly soldiers do not seem particularly intelligent." The faces of the earth god and the mountain god turned an ominous shade of black. Having seemingly tired of the antics, the immortal Qingya cracked his knuckles and said, "All right, I've had my fun. Let me escort you on your journey." As the earth god opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly heard the immortal Qingya shout, causing him to cover his face. After a moment of silence, the earth god opened his hands to take a look, only to spit in disbelief. "You little wolf cub, are you trying to provoke me into cursing? There's another one beside you. You only targeted me." "What do you mean by that?" The immortal Qingya replied languidly, "I simply find you irritating." He then turned to the bald man and asked, "Hey, monk, do you not wish to struggle a bit more?" The monk stared vacantly with his large, unblinking eyes, looking adorably dazed, and remained silent. The immortal Qingya frowned. "What are you looking at, monk?" The monk glanced around, bent down to peer beneath his trousers, and scratched his head. "Are you speaking to me?" The immortal Qingya's forehead was suddenly covered with dark lines as he roared. You are the only monk here. If I am not speaking to you, am I conversing with the air? The monk was taken aback and pointed at himself. Me? A monk? In the next moment, the monk erupted in anger, scratching his head while bellowing, with this thick, luscious hair of mine. You dare call me? What the hell? Feeling the smoothness of his bald head, he became frantic and, without a second thought, dropped his trousers to relieve himself, glancing down in horror. Where's my hair? A piercing scream echoed throughout the city. The immortal Qingya, the earth god, and the mountain god stood dumbfounded by the bizarre actions of this man. Who would have thought that, with a great enemy before them, he would drop his trousers to urinate and check himself in the process? Is he out his mind? The immortal Qingya chuckled dryly. Earth god, mountain god, it seems this bald man's brain is not functioning at all. Before the earth god and mountain god could respond, a sudden stillness enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, the temperature plummeted. The immortal Qingya couldn't help but shiver. The three instinctively turned towards the source of the chilling air, which was none other than the monk. With his head tilted, one hand clutching his trousers and the other forming a fist, the monk glared fiercely at the immortal Qingya and demanded, "Who are you calling bald?" The immortal Qingya burst into laughter. "Baldy, you aren't thinking of attacking me, are you?" Crack! The bald man's fist tightened. Swish! He stepped back, lunged forward, and spun around, tucking his fist behind him. Seeing this, the immortal Qingya couldn't contain his laughter. "Baldy, you truly intend to fight me? Haha, who gave you the courage?" The immortal Qingya seemed to have stumbled upon something amusing, stomping his foot as the 5 qi returning to 1 and 3 flowers gathering at the crown reappeared. And he laughed maniacally. "Do you know what this is? This is the 5 qi returning to 1, 3 flowers gathering at the crown. I am a grand Luo Jingxian. Are you frightened? Too scared to speak?" Boom. Chapter 2. I am Tang Sanzang. It seems I arrived early. In response to the immortal Qingya was the bald man's punch, which unleashed an explosive force that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens. "What?" The immortal Qingya exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, and the next moment, the punch engulfed him. The wild power surged forward for thousands of miles, flattening mountains and splitting rivers in its wake. The bald man slowly retracted his fist, while the immortal Qingya's body lay defeated, with half of him and both arms crashing to the ground. The earth god and the mountain god, who had been grasped in his hands, stared in shock, rendered speechless. The bald man withdrew his fist. Grand Luo Jingxian? Huh. He glanced at the earth god and mountain god, who shuddered in fear. "Master, my condolences," the earth god stammered, unsure of what to say, but felt compelled to utter something as he sensed the bald man's sorrowful gaze. The bald man shot a glare at the earth god. "I am not a monk." The earth god pointed at the jade token hanging from the bald man's waist. "You are a monk, it says so right here." The bald man picked up the token and saw 3 large characters inscribed on one side. Tang Sanzang. On the reverse side were 2 characters. Monk. Tang Sanzang? Monk? The bald man scratched his head, utterly confused about his current situation. Primarily, he couldn't recall who he was. Only fragmented memories of a chaotic era filled with gods and demons lingered in his mind. He seemed to be one of the divine beings, yet unlike the others, his ability was passively invincible. If he struck without provocation, his fighting prowess was akin to that of a rabbit, utterly useless. However, when countering provocations or attacks, he became invincible with one punch. No opponent could stand against him. Thus began his journey of appearing sufficiently annoying, inviting others to strike, thereby becoming invincible. To achieve this, he learned 800 methods of provocation and 3,000 ways to feign weakness and vulnerability, seamlessly integrating them into his very being, making every movement and glance appear utterly pitiful and inviting trouble. One might feel that if they did not bully him, their existence would be in vain. However, he later discovered a flaw. It didn't matter if the provocation was genuine. As long as he perceived it as such, he could activate his invincible power. Thus, he developed a habit of malicious speculation. Yet by then, he could no longer shake off the ingrained habits of timidity and inviting trouble. Thus, a character emerged who was perpetually filled with malicious intent, whose every action was excessively provoking, appearing effortlessly bullied. And then, memories became fragmented. The next thing he knew, he was inexplicably thrown into the river of time. There, a self-proclaimed being named June claimed to govern the laws of heaven, forbidding any living being from crossing the river of time. The bald man retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to act?" And then the fight ensued. They fought for what felt like an eternity, and the subsequent memories grew even more blurred. He vaguely remembered the being opening a time wormhole while exclaiming, "You have crossed a segment of time, so I shall sever a segment of your past. Go." And then he was thrown out. When he awoke, he had traversed time, becoming stronger, and had lost his hair. Indeed, after battling through the river of time, he seemed to have grown stronger, not just a little. After much contemplation, he still could not remember who he truly was. Eventually, he shook his head and muttered, "Old fool, you truly severed a part of my past. Well, Tang Sanzang, it is as long as it doesn't interfere with my indulgence." "Old man, where is this?" Tang Sanzang inquired. The earth god, sensing that Tang Sanzang did not seem malicious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "This is Baishan City. To the east lies the Tang Empire, and to the west, a great distance away, is Wuji Mountain." Baishan City? Tang? Wuji Mountain? Never heard of them. The mountain god pointed to the towering shadow of a mountain to the west, that is Wuji Mountain, which descended from the heavens 499 years ago, and beneath it lies a trapped monkey. As the mountain god spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on the bald man, eager to gauge his reaction. Yet, the man appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of this significant event. The earth god and mountain god exchanged glances, equally perplexed. One would think that someone of the bald man's caliber should be aware of such a monumental incident, given that Sun Wukong had caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace and was ultimately imprisoned beneath Wuji Mountain by Buddha. The two individuals merely noticed the monk's identification badge without recognizing the name inscribed upon it, leaving them oblivious to the bald figure's surname, given name, or his true identity. Stone pressing a monkey? Who has the leisure for that? Tang Sanzang smacked his lips, engulfed in confusion. He had arrived, but what was to be done next? Gazing towards the east, he recalled the land's description, which stated that it was the Eastern Tang, a realm basking in the radiant glory of a prosperous era, evidently a time of peace. A prosperous age equates to rules, which equates to boredom. I shan't go. Turning his attention to the west, he observed the undulating mountains, the howls of wild beasts, and the oppressive aura of malevolence. Bald and filled with fury, just perfect for unleashing it here. Yet, prior to that, Tang Sanzang ran his hand over his bald head, then casually took the hat from the land's head and placed it upon his own. The land deity wished to protest, but a single glance from Tang Sanzang silenced him. Tang Sanzang remarked, "I saved your life surely. One hat in return is not too much to ask." The land deity shook his head repeatedly. "Not at all, not at all." Tang Sanzang nodded, fists clenching as he gazed towards the west, declaring, "Wildlings, I am coming." With that, he strode confidently towards the west. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the land deity inquired, "Senior, what is your esteemed surname?" Without looking back, Tang Sanzang tossed back, "Tang Sanzang." The land deity exchanged bewildered glances with the mountain god, astonished expressions adorning their faces. "Is it Tang Sanzang? But wait, according to the timeline, the 500-year pact has not yet arrived. How has he come early? Such a formidable monk, does he still need protection to journey west? Are you certain he is going to seek scriptures? I can't shake the feeling he is merely out to procure goods." A few moments earlier, beneath the Five Fingers Mountain, a monkey whose head was nearly cloaked in moss casually bit into a nearby stone, spat it out with a grunt, and struck a small land deity, sending him tumbling. "Great sage, please cease this nonsense," the land deity cried, rubbing his backside with a whimper. This monkey was none other than the legendary Sun Wukong, who had caused chaos in the heavenly palace over 400 years ago. Sun Wukong snorted, "You old fellow are quite dull. I have been trapped here for 499 years, and you feed me stones and copper juice without complaint. I spit out one stone for a bit of amusement, and you call it excessive?" The land deity forced a smile. "Great sage, it is the Buddha Tathagata who has confined you, and it is also he who instructed me to feed you iron and copper. I am merely following orders. Please do not make it difficult for me. Look at you, so cowardly. Fine, be gone." With that, Sun Wukong unleashed a thunderous punch, demolishing the small mountain into rubble. The land deity, frightened, burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Sun Wukong observed the flattened hill, unimpressed, curling his lip. The distance from Five Fingers Mountain to Hunter Mountain City was a considerable stretch. A punch thrown here was merely a display of waning strength. It sufficed to intimidate the land deity, yet to Sun Wukong, it seemed rather ordinary. After a lengthy pause, Sun Wukong, feeling a wave of boredom, glanced one more time at the spot where the small mountain had stood, muttering, "With such a large mountain, why strike the small one? Blind fool, may you lose your hair at a young age. Monkey, who are you calling bald?" With that, a voice suddenly resonated, casting a shadow that eclipsed the moonlight above Sun Wukong, plunging everything into darkness. Startled, Sun Wukong realized that the newcomer had approached him without a sound, a feat that was quite impressive. Slowly raising his gaze, he beheld a bald figure towering over him, looking down with an air of authority. The head shone with a polished brilliance, and the face appeared harmless, almost foolish, lacking any semblance of menace. As a cloud drifted across the moon, a glimmer of silver flashed from the bald head. Unable to contain himself, Sun Wukong erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, your head. Ha ha, truly devoid of hair. Ha ha ha, it even reflects light. Ha ha, even the Tathgata's curls are more appealing than yours. Ha ha." Tang Sanzang's forehead darkened with irritation. His greatest pride had once been his lustrous mane, now inexplicably vanished, to become the very bald figure he loathed, and to be mocked for it. This was undoubtedly a provocation, a blatant affront. Power surged within him, and anger roared. Tang Sanzang's lips twitched, his once innocent gaze shifting into one of ominous intensity as he spoke deliberately. "Monkey, do you find this amusing?" "Ha ha ha, not amusing. It is exceedingly hilarious. Ha ha ha." Sun Wukong, a being unafraid of chaos even in the heavenly realm, found it impossible to suppress his mirth. Crack! Tang Sanzang's fists clenched tightly. Swish! He stepped back, adopting a forward stance, spinning his body, his fists drawn back. Sun Wukong paused, then laughed even harder. "Baldy, you don't intend to strike me, do you?" As he laughed, Sun Wukong began to lose his humor, for the expression on the bald figure's face transformed into something increasingly terrifying, and the aura surrounding him grew more menacing. Having faced countless celestial beings and engaged in battles, Sun Wukong swore that this bald figure seemed more formidable than anyone he had encountered before. The oppressive sensation he felt was one he had only experienced from the Tathgata. No, could it be? Are bald figures as fierce as those with curls? Sun Wukong exclaimed, instinctively recoiling. The moment the word bald escaped his lips, the figure's expression darkened further, his strength escalating ominously. Beads of sweat cascaded down Sun Wukong's forehead. He sensed that a single punch from this figure could very well obliterate him. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Be a man if you are capable. Release me, and let us face off." What skill is there in striking a motionless monkey? Chapter 3. Moving mountains. No need for such complexity. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang halted his growing aura, retracting his fist, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His teeth grinding ominously as he replied, "You wish to challenge me, Onion?" Sun Wukong shouted, "Yes, Onion. A true man should battle fairly." He gestured towards the Five Fingers Mountain above him. "Do you see that? It is the Five Elements Mountain, established by the Buddha Tathgata himself. If you can lift the seal upon it, I shall be free. Then we shall engage in a fair fight. Life or death determined by skill. What say you?" Tang Sanzang looked up at the mountain, which towered high with 5 distinct layers stretching into the clouds, the summit obscured from view. With a gentle breath, he blew. Whoosh! A gust of wind arose, dispersing the clouds and revealing a massive golden symbol atop the mountain, measuring 100 meters across. The symbol glowed with golden light, seemingly imbued with the power to suppress all mountains. Sun Wukong grinned widely. "Baldy, do you dare to unveil it?" Tang Sanzang remained silent. Instead, crack! His fist tightened once more. Swish! Stepping back, he adopted a forward stance, spinning, fist drawn back. Hey, hey, hey! We agreed to move mountains. Why resort to underhanded tactics? Sun Wukong shouted. Merely shifting mountains. No need for such complexity. Tang Sanzang declared, his aura reaching a peak as he shouted. Move the mountain. Boom. Tang Sanzang unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of an immense explosion echoed. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as he thought, is this fellow out of his mind? This is the five-element mountain, formed from the five fingers severed by the Buddha Tathagata. The seal upon it is forged from the beliefs of 10,000 devotees, representing the thoughts of all beings, capable of suppressing everything. If it weren't for this, I could have freed myself long ago. He truly intends to confront a heathen? However, in the next moment, the seemingly indestructible Wuzhishan mountain emitted a series of mournful cries under the impact of that formidable punch, with cracks sprawling across its surface. The massive yellow talismans atop the mountain radiated a brilliant golden light, akin to a miniature sun, striving to showcase their brilliance and might. Yet, in an instant, the sun was reduced to ashes with a mere puff. With a thunderous roar, Wuzhishan exploded, and the terrifying force of the punch swept away all the stones and debris, propelling them far into the distance. Where the punch had traversed, not only Wuzhishan but several other peaks behind it were leveled to the ground. Tang Sanzang's punch had brutally transformed the entire mountainous region into an unfathomable gorge. Casually retracting his fist, Tang Sanzang muttered, "It seems I may have exerted too much force." Then, with a flicker of his gaze, he called out, "Monkey, where do you think you're going?" On the other side, Sun Wukong was tiptoeing, seemingly ready to make a stealthy escape. Feeling the piercing gaze of the fearsome bald figure, cold sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's forehead. Swallowing hard, he forced a laugh and said, "You won. Are you happy now?" With that, Sun Wukong turned to leave. "Stop!" Tang Sanzang bellowed. With a resigned expression, Sun Wukong turned back and asked, "Brother, you've won. What more do you desire?" Tang Sanzang extended a hand. A duel. Realizing that there would be no avoiding a fight today, Sun Wukong dusted off the accumulated grime from his body and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" "I am the great sage equal to heaven, who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace 499 years ago. Are you afraid yet?" Sun Wukong proclaimed proudly, confident that his name would strike fear and compel the opponent to yield without a fight. In truth, Sun Wukong had no assurance of victory against this fierce bald figure. Moreover, the man had aided him in escaping captivity, making it even more challenging to resort to lethal force. To his dismay, the bald man simply shook his head. "Never heard of you." Sun Wukong squinted. "You've never heard of my name? Monk, what is yours?" "Tang Sanzang." "Oh, Tang Sanzang, wait. Are you the Tang Sanzang from the Eastern Tang dynasty, the one who journeyed to the west to seek scriptures?" Sun Wukong suddenly realized something profound. It was evident that Tang Sanzang had not read Journey to the West, and was unaware that the Tang Sanzang spoken of by the monkey was not he himself. He scratched his bald head. "I came from the east, but why would I go to the west to seek scriptures?" This question left Sun Wukong momentarily perplexed, scratching his head and admitting, "I don't know either. It's just what Guanyin Bodhisattva told me." "Who is Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Tang Sanzang probed further. With suspicion, Sun Wukong gazed at the bald man. "You don't even know Guanyin Bodhisattva? Surely you've heard of the Buddha?" Seeing the blank and naive expression on Tang Sanzang's face, Sun Wukong felt exasperated. "What about the Jade Emperor?" Tang Sanzang continued to shake his head. "Erlang Shanyang Jian, the Venus star Kuei Malong, Jiao Mu Jiao." Sun Wukong launched into a litany of names, only to find the bald man persistently shaking his head. Feeling utterly defeated, Sun Wukong looked skyward and lamented. "Then who do you know?" After a moment of contemplation, the bald man replied, "Hut Nwa, the Queen Mother of the West, Hebo Fengbo Fushi." Sun Wukong stood agape at the names of these ancient deities. Though he was a wild monkey, he had heard of these legendary figures. The issue was, he had never encountered them. Even during his rampage in the heavenly court, he had not laid eyes on these beings. Often, he thought of them as mere myth and legend, never expecting to meet a bald man who recognized them. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong's character was evidently not one to place great importance on titles or else he wouldn't have stormed the heavenly court in the first place. He waved his hand dismissively. Let's not dwell on this. Let's discuss the matter of seeking scriptures. 499 years ago, I caused chaos in the heavenly palace, nearly bringing it to ruin. Then, I was tricked by that curly-haired one who suppressed me here. Guanyin Bodhisattva mentioned 500 years wait. That's not right. It's not yet time. You've come early? Are you truly Tang Sanzang? Tang Sanzang nodded. Yes. You came from the east? After contemplating, he confirmed. Yes. You're going west? Sun Wukong pressed further. Tang Sanzang nodded again. Yes. To seek scriptures? Tang Sanzang appeared bewildered. Not going. Farewell. With that, Sun Wukong turned to leave. Wait, Tang Sanzang suddenly spoke up. Sun Wukong halted, irritation evident in his voice. Do you never tire? Guanyin Bodhisattva told me I was to remain here to escort you to the west to seek scriptures. Since you aren't going, it means I've completed my task ahead of time. Wouldn't it be better for us to part ways? Tang Sanzang silently extended a hand. A duel. Chapter 4. I shall journey to the western paradise. Sun Wukong was momentarily speechless, having thought that this bald thief, whose intellect seemed somewhat lacking, had been befuddled by his words and forgotten about the matter. To his surprise, the thief still had it on his mind. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you certain? Tang Sanzang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Very well, as you wish. Sun Wukong proclaimed, turning around as the power within him surged. Tang Sanzang scratched his bald head. Let us begin. Boom. A fist struck Tang Sanzang squarely in the face. Sun Wukong cackled maniacally. Your reaction is far too slow. After a swift turn, he launched another punch, which grew increasingly massive until it resembled a small mountain. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Tang Sanzang was sent flying, his eyes vacant as if he had been rendered senseless. Amidst his laughter, Sun Wukong drew out an iron staff from his ear, which expanded in the wind. Emblazoned with the words Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong brandished the staff and pursued Tang Sanzang, unleashing a flurry of relentless blows. One moment he struck him skyward. The next he sent him crashing to the ground. Ultimately, Sun Wukong summoned a celestial manifestation, wielding the colossal staff with great force, smashing it down. The earth erupted, and a rift spanning 1,000 miles was created. A continuous barrage of strikes followed seamlessly. Standing firm with the massive staff, he wiped his nose and chuckled. Haha. After 499 years without a fight, my staff technique remains quite adept. Bald thief, let us see if you survive this. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice echoed from the depths of the crater. Who are you calling a bald thief? Cold sweat broke out on Sun Wukong's forehead as he thought. No way. He is still alive? Even Erling Shun would have been finished after that beating. Fire eyes and golden gaze, activate. Instantly, darkness faded from Sun Wukong's vision, revealing the shadowy depths of the pit, where a bald head still reflected a faint glimmer of light. Slowly, two eyes opened, their innocent demeanor transforming into something ominous and terrifying. Tang Sanzang tilted his head and looked up at him, speaking slowly. I detest it when people call me bald, and now you've added an adjective. Crack. Tang Sanzang clenched his fist. Hiss. He stepped back, shifted his stance, and spun around, tucking his fist behind him. A terrifying aura began to envelop the air. Sun Wukong, sensing the danger, roared, his entire being surging to its peak as he swung the Rui Jingu Bang, shouting, Kill. Move mountains. Boom. A fearsome punch shot skyward, crashing into the towering staff, producing a sharp crack. The staff shattered in the sky. Following that, the fist surged upward like a tidal wave. Good heavens, how powerful! Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Boom. The force of the punch slammed into Sun Wukong, propelling him skyward. After a while, the now normal-sized Sun Wukong plummeted to the ground with a thud, lying there for an extended period. Meanwhile, at the edge of the pit, a hand gripped the rim, and with a slight exertion, a bald head emerged. Dusting off the robe, the bald figure approached Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised a hand and called out, Stop! You've won. The bald figure frowned slightly. All right, you've won. Are you satisfied? Since you're not going to the Western Paradise, I have completed my task and shall take my leave, never to meet again. Sun Wukong truly wished to avoid encountering this exceptionally powerful, yet seemingly dim-witted bald thief again. This fellow was too formidable. After saying this, he turned to leave, but a hand landed on his shoulder. Wait. Sun Wukong clutched his aching stomach, his voice trembling. Big brother, what now? Is this never-ending? Tang Sanzang casually scratched his bald head and replied, "You keep mentioning the journey to the Western Paradise. And now I find myself intrigued. Since I have nothing to do, how about we go to collect scriptures together?" The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence for a minute. Sun Wukong grinned. "Big brother, you're even more powerful than I am. You wouldn't need my protection, would you? You could just fight your way through." Tang Sanzang, with utmost seriousness, said, "It would be boring on the way. I need a monkey to entertain me." "A monkey to entertain you?" Sun Wukong exploded in anger. Rui Jingu bang. The shattered staff reassembled, and Sun Wukong bellowed, "You overstepped, bald head. Prepare to die." Clang. The staff struck the gleaming bald head, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, sparks flying, yet leaving no mark on that bald dome. Nothing at all. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Undeterred, he raised the staff and swung it again. Clang, clang, clang. "I refuse to accept this." Sun Wukong continued to hammer away. At that moment, a colossal hand seized the Rui Jingu bang, and the once innocent bald head transformed into a terrifying visage, mouth agape as it attempted to devour the staff. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The bald figure crunched the staff as if it were a snack, reducing it to fragments. Wiping his mouth, the bald figure grasped the stunned Sun Wukong by the neck, asking, "I intend to journey to the Western Paradise. Will you accompany me? Or shall I send you there instead?" Sun Wukong gazed into the menacing face of the Demon King, ultimately relenting. Fine, fine, I'll go with you. Just don't choke me." The fierce visage vanished, transforming back into an innocuous expression. The bald figure gleefully exclaimed, "That's the spirit. Now, entertain me with some monkey tricks." Wait, what? An aura of murderous intent filled the air. "Have you ever seen a vulture?" Sun Wukong, sensing the threat, swallowed his words. "Never seen one. By the way, what was that Avalokiteshvara you keep mentioning?" "Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. What has she told you about me?" Tang Sanzang lingered on Sun Wukong, still searching for fragments of his own memory, feeling unsettled by the vast void within. As they journeyed westward, Sun Wukong recounted, "Well, she didn't say much, just that you came from the east to collect scriptures in the west, and asked me to escort you. From now on, you shall be my master, and I your disciple, fostering mutual respect and avoiding conflict." Tang Sanzang looked at Sun Wukong with a bewildered expression, scratching his bald head. And without considering Sun Wukong's feelings, stated bluntly, declined. Sun Wukong felt utterly frustrated. He had once basked in glory, only to be rejected now. Reluctantly, he asked, "Give me a reason." Tang Sanzang gazed at him earnestly, counting on his fingers. Ugly, weak, useless. Sun Wukong's expression twisted into an extreme grimace, as if on the verge of a violent outburst, glaring at the seemingly harmless bald figure. "Are you sure?" Chapter 5, Can You Fly? Tang Sanzang regarded Sun Wukong with an expression of absolute certainty, nodding vigorously, "Absolutely." A profound silence enveloped the world around them. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed red, fists clenched, teeth gritted. The bald figure wore a naive expression, as if inviting a beating. Sun Wukong wrestled with his inner turmoil. This bald man is insufferably arrogant. I truly want to defeat him. However, his expression clearly indicated he had not fought anyone in years and was eagerly awaiting a punching bag. If I were to strike first, I would likely be the one to be defeated. But to let this slide would be too humiliating. What to do? At that moment, a roar erupted. Roar. A fierce tiger with piercing eyes appeared before them, roaring magnificently. In that instant, Sun Wukong felt as though he had found a way out. Swiftly turning to face the creature, unleashing the wrath of the Monkey King. Simultaneously, the bald figure looked over with an expression of discontent, as if a cooked duck had flown away. Both of them were no good, looking down from above with a gaze that seemed to say, "I will end you." At the white-throated tiger. In an instant, the once mighty tiger appeared small, helpless, and pitiable before the two formidable beings. "Master, leave this to me," Sun Wukong said, his anger simmering, eager to unleash his frustration. However, Tang Sanzang ignored him, focusing intently on the white-throated tiger, and asked, "Little tiger, I understood your earlier cry. You were calling me bald, weren't you?" After speaking, his eyes sharpened, taking on a fierce demeanor. The white-throated tiger was bewildered, although it could not comprehend human speech. It sensed the bald man was wrongfully accusing it. Alas, the tiger could not speak, and thus had to accept the accusation. Sun Wukong, fuming, thought to himself, This bald fool is grasping at straws for a reason to fight. Sensing a life-threatening crisis, the tiger tucked its tail and attempted to flee. Yet, a large hand and a stick descended simultaneously. Boom. Shortly thereafter, smoke began to rise, revealing a bald monk and a nearly naked monkey feasting heartily. Both were covered in grease. One was a natural glutton, while the other hadn't tasted meat in over 400 years, leading to a joyous meal for both. Once satisfied, Sun Wukong leaned against a large tree, picking his teeth, and inquired, "Master, aren't you a monk? How can you eat meat?" Slap. A shoe struck Sun Wukong's face. "You're the monk. Your whole family are monks." Tang Sanzang cursed, casually cutting the tiger's skin into a hooded cloak for himself, placing the tiger's head over his bald crown, making it appear less shiny. Sun Wukong was puzzled by this monk. Clearly, Guanyin Bodhisattva had said a monk would come to rescue him, yet this man refused to acknowledge his profession. However, he found some solace in the fact that this bald thief tacitly accepted him, calling him master. Observing Tang Sanzang in his regal tiger cloak, Sun Wukong, feeling self-conscious about his nakedness, called out, "Master, could you spare me some tiger skin? It reflects poorly on you that your disciple is nearly naked." Tang Sanzang considered this and nodded. "That makes sense." Sun Wukong rejoiced, thinking, "Finally, I will have something to wear." However, the next moment, he watched as the bald man darted into the woods, only to emerge shortly with a white rabbit in hand. A terrible premonition washed over Sun Wukong as he looked down at the white triangular fur of the rabbit, his new, rather embarrassing underwear. The rabbit's head awkwardly perched atop his own, creating a comical sight. "You now have clothes. Let us depart," Tang Sanzang said, patting Sun Wukong to indicate it was time to go. "Master, must I wear this?" Sun Wukong protested. Tang Sanzang's expression grew fierce, yet a smile remained on his lips as he replied, "I spent 3 seconds catching that rabbit and a minute and 12 seconds making you these pants. Are you sure you want to wear them?" Faced with such a threatening countenance, Sun Wukong begrudgingly relented. "Fine, I will wear them." Tang Sanzang's expression softened in an instant, transforming into a gentle smile as he said, "Good disciple, let us go." Following Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong tilted his head, pondering how to strike him down. Yet he understood that the disparity in their strengths rendered any rash action fatal, so he temporarily abandoned the thought. However, if he could not defeat him, perhaps he could flee? An idea sparked in his mind, and he approached. "Master, with your formidable strength, why not fly directly to Lingshan?" Tang Sanzang replied casually, "Because I cannot fly." "What?" Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and a smile crept across his face. "Master, you must be jesting. With such power, how can you not fly?" Tang Sanzang shook his head. "I truly cannot fly." "Oh, the somersault cloud." With a jubilant shout, Sun Wukong flipped into the air as if to soar. Tang Sanzang scratched his bald head, muttering, "Is this what flying is?" Sun Wukong soared thousands of miles, and upon noticing Tang Sanzang had not followed, he laughed heartily. "Huh? I, Sun Wukong, am finally free. Go fetch the scriptures by yourself, bald thief." The moment the words bald thief escaped his lips, Sun Wukong felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing something ominous looming above him, blocking the sun. The temperature around him plummeted, as if a fearsome beast had set its sights on him. This scene felt eerily familiar. Slowly, he raised his head to find a bald figure hovering above him, grinning ominously. "Master, you said you could not fly?" Sun Wukong exclaimed. The bald man retorted, "I cannot fly, but I can jump. You flip, I leap. Is that so strange?" Then, realizing something, he slapped his bald head. "Is this what flying is?" Sun Wukong, now on the verge of tears, replied, "That definitely counts as flying." The bald man exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now. Flying is merely jumping far." Sun Wukong felt an impulse to slam his head against the ground. What kind of reasoning was that? Yet, the next moment, he truly began to cry. "Monkey, what did you just call me?" "Master." "No, the sentence before that. Still master. I don't like lies. Speak the truth. And I want to make it difficult for you. I called you bald thief. Prepare yourself." Chapter 6. Eagles Crying Ravine, a little urination dam. Boom. A punch struck the ground, creating a massive crater in the mountain. Moments later, 2 figures descended from the sky not far from the former site of Wujie Mountain. One was a bald monk, the other a bruised, pig-headed man. "Master, didn't you say you wouldn't make it difficult for me? Why are you still attacking?" Sun Wukong complained. Rubbing his face, the bald man glanced back at him. "Have I made it difficult for you?" Sun Wukong felt the temperature drop further. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he shook his head vigorously. No, no, absolutely not. Ba. Good, good, let us proceed. Master, didn't you say you weren't a monk? Why are you chanting now? Don't you think being a monk makes me seem easier to bully? After saying this, the bald man even blinked innocently, looking as if he were saying, I'm so cute and weak, come beat me. Sun Wukong swore he had never seen such a shameless monk in his life. Master, why don't we just fly to the west? No flying. Why not? The journey is more important than the destination. Can we speak human language? There are many wild delicacies along the way. If we miss them, it would be a regret for both us and them. Sun Wukong roared inwardly. I see only you regretting. Looking at the bald man before him, Sun Wukong thought he could not continue to follow him and endure beatings, so he mustered his courage, took out the thick skin he had learned during his training at the Fengsuan Mountain, and approached. Master, may I ask how you became so powerful? Tang Sanzang looked at Sun Wukong with a naive expression and asked, Am I strong? Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Strong. The strongest person I have ever seen. Tang Sanzang shook his head. No, no, I am not strong at all. I am just an ordinary little monk who practiced a few years of boxing. There is nothing special about it. Sun Wukong's forehead was covered in black lines, cursing internally. You just said you weren't a monk. Now you're an ordinary little monk who has only practiced boxing for a few years? Not strong. You haven't spoken a single truth. Bah. Seeing that the bald man was unwilling to teach him, Sun Wukong's resolve hardened. You won't teach me, huh? Along the way, I don't believe you want to practice. I will secretly learn. In matters of combat, Sun Wukong has lost much of his confidence. However, when it comes to thievery of skills, he remains quite assured. Yet, after 3 days, he is on the verge of giving up. This bald-headed man spends his days not only journeying westward, but also wreaking havoc upon various small creatures, leaving no edible being unscathed. Moreover, his methods of consumption are as diverse as they are bizarre. The crux of the matter is that throughout this time, he scarcely engages in any form of cultivation. This leads Sun Wukong to suspect that the bald man might be growing stronger solely through the consumption of these small animals. On one particular day, Tang Sanzang suddenly turns to Sun Wukong and asks, Wukong, do you possess the ability to transform 72 times? Can you change into anything? Sun Wukong replies, Indeed, I can. Why do you ask? In the next instant, Tang Sanzang leaps on his son Wukong's back, exclaiming, Wukong, transform into a horse for me to ride. Sun Wukong's expression darkens immediately. 3 days hence marks the anniversary of Sun Wukong's imprisonment for 500 years. A monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty rides a white horse to the former site of Wuji Mountain. Upon arrival, he is bewildered. Wasn't there supposed to be a mountain here? How has it transformed into a vast canyon? Where are the monkeys? At this moment, the true seeker of scriptures, Tang Song, is left in confusion. The monkey has been taken away. Just then, a local deity emerges, lamenting as he recounts the misdeeds of Tang Sanzang. Tang Sung shares his own origins, and upon realizing the dire situation, they both comprehend the gravity of the matter. Someone has impersonated him and absconded with Sun Wukong. Intending to journey westward to retrieve the scriptures, this could lead to disaster. At this juncture, the celestial protectors, including the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 18 guardian deities, and the 5 directions revealers, appear from the shadows to safeguard Tang Sung. After inquiring into the situation, they ascertain that calamity has indeed befallen them and urgently ascend to the heavens to report the matter. However, time flows differently in the celestial realm. A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. By the time their news reaches the western paradise and is conveyed to Tathagata and Guanyin Bodhisattva, considerable time has already elapsed. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang, accompanied by Sun Wukong, indulges in wild delicacies and sings mountain songs as they traverse a mountainous expanse. In the distance, the thunderous sound of rushing water reverberates. Sun Wukong ponders. This must be the Pan Snake Mountain and the Eagle's Grief Gorge. The roar of water is the sound of it flowing through the gorge. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes light up. Are there snakes on the mountain? Are they large? Sun Wukong, at a loss for words, replies, I don't know. Let us go take a look. Tang Sanzang strides forward with great enthusiasm, and Sun Wukong hastens to keep up. Eagle's Grief Gorge lies nestled within Pan Snake Mountain, where a steep cliff splits open and a waterfall cascades into a vast cavern, forming an expansive underground river. The sound of the rushing water echoes from various passages leading to the surface, reverberating throughout the valley. When the sound peaks, it resembles the roar of a mighty dragon. When it subsides, it sounds like whispers of mischievous spirits. Coupled with the towering mountains, dense forests, and the perpetual mist that obscures the sunlight, the area exudes an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Few dare to approach Eagle's Grief Gorge, and not a single beast can be found within its confines. As they traverse the path through Eagle's Grief Gorge, one can distinctly sense the currents of a river flowing deep beneath the earth, a sensation both wondrous and strange. Tang Monk, appearing harmless with a cookbook in hand, walks ahead, while a bored Sun Wukong leads the way. Suddenly, Sun Wukong halts, gazing at a cavern in the ground, where the sound of water emanates from within. Though it is too dark to discern what lies inside, Tang Monk walks past Sun Wukong and inquires, "Monkey, what are you staring at?" "Hurry up," Sun Wukong responds. "Master, it seems something in there is watching us." "Are you hungry?" Tang Monk asks, stopping in his tracks. Sun Wukong shakes his head. "No?" "Then let us move on." Tang Monk continues forward without looking back. His implication is straightforward. If one is hungry, they should descend and procure a meal. If not, then they should simply carry on. Sun Wukong finds Tang Monk's simplistic and blunt reasoning rather exasperating. After they depart, a pair of red eyes opens in the cavern, and a deep voice resonates. "Eat the monkey, fill my belly, and seize the luminous pearl." Perfect. After walking a bit further, they arrive at the base of the grand waterfall, where the deafening roar of the water fills the air, and they behold the towering cascade, hundreds of meters high. Tang Monk adopts a solemn demeanor, lost in contemplation. Sun Wukong, suspecting that Tang Monk has discovered a formidable adversary or something unusual, approaches with a serious expression and asks, "Master, have you found something?" Tang Monk replies with utmost seriousness, "There is a cave behind the waterfall." Sun Wukong cautiously inquires, "And then what?" Tang Monk states, "I wish to relieve myself." Chapter 7. Showcase your talent. Sun Wukong, his face darkened, bellows, "If you need to urinate, just do it." "Why the solemnity?" Tang Monk casts a disdainful glance at him, saying, "Do you think I am like you, defecating anywhere?" With that, he jogs off to find a secluded spot to relieve himself, while also turning back to remind Sun Wukong, "No peeking." Sun Wukong rolls his eyes. "When I was with the 7 fairies, I only picked peaches. Why would I peek at you, an old man?" Tang Monk contemplates Sun Wukong's remark and retorts, "Then you must not peek at all." With that, Tang Monk ventures even further away, ultimately circling behind the waterfall, muttering to himself, "If I am indifferent to 7 women, I must surely prefer men. I can never share a bed with him again." Had Sun Wukong overheard this, he likely would have erupted in fury. Bored, Sun Wukong gazes down at the vast cavern beneath the waterfall, its depths shimmering with light, then looks up at the waterfall. Reflecting, "I wonder how Flower Fruit Mountain is faring." At that moment, the water surface in the cavern erupts, and a white dragon bursts forth, its jaws wide open, aiming directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smirks, "Wretched beast, I have awaited your arrival." He had been harboring a belly full of rage with nowhere to vent it. As he speaks, Sun Wukong leaps into the air, drawing his Rui Jingu Bang, and brings it crashing down upon the dragon's head. The white dragon opens its mouth, unleashing a torrent of water. Boom! The golden staff cleaves through the wave, nearly striking the dragon's head. The white dragon swiftly maneuvers to evade, its tail whipping around and sending Sun Wukong flying. Sun Wukong crashes into the mountainside, disappearing from sight. The white dragon turns triumphantly, releasing a loud dragon roar. "White Mud Loach, come again." The mountainside explodes as Sun Wukong emerges once more, swinging his golden staff to engage in battle with the dragon. Although Sun Wukong's power is formidable, 500 years of inactivity has rendered him somewhat rusty. Moreover, it seems he is deliberately holding back, eager to stretch his limbs. The white dragon, indeed, possesses great might. Its white scales are impervious to weapons and fire, allowing it to hold its own against the restrained Sun Wukong. While chaos unfolds outside, the bald man behind the waterfall continues to relieve himself with a sense of satisfaction, mumbling to himself, 7 fairies, only plucking peaches. What a waste. With a fierce stomp, Sun Wukong transforms into a giant towering hundreds of meters tall, reaching out to grasp the body of the white dragon. The white dragon roars. Boundless ocean. Boom. The entire Eagle's Grief Gorge erupts, sending the waters of the underground river soaring into the sky, reversing the waterfall as currents converge, creating an ocean that presses against the heavens. At this moment, Tang Monk is left dumbfounded, watching his own urine ascend into the sky. Sun Wukong furrows his brow. It's massive. Transforming into a 1,000-meter giant, he swings his golden staff down upon the white dragon. The white dragon does not hesitate, summoning the ocean-like waters to crash down, enveloping both combatants and creating a vast expanse of ocean in the air. Sun Wukong, unaccustomed to underwater combat, finds himself somewhat restricted in the water, while the white dragon thrives, its speed and strength surging. For a time, Sun Wukong finds himself at a loss against his opponent. The white dragon laughs heartily. Monkey, your end is nigh? Sun Wukong raises an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Is that so? Just because of you. In the next moment, Sun Wukong ceased to suppress his formidable strength, unleashing a terrifying force as he swung his golden staff, declaring, "Let me, the great sage, take charge." Boom. The overwhelming power shattered the vast sky, catching the white dragon off guard. Unable to evade in time, he was struck directly and sent crashing to the earth. The ground trembled as the white dragon smashed through countless layers of underground caverns, disappearing from sight. With the golden staff held high, Sun Wukong stood proudly above the heavens, proclaiming, "Little mudfish, do you concede?" Boom. The earth exploded as the bloodied white dragon emerged, roaring defiantly, "I do not concede. I shall compel you to submit." Sun Wukong stomped down with one foot. At that moment, a gleam of cunning flashed in the white dragon's eyes. He suddenly pivoted mid-air, charging towards the seemingly harmless Tang Monk, who was innocently holding up his trousers. The white dragon laughed triumphantly. "Monkey, you've fallen for my trick." Sun Wukong's eyes shifted slightly. The smile that was about to form on his lips vanished. He exclaimed, "Beast, do not harm my master." The white dragon, relishing the moment, responded gleefully, "Monkey, if you wish to keep the Night Pearl spirit alive, you better behave." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression froze, his features contorting as he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Night Pearl spirit. Ha ha ha, may you rest in peace." The white dragon, puzzled by the monkey's laughter, suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching, akin to the heavens collapsing, an overwhelming terror. Turning his gaze, he saw the seemingly benign monk glaring at him with fierce intent. "What did you call me?" "Night Pearl spirit. Your bald head resembles a night pearl." With that, the punch was thrown. "You deceitful monkey, you've tricked me." Ah! Boom. A piercing scream echoed through the entire Eagle Cry Gorge. The punch soared skyward, dispersing the clouds, and sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the earth. Yet amidst the rubble, half a dragon wailed for help. "Save me, save me." Then he saw a bald figure approaching. "Wukong, prepare the pot for cooking." Sun Wukong replied, "Certainly." As he spoke, he plucked a single hair, transforming it into a large pot, and began fetching water from Eagle Cry Gorge to prepare a meal. The white dragon, terrified, felt his remaining scales explode as he shrieked, "You cannot treat me this way. I am the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, sent by the Bodhisattva Guanyin to await the travelers to the west. You cannot kill me." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong paused, gazing at the white dragon in astonishment. "You are also arranged by Guanyin to escort Tang Monk to the west?" The white dragon, taken aback, replied, "Could it be that you are too?" Sun Wukong nodded, pointing at Tang Monk. "He is Tang Monk." Poof! The white dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "He is already so strong. Why do we need to protect him? Are we to protect him, or is he to protect us?" Sun Wukong shrugged. "How would I know, master? What should we do? Can this dragon still eat?" Tang Monk surveyed the white dragon, stating, "You have 3 minutes to introduce yourself and showcase your talents. If you pass, you may accompany this monk to the west. If not, I shall send you to the west." Chapter 8. White Dragon's Cold Dish. The white dragon was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that the bald monk was not jesting. Thus, he hurriedly introduced himself. "I am the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, my father being the West Sea Dragon King, Aoran. Our family is harmonious. With brothers and sisters, everything is well. The only thing I dislike is that it is too dark at home. Even with the night pearl for illumination, it remains excessively dark. So, I lit a fire in my room, and while doing so, I accidentally burned the house down." Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang exchanged glances, speechless at the folly of this character. The white dragon, seemingly oblivious, continued, "But my family is wealthy. One house burned down is no issue. We can build another. However, the new house is also dark. So, I continued to light fires in the house." Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang sighed. "Let us just drop it. You can see for yourselves." The white dragon's eyes sparkled as he projected an image, revealing a lavish palace where a young child was playing with fire, igniting whatever he could catch. Watching this scene, Sun Wukong understood how the house had burned down. If he hadn't set it ablaze, it would have been peculiar. Just then, the West Sea Dragon King approached eagerly, tossing a night pearl the size of a human head to the child, exclaiming, "Child, are you not afraid of the dark? The Jade Emperor has bestowed upon us a supersized, ultra-bright night pearl. Take good care of it and do not damage it, or it may cost you your head." Poof! A beam of light illuminated the entire room. The West Sea Dragon King looked on in horror as the child had already set the night pearl ablaze. The child, beaming with pride, replied, "Father, you were right. This night pearl is bright when it's lit." Soon, the cries of distress from the child echoed throughout the Dragon Palace. Before long, the Dragon King's wife shouted, "Old dragon, what are you doing? Why are you beating the child?" After the Dragon King explained, his wife rolled up her sleeves. "Step aside, I'll take care of this." By then, the white dragon was already on the execution platform, but thanks to Guanyin's intervention, he was spared and banished to Eagle Cry Gorge to await his chance to escort the travelers to the west as penance. Upon reaching this understanding, Sun Wukong realized that the white dragon was still immature, a true mischief maker and fool. He turned to Tang Sanzang. "Master, what shall we do?" Tang Sanzang pointed at the large pot. "With such intellect, he will be a nuisance in our travels. Let us stew him." "Please no. Don't eat me. I am useful, very useful," the white dragon wailed. Tang Sanzang gestured for Sun Wukong to halt, then inquired, "What use do you have?" The white dragon exclaimed, "The Bodhisattva Guanyin's intent is for me to carry you to the west. Just imagine, riding on a dragon is quite majestic." Sun Wukong instinctively nodded. However, Tang Sanzang scoffed dismissively. "Riding you would be embarrassing. You would merely be a cold dish to us." Wukong, stoke the fire. The white dragon, sensing imminent danger, summoned all his remaining strength, watching as his half-formed body rapidly regenerated, restoring him to his original state in the blink of an eye. The previously indifferent monk now had wide eyes. "Run!" The white dragon soared into the air, attempting to flee. Yet, Sun Wukong swiftly intercepted him, knocking him down with a single strike of his staff, ready to deliver the fatal blow. The white dragon, filled with despair, closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. At that moment, Tang Sanzang intervened. "Wait." Sun Wukong halted instantly, and the white dragon, filled with a glimmer of hope, looked at Tang Sanzang, pleading, "Master, I truly am useful." To their surprise, the monk, who had previously shown disdain, was now smiling broadly. "I believe you have merit. Your regenerative ability is impressive." Upon hearing this, the white dragon beamed with pride. "This is my innate divine power, the ability to regenerate within a day, regardless of how severe the injury. As long as my essence remains unharmed, I can heal rapidly, returning to peak condition." Tang Sanzang, intrigued, smiled brighter, laughing heartily as he patted the white dragon's head. "Very well, you shall accompany me to the west." The white dragon, overjoyed, quickly rose, transforming into human form, and bowed deeply. Disciple pays respects to master. Just then, the previously gleeful Tang Sanzang frowned, looking at the white dragon with disdain. "You can transform into a human?" "Of course," the white dragon replied innocently. Tang San was furrowing his brow, muttering, "How can I eat this? It's in human form, and I can't bring myself to do it." Upon hearing this, both the white dragon and Sun Wukong were similarly vexed, realizing that this fellow had mistaken the white dragon for a mere side dish, casually munching on him whenever he pleased. The white dragon was secretly relieved, having inadvertently transformed into human form and thus evaded a calamity. Otherwise, life would have become unbearable. Just as he was pondering, a thunderous sound erupted, and looking up, he saw the bald man pulling half a dragon's body from a pile of rubble, drooling as he shouted, "Wukong, start a fire and cook. Forget everything else. I need to satisfy my cravings." The fire blazed brightly, the half-dragon body sizzling and glistening with golden hues, the fat splattering and sending savory scents wafting for miles. It was Sun Wukong's first experience with dragon meat, and he couldn't help but praise its delightful flavor. Meanwhile, the bald man, thoroughly enjoying his meal, kicked the white dragon, saying, "Hey, come join us. My culinary skills are quite commendable." The white dragon gazed heavenward, silent, his eyes filled with unshed tears of indignation. The bald man, noticing his distress, nonchalantly remarked, "Be grateful. In my homeland, creatures like you wouldn't even be served as a dish. At best, you'd be a mere salad." The white dragon's face was streaked with tears of humiliation, thinking, "This bald brute is truly tormenting me." Sun Wukong, curious, asked, "Master, if dragon meat is served as a cold dish in your place, then what is considered the main course?" Tang San, smacking his lips in contemplation, eventually lamented with a quivering voice, "I can't recall. I just remember it was delicious, but I forgot everything else." He looked skyward in despair, exclaiming, "Damn it. How many of my past memories have you severed?" After resting sufficiently, dawn broke. Tang San rose and beckoned his two disciples to prepare for their journey westward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned to the white dragon and asked, "Earlier, you suggested I ride you?" The white dragon nodded, "Yes." In the next moment, Tang San was seated atop the white dragon's neck, commanding, "Let us proceed." The white dragon was instantly filled with dark clouds of anxiety. "Master, it feels rather awkward for a human to ride another human. Perhaps I should revert to my dragon form. Cough, cough. Let us stick to riding." The white dragon intended to suggest transforming back into his dragon form to carry Tang San westward. However, upon mentioning dragons, the bald man began to drool. Thus, he promptly changed his approach. Clearly, even the not-so-bright white dragon had learned a few survival tactics in the face of the bald demon king during life-and-death situations. "Master, if you wish to make a grand entrance, then riding a dragon would be ideal. If you prefer to remain inconspicuous, riding a horse would be best." Sun Wukong offered his advice. Tang San's eyes lit up at this suggestion, having endured rigorous training from a young age. He certainly did not want to draw too much attention to himself. So, he patted the white dragon and declared, "Transform into a horse. I shall ride you." The white dragon, feeling a twinge of apprehension, replied, "Master, horse meat is not palatable. Rest assured, having accepted you as my disciple, how could I possibly consume you?" "You need not worry," Tang San assured him. Seeing the sincerity in Tang San's eyes, the white dragon felt reassured, realizing he had little choice, and nodded in agreement. "Very well." With that, the white dragon shrank his form and transformed into a magnificent white horse. Tang San instinctively wiped his mouth, and the horse knelt down, speaking, "Master, horse meat is truly unappetizing." Tang San replied, "Have no fear, I shall not eat you." After saying this, he mounted the white horse, pointing forward, "Let us proceed." The white dragon finally exhaled in relief and began trotting westward. Sun Wukong followed closely behind. The trio, one man, one monkey, and one horse, occasionally engaged in light conversation. Tang San's most frequent inquiries revolved around the state of this world. As they journeyed, he gradually gained some understanding of his surroundings. Nevertheless, he couldn't comprehend why many of his former acquaintances had become legendary figures, known only by name, with no one having seen them. Conversely, there were those he had never heard of who had attained enlightenment and became formidable. Yet, he decided not to dwell on such matters. Days passed, and just as Tang San was growing weary and stifling a yawn, a sprawling temple complex emerged before them. The temple was perched atop a modest hill, adorned with red tiles, pavilions, and towers, surrounded by swirling clouds, an ethereal sight. Most notably, the temple gates stood wide open, bustling with a throng of devout believers making their way to the renowned Guanyin Zen Temple. "Umitba, old sir, might I inquire what event is taking place at Guanyin Zen Temple?" Tang San casually pulled an elderly man aside to ask. Startled, the old man turned around, nearly fainting at the sight. A person sat tall upon a white horse, speaking to him. "Oh my, what is this?" the old man exclaimed. Just then, a monkey face leaned in closer, saying, "Old sir, do not be afraid. My master is human, merely draped in a tiger's skin." Upon seeing the monkey, the old man gasped once more, "Oh my, what on earth is this?" Tang San lifted the tiger head covering, saying, "Old sir, do not be alarmed. My disciple is also human, just a bit overly hairy." Sun Wukong's face darkened, but under Tang San's imposing presence, he refrained from voicing any objections. The old man, scrutinizing Tang San's seemingly harmless visage and his bald head, finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. "Oh, you scared me. As long as you are human. That is fine. I was merely worried about encountering a monster. However, your disciple's excessive hairiness is rather conspicuous. By the way, are you here to attend the biennial Buddha Robe Conference?" Tang San, intrigued, asked. "Buddha Robe Conference? What sort of grand event is that?" "To be frank, we are." Tang San was at a loss for how to introduce himself. Sun Wukong interjected. "We are monks from the Eastern Tang Dynasty. On our way to the west to seek the true scriptures at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. We passed through your esteemed land, hence our ignorance of local affairs." The old man, avoiding eye contact with the monkey, who made him uneasy with his excessive hair, focused solely on Tang San, expressing his astonishment. "So you are esteemed monks from the Eastern Tang Dynasty. My apologies. Why don't we travel together? I can share the history of the Buddha Robe Conference with you." Tang San nodded, gracefully dismounting from the white horse, and followed the old man toward the Guanyin Zen Temple. It turned out that the Guanyin Zen Temple was a venerable institution, enshrining the Bodhisattva Guanyin. The old abbot, a collector of robes, held the Buddha Robe Conference every 20 years to showcase his extensive collection of robes, serving both as a display and a competition. Additionally, on this day, the old abbot would perform rituals to drive away evil and bestow blessings, gradually turning the event into a sizable celebration, attracting attendees from miles around. Tang San stroked his chin, musing, "A robe can warrant a conference?" Upon entering the main gate, the first sight was the Guanyin Hall, where devotees were fervently lighting incense. However, Tang San paid no heed and turned to venture further inside. The old man grasped Tang San's arm, exclaiming, "High monk, this is the sacred shrine of Guanyin. Do you not wish to pay your respects?" Tang San chuckled. No, he cannot bear it. Upon uttering these words, the old man remained unfazed. But a nearby monk was displeased, retorting, "How arrogant you are. You, a mere mortal, do not fathom that even a single bow to the Bodhisattva is an honor." The old man, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, hastily clarified, "Master Guangji, this esteemed one is a monk from the Eastern Tang Dynasty." Upon hearing this, Master Guangji raised an eyebrow, his eyes shimmering with interest. Just then, a frail voice echoed from behind. "A monk from the Eastern Tang Dynasty? I must meet him." Turning around, they beheld an elderly monk, supported by two young acolytes, making his way forward. The old monk was frail, struggling to walk, yet his attire was exquisitely refined. He wore a pailu hat adorned with precious stones and a brocade robe shimmering with gold edges. His monk shoes were inlaid with the 8 treasures of Buddhism, and he leaned on a staff adorned with diamonds that sparkled like stars. His face, lined with deep wrinkles, resembled the contours of terraced fields. His eyes, clouded and dim, appeared incapable of discerning even the objects 3 meters in front of him. As he slightly parted his lips, only a few teeth were visible. The old man hastily introduced, "This is the venerable head of the Guanyin Zen Temple, now over 270 years old." Tang Sanzang expressed mild astonishment. It is indeed rare for an ordinary person to live such a long life. He chuckled. "Ah, so you are the esteemed headmaster. What an honor." This individual bore a jovial demeanor, entirely devoid of the aura typically associated with a high monk, prompting both Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse to turn away. Feigning unfamiliarity, the old headmaster nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "I have heard that the master hails from the Eastern Tang Dynasty. I have come to pay my respects." "Master, he is a highly enlightened monk who does not even pay homage to Guanyin Bodhisattva," remarked Guangji with a sardonic tone. The old headmaster furrowed his brow. "Master, is this truly the case?" Tang Sanzang glanced at the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva and replied, "It is not that I do not pay homage. Rather, she cannot bear it." This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. The old headmaster held immense prestige within the Guanyin Zen Temple and among its many devotees. As soon as he appeared, the faithful had already gathered to greet him. Hence, when Tang Sanzang uttered those words, they resonated clearly with all present. These individuals, devoted to Guanyin Bodhisattva, were now visibly enraged by Tang Sanzang's audacity. How arrogant this monk is. Guanyin Bodhisattva possesses boundless power. How could she not withstand a mere monk's homage? I suspect he is a charlatan. What monk wears tiger skin? Taking life is a grave sin, and such behavior encourages slaughter and the desecration of corpses, compounding sin upon sin. To call him a monk is beyond belief. Indeed, he must be a fraud. What monk has a head so shiny, as if it were a luminous pearl? Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes. Sun Wukong quickly pulled him back, whispering, "Master, do not stoop to their level." Tang Sanzang refrained from retaliating, yet still turned his head to gaze at the crowd, speaking deliberately. "You do not believe?" The old headmaster snorted. "It is not disbelief. It is impossible. Although the eastern lands flourish, I have heard that Buddhism is not thriving there. Today, witnessing this, it is indeed as I suspected. If the monks themselves do not know how to respect the Bodhisattva, how can we expect the faithful to do so?" The old headmaster spoke with palpable resentment, nearly pointing at Tang Sanzang's nose to scold. "You, false monk." Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow, and with a hint of mischief, he replied, "Are you certain you wish for me to pay homage?" "Yes, you must pay homage. Regardless of where you come from, speaking such grandiose words necessitates respect, even kneeling in prayer for the Bodhisattva's forgiveness." The crowd exclaimed fervently. Sun Wukong frowned. "Master, shall I drive them all away?" Tang Sanzang shook off the tiger skin draped over him and made his way toward the Guanyin hall. In a rare moment of unity, Sun Wukong shouted, "Master, I shall ring the bell for you." The old headmaster commanded, "Guangji, go strike the drum." Guangji nodded and ascended the drum tower. In the next instant, the sound of bells and drums reverberated, igniting the mountain in a frenzy. All eyes turned to Tang Sanzang as he strode toward the Guanyin hall. Upon his entrance, the entire hall resonated with a thunderous sound, shaking the very ground. However, the tremor was brief and subsided. As the crowd regained their composure, they exchanged bewildered glances. Guanlo scoffed, "What a show!" The old headmaster urged, "Master Sanzang, pay your respects." Tang Sanzang, not contemplating further, had heard Guanyin Bodhisattva's name many times, but had never seen her visage until now, prompting him to admire her form. Yet, the onlookers interpreted this as a sign of trepidation, urging him more fervently. "Your golden form, enveloped in merit, appears to be a commendable bodhisattva. Alas, you do not lead your followers. The outcome of your homage today rests solely upon your shoulders." With that, Tang Sanzang stood upright, hands together, and bowed his head slightly. In that moment, a crack appeared on the golden form of the Guanyin statue, startling the crowd. Before they could react, Tang Sanzang lowered his head further. Boom! The golden form of Guanyin shattered completely. Even more alarmingly, as Tang Sanzang lowered his head yet again, the entire hall trembled, culminating in a resounding crash as it collapsed before all present. Instantly, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The old headmaster fell to the ground, murmuring, "How can this be? The Bodhisattva truly could not withstand his homage. Who is he?" The devotees also wore expressions of confusion. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and the monk from the east emerged from the rubble, shaking his head and saying, "I told you she could not bear it. Yet you refuse to believe. Now look what has happened. The house has collapsed, and I shall not be held liable." Just then, Guangji interjected, "Impossible. The Bodhisattva's dharma is boundless. How could she not withstand the homage of a mere mortal? It must be a coincidence. Our Guanyin Zen temple has stood for hundreds of years, and this hall is indeed dilapidated. Moreover, when you entered, there was an earthquake. Surely, it was mere chance that the hall collapsed at that moment." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered devotees reignited with fervor, shouting, "Yes, yes, it must be so. Indeed, it must be so. This monk from the east, what merit does he possess to cause the Guanyin hall to collapse? It must be coincidence." The more they spoke, the more fervently they clung to their delusion, their eyes ablaze with a fervor that brooked no contradiction. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, ceased ringing the bell and leapt down from the drum tower, ready to argue, but Tang Sanzang stopped him. "Master, when did you become so merciful as to allow them to speak such nonsense?" Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Tang Sanzang shook his head. "Faith can elevate a person or bring them to ruin. To avoid being crushed, they will always find reasons to believe in what they choose. This is not something that can be resolved with mere words. Instead, let us make our exit swiftly, lest we be forced to compensate. I have no funds to spare. If it comes to that, I shall have to pawn my pets and steed." Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse felt a dark cloud of despair looming over them. It seemed that when it came to working, they were treated as disciples. But when debts were due, they would be regarded as mere pets and steeds. This wasteful bald man was truly insufferable. Nevertheless, they followed closely behind Tang Sanzang, preparing to make their escape. Just then, the old headmaster regained his composure and shouted, "Master Sanzang, Please wait. Tang Sanzang halted his steps, turning to ask, Old headmaster, is there something else? The old headmaster, still brimming with indignation, glared at Tang Sanzang. That coincidence has caused you to bring shame upon our Guanyin Zen temple. How could you simply walk away? Tang Sanzang glanced at his companions, calculating whether they could suffice as collateral for his debts. Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse were increasingly dismayed. Tang Sanzang inquired, what do you propose? The old headmaster replied, today, our Guanyin Zen temple is holding a Buddhist robe event. Since you are a monk and have traveled from the distant Eastern Tang dynasty, you must possess some treasures of the Buddhist faith. Why not present them for us to behold and witness the grandeur of a high monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty? Hearing this, Tang Sanzang hesitated. Treasures of the Buddhist faith? Where would he procure such items? If a bald head could be considered a treasure, he could easily surpass those monks. Just then, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Master, I see that robe you wear is quite impressive. Why not show it to them? At this, everyone present erupted into laughter. Sun Wukong frowned. What are you laughing at? Guangxi laughed even harder. Did you not just claim to possess a treasure robe? Ha ha ha. It seems you have forgotten what grand event we are holding today. The Buddhist robe meeting, referring to the cassock. If we were to discuss other treasures of the Buddhist realm, we might not measure up to you. However, when it comes to this cassock, every monk here possesses no less than 20 or 30 pieces. Our venerable master has been a monk for over 200 years and possesses 700 or 800 exquisite, top-quality cassocks. It is precisely for this reason that we have organized this Buddhist robe meeting. And now you dare to speak of cassocks? Ha ha ha. Guangxi laughed heartily. The old dean then cleared his throat and said, Guangxi, Guangmo, enough talk. Go fetch the cassocks for them to see. Clearly, both the old dean and the disciples of Guanyin Zen Temple wished to redeem their honor in front of Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, if the Guanyin Hall collapsed during the event, whether due to an earthquake or the prayers of the people, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Seeing that he was unable to leave without comparison, Tang Sanzang decided to remain seated and wait. Speaking of cassocks, he indeed had one on him. However, he had yet to recall where it had come from. After all, when he was cast into the river of time, he did not possess it. Ah, this unknown cassock. I wonder if it can rival the collection of these monks. If it cannot, that would be quite humiliating. As Tang Sanzang pondered this, he suddenly slapped his thigh and smiled. No. They all believe I am that Tang Sanzang who journeyed to the west for scriptures, so the shame is not mine. With this thought, Tang Sanzang's spirits lifted, and he sat back, eagerly anticipating the grand show. Before long, 1,000 or 2,000 cassocks were brought out in 4 or 5 large boxes, and racks were set up on both sides to display the cassocks for everyone to admire. Sun Wukong also took a look around and saw that the cassocks were adorned with colorful brocades and intricate embroidery. While they were indeed visually splendid, none could be considered true treasures. In that moment, Sun Wukong felt a surge of confidence regarding the upcoming competition and began to contemplate how to embarrass these monks. Suddenly, a bald thief, with a gleaming head, dramatically cast aside his tiger skin cloak, revealing a cassock that shimmered with radiant gold and jade, adorned with various precious gems. As he moved among the other cassocks, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. If Tang Sanzang's cassock could be considered a true robe, then the others were merely ragged cloth, unfit for comparison. Both monks and devotees were left in awe of this magnificent cassock, turning their heads in admiration, while simultaneously gritting their teeth in frustration. The bald thief remarked as he walked, Ah, old dean, this cassock of yours is quite impressive. Look at the craftsmanship. The golden threads are as fine as hair. As he spoke, he drew his own cassock closer, comparing it to the other ass, revealing that his was adorned with a golden belt, 2 fingers wide. Tang Sanzang shook his head and pointed at another piece, saying, This one is also quite nice. It seems to be made of silk. It feels cool to the touch, truly exquisite. Unlike this one I'm wearing, which is warm in winter and cool in summer, making it hard to distinguish the seasons. Oh, what a headache. Seeing this thief shake his head in despair, the monks clenched their fists, cursing internally. How outrageous. Never have we encountered such a detestable person. Old dean, your cassock is exceptional. The luminous pearl on it is quite substantial, unlike mine, which lacks even a single luminous pearl, leaving only beads to ward off water, fire, and dust. It looks good, but it's not very practical. It can't even provide light at night. Ah, yours is indeed superior. Just as Tang Sanzang finished speaking, a loud gasp erupted from behind. Master, The old dean had suddenly spat blood into the air, fainting from the sheer indignation, and was carried away by a throng of disciples. Tang Sanzang shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence, and said, "This old dean really cannot handle flattery." The onlookers felt a sudden urge to spit blood, cursing in their hearts. "Is that what you call flattery? Never have we seen such a shameless monk." Thus, a Buddhist robe meeting, amidst the ruckus caused by this bald thief, concluded before it even began. Sun Wukong lamented, "It's over, master. With our interference, it seems we can forget about staying overnight in this temple, enjoying food and rest." Tang Sanzang agreed, "If that's the case, let us find a fellow villager's home to dine at. That old man was quite decent. Where did he go?" At that moment, a monk rushed out from the Guanyin Zen temple, calling out, "Esteemed monk, please wait. High monk from the east, please wait." Tang Sanzang, taken aback, pointed at himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" The newcomer was Guangmo. Guangmo smiled and said, "The only high monk from the east is none other than you. Although we have had some misunderstandings, we are ultimately of the same school, and it is only right that we look out for one another when away from home. As night has fallen, it would be wise for you to stay the night and continue your journey tomorrow." Before Tang Sanzang could respond, Sun Wukong whispered, "Master, be wary. When someone is overly courteous, it often hides ulterior motives." But before he could finish, Tang Sanzang had already followed Guangmo. Sun Wukong hurriedly grabbed the white dragon horse to chase after them. Guangmo arranged for Tang Sanzang and his disciple to stay in a guest room on the western side and said with a smile, "Esteemed monk, please take a moment to rest. Once the old dean has recovered, he will come to discuss Buddhist teachings and the matters of old and new with you." With that, Guangmo left. Observing Tang Sanzang curiously exploring the room, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and said, "Master, it's clear there is something amiss here. Why are you still staying?" Tang Sanzang turned to look at Sun Wukong with an innocent expression and asked, "Are you afraid of something amiss?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, then understood Tang Sanzang's meaning, chuckling, "Indeed, we are skilled and bold. What does it matter if there are hidden agendas? Let us make ourselves comfortable first." After enjoying a vegetarian meal in the evening, the old dean indeed arrived, bursting into tears upon entering the room. Tang Sanzang scratched his head and curiously asked, "Old dean, why are you crying? Have your parents passed, or your grandparents?" Hearing this, the old dean almost stumbled over the threshold in disbelief. At over 270 years old, he could hardly endure. Where would he find parents or grandparents? This bald thief, who appeared rather dim-witted, spoke in such an infuriating manner. As frustration bubbled within him, the old dean noticed that this bald figure was increasingly irksome, making him want to strike his shiny head just to vent his anger. Clearing his throat, the old dean said, "Esteemed monk, you have traveled from the east and are well-versed in the world. Unlike me, who has lived over 270 years and never left this Zen temple's vicinity. Today, I was short-sighted and ignorant, failing to recognize the true sage. I ask for your forgiveness." With that, the old dean knelt on the ground. Tang Sanzang hurriedly reached out to support him. At that moment, the old dean slowed his descent, clearly not intending to kneel, waiting for Tang Sanzang to assist him so he could avoid kneeling altogether. What frustrated him was that the thief also slowed his actions, and despite Tang Sanzang's efforts, he ended up crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, demonstrating his sincerity. At over 270 years old, his knees, which were already uncomfortable while lying down, now ached painfully upon hitting the floor, causing tears to flow freely as he cried out in frustration. How could this monk be so insufferable? "Oh dear, get up, get up." At that moment, the bald thief approached and pulled the old dean up. The old dean cried out, "No, no, no, don't touch me. It hurts, it hurts." However, the thief seemed oblivious, forcefully lifting the old dean once again. The old dean felt his legs cramp as he knelt, cold sweat pouring down his face. And he cried out, "Let go, let go, let go." The bald thief, taken aback, released his grip. It was only then that the old dean realized he was still suspended in midair and shouted, "Don't let go." But it was too late. Bang. A loud crack echoed, followed by a chilling scream. The old dean was assisted into the room by two disciples, but when he left, he was carried out. The dull-witted monk trailed behind, inquiring, "Why not rest a while before departing?" With tears in his eyes, the old dean exclaimed, "If you possess even a shred of conscience, lend me your robe so I can examine it properly. Alas, I have lived over 200 years, believing I have seen all the world's robes. Yet I have never encountered such a treasure. But during the day, With so many people around and the sun blinding, I could hardly gaze upon it. Now, having broken my leg, all I wish is to take it back for a thorough study. I shall surely return it with both hands tomorrow. Tang Sanzang, moved to the brink of tears, grasped the old dean's hands, who looked at him with eager anticipation. Chapter 12. A fire. A bear. Tang Sanzang earnestly replied, I cannot lend it. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving the old dean standing there, feeling desolate and incredulous. Is this fellow truly a monk? How can he possess no compassion? The old dean lamented bitterly. Upon returning to the room, son Wukong curiously asked, Master, why won't he lend it? Tang Sanzang replied, The bodhisattva worshipped in this temple is benevolent. I do not wish for it to witness bloodshed. With that, he climbed into bed and fell asleep. Son Wukong, puzzled by Tang Sanzang's words, scratched his head and, having nothing else to do, decided to sleep as well. Meanwhile, in Nanhai, atop Mount Putuo, a woman clad in white slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brow as she murmured, Strange, I feel a sense of unrest within, yet cannot discern the cause. Could it be that I am entangled in the karma of some powerful being, whose reversal of yin and yang renders my calculations futile? Bodhisattva, it is time to check the dates. The golden cicada should be on his journey. Is he in danger? Mujia remarked, Bodhisattva, it cannot be calculated. You should head toward Wuzishan. At the pace of the golden cicada, he should still be nearby. Receiving the command, Mujia rose and soared into the clouds. At this moment, in the abbot's chamber behind Guanyin Zen temple, the old dean sat on the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Standing beside him were two monks, Guangji and Guangmo, both young yet full of cunning ideas, hence their names. Guangji said, Master, we have administered the finest healing medicine. You should feel no pain. Why then? Do you weep even more? The old dean lamented, I am not in pain. I am crying for my misfortune. I cannot behold that Tang Sanzang's precious robe. Guangji frowned and suggested, Master, it is not difficult to see it. Let us keep him another day and host another internal robe meeting, allowing him to wear it again. The old dean shook his head. That would only allow for a single day's viewing. Guangmo chuckled. Then let us keep him a few more days and find a reason for him to wear it daily. The old dean replied candidly, A few days is merely a few days. I have lived for 270 years and have yet to don such a robe. Oh, if only I could wear it for a single day, even in death, my life would not be in vain. Guangji said, That is simple enough. Tomorrow we can directly ask him for it. He has eaten our food and stayed with us. He owes us a favor. And it is only right to borrow the robe. Guangmo agreed. Yes, let us keep him a few more days, treating him well, and then the master can wear it as long as he desires. However, the old dean shook his head. He must eventually leave. When he does, the robe must be returned. He cannot stay long. Realization dawned on Guangji and Guangmo regarding the old master's intentions. Guangji's eyes gleamed with cold light. That is simple enough. The two we saw today do not seem formidable. We can gather our forces, and when they are asleep, we will strike them down and bury them in the back mountain. Once the robe is without a master, the master can wear it as long as he wishes, perhaps even passing it down as a family heirloom. Upon hearing this, the old dean's eyes sparkled, and he clapped in approval. Excellent, excellent. This plan is splendid. Yet Guangmo shook his head. This plan is unwise. Although that Tang Sanzang appears simple-minded and frail, he is not to be underestimated. They have traveled thousands of miles from the east, indicating they possess remarkable abilities. If we fail to kill them, we may invite disaster upon ourselves. I have a method that does not involve violence to procure the robe. The old dean urged, Speak quickly. It is quite simple. When they are asleep, we gather our people, each with a bundle of dry wood, surround the meditation hall, lock the doors and windows, and set it ablaze. Regardless of who is inside, they shall perish in the flames. The old dean furrowed his brow. What of the robe? Guangmo laughed. Did that monk not say today that his robe possesses fire-warding, dust-repelling, and water-repelling jewels? Fire cannot harm it. We will retrieve it afterward. If anyone inquires about the fire, we will claim they accidentally set it ablaze, destroying our meditation hall. With all perished, there will be no witnesses, and we can say whatever we wish. In the end, how the robe is treated will be at the master's discretion. The old dean, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Good, good. This plan is splendid. Let it be so. In the latter half of the night, Guangji and Guangmo gathered over 200 people, each with a bundle of dry wood, silently surrounding the meditation hall. Guanyin turned to the old dean and said, "Old dean, would you like to light the fire?" The old dean nodded and took the torch, ready to ignite it. Just then, someone nearby asked, "What are you doing?" The old dean instinctively replied, "Lighting a fire to burn the Eastern monk." Realizing his words were amiss, he noticed the flames suddenly brightening. Turning, he saw a shiny bald head approaching, looking rather foolish, and heard it say earnestly, "Oh, you're lighting a fire?" Startled by his own guilt, the old dean jumped, his hand trembling, causing the torch to fall. He exclaimed, "How did you get out?" "On fire," the bald head replied, seemingly unfazed. The old dean shouted, "What is on fire?" "I asked when you came out." "On fire," the bald head reiterated, not grasping the urgency. The old dean looked down and saw the torch had landed on a pile of dry wood, igniting instantly. Looking back at the bald monk, he cried, "Fire! Help, help!" The monks scrambled to extinguish the flames, while the bald monk, feigning concern, shouted, "Step aside, let me handle this." Then, he leaned in, puffing his cheeks, and blew towards the flames. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged, fanning the flames, which engulfed all 3 meditation halls in an instant. The monks were in a panic. "Get out of the way." Before they could act, an even stronger wind swept through, causing the fire to spread rapidly, sparks flying everywhere. And the entire temple was soon engulfed in a sea of flames. The old abbot cried out, "Fire! Quick, put out the fire!" Alas! The fierce wind sent the flames dancing wildly, and with water sources far away, the monks' firefighting efforts were in vain, leaving them helpless as the centuries-old temple burned. Painting the sky red, carried by the monks, the old dean fled, surveying the destruction with tears streaming down his face. The temple, the temple. In the midst of his anguished cries, the old dean suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and collapsed, succumbing to the shock. Tang Sanzang, witnessing this, clasped his hands and muttered, "Ba." Sun Wukong chuckled, "Master, you seem to have mispronounced that chant." Tang Sanzang dismissed the matter nonchalantly, but just then, a fierce roar echoed through the sky. I wondered how the Guanyin Zen temple could catch fire. It turns out you mischievous monkey, are the culprit. Chapter 13. A break. Sun Wukong turned to see a dark-faced man glaring at him. This fellow was truly black. His entire body, save for his white eyes and teeth, was as dark as night. Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. "What a brutish fellow you are. Are you perhaps a coal miner?" The dark-faced man, enraged by the jest, pointed at Sun Wukong and retorted, "How dare you, you hairy monkey, mock this king?" Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "Listen well, you brute. Your grandfather is none other than the great sage equal to heaven, who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace." Upon hearing this, the dark-faced man burst into laughter. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just the horsekeeper." Sun Wukong, irritated by this reference, grew furious and drew his golden staff, declaring, "You black scoundrel, prepare to face my wrath." The dark-faced man was undaunted, brandishing a long spear. "If it's a fight you want, then let us fight." As they spoke, Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, and the dark-faced man parried with his spear. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their clashing weapons resonating like thunder in the sky. The golden staff shifted in size, striking with precision, while the dark-faced man wielded his spear with the grace of a dragon, countering every attack and even launching his own. As they exchanged blows, the very earth trembled. Mountains crumbled, the ground cracked, and the skies roared with thunder, shadows of their weapons dancing ominously. The intensity of their fight escalated, both growing more furious with each passing moment. Sun Wukong was astonished by the dark-faced man's prowess, realizing they were evenly matched. However, the crowing of a rooster interrupted their duel. The dark-faced man scoffed, "Horsekeeper, breakfast time has arrived. We shall pause here. After I eat and rest, we will continue our battle." With that, he turned to flee. Sun Wukong, indignant, shouted, "You black scoundrel, where do you think you're going? Prepare to fight." As he gave chase, the dark-faced man yelled back, "Horsekeeper, do you think you can intimidate me? If you want to fight, then let us fight." Suddenly, the dark-faced man stomped his foot and transformed into a massive black bear, revealing himself as a bear spirit. Sun Wukong scoffed, "What a foolish creature. I'll turn you into a delicacy." With that, he unleashed his true form, matching the bear's size, and swung his golden staff with determination. The bear spirit declared, "Today, I shall capture you and feast on your monkey brain." The two combatants clashed once more, but it was evident that the bear spirit was reaching his limit. While Sun Wukong, through the heat of battle, began to regain his former strength. After all, he had been trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. Even the mightiest can grow rusty without practice. This battle was an opportunity for him to refine his physical prowess, and he would not squander it. The bear spirit, realizing he was at a disadvantage, lamented, "I'm hungry and lacking strength. How can I continue this fight?" Just then, a monk below yawned and called out, "Wukong, you continue your battle while I find a place to rest." Ignoring the chaos above, he lay down on a large rock and quickly fell asleep. The bear spirit's eyes gleamed with mischief, and he grinned widely. "I have a plan." With that, he swung his spear with all his might, striking with a tremendous sound that sent Sun Wukong stumbling back 100 meters. The bear spirit then dove toward the slumbering Tang Monk. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Do not harm my master." The bear spirit, laughing, seized the snoring Tang Monk and said, "Horsekeeper, your master is in my grasp. If you wish to keep him safe, then get lost." Before he could finish, Sun Wukong had already sprinted 1,000 miles away, shouting, "Is this far enough? Should I go even further?" The bear spirit, bewildered, exclaimed, "You foolish monkey, that's not how this works." Tang Mon's snoring echoed through the air. The bear's spirit frowned, cursing under his breath about how deeply the monk slept, but still called out, "Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to be such a dutiful disciple. I have taken your master. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd best behave." Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, filled with anxiety and rage, shouting, "Bear spirit, release my master. If you dare take him away, I will surely skin you alive." The bear spirit, enraged, retorted, "You think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, come and take him." Sun Wukong provoked, "Oh, I will take him. You'll regret this." The bear spirit rolled up his sleeves and declared, "Fine, I will take him now. Don't say I didn't warn you." White Dragon Horse leapt up, shouting, "Bear spirit, listen closely. If you harm a single hair on my master, I will turn you to dust and feast on your flesh." The bear spirit scoffed, "You little brat, do you think you can threaten me? Today, not only will I take him, but I will also devour him. I wonder what you'll do about it." "You said it." Sun Wukong and White Dragon Horse chorused. The bear spirit paused, realizing their expressions didn't seem fearful, but rather gleeful. Sun Wukong declared, "Bear spirit, if you follow through, I'll respect you as a true man." White Dragon Horse added, "If you fail, you'll be nothing but a worthless mutt." The bear spirit, taken aback, scrutinized the two disciples, eventually concluding, "Silence. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. You believe that pretending to be at odds will free him? Dream on. Whether it's your provocation or whatever trick you're trying, today, this monk is mine. And even the Buddha cannot save him." With that, the bear spirit lifted Tang Monk and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Watching them depart, Sun Wukong and White Dragon Horse exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared amusement in their eyes. White Dragon Horse remarked, "Big brother, now that he has gone, shall we part ways and return to our own places?" Sun Wukong longed to agree but shook his head, insisting, "No, that black bear cannot contain my master. If he lets slip something he shouldn't, or if my master awakens in a foul mood, he might return with the bear paw in hand. Imagine what would happen if he sees us gone." White Dragon Horse tilted his elongated face. "Then we would surely be the side dish to the bear paw. If you know he has no match, why say such things?" Sun Wukong sighed. "Let us take a break and rest a while. Then we can proceed." Chapter 14. The obedient Tang Monk White Dragon Horse fell silent, but reflecting on the absence of the monk brought a sense of relief. Thus, the two sat down on the ground, savoring this rare moment of respite. At Black Wind Mountain, within the Black Wind Cave, the bear spirit returned, welcomed by a throng of lesser demons, including mountain chickens, wildcats, and leopard spirits. The little demons cheered joyfully, and the bear spirit swelled with pride. "My king, why have you brought back a monk? We don't eat human flesh," one little demon shouted. The bear spirit laughed heartily. "This monk is no ordinary monk. He is the master of the great sage equal to heaven, who once caused chaos in the heavenly palace." The little demons gasped in shock. "The master of the great sage? If he comes for revenge, we shall be in great trouble." One little demon exclaimed nervously. The bear spirit, puffing his chest, replied, "What is there to fear? That horsekeeper is nothing special. I have fought him, and he is merely average." This monk was taken right from his grasp. A group of little demons, upon hearing these words, their eyes sparkled with excitement, showering compliments. Mighty king. Impressive king. With such skills, you could rival the great sage. The black bear spirit, filled with a sense of pride, swaggered into the cave with Tang Senzong in tow. He casually tossed Tang Senzong into a room, commanding, "Keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not escape, understood?" Two little black bear spirits, armed with pitchforks, nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, great king." Satisfied, the black bear spirit went off to eat and sleep. Not long after, the commotion of Sun Wukong's shouts echoed outside. The black bear spirit, having indulged in his feast. "Cursed, Baimawen, why are you making such a racket? Can't you sleep?" With that, he did not bother to step outside, instead finding a spot to rest. The cave was extraordinarily sturdy, and since he had no intention of putting in the effort to break in, his shouts were not meant for the black bear spirit, but rather for Tang Senzong, signaling his arrival and effort. Thus, after a token pounding on the cave's door, he departed with the white dragon horse to find a place to rest. As night fell, smack, smack, Tang Senzong awoke from his slumber, rubbing his neck and patting his bald head, muttering sleepily, "Without a pillow, it's impossible to sleep well." Rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he realized he seemed to be confined. However, he felt no sense of entrapment. Rising to inspect the area, he found nothing resembling a pillow or bed, only hard, unyielding stones. Without a pillow, a bed, or bedding, how can one sleep? While Tang Senzong fretted over this predicament, a voice interrupted. "Hey, monk, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Quiet down." Turning his head, he saw two little black bears, each barely standing at 1.6 meters, stationed outside the iron bars of the door. Donning steel helmets and wielding pitchforks, they assumed a stern demeanor. Gazing at the furry, chubby bears, Tang Senzong's eyes lit up, and he approached them step by step. One of the little black bears pointed at Tang Senzong, demanding, "Monk, what do you want? Didn't you hear you're supposed to sleep?" Although Tang Senzong was locked inside, the bears had an unsettling premonition. But seeing their pitchforks and Tang Senzong's seemingly inept demeanor, courage surged within them. They stomped their pitchforks and bellowed, "Stand still," before they could finish their command. The monk grasped the iron bars and with a swift pull, twisted and deformed them, causing a groan as the door swung wide open. The monk strolled out effortlessly. In an instant, before the bears could even utter the word escape, Tang Senzong struck each bear with a swift slap, knocking them over and dragging them back inside. He laid them side by side, blissfully reclining atop them, gazing through the window at the moonlight, sighing, "Now this is much more comfortable." Yet, Tang Senzong found himself unable to sleep despite the newfound comfort. Sitting up, he examined his makeshift bed. It was soft but too small and uneven, lacking a pillow and blanket, and the odor was far from pleasant. This severely hampered his ability to rest. With no pillow, bed, sheets, or quilt in sight, he resolved to venture out in search of them. Creak, creak, the sound of twisting metal echoed once more. Following this, footsteps resonated in the dark cave. "Pillow, bed, sheets, quilt. Big comforter," Tang Senzong murmured as he walked. Just then, a shadow loomed closer. "Monk, are you trying to escape?" Tang Senzong looked up to see a towering figure, a giant standing 3 meters tall, blocking his path, a massive cloak billowing behind him. Tang Senzong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Monk, what are you staring at?" Bang! With a single punch, Tang Senzong sent the enormous black bear sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the bear's cloak, remarking, "This would make a fine sheet. Still need a pillow, bed, quilt, and a comforter." As he meandered along, Tang Senzong encountered various little demons, all of whom he swiftly knocked unconscious. However, he grew increasingly frustrated as the cave was too primitive, devoid of anything suitable for a bed, let alone sheets or quilts. Just as he contemplated leaving, a large door appeared before him. At that moment, a little black bear stumbled into the black bear spirit's chamber, exclaiming, "Great king, trouble. The monk has gone to the treasure vault." The black bear spirit, startled from his slumber, exclaimed, "What?" Then, as if recalling something, he chuckled, "A useless monk dares to approach the treasure vault? Ha ha ha, no need to worry. The door to my treasure vault is sturdier than the cave door. Without my treasure seal incantation, even Sun Wukong cannot enter." Just as the black bear spirit spoke, a thunderous crash echoed, shaking the entire cave. The black bear spirit's heart quivered. The little black bear stated, "Great king. That sound seems to be coming from the treasure vault." Unable to remain seated any longer, The black bear's spirit dashed toward the vault. Upon arrival, he was left dumbfounded. The grand door to his precious vault stood wide open. Panic-stricken, the black bear's spirit wailed, "My treasures!" Yet, upon rushing inside, he was astonished to find all his treasures intact. Perplexed, he pondered, "Strange, the door is open, yet nothing is missing. What trickery is this?" Just then, the little black bear chimed in, "Great king, it's not entirely accurate to say nothing is missing. The door to your vault is gone." Chapter 15. Who Called Me Bald? Turning to look, the black bear's spirit suddenly noticed that the grand door, towering over 2 meters high, nearly 2 meters wide, and more than 1 meter thick, had mysteriously vanished. Bewildered, he realized that the warm gold, known for its extreme hardness and weight, had been taken without a trace. Though warm gold is not particularly rare compared to the treasures in his vault, it was still perplexing that someone would leave behind treasures to carry away such an incredibly heavy door. Regardless, as long as the treasures remained, he felt a sense of relief. He then inquired of the little black bear, "Did you say that monk escaped?" The little black bear nodded vigorously. "Let us go check," the black bear's spirit declared, setting off to find Tang Monk. Before reaching the location, they heard loud snoring echoing from the end of the corridor. The black bear's spirit exchanged curious glances with the little black bear, both wondering who could be snoring in the cell if the monk had already fled. As they approached, they were rendered speechless. A large red cloak covered a warm gold door panel, which was 1 meter thick and over 2 meters long. A bald head lay on top, draped in a white tiger skin, resting on a plump rabbit demon, all soundly asleep. "Great king, help!" Hearing this cry, the black bear spirit looked down to see 2 little bear spirits trapped beneath the door panel, their eyes rolling back as they struggled to breathe. Unfortunately, the door panel was too heavy. No matter how hard they tried, they could not escape, relegated to serving as mere footrests for the sleeping monk. The black bear spirit, his forehead lined with black marks, asked in bewilderment, "What is going on here?" One little black bear guard replied, "Great king, it was this monk who did it. He climbed up, tore open the bars, and knocked us out. When we woke up, we found ourselves trapped beneath the door panel. Great king, help! We can't breathe." Upon hearing this, the black bear's spirit's anger flared. He rushed over and seized the monk by the collar, roaring, "Baldy, you've gone too far." The moment the word Baldy escaped his lips, the temperature in the cave noticeably dropped. Slowly, the monk opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickering within, and darkly inquired, "Who are you calling bald?" The black bear spirit was instantly drenched in cold sweat, yet his courage was unwavering. With a fierce roar, he exclaimed, "Bald one, who do you think you're scaring? I'm calling you out, with a head devoid of hair. If you're not a bald one, then who is?" Having vented his frustration, he soon realized that the temperature around him was plummeting, and the expression of the monk before him grew increasingly menacing. In the blink of an eye, a colossal hand surged forth, seizing the black bear spirit's head and forcefully pressing it down. The black bear spirit, akin to a doll, found himself utterly powerless, pinned against the wooden door. Then, he heard Tang Monk bellow, "I'll make you call me bald. I'll make you acknowledge your own baldness." As he spoke, Tang Monk grasped the black bear spirit's head and slammed it repeatedly against the door. The thuds echoed ominously, causing all the demons to tremble in fear, too intimidated to intervene. Meanwhile, the black bear spirit, tears streaming down his face from the pain, shouted desperately, "Let go of me, you bald monster." Simultaneously, he marveled inwardly, "What kind of monk is this? His strength is overwhelming. I can't break free." The black bear spirit had initially thought that a few knocks to his head would suffice, but the monk pressed his foot onto his neck, preventing him from rising. With arms outstretched, he thundered, "I'll make you acknowledge your baldness. I'll make you even balder." The monk's hands moved with such speed, akin to a grass-pulling machine, sending tufts of black fur flying, and within moments, the black bear's spirit was left bald. A dark, blood-slicked scalp was now visible to all. When the black bear's spirit lifted his head, he was shocked to see his reflection in the metal of the door, revealing a bruised and battered visage with a shiny bald head. An eerie silence engulfed the scene. After a long pause, the black bear's spirit yelled, "You foul monk. I'll fight you to the end. Bring me my spear." The black spear flew towards him, and the black bear's spirit seized it, his eyes glinting with fury as he glared at Tang Monk. The monk, feigning fear, replied, "You wouldn't dare to strike me, would you?" The black bear spirit, feeling the smoothness of his own bald head, roared in wrath, I'm not here to play. I'm going to kill you. As he thrust the spear forward, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The force of his dark power shattered the entire prison. Debris flew, dust clouded the air, and a group of lesser demons were blasted away. Amidst the chaos, one small demon scrambled to his feet, rubbing his eyes and shouted, "Did our king win?" As a gust of wind swept through, clearing the dust, the scene revealed the black bear spirit, legs apart, hands poised with the spear, having struck it into the chest of a bald figure. Yet that bald figure stood unscathed, tilting his head with an icy expression fixed on the drenched black bear spirit. How could this be? The black bear spirit wore a look of disbelief. That last attack could have sent even Sun Wukong reeling. Yet this bald monk stood firm, as if nothing had happened. Tang Sanzang clenched his fists. "You audacious little black bear, so you dare to strike? Then I shall not hold back." With no visible effort, he unleashed an overwhelming force, sending the black bear's spirit staggering back several steps. The monk stomped his foot, causing his robe to explode, revealing a muscular torso that rivaled that of the black bear itself. The black bear's spirit felt a surge of fear, for the monk's presence was utterly terrifying. Crack! Tang Sanzang's fists tightened. Hiss! He retreated a step, then lunged forward, spinning his body and retracting his fist. The black bear's spirit's instincts screamed in alarm, a frantic internal warning echoing. "You're going to die. You're going to die." In a panic, the black bear's spirit shrieked, "What are you doing?" Tang Sanzang lifted his head and delivered a thunderous punch. "Behold my fist." Boom. The black bear's spirit saw a fist of colossal size rushing toward him, the terrifying force coalescing into a tangible wave. Before the punch even arrived, every piece of armor he wore shattered, and his fur was blown away. His eyes nearly popped out in terror as he screamed, "Help me." The fist engulfed the black bear's spirit. The demons could only hear a resounding crash. And when they looked up again, the punch had swept through, causing walls to collapse and earth to crumble. Meanwhile, outside the Black Wind Cave, Sun Wukong stood at the entrance, brandishing his golden staff and shouting, "Black Blind One, come out and face your doom." Bai Long Ma cheered him on, "Yes. Come out and perish." Chapter 16. Black Bear Spirit, give it your all. The two companions had been shouting for quite some time, yet within the cave, there was still no response. Sun Wukong took a sip of water and remarked, "Little White, we've shouted enough. Our duty is fulfilled. Shall we take our leave?" Bai Long Ma nodded. "That sounds about right. Let us find a place to rest and enjoy some good food." Sun Wukong agreed. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, and sounds erupted from within the Black Wind Cave. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. "It's coming out. That black creature is finally emerging. This will only complicate matters for me." Bai Long Ma leaned closer, pressing his ear against the stone door, listening intently. After a moment, he muttered, "Big brother, this commotion seems unusual." Sun Wukong approached to listen as well, murmuring, "This doesn't sound right. The speed and feel aren't like footsteps. It feels more like a demolition. Wait, this sensation seems familiar." In an instant, they both realized something simultaneously and shouted in unison, "Run." Boom. The stone door exploded, and a black figure was blasted out by a massive fist. Sun Wukong and Bai Long Ma barely had time to react before they were enveloped by the shockwave, sent flying as rocks shattered around them. The force ultimately pierced through a distant mountain peak before dissipating. Inside the ruins, three figures lay amidst the rubble, limbs twitching, frothing at the mouth, their faces bruised and battered, staring at one another in shock. "Big brother, are you still alive?" Bai Long Ma asked with a tremor in his voice. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "Alive? That hairless black-skinned monkey, what about you?" The black bear spirit, looking like a beaten pig, spat blood and retorted, "I'm not dead. I'm a bear, not a monkey. You've betrayed me." Ultimately, Sun Wukong was the stronger one, recovering quickly. He sat up and, seeing the black bear spirit's sorry state, couldn't he help but laugh. "You're the black bear spirit? Ha! I didn't betray you. You were the one who took him away, not I. We agreed that there would be no returns. Otherwise, it's a fight to the death." The black bear spirit, though proud, felt humiliated by this remark and, in a fit of anger, declared, "Don't worry, I haven't lost yet." Sun Wukong and Bai Long Ma simultaneously gestured. "Go for it." Gritting his teeth, the black bear's spirit charged back in. Upon encountering Tang Sanzang once more, the black bear spirit's face contorted with rage. All of his kin had been stripped of their fur by that despicable bald monk, each one glistening in their nakedness, a truly pitiful sight. Meanwhile, the bald monk sat upon the wooden door, wrapping a pile of soft bear fur in a red cloak, apparently stitching together a mattress. Finished. Tang Sanzang was thoroughly pleased with his handiwork, tossing the mattress onto the door. He lay down upon it, relishing the immense comfort. Stretching, he sighed in contentment. Now this is what comfort feels like for sleep. Wait. The black bear's spirit bellowed. Tang Sanzang squinted, looking at the black bear's spirit. Do you need something? The black bear spirit, trying to muster his composure, but recalling the terror of that punch, swallowed hard and said, No, nothing. It's just, master. Wasn't your robe ruined? Tang Sanzang glanced at his robe. I'm not sure. It did indeed shatter earlier, but it seems to have restored itself. Do you require anything else? And no, nothing else. The wind is strong. Please cover yourself well. I'll go fix the cave entrance, the black bear spirit replied. Understanding. Go ahead, Tang Sanzang replied, before reclining back down, drifting into sleep. The black bear spirit felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He vowed he had never felt so humiliated in his life. However, in the end, the black bear spirit, accompanied by a group of bear demons, blocked the cave. Once these matters were settled, Tang Sanzang had fallen into an incredibly deep slumber, snoring like thunder. The king and several bear demons looked at the black bear spirit with pitiful eyes. The black bear spirit waved his hand, signaling them to retreat, and stealthily approached Tang Sanzang. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he raised his paw high, gritting his teeth. Die. Channeling all his strength, he brought his paw down. At that moment, Tang Sanzang opened his eyes. The black bear spirit felt an instinctive dread. If that paw struck, his demise was certain. In a critical moment, he abruptly halted his attack. Tang Sanzang narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed. Little black chubby monkey, what are you up to? The black bear spirit felt the chilling gaze of death upon him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He swallowed hard and awkwardly said, Haha, master. There are mosquitoes in this cave. I feared they would disturb your rest, so I was merely trying to swat them for you. Tang Sanzang's understanding dawned, and he smiled. So that is the case. The black bear spirit, bowing his head along with the other bear demons, nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. Seeing that Tang Sanzang seemed to believe him, the black bear spirit secretly sighed in relief, thinking, Phew, thankfully this bald monk isn't too clever. But in the next moment, he saw Tang Sanzang suddenly sit up, shouting, Watch out, mosquitoes. The black bear spirit knew all too well that there were no mosquitoes in this demon cave. The next instant, he saw that bald monk swing his paw toward him. He barely managed to exclaim, Damn. Smack. With a crisp sound, the bear demons witnessed their king transform into a black cannonball, hurtling out and smashing the cave they had just repaired to smithereens. Outside, Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse had just settled down. The white dragon horse, still shaken, gazed at the gaping hole in the Black Wind Mountain and said, Elder brother, are we really going to stay here? I fear we might be collateral damage. Sun Wukong shook his head. No, statistically speaking, it's unlikely we would be struck by the same person in the same place again. That black bear, even if he is foolish, knows to change his location or not provoke our master. No sooner had he spoken, the ground trembled violently. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar sensation in each other's eyes. Sun Wukong could only manage to say, Damn. In the next instant, a dark figure burst through the mountain, crashing into them. And once again, they were caught in the crossfire. In the depths of an unknown small mountain, Sun Wukong stepped on the black bear spirit's backside, yanking hard. Puffed. Blood sprayed from the black bear spirit's rear, shooting up a meter high. Sun Wukong, rubbing his sore back, admonished, Blackie, if you can't do it, just give up. The black bear spirit, clutching his backside and consuming medicinal pills, retorted, Monkey, is this your way of showing concern for me? The white dragon horse, with a quivering voice, added, We are concerned for ourselves, lest we be dragged down by you. Big brother, if it's too much, just let it go. The black bear spirit's stubbornness flared up again as he shook his head. No, I was so close to succeeding just now. He still has weaknesses. This time, I will definitely succeed. With that, the black bear spirit took up the long spear and headed back towards the Black Wind Cave. Observing the black bear spirit's retreating figure, Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse recalled a verse. The wind rustles, the river is cold, and the valiant man departs. Master brother, where shall we hide this time? Inquired the white dragon horse. Sun Wukong fell into deep thought, swiftly analyzing the terrain and calculating the most advantageous position for themselves. Ultimately, he concluded, Though it seems like getting hit several times doesn't matter, they all share a commonality. There must be a small mountain nearby. This time, let us head east. That area is flat and should not pose a risk. The white dragon horse nodded vigorously. Yes, I agree. Inside the Black Wind Cave, the black bear's spirit again changed his approach, cautiously making his way to target Tang Sanzang's vulnerable spot, raising his spear to aim. Boom! The mountain erupted. Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse watched the dark figure come hurtling toward them, both exclaiming in unison, "Damn!" On the vast plain, 3 figures tumbled and rolled, carving 3 trenches into the earth before finally coming to a halt. "Blackie, Brother Black, you are my brother. Shall we just give up?" The white dragon horse called out. The black bear's spirit lay there, motionless, responding, "Whether to give up or not, I still have a chance. The heavens are vigorous, and a gentleman must strive ceaselessly." With that, the black bear's spirit rose once more, grasping the long spear, and trudged back toward the cave. Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse exchanged glances and then charged forward together. With a swift strike from Sun Wukong and a powerful kick from the white dragon horse, they knocked the black bear's spirit down, quickly binding him and digging a hole to bury him. After compacting the soil, the white dragon horse asked, "Master brother, he won't suffocate down there, will he? Aren't we being a bit excessive?" Sun Wukong replied, "Don't worry about such a small hole. Even if buried under a mountain, he won't die. As for being excessive, do you think he is being excessive, or are we? He keeps dragging us into his troubles. If it weren't for the fact that he is somewhat likable, I would have knocked him out long ago. Let us go find our master." Arriving at the cave's entrance, Sun Wukong shouted, "Master, the black bear's spirit has been dealt with. Please come out. The journey to the west is long, and we must be on our way." Their calls were met with a series of yawns and an impatient voice from within the cave. "What are you shouting for? The journey for scriptures doesn't have a set arrival time. What difference does it make if we arrive a day early or a day late?" After a glance at Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang inquired, "That bear, is it really dead?" Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. "Yes, truly dead." Tang Sanzang sighed. "What a pity. He seems so resolute. I was even considering bringing him along to the west after subduing him. But alas, he is dead now, so let us move on." Once Tang Sanzang and the others had departed, the earth was torn apart by a large hand, and a pitiful, hairless bear resembling a pig's head crawled out. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow and lamenting, "What grudge could warrant taking me to the west? This monk is far too barbaric." Just as the black bear spirit was lamenting, a figure approached from the distance. He was a striking young man, bearing twin swords on his back. With a single stride, he traversed over 10 miles and, in the blink of an eye, found himself before the black bear spirit. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Are you a pig? A monkey? What exactly are you?" The black bear spirit, already seething with anger, erupted at these words, brandishing his black cherry spear and bellowing, "You are the one who is an abomination. Witness my spear." The black bear's spirit charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the newcomer. The visitor was none other than the illustrious disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva, the adept named Mu Jia. Though Mu Jia was no weakling, the ferocity of the black bear, who could hold his own against Sun Wukong, was evident. As the black bear's rage intensified, Mu Jia quickly realized he could not win. He turned to flee, shouting, "You hairless brute, why are you so unreasonable?" This only fueled the black bear's fury further. "You little brat, stop right there. I'll strip you of your fur." As they fought and ran, a resonant Buddhist chant echoed, "Amitabha." Suddenly, a goddess descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, a weary monk was trudging along the path to the west, having finally emerged from the gorge of the Five-Finger Mountain, riding a white horse that was equally exhausted. The golden-headed guardian of the 5 directions approached him, offering words of comfort. "Golden Cicada, hold on a bit longer. Good days are just ahead." Up ahead lies the Eagle's Cry Gorge, where a white dragon, the 3rd prince of the Dragon King of the West Sea, awaits you on the orders of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Once you have him, he will transform into a swift white steed, and you shall no longer worry about your pace. Chapter 18. The high old village with hands clasped together, the monk proclaimed, "Amitabha, as a humble monk journeying westward, I have prepared myself to endure hardships and trials. I fear not this." The guardians of the 5 directions smiled knowingly, acknowledging the wisdom of the esteemed monk. After walking for some time, they finally arrived at the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Listening to the babbling waters, they pressed on, only to find they had exited the gorge without seeing the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace. The group exchanged glances, unwilling to accept defeat, and called out, "Where is the third prince of the Dragon Palace? Where is the white dragon? Third prince, awaken, do not slumber." Their voices grew hoarse, but still, the third prince did not appear. Instead, a drowsy earth deity emerged, waving his hand and saying, "Please, do not shout." A monk with a monkey came earlier and took the third prince away. At this, the group fell silent. The earth deity slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, they left you something. What is it?" Someone inquired. The deity produced half a dragon's bone and said, "This is what they left behind, a remnant of the third prince. Would you like it?" At the same time, at the border of the kingdom of Yusang, in High Old Village, a crowd had gathered on the streets. In their midst stood a grotesque wild boar spirit, with a fat head, long snout, and a tuft of black hair on the back of its neck. Clutching an elderly monk and bellowing, "Old man, what I do with my wife is none of your concern. Why meddle in my affairs?" As he spoke, he slapped the monk, causing his face to swell. The wild boar spirit pointed at the fallen monks and Taoists, grinning menacingly. "Listen well. I am betrothed to Gao Zuilan. We have the blessing of our parents. Whatever we do is our private matter, and it is not for you to interfere. Continue to meddle. And do not blame me for being merciless." After delivering a flurry of slaps to the monk, leaving him barely conscious, the wild boar spirit tossed him aside and coldly declared, "From this day forth, any monk or Taoist who steps in a High Old Village will meet the same fate." Upon hearing this, the monks and Taoists scrambled to their feet and fled in disarray. The wild boar spirit laughed heartily. "A bunch of useless fools. With such meager skills. You dare to hunt demons? Bah." Turning his gaze to a young man nearby, the wild boar spirit noticed the youth sweating profusely with fear. "Gao Kai," he sneered. "Go tell my father-in-law to stop his meddling. He should cease his daily pursuits of hunting demons and driving me away. If you provoke me further, beware." The young man, Gao Kai, trembled in terror, retreating step by step. The wild boar spirit advanced ominously, exerting his pressure, causing Gao Kai to sweat profusely. Confronted by the wild boar spirit's intimidation, Gao Kai mustered his courage and shouted, "Zhu Ganglai, do not be so arrogant. I refuse to believe that no one can subdue you in this world." Zhu Ganglai laughed boisterously. "Subdue me? Huh. In the entirety of High Old Village and the surrounding 100 miles, if you can find another monk or Taoist, I will take your surname." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a gong echoed from afar. Zhu Ganglia's expression darkened as he saw a glimmering bald head approaching from the distant road. Moments earlier, a monk clad in a white tiger skin, riding a white horse, had entered the village, followed by a monkey standing upright at about 1 meter tall, dressed in large white rabbit underpants. The monkey carried a shoulder pole, seemingly laden with various animal fur bedding. Were it not for the monk's robe occasionally revealing itself, the villagers might not have recognized him as a monk. "Master, why are so many people staring at us?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Tang Sanzang replied, "They are likely astonished by my striking appearance as a monk." With that, he lifted his tiger skin to reveal a splendid golden robe and a shining bald head. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. Whispers were exchanged among them. "Is there a monk brave enough to come here? How audacious!" Arriving at High Old Village and still daring to show his robe. However, they also admired the robe's beauty, remarking on its immense value. "I wonder how long he can wear it." Sun Wukong remarked, "Master, it seems they do not mean that." Tang Sanzang rubbed his belly and said, "Wukong, I am hungry." Sun Wukong suggested, "Shall I conjure a meal for you?" Tang Sanzang, intrigued, asked, "What does it mean to conjure a meal?" Sun Wukong patiently explained, "It means, as monks, we can request food from others." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang pondered, "Is that not akin to changing hairstyles to beg for food? Is that what you call conjuring a meal?" Sun Wukong was left speechless. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Master, do you not know this is a tradition in the Buddhist community?" Tang Sanzang rolled his eyes. "In my homeland, there is no Buddhist community, only beggars." "Are those beggars an organization formed by those who shave their heads?" Sun Wukong, not well versed in Buddhist practices, found himself at a loss for words. Regardless, Tang Sanzang concluded, "I refuse to beg for food. It is too shameful. Moreover, I desire meat, large fish, and hearty meals. Having traveled without proper meals, we must feast well now that we have arrived at the village. You shall devise a plan." Sun Wukong, feeling the weight of the task, stroked his chin and tentatively asked, "Master, do you think we can eat without paying?" Tang Sanzang rolled his eyes again. That would be rather shameless, wouldn't it? Sun Wukong countered. But do you have any money? Tang Sanzang's eyes widened as he suddenly realized he had not a single coin to his name. Sun Wukong shrugged. If you do not wish to dine without paying, and we have no money, how shall we eat? While we could beg for ordinary vegetarian meals, fine meats and wines present a challenge. Tang Sanzang stroked his chin and murmured, Indeed, this is quite a conundrum. At this moment, he cast a sidelong glance at the white dragon horse beneath him. Chapter 19. Zhu Ganglai. The white dragon horse's mane instantly bristled as it exclaimed, Horse meat is not palatable, master. I've recently caught a cold and have been suffering from diarrhea. Tang Sanzang inquired, Wukong, do you think this horse might fetch a fair price? Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. It was clear that the third prince had come to escort him to the Western Paradise, yet here he was, contemplating selling the horse for a profit after merely a few days of riding. Still, Sun Wukong, loyal as ever, cleared his throat and remarked, Master, while the horse could indeed be sold for some money, the real question is, what will you ride afterward? Tang Sanzang shot a sideways glance at Sun Wukong and retorted, Aren't you capable of the 72 transformations? At that moment, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated Tang Sanzang's mind, prompting him to leap off the white horse and stride purposefully towards a nearby house. With a quivering voice, the white dragon horse lamented, Senior brother, Master is truly going to sell me. We were supposed to head to the Western Paradise for glory and prestige, but it seems I am to settle down prematurely. Be careful on your journey. Sun Wukong replied, What do I have to be cautious about? Am I to fear the monsters we encounter on the road? The white dragon horse gravely advised, I'm speaking of being cautious of master. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. Just then, they observed Tang Sanzang emerging, wielding a large bronze gong and brandishing a whip at his waist. With a grin, he said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, I have devised a method to earn money. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Wukong as he asked, Master, how do you plan to make money? Tang Sanzang grinned widely, by performing tricks with monkeys. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Bong, 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 as Tang Sanzang walked along, ringing the gong and calling out, Dear villagers, don't miss out. A monkey from the Eastern Tang dynasty is here, skilled in counting, jumping, and somersaults. Those with wealth, come forth with your coins. Those without, come to enjoy the show. Curiosity piqued, the villagers gathered around. Tang Sanzang, filled with delight, nudged Sun Wukong, Disciple, today's fortune hinges upon you. Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Tang Sanzang and then at the surrounding villagers, pondering whether to contend with the bald man or the villagers. At that moment, a cold sneer pierced through the air. What are you up to? Tang Sanzang turned to see a towering figure, nearly 3.5 meters tall, with a long nose, large ears, and a mane at the back of his neck approaching them. His fierce countenance and sharp gaze suggested he was ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. With a seemingly harmless smile, Tang Sanzang pointed at Sun Wukong and said, We're performing monkey tricks. Sun Wukong wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide, refusing to turn around for fear of embarrassment. The stranger was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this monk to be so brazen as to lie. Zhu Ganglia's eyes darted, and he chuckled, Performing monkey tricks, is it? Very well. Let me see what you can do. If it's impressive, I'll reward you. If not, well, don't blame me for being rude. Before Tang Sanzang could respond, Sun Wukong perked up, his ears twitching, and, with a flash of determination in his eyes, swiftly positioned himself in front of Tang Sanzang. Master, this fellow is looking for trouble. Stand back and let me handle this, Sun Wukong declared. He was acutely aware that if a fight broke out, the monkey tricks would be off the table, making this confrontation essential. Upon seeing the monkey, Zhu Ganglai hesitated, thinking, This monkey seems familiar. A fleeting image crossed his mind, sending a shiver down his spine as he realized, Isn't this the very monkey king who caused such chaos in heaven? However, Zhu Ganglai was perplexed. He recalled that the notorious figure had donned golden armor and a red cape, exuding an aura of divinity, while this monkey resembled a mere creature. Unsure of the situation, he decided against taking risks. As the monkey approached, he shouted, Halt. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and retorted, What are you shouting about, pighead? Zhu Ganglai replied, Monkey, I don't fight without knowing the name of my opponent. What is your name? Sun Wukong chuckled, Listen well, I am the great sage equal to heaven. The monkey king, Sun Wukong, who caused a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged bewildered glances. while Zhu Ganglai nearly crumpled to the ground in shock. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and pointed it at Zhu Ganglai, declaring, "Pighead, I've revealed my name. If you wish to fight, let us get on with it." Zhu Gonglia's mind raced with dread. This truly is that monkey king. What shall I do if I cannot defeat him? How will I survive in Gao Laozhuang? His eyes darted around until they landed on the seemingly simple-minded monk holding a whip. An idea struck him, and he called out, "Wait, monkey, how can you accuse me of causing trouble? I may be a bit picky, but that doesn't mean I'm looking for trouble. Master, please help me clarify this. What have I said that is troublesome? My intent is clear. If your performance is good, I shall reward you. If not, I will certainly express my discontent. Is that unreasonable?" He reasoned that the seemingly naive monk would side with him, as there were so many witnesses. However, the monk, tilting his head and narrowing his eyes, darkly replied, "Disciple, he means to say that our performance might not meet expectations. Do you think our performance might be subpar?" Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a menacing smile spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Zhu Ganglai, his eyes brimming with threat. "I believe it is impossible. Pighead, what do you think? Is it possible?" Zhu Ganglai, despite his towering height, found himself retreating under the pressure of the diminutive monkey, afraid to even breathe. Just then, another bald figure approached, his expression dark and threatening as he asked, "Do you think it's possible?" Zhu Ganglai stumbled backward. Sun Wukong pressed on, "Is it possible, Pighead? Speak. Indeed, speak up." The bald figure urged, his face a mask of intimidation. Zhu Ganglai, his voice trembling, stammered, "And no, it's not possible. How could it possibly be unappealing? I shall reward you." Tang Sanzong interjected, "But we haven't even performed yet. What are you pulling out money for? It sounds as if we are robbing you. We are merely honest performers." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement at first, but his expression darkened at the latter part of Tang Sanzang's statement. Chapter 20. Let us feast. Zhu Ganglai, upon hearing this, wanted to laugh, but the menacing gaze of the black-faced monkey dissuaded him. He sensed that the monkey was seething with suppressed rage, eager to unleash it on someone, and he was determined not to provide that opportunity. Thus, while stifling his laughter, Zhu Ganglai devised a cunning plan. "Why not continue your performance? Master, please continue." Sun Wukong was incensed and prepared to protest when he saw Tang Sanzong nodding in agreement, saying, "Yes. Let us continue the performance to earn money and enjoy a grand feast." Sun Wukong's heart sank. Zhu Ganglai, on the other hand, reveled in joy. "Huh? You think you can embarrass me, monkey? Once you perform, I'll record it and take it to heaven. How amusing it will be to see the great sage treated like a monkey." With great anticipation, Zhu Ganglai looked at Tang Sanzong. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzong struck the gong with a resounding clang that echoed powerfully. Then, amidst Zhu Gonglia's eager gaze and Sun Wukong's despair, he proclaimed, "Next up is the performance, monkey versus pig." Both Zhu Ganglai and Sun Wukong paused in shock, their reactions starkly contrasting. Zhu Ganglai turned from laughter to despair, while Sun Wukong cracked his knuckles, grinning menacingly. Zhu Ganglai leapt high, exclaiming, "Hey, I never agreed to participate in your performance." Sun Wukong grinned wickedly, "Pighead, this decision no longer rests with you. Prepare for a showdown." As the conversation unfolded, Sun Wukong soared into the sky. Upon realizing his escape was futile, Zhu Ganglai grasped his nine-toothed rake, deflected attacks left and right, and turned to flee. Sun Wukong pursued closely behind, and soon both vanished from sight. Tang Sanzang gazed skyward while the white dragon horse approached and whispered, "Master, with the actors having fled, does this first performance of ours not qualify as a failure?" Tang Sanzang, dismissive, replied, "Who says the performance has failed? Take note." With that, he raised a gong. "Ladies and gentlemen, I misspoke earlier. The first act was not a monkey-pig duel, but rather a pig-monkey standing long jump. You all witnessed the performance, so isn't it time for donations?" Upon hearing this, the white dragon horse lowered his head, pretending not to recognize his shameless master. To his surprise, the onlookers erupted in applause, cheering, "Master, you are truly humorous. Is this how one subdues demons nowadays? We thought you were merely performing tricks." One proclaimed, "You drove away that monster. You are indeed a benefactor to our Gao village. Donations are in order. I'll go first." "So will I." Soon, a pile of coins and silver pieces, even a few large silver ingots, gathered before Tang Sanzang. The white dragon horse stood beside him, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang, with an expression of avarice, crouched down, gleefully collecting the money, utterly oblivious to the dignity expected of a monk. Having secured the coins, Tang Sanzang waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go and indulge in fine food and drink." Although the white dragon horse felt some embarrassment for his master, the mention of food made him dismiss his qualms and follow eagerly, contemplating whether they would feast on roasted chicken or enjoy a fine wine first. Suddenly, Tang Sanzang shouted, "Innkeeper, bring forth your finest delicacies. And get this horse some quality fodder, and feed it over there." The white dragon horse froze, his mind echoing with the phrase, "Get some quality fodder, and feed it over there." By heavens, that bald thief truly regarded him as a horse. The innkeeper was taken aback. "Master, are you certain you want wine?" Only then did Tang Sanzang remember his monk-like appearance and shrugged. "I have returned to layman status." The innkeeper quickly understood and chuckled. "It's not that. It's just that all our wine was taken by that monster. Not a drop is left in our Gao village." Tang Sanzang smacked his lips, lamenting, "Then forget it. Just serve me meat." The innkeeper promptly complied and led the reluctant white dragon horse away. However, in a moment of distraction, the horse reared up, untied its reins, and stealthily made its way to the kitchen. Just as Tang Sanzang settled into his seat, a boisterous figure entered, laughing heartily. "Innkeeper, charge all that the master eats today to my account." Tang Sanzang looked up to see an elderly man with a glowing complexion entering, followed by a young man who seemed vaguely familiar, recalling that he had been present when Zhu Ganglai faltered, cheering enthusiastically. The young man approached and introduced himself. "Master, I am Gao Kai, and this is my grandmother, Gao Laotai." The elderly lady bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Master, I thank you sincerely." Tang Sanzang was perplexed, wondering why this man was thanking him for no apparent reason. However, since there was free food involved, he was delighted to partake and responded, "Amit ba?" It was merely a small effort. "Please, sit and enjoy some food." Gao Laotai quickly shook her head. "We have already eaten. Please, enjoy your meal." "May I inquire your monastic name, where you hail from, and your destination?" Tang Sanzang instinctively replied, "I am Tang Sanzang from the Eastern Tang dynasty, traveling west to acquire scriptures." Gao Laotai appeared less surprised by Tang Sanzang's meat consumption and more astonished by his origins. "Ah, so you are a monk from the Eastern Tang. No wonder you possess such prowess in subduing demons. I am in awe. To be candid, the pig demon you just expelled is my son-in-law." Tang Sanzang was taken aback. "Your son-in-law? You thank me for expelling him? Surely, this old man must be mad." Gao Laotai hurriedly clarified. "Master, you must not misunderstand. This tale began 3 years ago." With nothing else to occupy his time, Tang Sanzang settled in to listen to the story while enjoying his meal, finding it quite amusing. It turned out that Gao Laotai had 3 daughters. The elder 2 were married, and the youngest was nearing adulthood. Thus, Gao Laotai publicly sought a son-in-law, wishing for someone to remain at home to care for her in her old age and bring some liveliness. A dark-faced man appeared, introducing himself as a resident of Fulling Mountain, a lone wanderer with no family, who wished to become a son-in-law. He was incredibly strong and capable. Gao Laotai consented. But little did she know, this man could consume enough food for 10 people. To make matters worse, his temperament was volatile, shifting from a human form to that of a wild boar, leading neighbors to claim she had invited a demon to marry into the family, causing the family's reputation to plummet. Relatives began to distance themselves, and as rumors spread, Gao Laotai grew increasingly distressed, contemplating how to rid herself of this monster. However, when angered, the demon kidnapped her youngest daughter, Gao Zuolan, imprisoning her in the family's backyard. Gao Laotai, left with no choice, sought out sorcerers and monks to capture the demon, but all she found were charlatans who boasted of their abilities yet fell before the pig demon. The demon even threatened that no monks or Taoists were permitted within 100 miles of Gao village. Should one be found, they would be dealt with. Despairing, Gao Laotai had nearly given up hope when she encountered Tang Sanzang and his companions. This is why she was so eager to invite him. Hoping for a meal in gratitude, Gao Laotai gestured toward her home. "Master, this humble inn offers little in the way of fine fare. Why not come to my abode?" Tang Sanzang followed her gaze and glimpsed a grand estate in the distance, its corner visible through a structure. Yet, this corner appeared different to him than to ordinary onlookers. It radiated a familiar aura that lingered in his mind, making him feel that the essence belonged to someone of great significance to him. Tang Sanzang inquired, "Who resides there?" Gao Laotai sighed. "That is where my daughter, Gao Zuolan, is being held captive." Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up, as his mind raced with thoughts. Could this important woman be his former wife? Beyond that, he could not fathom any other woman of such significance. He set down his utensils and asked, "What does she look like?" Before Gao Laotai could respond, Gao Kai interjected, "Our young lady possesses a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall." Bang! Tang Sanzang slammed the table, leaning forward to present his bald head to Gao Laotai, asking, "If you do not find that pig suitable, what do you think of me as a son-in-law?" What? Gao Laotai was utterly taken aback. Before she could comprehend the situation, the monk had already taken her by the arm, leading her outside while asking, "Your silence indicates approval. Let us go and assess the situation, shall we? If all is well, we can hold the wedding tomorrow." The white dragon horse, having overheard this while stealthily munching in the backyard, felt tears welling up and rushed over, tugging at Tang Sanzang's trousers, exclaiming, "Master, we are monks, destined for the West to obtain scriptures. How can you consider marriage and still expect to travel?" Tang Sanzang nonchalantly remarked, "A mere mortal's life spans but a fleeting century. Besides, did that old man not suggest finding someone to care for him in his twilight years? Once I have seen him off, we shall embark on a journey to the West together with our wives and children. By then, we shall have a retinue of a dozen or more. Furthermore, there are no temporal restrictions on such a pilgrimage. We are not constrained by a few years. Master, the precepts. Your virtue is lacking. Even if you reach the Western paradise, you shall not obtain the true scriptures," the white dragon horse thought to himself. He understood all too well that they must not allow this bald thief to indulge in such pleasures. Otherwise, their journey could stretch over decades, if not centuries, and they would never reach the West to acquire the sacred texts. Without those scriptures, he would be doomed to serve this bald thief as a horse for eternity, all while witnessing the thief's indulgences in romance and fine dining, while he himself would be left to graze on fodder. Such a life would be utterly unbearable. Thus, the white dragon horse resolved to cling to the bald thief's leg and plead fervently. Tang Sanzang casually replied, "If they do not provide, shall we not take what is ours? Rest assured, we will definitely obtain it." The white dragon horse was left speechless. Robbing the spirit mountain? Had this bald thief lost his mind? Yet, contemplating the thief's formidable combat prowess, it might indeed be feasible. However, he did not wish to be a mere cannon fodder. "Master, please listen to me," the white dragon horse exclaimed. "Let's go." With a swift lift of his foot, the bald thief ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Tang Sanzang clapped his hands and declared, "At last, it is quiet. Father-in-law, shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, the elderly matriarch felt tears welling in her eyes. How could it be that she had just crawled out of a pigsty only to fall back into a cattle pen? This bald thief spoke of seeing her off, more ruthless than that pig demon. However, faced with this formidable bald man, who was merciless even to his own disciples, she dared not retort and could only follow along, dejectedly lowering her head. Soon, they arrived at the Gao residence. The closer they drew, the more Tang Sanzang felt an urgency, a burning desire that could not be quelled. Thus, without waiting for the elderly matriarch to open the door, he pushed it open and called out, "My lady, where are you? I have come to see you." Hearing this, the elderly matriarch could only smile bitterly. How familiar those words sounded. They were almost identical to what that pig demon had said upon entering. Her heart sank further. At that moment, an elderly woman rushed out, weeping, "You pig demon! Do not go too far. If it comes to it, I will fight you." Upon seeing a clean, shiny monk enter instead, she was momentarily dumbfounded, casting a questioning glance at the elderly matriarch, who sighed, "Alas, what calamity!" Tang Sanzang, noticing the lack of response, turned to Gao Kailai and inquired, "Where's your third miss?" Not daring to conceal the truth, Gao Kailai pointed towards the attic in the back courtyard. Tang Sanzang nodded and strode purposefully toward it. The back door was locked tight, but the thief appeared oblivious, effortlessly pushing the lock aside. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the Gao family, who dared not resist. Only the elderly matriarch gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "High monk, we have yet to hold the wedding ceremony. You are too hasty. Perhaps we could take our time?" Tang Sanzang, unable to wait, waved his hand dismissively. When feelings are in place, formalities are unnecessary. No need for a wedding. Today, we shall conceive a child. With that, he closed the door behind him, stating, "You need not enter. Just await the grandchild." Observing Tang Sanzang's departing figure, the Gao family erupted into cries of despair. What a calamity! Tang Senzong rubbed his hands together, grinning as he ascended the stairs. His true aim was not Gao Zuolan, but rather the source of that familiar sensation. However, now that he was here, he could not simply let it go. Otherwise, he would not be Tang Senzong, nor would it honor the countless years of hardship etched in his very bones. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light as he ascended to the second floor. "My lady, I have arrived," he called out. Chapter 22. Even thieves have their fears. Why have you come again? I have vowed never to yield. The voice was melodious yet tinged with helplessness, interspersed with tears, a truly pitiable sound. Tang Senzong replied, "I am not that pig. He has already been driven away by my disciple. I am Tang Senzong, perhaps your husband from the past. Oh, I cannot quite articulate it. Do not deceive me. Do you take me for a fool? You think I do not know of your mastery in the art of transformation? No matter what form you take, I will not believe you," Gao Zuolan retorted. Tang Senzong scratched his bald head and suggested, "How about you light a lamp first to verify?" Gao Zuolan scoffed, "You did not bring candles. And you have locked the doors and windows. Where would I find a light?" Realizing the absurdity of using candles in broad daylight, Tang Senzong turned and, with a powerful punch, smashed through the wall. Boom! The wall crumbled, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Turning back with a smile, he said, "Now you can see clearly? My lady, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. Let us." Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon a piece of tiger crystal on the table, emanating that familiar aura. This indicated that there were no acquaintances here as he had presumed, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Tang Senzong looked up, his expression twisting in alarm. Emerging from the shadows was a robust figure, her heavy footsteps creaking the floorboards beneath her. As the light illuminated her, he felt his heart sink. Before him stood an incredibly stout woman, her round face and small eyes fixed upon him with a mix of surprise and delight. She shyly raised her large hands to cover her face, exclaiming, "Oh my! Why are you so handsome?" At that moment, the elderly matriarch, fearing her daughter might provoke the fierce bald thief, shouted, "Salon, your father has found you a new husband, a man from the Eastern Tang." The elderly matriarch wished to imply that settling for a human was far better than living with a pig. Yet, as a father, it was difficult to utter such words to his daughter. However, half of that statement was already sufficient. Gao Zuolan's eyes sparkled, her mouth breaking into a wide grin as she declared, "You did not deceive me. You are truly a man. A remarkably handsome man." Tang Senzong looked at her and instinctively shook his head, saying, Actually, I am not quite a man." "Indeed, we are perfectly matched," Gao Zuolan replied excitedly. Tang Senzong quickly interjected, No, do not be so thrilled. I am a monk, and we are not suited for one another." From below, the elderly matriarch shouted, "He has renounced his vows." Tang Senzong wished to strangle that old man, yet Gao Zuolan was exuberantly exclaiming, "How wonderful! Husband, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. Let us." With open arms, she lunged towards him. Startled, Tang Senzong grasped the amber stone from the table and leaped from the second floor, sprinting away while shouting, "Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding! I have decided not to renounce my vows." Behind him, there was a thunderous crash, as if a small mountain had fallen from the sky, shaking the earth. The footsteps thundered as Gao Zuolan called out, "Husband, do not run. Regardless of whether you renounce your vows or not, today you are mine." Tang Senzong, with a quavering voice, pleaded, "Do not rush. There are protocols. Our marriage has yet to be formalized." At that moment, the elderly matriarch declared, "When feelings are in place, formalities are unnecessary. Since my daughter fancies you, I have no objections. With parental consent, you are already husband and wife." Tang Senzong swiftly tore away a white cloth, biting his fingertip to hastily write 2 large characters before tossing it towards her. The elderly matriarch opened it to reveal the blood-red characters, "Divorce letter." The Gao family was momentarily at a loss for words, while Gao Zuolan wailed, "I refuse. I refuse." No one could restrain her as she dashed away. Outside, the white dragon horse limped back to Gao village. At that moment, Sun Wukong descended from the heavens with Zhu Ganglai, and noticing the absence of Tang Senzong, inquired curiously, "Little White, where's master?" The white dragon horse glanced at Zhu Ganglai and sighed, It's a long story. What is the matter with this pig?" Sun Wukong briefly explained that Zhu Ganglai was no ordinary being, but a celestial deity, the marshal of the heavenly navy, who had been banished to the mortal realm after drunkenly teasing Chang'e. resulting in him being reborn as a pig monster. He had been enlightened by Guanyin and was tasked with escorting Tang Sung to the west to obtain scriptures. Upon realizing they were companions, the white dragon horse nodded in greeting. Zhu Ganglai clasped his hands and said, "I hope we can all get along." "Where's Master?" Sun Wukong asked again. The white dragon horse recounted the events briefly, concluding with a sigh. "I truly could not stop him. He insisted on marrying. If he has indeed persisted, he should still be in the bridal chamber." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong remained indifferent, but Zhu Ganglai erupted in anger. "This is too much. One must not disrespect a friend's wife. Yet here he is, not sparing even his disciple's spouse. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated, let alone the resentment of a stolen wife. Today, I shall teach this mere mortal what divine wrath truly means." Seeing Zhu Ganglai heft his nine-toothed rake, Sun Wukong quickly intervened. "Fool, you shouldn't go." Zhu Ganglai roared, "Monkey, stand aside. You must not meddle. Today, no pleas will be accepted. I must ensure he understands that I am escorting him out of respect for Guanyin. His actions are intolerable, and he must not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Sun Wukong grasped Zhu Ganglai, stating, "I am not pleading on his behalf. I simply do not want you to court death." Just then, a bald figure rushed towards them, shouting, "The wind is fierce." Upon seeing an enemy, especially one related to the theft of a wife, Zhu Ganglai bellowed, "Bald thief, prepare to die." With that, Zhu Ganglai soared into the air, his rake tracing 9 arcs like a galaxy, descending upon the bald figure. Tang Senzong, while running, suddenly noticed the impending attack and, recognizing the pig, was instantly enraged, raising his fist to strike. In that instant, Zhu Ganglai finally understood why Sun Wukong had wished to spare him. A fist, as massive as a small mountain, surged from the ground, its force palpable, rupturing the air and igniting flames skyward. Before the punch reached him, Zhu Ganglai felt the imminent threat of obliteration. Was this a mere mortal? Zhu Ganglai exclaimed in disbelief. "Master, stop. That pig is also escorting you to the west." Sun Wukong shouted. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Ganglai was sent soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. Sun Wukong looked up and sighed. His skin is quite tough. He is not dead. Meanwhile, Tang Senzong beckoned to everyone. "Let us go, quickly." The white dragon horse queried, "Master, are you not enduring?" With a resounding boom, a fist launched skyward. One horse flew. Tang Senzong turned to Sun Wukong. "What do you wish to say?" Sun Wukong, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, Master. Let us hurry." In an instant, Sun Wukong felt the weight lift, realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster. Just then, he saw a robust figure bursting from Gao village. It was Zhu Ganglai, with sweat pouring down his face. Suddenly, Sun Wukong understood why the bald thief had fled. With a broad grin, Sun Wukong mused, "It seems this bald thief also has his fears." Amid laughter, he quickly pursued. Upon catching up to Tang Senzong, he found him crouched beneath a large tree, staring intently at a small droplet resembling water. Approaching, he discovered it was a jade stone encasing a drop of blood. Although he did not know what it was, Sun Wukong recognized its significance to the bald thief, as he gazed at it with utmost seriousness. "Master, what is this?" Sun Wukong inquired. Tang Senzong replied, "I found this in Gao Zuolan's home. The aura of this blood is familiar to me, though I cannot recall its origin." Sun Wukong reassured him, "Master, do not worry. The world is vast, and as long as people exist, you will encounter them again. Besides, if luck is on our side, we may meet them on our journey to the west." Tang Senzong nodded in agreement. "Master, we are back." A shout echoed as the white dragon horse galloped towards them with Zhu Ganglai. Tang Senzong laughed. "You foolish horse, if you return, why bring New Year goods?" He turned to Sun Wukong. "Take the pig to bleed it, and pluck its fur to fill our bags for the journey." Upon hearing this, the injured Zhu Ganglai hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, I am not a pig. I am Zhu Ganglai." Tang Senzong replied, "A little bleeding won't hinder our meal." Zhu Ganglai protested, while Sun Wukong and the white dragon horse rushed to clarify. Tang Senzong mumbled, "Are you also arranged by Guanyin?" Zhu Ganglai nodded vigorously, "Yes." Tang Senzong remarked, "Guanyin is quite considerate. She prepared provisions for our journey." Zhu Ganglai, with a trembling voice, lamented, "Master, I am not provisions. I am escorting you to the west." Tang Senzong retorted, "You escort me? Can you defeat me or this monkey?" Zhu Ganglai stared wide-eyed at Sun Wukong and then at the bald thief. Seemingly unable to contend with either, Tang Senzong shrugged. "You see, You are not as strong as me. You are of no use in a fight. So what do you claim you are? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai began to contemplate that he might indeed be provisions arranged by the Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong, unable to bear it, coughed. Master, we still have some burdens to carry. With his size, he can manage a load. Zhu Ganglai eagerly agreed. Yes, I can carry the load. Tang Sanzong raised an eyebrow at Sun Wukong. If he carries the load, what will you do? Sun Wukong, taken aback, replied. I will protect. Tang Sanzong narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent brewing. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, his gaze landing on the white dragon horse, and quickly shouted. I will lead your horse. Tang Sanzong pondered. If that is the case, you indeed have some use. Sun Wukong realized he had once again escaped peril. Tang Sanzong instructed, you, provisions, carry the load. Wukong, you lead the horse. Let us continue our journey. Zhu Ganglai felt the name was quite awkward, master. Before we came, Guanyin had already given me a name. I am called Wuning. Tang Sanzong paused. You have a name already? Zhu Ganglai nodded yes. I am called Zhu Wuning. Tang Sanzong said, my disciple, what does she mean by giving you a name? Since she has named you, you should go with her for scriptures. Wukong, take this pig to the river to bleed. We will prepare a meal. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai panicked, crying, Master, please don't misunderstand. Although the name was given by the Bodhisattva, you can also name me. At worst, I will tell her that I do not want her name anymore and will follow you to the west for scriptures. Tang Sanzong replied, in that case, it is acceptable. Zhu Ganglai breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Sanzong mused, Wukong is of the Wuk generation. You should also have a Wu in your name. However, you certainly have little use, so Wuning would suffice. But you can at least carry a load, so Wuning seems a bit unfair. Zhu Ganglai felt a hidden joy. It seemed he could finally escape the confines of the term dry rations. Just then, Tang Sanzong slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I've got it. You shall be called Wufan. Zhu Ganglai muttered to himself, Wufan for lunch? That still falls within the realm of dry rations. He called out, Master, could we perhaps choose another name? Wukong, take him to the river for a bloodletting. Master, I find Wufan quite melodious. I rather like this name. Really? Indeed. Very well, go fetch the burden. Wukong, lead the horse. Thus, under Tang Sanzong's coercion, Zhu Ganglai joined the funeral procession to the west. Meanwhile, outside the Guanyin Zen temple, gazing at the charred ruins before him, Tang Song, bewildered, inquired, Esteemed friends, did you not say there was a temple here where we could rest? Where's the temple? The 18 Buddhist protectors, including the Jia Lan, Lu Ding Lu Jia gods, and the 4 guardians, exchanged bewildered glances, thinking, this plot seems awry. Chapter 24. Yellow Wind Ridge. The so-called pilgrimage to the west. The 81 tribulations were all meticulously orchestrated by the heavens. Every encounter and every trial faced by Tang Song was preordained. While others may be oblivious, they, as celestial beings, understood the grand design. In their memories, this place was supposed to be a trial, where a cassock was lost to a black bear. However, as they stood in a stupor, a land deity emerged. Stop searching. A monk riding a white horse accompanied by a monkey came here earlier and set the temple ablaze. Now, nothing remains. The crowd fell silent once more. A monk with a monkey? Tang Sung lamented. That was to be my monkey, my horse, my temple. As he spoke, a figure descended from the sky. Jin Chanzi, do not be angered. Tang Sung looked up to see a bruised youth, bearing twin swords on his back, floating down. Upon sighting him, the Lu Ding Lu Jia and the 5 directions gods rose to greet him. Mu Jia, have you been beaten? Mu Jia forced a smile. He had anticipated a mere symbolic journey to the mortal realm, but was met with a ferocious black bear that attacked him as if they were sworn enemies. He had fought valiantly, but was soundly defeated. Fortunately, the Bodhisattva arrived just in time to subdue the black bear and took it to the Nanhai to guard the rear mountain. Upon hearing Mu Jia recount his encounter, Guanyin Bodhisattva sensed something was amiss. She hurried to the west to meet with the Tathagata Buddha to discuss the matter of the false Tang Sung. Meanwhile, Mu Jia approached Tang Sung to offer comfort. After listening to Mu Jia's detailed account, the others learned of the exceedingly formidable bandit lurking ahead and decided to proceed cautiously, awaiting news from Ling Mountain before making any decisions. However, Mu Jia, youthful and impetuous, scoffed, though the black bear claims the false Tang Sung is formidable. I suspect he may be exaggerating. How else could he survive against Sun Wukong and that impostor? At that moment, a deity among the Lu Ding Lu Jia remarked, The traveler speaks truth. It is likely that the black bear is merely boasting to elevate his status. Regardless, even if he speaks truthfully, considering the time and their pace, they should have already surpassed Fuda Mountain and be nearing the 800 miles of Yellow Wind Ridge. Mu Jia paused. Yellow Wind Ridge. What formidable figures might dwell there? The beings there are no ordinary characters. It is a spirit mouse from Ling Mountain that attained power after stealing the oil from the Tathagata's lamp. It has been listening to the teachings of the Tathagata day and night, acquiring great abilities. Recently, it descended to cause trouble but was restrained by Lingji Bodhisattva. However, per their agreement, Lingji Bodhisattva should have released it by now, and it is likely causing mischief at Yellow Wind Ridge. Mu Jia remarked, this mouse, having gained enlightenment from the Tathagata's teachings, is akin to a disciple of the Buddha. Yet, how does it compare to Sun Wukong? Now, the false Tang Sung has both the marshal of the heavenly canopy and the third prince of the dragon palace aiding him. The Jiasu deity chuckled, no worries. The Yellow Wind King has his methods. He is merely the beginning of the tribulations, the very genesis of all trials. Mu Jia was taken aback. The beginning of all tribulations? Such grand claims suggest he is indeed capable. The divine assembly laughed, clearly confident in the prowess of the Yellow Wind King. Words are futile. Shall we go and see? Someone proposed. The Lu Ding Lu Jia, comprising 12 deities, 6 male and 6 female, along with the 5 directions gods and other divine beings, totaling over 20, were initially assigned to guard Tang Sung according to the hour. Yet, finding their time idle, they all expressed interest in this venture. Mu Jia declared, let us go together. We may witness the spectacle and, should the opportunity arise, teach that false Tang Sung a lesson. The crowd nodded in agreement. Leaving 18 Jiao Lan to guard Tang Sung, the remainder soared into the clouds, pursuing Tang Sanzang. As the wind swept across the plain, the sky instantly dimmed, the sunlight losing its brilliance. Zhu Ganglai remarked, Master, this wind seems rather ominous. It does not bode well. Sun Wukong, shielding his eyes, gazed into the distance, observing the mountains rising like formidable barriers. The wind originated from the ground, stirring the birds and beasts alike, indeed appearing peculiar. However, Sun Wukong, bold and audacious, laughed. Foolish one, cease your nonsense. This is merely the seasonal wind. What is there to fear? Zhu Ganglai shook his head. Elder brother, observe this wind closely. The wind rises from the plain. Yellow clouds ascend for miles. Over the ridge, 1,000 trees roar. Into the forest, 10,000 boughs sway. The roots of the willows tremble. Flowers and leaves are swept away. Monkeys scatter in the woods, while deer flee in the thicket. Every cypress falls, and the pines shed their leaves. Dust flies and waves crash violently. This is no ordinary seasonal wind. It is clearly a deathly gale. Wherever it passes, all life withers, and beasts flee in terror. Surely a monster is at play. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong laughed heartily. You, foolish one, possess some discernment. However, what you see is merely the surface. With our formidable company, does it matter whether there are monsters? If there are, we shall vanquish them. Thus, it is merely a seasonal wind. Nothing to be overly concerned about, correct, Master? Sun Wukong turned to Tang Sanzang, who tightened the white tiger helmet upon his head, stating, I am hungry. At this, others remained unfazed, but Zhu Ganglai shuddered and quickly interjected, Master, allow me to hunt for you. Watching Zhu Ganglai dash away, Sun Wukong chuckled. That foolish one fears he might become lunch. Master, if you truly are hungry, you wouldn't actually eat him, would you? Tang Sanzang wiped his nose. Who can say? Look at his physique. Due to years of training, he is lean, all muscle, no fat. Sun Wukong replied, I wonder how second brother will react upon learning this. Will he abandon his training in favor of a life of indulgence? Sun Wukong mused, at the very least, he won't be running as fast anymore. Just then, a crimson tiger leaped from the forest, unafraid of Tang Sanzang or the others, blocking their path and sizing them up with its piercing gaze. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Master, this tiger's hide is splendid. Let me craft a fine garment from it. Tang Sanzang replied, That is acceptable, but save the tiger's tail for me. We shall brew it into wine. Preposterous. Before Sun Wukong could respond, the crimson tiger roared, standing on its hind legs, with claws embedded in its chest. It forcefully tore off its own skin. The sight left Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong, and the white dragon horse utterly astonished. The white dragon horse remarked, Elder brother, this tiger is remarkably astute. It fears your strike, offering its own skin as a treasure. By its countenance, it seems your garment is assured. What do you think of a tiger skin skirt? Chapter 25. A soothing bath with a hint of embarrassment, Sun Wukong said. Isn't this too extravagant, master? Should I accept this gift? Accept it, you scoundrel. The crimson tiger roared, stripping the entire tiger skin off, revealing a blood-soaked figure that emerged from within. Pointing at Sun Wukong, the figure bellowed, listen closely. I am the Red Tiger General, the vanguard of the Yellow Wind King's forces. I have been commanded to patrol these mountains and bring back some live captives for my lord's revelry. With that, the Red Tiger General pointed at Tang Sanzong, declaring, You, monk with your tender flesh, look most delectable. Come with me, and I shall spare the lives of your disciples. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's temper flared. Although he understood that Tang Sanzong was somewhat unrefined, he was a figure of renown and had his dignity to uphold. How could anyone dare to point at his nose and declare their intent to consume him? This was not merely an affront. It was an egregious insult. Stepping forward, Sun Wukong retorted, You oversized feline must have never faced defeat. Huh? You wish to consume my master? Today, I shall first capture you and boil you for soup. With that, he brandished his golden staff and swung it fiercely. The Red Tiger General, clearly unprepared for the ferocity of the diminutive monkey, was sent flying with a single strike. In midair, he executed a somersault, drawing forth 2 crimson blades from beneath his ribs. Upon landing, his eyes glowed a fierce red as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong and snarled, You wish to fight, monkey? I shall oblige. Sun Wukong spat dismissively and charged at him, wielding his staff. The Red Tiger General, though fierce, found himself struggling against Sun Wukong's might. Despite the latter's rapid strikes, he could not subdue the formidable opponent. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai rushed back, bellowing, Monkey brother, allow me to lend you a hand. He swung his 9-toothed rake into the fray. The Red Tiger General, already having difficulty contending with just Sun Wukong, realized he could not withstand another adversary and promptly fled. Thus, the two pursued him, the trio engaged in a chaotic chase, dust clouds rising and blood splattering, the sounds of explosions echoing through the air. After several exchanges, the Red Tiger General began to falter, realizing he was outmatched. With a mighty roar, he declared, I shall fight to the end. His aura surged, indicating his determination to resist. Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai laughed heartily. Little kitty, do you think you can truly contend with us? As it turned out, both of them had not been using their full strength, merely toying with him. The Red Tiger General, with a grunt, donned the crimson tiger skin and transformed into a fearsome tiger, roaring, I shall fight you both. However, he suddenly turned and fled. Oh no, he intends to escape. Sun Wukong shouted as he chased after him. Zhu Ganglai maneuvered from the side, quickly encircling the Red Tiger General. No longer playing, they unleashed their full power, swiftly defeating the fierce tiger. To their astonishment, as the Red Tiger fell to the ground, he deflated, collapsing into a mere skin. Zhu Ganglai lifted the tiger's skin, cursing, A trick! That big cat has slipped away. Sun Wukong, taken aback, felt a surge of frustration. At this moment, on the mountain, Tang Sanzong yawned and asked the white dragon horse, Little White, if I were captured by a demon, what do you think they would do to me? The white dragon horse chuckled, What else? They would strip you, clean you up, add some accompaniments, and toss you into a pot to cook. Upon hearing the phrase clean you up, Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Just then, a gust of crimson wind swept in, and he patted the horse's head, saying, Stay here, I shall take a bath first. In the next moment, the fierce wind engulfed Tang Sanzong, lifting him into the sky and deep into the forest. Amidst the crimson tempest, the Red Tiger's triumphant laughter echoed, Little colt, I shall take your master for my lord's feast, and then I will deal with you. Ha ha. The white dragon horse chuckled dryly, then sighed and sat down, leisurely munching on grass, muttering, Fool. Within the Yellow Wind Mountains, there lay a vast cavern known as the Yellow Wind Cave. A crimson wind descended, carrying a 2-meter-tall man, entirely red, who held a bald monk in his grasp. Back so soon from your hunt, Red Tiger? A small demon greeted him. The Red Tiger snorted. Today has been unfortunate. I encountered some formidable adversaries and lost my tiger skin. Fortunately, I captured their master for our king's revelry. Upon hearing this, the small demons cheered, and a rabbit spirit raced ahead, shouting, Prepare the pots and fire. We are having meat. From afar, other small demons responded, Understood. The red tiger led Tang Sanzong through several corridors until they reached a grand cavern. At the center, a tall throne held a handsome man in a yellow robe, casually eating grapes and yawning. Great king, I was patrolling the mountains and encountered some formidable monks. After a scuffle, I captured their master for your feast, the red tiger announced with pride. Upon hearing that a monk had been captured, the Yellow-Wind King raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further, but suddenly recalled something. After a moment of calculation, he murmured, "The time is not yet right. It shouldn't be him." Gazing at Tang Sanzang's gleaming bald head, the Yellow-Wind King couldn't help but tease. "Monk, you seem quite tender. I offer you a choice: deep-fried, roasted, boiled, or steamed. Choose your method of demise." Everyone could sense the jest in his tone, but Tang Sanzong, with utmost seriousness, scratched his bald head and replied, "Boiled, please." The Yellow-Wind King burst into laughter and waved his hand. "Very well, boiled it is. Red Tiger, take him away and prepare him for the feast." "Yes, my king." The red tiger bowed and exited the cavern, tossing Tang Sanzong into the kitchen. "Is the water boiling yet?" he inquired. The rabbit spirit eagerly responded, "Master Red Tiger, the water is hot, but not yet boiling. You may need to wait a moment." Before the red tiger could respond, a sound of water accompanied by a satisfying sigh echoed through the air. "Ah, how delightful." The demons turned to see that the monk had, at some point, stripped off his clothes and sat in the pot, casually munching on a carrot intended as a side dish. The demons stared in disbelief, then erupted into laughter. "This is the first time we've seen such eagerness." The rabbit spirit mused, "It seems the monk you captured might be a bit simple-minded, Master Red Tiger." The red tiger chuckled, "Simple-minded is good. It saves trouble. Be sure to handle him carefully. We wouldn't want to waste such a tender delicacy." Chapter 26. The steel blade scrubs the scalp. The wild boar chef exclaimed, "Rest assured, Master Red Tiger, you will be satisfied." The red tiger nodded, preparing to leave when he suddenly heard the monk's voice. "Hey, you lot, come here and give my back a scrub." The demons paused, turning to see the monk beckoning. "What are you staring at? Two of you come over and scrub my back." The demons exchanged glances, each seeing the mischievous glint in the other's eyes. Then, a pangolin demon shouted, "Monk, don't rush. Just lie down, and I'll give you a thorough scrubbing." Tang Sanzong obediently nodded, turning around to present his back. The red tiger frowned. "A scrub is fine, but make sure to clean him well. It will be easier to eat. However, we cannot use this pot after scrubbing. You must switch to a fresh one." The little demons nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, the monk continued to urge them to come scrub him. The wild boar chef rubbed his hands together, grinning. "All right, coming right up." Thus, several small demons rushed over, armed with various brushes. They initially thought the monk would not withstand such attention, yet he bellowed, "Harder, harder. Haven't you eaten?" Upon hearing these words, the little demons were instantly incensed, each one rolling up their sleeves and exerting every ounce of strength they possessed, fervently rubbing away. To their astonishment, the monk not only refrained from screaming in agony, but instead emitted a series of contented groans, requesting them to continue the massage. He then flipped over, presenting his belly for their ministrations. Witnessing the monk's blissful expression, the little demons felt a profound sense of humiliation. The wild boar chef huffed, "Monk, the water isn't hot enough. We can't scrub the dirt off. Wait until we boil it, and then you can enjoy a proper bath. And we shall ensure you are scrubbed clean." Tang Sanzang waved his hand, signaling agreement. With a flourish, the wild boar chef beckoned, and a group of little demons hurried to stoke the flames, causing the water in the large pot to boil rapidly. As they observed the bubbling water and the monk, who had his hands comfortably resting on the pot's edge, the demons were struck by an unsettling feeling, pondering, "Is this truly just an ordinary monk with a less than sharp intellect? Why do I feel like he is here merely to enjoy a bath?" In that moment of distraction, the monk casually snatched a radish from the nearby ingredients, continuing to munch on it while saying, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and scrub. By the way, this radish isn't juicy enough. Do you have any fruit?" The little demons, not being fools, realized that a monk who dined on radishes in boiling water was no ordinary person. The wild boar chef's eyes twinkled with cunning, and he stealthily moved behind Tang Sanzang, grinning, "Fruit? We have some, but let us see if you can handle this." With a swift motion, the wild boar chef raised his knife and aimed it at the monk's shiny bald head. All the little demons anxiously turned their gaze in that direction, thinking, "This is it." Clang. Sparks flew. The little demons gaped in disbelief. They were well aware of the wild boar chef's prowess. He was a formidable opponent, feared even by General Chihu. Yet, despite his strike, the bald head remained unharmed. In an instant, the temperature in the kitchen plummeted, and the bald monk slowly lifted his head, casting a skeptical look at the wild boar chef. "What are you doing?" he inquired. I'm giving you a massage," the chef stammered, "a unique technique, steel knife scalp massage." The bald monk squinted. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Cold sweat trickled down the wild boar chef's forehead as he trembled. At that moment, the bald monk yawned and pointed at a nearby guillotine, saying, "With such a small knife, how can you possibly scrape off my scalp flakes? Use that one instead. Just remember to do a thorough job." With that, he leaned over the pot and dozed off, mumbling, "I wonder if my disciples are hungry." As the monk fell asleep, the little demons collectively exhaled in relief. "Chef, what should we do?" asked the rabbit demon. The wild boar chef wiped his cold sweat and replied, "What else can we do? Scrub harder. Bring me that guillotine. I shall give him a proper scalp massage." He then signaled the rabbit demon to fetch reinforcements, realizing he might not be able to handle the bald monk alone. The rabbit demon, quick-witted, shouted for two other little wild boar demons to assist in carrying the heavy guillotine, while he dashed off to seek help from the red tiger. A few minutes prior, Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai had returned to the mountain, glancing around to find only the white dragon horse leisurely munching on grass. With no sign of Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong inquired, "Little White, where's master?" The white dragon horse pointed towards the mountains, saying, "He went to take a bath." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "To take a bath?" Zhu Ganglai looked around, puzzled. "In this desolate place, where can one bathe?" The white dragon horse directed them towards the mountain, explaining the situation. Both Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai were left speechless. To deliberately allow a demon to capture him just for a bath before being cooked as a meal, this was a tactic that could only belong to this conniving monk. Zhu Ganglai turned to Sun Wukong. "Brother monkey, what shall we do? Should we wait or go rescue him?" Sun Wukong felt a headache coming on. The white dragon horse suggested, "Big brother, considering our master's tendency to seek out brawls, if we do nothing, he'll surely find a reason to beat us when he returns." Zhu Ganglai, recalling the terror of Tang Sanzang's previous punch, quickly said, "Then let us go rescue him. We need to do something symbolic. I certainly don't wish to endure another punch." Sun Wukong proposed, "It might be overkill for all of us to go. How about this? We take turns challenging them. One of us can confront them while the other stays here to watch Little White and handle the formalities. This way, we can rest and still be productive." Zhu Ganglai agreed. "Considering you've managed to follow the master this far without being pummeled, I trust your judgment." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a wave of melancholy. He, the great sage equal to heaven, had somehow become an object of admiration in such a manner. How utterly disgraceful. Sun Wukong sprang into the air, heading straight for the Yellow Wind Cave. The demons inside, upon hearing his approach, hurriedly prepared to release their master, lest they provoke Sun Wukong's wrath. His roar echoed like thunder, sending the little demons within the cave scurrying in chaos. Some dashed to block the entrance. Others sent messages, while a few covered their ears, terrified. King Yellow Wind lounged in his chair, savoring grapes fed to him by a little fox spirit. When he heard the commotion and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Chihu, I asked you to fetch me some snacks, not to bring trouble. I don't care. You deal with the mess you've created, don't disturb me." Chapter 27. The bathhouse of Huangfeng Ridge. Chihu stepped forward, reassuring, "My king, have no worries. I've clashed with that monk's disciple. He is not all that impressive. With my 50 minions, I'll capture them all and present them to you as a feast." King Yellow Wind waved dismissively. "Go on. If you succeed, we shall celebrate with drinks. If you fail, I'll have you cooked for the feast." Chihu shivered and quickly selected 50 little demons to accompany him. Just as he departed, the rabbit demon arrived. But unable to find Chihu and not daring to disturb King Yellow Wind, he decided to wait at the cave entrance for Chihu's triumphant return to report on the kitchen situation. As Chihu led his forces out of the cave, he spotted Sun Wukong standing at the entrance, ready to confront him. Chihu, seeing Sun Wukong alone, felt emboldened and sneered, "Monkey, you dare to cause trouble alone in my Yellow Wind Cave? Well, this makes it easier. Today, I'll capture you and feast on your monkey brain." Sun Wukong chuckled. "You overgrown cat, let us see how many skins you have left for your escape. Come, let your grandfather's son show you the power of my staff." Without further ado, Sun Wukong launched into action. Chihu wasted no time, drawing 2 long knives from his side and bellowing, "Attack!" The 50 little demons surged forward, quickly forming a small 4-symbol formation to assist Chihu in his assault on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, laughed heartily. "You little demons are no match for the 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, he swung his staff down with full force, not holding back this time. Clang! Chihu barely managed to block the strike. His dual knives nearly shattered as he staggered back, internally exclaiming, "How is this possible? How has this monkey-esque combat prowess increased so dramatically?" Sun Wukong spun in midair, and his golden staff expanded in the wind, resembling a pillar of heaven sweeping across the battlefield. The 50 little demons, seeing this, turned pale with fear, their formation operating at peak efficiency, manifesting the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Yet, against the might of that single strike, they were reduced to mere dust in an instant. The 50 little demons disintegrated on the spot. Realizing defeat, Chihu sought to retreat into the cave, but recalling King Yellow Wind's words, he dared not return and instead turned to flee. "I see where you think you can escape," Sun Wukong declared, his fiery eyes gleaming. As the golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes, he swiftly spotted the shadow of the blood wind transformed from the red tiger. He charged forward, wielding his staff with fury. The red tiger, caught off guard, struggled to defend himself, but was ultimately struck into the mountainside. Sun Wukong followed closely, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the red tiger's skull, obliterating a fragment of his essence along with it. Thus, he met his demise in that very moment. Retrieving his golden staff, Sun Wukong pointed towards the Yellow Wind cave and proclaimed, "Listen well, creatures within. Release my master at once, or I shall annihilate you all today." The rabbit spirit, having witnessed the red tiger's death, was too frightened to show its face and quickly scurried into the cave to relay the news. "Great, great, great king. Bad news. General Red Tiger has been slain by a monk with a monkey face," the rabbit spirit exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in despair. Upon hearing this, King Yellow Wind furrowed his brows in concern. That Red Tiger had some skills, yet he was defeated. Clearly, this newcomer is no ordinary monk. "Tell me, what is that monk's name?" The rabbit spirit shook its head, replying, "I don't know." General Red Tiger did not disclose it. At that moment, Sun Wukong's taunts echoed from outside. "Come forth, you turtle spawn, and meet your death. Do not think that hiding will save you from me, old son. If you provoke me further, I shall raise this mountain." King Yellow Wind scowled. "Old son, HM? I shall see what this arrogant fellow is made of." With a wave of his hand, King Yellow Wind summoned a steel fork, and with a commanding shout, thousands of lesser demons rallied to his side, charging out of the cave in a tumultuous wave. Outside, Sun Wukong observed as a mass of yellow clouds erupted from the cave, followed by a throng of minor demons. Banners fluttering, drums resounding, with spears like a forest and blades glistening like snow. Quite a formidable sight. Leading this assembly was a handsome middle-aged man clad in a grand yellow robe, wielding a steel fork. As they assessed one another, their gazes locked in the air, and in unison they inquired, "Who goes there? State your name." King Yellow Wind pointed to himself and declared, "Listen well, monkey-faced monk. I am the master of the 800-li Yellow Peak Mountain, King Yellow Wind." Sun Wukong chuckled, lifting his chin and gesturing to himself. "Yellow Wind, listen well. I am the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong of Flower and Fruit Mountain." Upon hearing this name, King Yellow Wind's expression changed to one of surprise. "You are Sun Wukong?" "Indeed, I am your son, Grandpa." Sun Wukong replied with a grin. King Yellow Wind's brow furrowed as he calculated, "This isn't right. You have come too early." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Come too early? What do you mean?" Realizing he had misspoken, King Yellow Wind grunted, "It's nothing." He then seized a wolf demon and commanded, "Old wolf, return to the cave immediately and inquire what that monk is called. Remember, do not harm him." The old wolf, akin to the red tiger, was one of King Yellow Wind's most trusted aides, possessing formidable strength. Acknowledging the command, he nodded and rushed back into the cave. Meanwhile, King Yellow Wind continued to banter with Sun Wukong. As the old wolf arrived in the cave, he headed straight for the kitchen. Before he could reach it, he heard a series of delightful exclamations. "Harder! Push harder!" The old wolf, hearing the breathy sounds, frowned and muttered, "What on earth are they doing? Surely they aren't assaulting that monk." Quickening his pace, the old wolf burst into the kitchen, only to be astounded. A group of minor demons was busy massaging a monk, while the wild boar chef was laboriously scraping the monk's back with a large cleaver. It appeared the chef was quite exhausted, his fur drenched in sweat. The old wolf, incensed, shouted, "Stop it! What are you doing?" The wild boar chef and the minor demons, upon seeing the old wolf, tearfully exclaimed, "My lord, you have arrived. If you hadn't come, we would have collapsed from exhaustion." This interruption displeased the monk. "What is going on? Keep going, don't stop." The old wolf realized that these minor demons had been coerced and, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Baldy, this is the Yellow Wind Ridge, Yellow Wind Cave. Do you think this is a bathhouse?" At the mention of Baldy, Tang Sanzang slowly raised his head, causing the temperature in the kitchen to plummet dramatically. All the minor demons shivered in unison. Tang Sanzang stood from the pot, looking down at the old wolf, and demanded, "Who are you calling bald?" "The one I am speaking to." The old wolf, adhering to the principle of striking first, roared as he leaped into the air, conjuring a long spear from thin air, thrusting it towards the bald head. Tang Sanzang tilted his head, a menacing expression on his face. As the spear approached, he swung his hand. With a loud clap, the spear shattered, and the old wolf was sent flying, his body disintegrating midair, his essence exploding, resulting in his immediate death. Witnessing the old wolf, whose strength rivaled that of the red tiger, being effortlessly slain, the wild boar chef and minor demons trembled in fear, lamenting inwardly, "General Red Tiger, you have not returned with a mere snack, but a full banquet guest." After eliminating the old wolf, the murderous intent faded from Tang Sanzang's face, and he lazily returned to the pot, yawning while pointing to another large pot, commanding, "Go, heat that up, and prepare a fine dish for me." The wild boar chef and the minor demons dared not refuse, teary-eyed as they collected the old wolf's remains and stoked a fire to cook. Meanwhile, outside the cave, King Yellow Wind had engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong. The air was filled with the clash of staffs, as King Yellow Wind, standing upon the yellow wind, wielded his steel fork with a grace akin to a whirling wheel, successfully blocking all of Sun Wukong's attacks, albeit with evident strain. Sun Wukong, having not fought for 500 years, found himself growing more adept with each strike, his power surging as he began to dominate King Yellow Wind. "Yellow Wind, if you do not surrender, my master, I shall ensure your demise." Sun Wukong bellowed, his strength intensifying. King Yellow Wind, unable to withstand the pressure, hastily retreated, waving his hand and commanding, "All of you attack." Upon hearing this, thousands of minor demons charged towards Sun Wukong, howling in unison. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "You think to overwhelm your son grandpa with sheer numbers?" As he spoke, he exhaled a strand of fur, which transformed into countless avatars of Sun Wukong, each brandishing a staff as they charged towards the minor demons. The minor demons stood no chance against Sun Wukong's avatars, quickly finding themselves in disarray. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong himself surged once more towards King Yellow Wind. King Yellow Wind's brows furrowed in defiance as he roared, "You monkey, do not know your place. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Spare me your chatter, and prepare to die." Sun Wukong brought his staff crashing down. King Yellow Wind met the blow with his steel fork, and they found themselves locked in a stalemate in midair. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to exert his strength, King Yellow Wind sneered, "This move was intended for you. Now I bestow it upon you." With that, he puffed up his cheeks and blew forcefully. A violent gust erupted from his mouth, the sound like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and earth, plunging everything into chaos. As the tempest raged, all of Sun Wukong's avatars dissolved into nothingness, trees were uprooted, dust was thrown into the air, rivers reversed their courses, leaving Sun Wukong squinting, unable to open his fiery golden eyes. This ferocious wind wreaked havoc, reducing the 800-li Yellow Wind Ridge to ruin, while even the celestial realms and the underworld were thrown into disarray. At Ling Mountain, the blue-haired lion of Manjushri Bodhisattva took the opportunity to flee, while the white elephant of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva followed suit. The steed of the great Emperor Jinwu descended from the north heavenly gate, and the azure ox of the old lord vacated the stable. It could be said that with the onset of this wind, chaos reigned supreme, marking the beginning of the 81 trials. Hence, the celestial beings had warned Tang Sung that the Yellow Wind King was the onset of these trials, for this very reason. When the wind finally subsided, Sun Wukong remained in place, yet found himself unable to see anything clearly. The intense pain in my eyes was unbearable. Tears flowed uncontrollably. And even my consciousness felt impaired, rendering me unable to perceive the changes around me. Seizing the opportunity, the king of the yellow wind attacked, his steel fork forcing Sun Wukong to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, the king of the yellow wind lowered his voice. Monkey, we are merely actors in a grand play. Why take it so seriously? Could it be that you are an imposter? Sun Wukong, bewildered by the remark, was about to respond when a cold laugh echoed from the heavens. King of the yellow wind, you are mistaken. This Wukong is the true Wukong. Yet the Tang Sung you have captured is not the genuine one. The revelation startled both Sun Wukong and the king of the yellow wind, prompting them to retreat, distancing themselves as they turned to the source of the voice. Approaching them were the deities of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, along with the 5 directions revealer, accompanied by a young Taoist. The king of the yellow wind frowned. Huiyan traveler? 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 5 directions revealer, what brings you here? And what do your words imply? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Isn't that the disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Huiyan traveler Mu Jia, along with the gang of hairy gods? Mu Jia chuckled, while the 6 Ding and 6 Jia collectively scowled at being referred to as hairy gods. However, they chose not to engage with the monkey, expressing their displeasure with a grunt. Mu Jia returned the greeting, Great sage, it's been a while. Sun Wukong replied, enough of the pleasantries. What did you mean by saying that this Tang Sung is not the true one? Mu Jia explained, you see, there is a demon monk who has impersonated Tang Sung and reached Wuji Mountain ahead of the genuine reincarnation of the golden cicada, who has only just arrived near Guanyin Zen Temple. The king of the yellow wind furrowed his brow. No wonder I sensed something was amiss. It turns out to be a false Tang Sung. However, Sun Wukong remained skeptical, retorting, just because you say he is false, does that make it so? Mu Jia clarified, Great sage, the truth of the matter is not for me to decide. However, from the moment the true Tang Sung was born, he has been protected in secret by the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 5 directions revealer. They have accompanied him closely. Surely they would not mistake him for another? Sun Wukong fell silent. Just then, Zhu Ganglai arrived, leading the white horse, and overheard their conversation, exclaiming, What? I, old pig, have followed a false Tang Sung? Mu Jia and the king of the yellow wind nodded in agreement. Zhu Ganglai, feeling indignant, was about to protest when Sun Wukong shot him a fierce glance. Although Wukong's vision was obscured, his imposing presence silenced Zhu Ganglai, rendering him mute. Sun Wukong coldly remarked, What is true or false? My agreement with the Bodhisattva was that the monk who released me would be my master. In fact, this Tang Sung was the one who liberated me from Wuji Mountain, granting me my freedom. Thus, he is my master. Chapter 29. A downfall. Upon hearing this, Mu Jia and the others frowned, initially believing that clarity would resolve the matter. They planned to unite with Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the White Dragon to defeat the treacherous bald monk. To their dismay, the monkey made such a declaration. Mu Jia angrily retorted, Great sage, do not forget that it was the Bodhisattva who interceded on your behalf, and the Buddha who granted you mercy 500 years ago. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Sun Wukong spat dismissively, who asked them to spare me. Life and death are fated. I, old son, do not concern myself with such matters. However, I will never forget the torment of being suppressed for 500 years, forced to drink molten iron day and night. I am not unreasonable nor untrustworthy. They spared my life. But if the Tang Sung you speak of had freed me first, I would have certainly acknowledged him as my master and protected him on his journey west. However, the one who released me is this Tang Sung, not your so-called golden cicada. Moreover, I have already taken him as my master. Once a master, always a father. No matter the mistakes, he is my master, and I shall bear the consequences. Brother monkey, are you not preparing to rebel once again? Zhu Ganglai interjected, his voice trembling. Sun Wukong retorted, What of it if I do? This is not the first time. Zhu Ganglai wore a pained expression, glancing between Mu Jia and Sun Wukong, uncertain of which path to choose. Sun Wukong declared, Fool, this is my choice. What you decide is your own affair. However, if you choose to leave, our brotherly bond will end here. In the future, you will determine whether you are friend or foe. Xiaobai, this applies to you as well. If you intend to depart, do so quickly. When the fighting begins, do not blame your elder brother for not protecting you. Mu Jia added, Heavenly Marshal, Third Prince, you must retreat at once. Since this monkey is stubborn, we shall not hold back. The journey to the west is a grand endeavor. We must not allow any chaos to arise. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, along with the 5 Directions Revealer, prepared their treasures for battle. The King of the Yellow Wind crossed his arms and remarked, Mu Jia, consider this an extra effort on my part. Mu Jia replied, you shall have your reward. The King of the Yellow Wind laughed heartily. That is splendid. In an instant, the King of the Yellow Wind, 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and Mu Jia surrounded Sun Wukong. Were Wukong at his peak, he would have faced them unafraid. However, at this moment, his eyes were nearly shut, his consciousness restrained, rendering him almost blind. Furthermore, having been suppressed for 500 years, his combat prowess had yet to return to its zenith, placing him at a disadvantage against these adversaries. As a fierce battle loomed, Zhu Ganglai and the White Dragon Horse exchanged glances and sighed. Wait! They both cried, rushing to Sun Wukong's side. Zhu Ganglai brandished his 9-toothed rake, resting it on his shoulder. Once a master, always a father. Although I may have pledged allegiance to the wrong master, I have already done so, and there is no turning back. If you intend to harm my master, I, old pig, will not allow it. The White Dragon Horse added, though my master may not be virtuous, he is still my master. If you wish to trouble him, you must first get through me. The 3 brothers stood united for the first time, heads held high, their spirits ablaze, embodying a defiance that seemed to declare, even if the heavens collapse and the earth fractures, we shall not yield. We respect your choices, but certain matters will not change based on your decisions, Mu Jia stated, brandishing his twin swords as he charged forward. Today, I shall hold you accountable. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, along with the 5 Directions Revealer, also unleashed their attacks, unleashing a torrent of magical artifacts upon the trio. The King of the Yellow Wind, laughing heartily, joined the fray. Against the might of the King of the Yellow Wind alone, Sun Wukong found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Now, with Mu Jia added to the fray, he was rapidly falling into a losing position, suffering frequent blows. Were it not for his ironclad constitution, he would have perished long ago, even though he remained alive. Sun Wukong's situation was dire, as he was hurled skyward one moment and pounded into the ground the next, often emitting muffled groans. Zhu Ganglai faced his former comrades with much difficulty. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, inheritors of the true martial emperor, were adept at wielding lightning and subduing spirits. Additionally, the 6 Ding comprised 6 female Yin deities, while the 6 Jia consisted of 6 male Yang deities. The confluence of these 12 divine beings, wielding the Jade Emperor's divine talismans, allowed them to manipulate the flow of time ever so slightly, creating a temporal labyrinth. As Zhu Ganglai attempted to move, he found himself ensnared within the time maze conjured by these 12 deities. In an instant, he perceived time itself twisting around him. He saw countless versions of himself frantically searching for an escape, yet each attempt ended in failure. Marshal Tianpeng, my apologies. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Save your words for when you meet the Jade Emperor. Zhu Ganglai furiously objected. You lot are merely relying on your numbers, aren't you? If my naval forces were present, I would reverse the flow of the heavenly river. Do you think your little time maze can restrain me? The Jiazi deity laughed. Marshal Tianpeng, in a one-on-one duel, we would not stand a chance against you. In a free-for-all, we would be equally outmatched. However, you are alone now. Do not test the time maze. It may be small, yet it is sufficient to ensnare you. Zhu Ganglai's eyes twinkled as he asked, then you plan to abandon Tangsun? Ding Maoshan chuckled. You need not worry about that. There are the 4 value officials and the 18 guardians of the Buddhist teachings on that side, ensuring there will be no danger. Zhu Ganglai smiled wryly. You truly are well prepared. Meanwhile, the White Dragon Horse confronted the 5 Directions Revealer. The golden-headed revealer clasped his hands together and said, Umitba, my friend. It is best you proceed. In an instant, the White Dragon Horse executed a spatial shift, losing its sense of direction amid the swirling cosmos. Dimly, shadows of the 5 Directions Revealers surrounded him, with the golden and silver-headed revealers urging, Go on, go. Angered by their incessant calls, the White Dragon Horse transformed into its dragon form, churning the mist to shield itself. However, the 5 Directions Revealer encircled without attacking, persistently chanting, Go on, go. The White Dragon Horse, increasingly exasperated, retorted, Go where? Who is to go? You go. In the haze, the Bolo Sung Revealer appeared, pointing at both himself and the White Dragon Horse. Before the White Dragon Horse could inquire, the Beyond the Lookout Revealer gestured toward the distance, proclaiming, To the other shore. The Moke Revealer stood at a distance, beckoning. Welcome, friend, to the other shore, the realm where your heart desires, the blissful paradise. The White Dragon Horse, somewhat dazed by these words, staggered toward the Moke Revealer. The Five Directions Revealer exchanged glances, each recognizing the mirth in the other's eyes, exuding an air of assured victory. Chapter 30. The Great Sage equal to heaven. It is no surprise they felt confident. The Five Directions Revealer, being disciples of the Buddha and serving in the heavenly court, had accompanied the four heavenly kings during the campaign against Flowerfruit Mountain. When the Tathagata subdued Sun Wukong, they had been stationed at Five Finger Mountain for a time. After Tang Sung embarked on his journey west, they followed alongside the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 4 value officials, and the 18 guardians to ensure his safety. While others took turns guarding, only the golden-headed revealer remained vigilant for all 12 hours, underscoring their esteemed status and formidable combat prowess. In contrast, the White Dragon, merely a prince of the Dragon clan, could not escape their grasp. Instead, they led him step by step towards the other shore using the Heart Sutra, and once he stood before the Moke Revealer, he would inevitably be transformed into a disciple of the Buddha, unable to turn back. This was the power of the Buddha's teachings, forceful conversion. As the White Dragon Horse steadily approached the Moke Revealer, Zhu Ganglai roared in frustration from within the time maze. Feeling utterly helpless, Sun Wukong, battered and bruised, soared chaotically through the skies, his face smeared with dirt. In that moment, the trio of brothers found themselves at a disadvantage, utterly powerless. The King of the Yellow Wind laughed heartily. Sun Wukong, is this all you can do? And you dare call yourself the Great Sage equal to heaven? Bah! Had I intervened back then, your Flowerfruit Mountain would have long been reduced to rubble. Mujia remarked, Great Sage, it is not too late to turn back now. The King of the Yellow Wind mocked. Huiyan, why are you still being polite? Today, I shall slay this monkey, and I shall escort that Tang Sanzong to the west. With that, the King of the Yellow Wind intensified his assault, clearly intent on carrying out his dark intentions. Striking again and again, Sun Wukong was sent flying, shattering mountain after mountain. Despite being the Great Sage with skin as tough as bronze, he now coughed blood, his eyes streaming crimson, appearing utterly wretched. Throughout the ordeal, Sun Wukong remained silent, seemingly surrendering, or perhaps plotting something. Mujia sighed, stubborn and unyielding. Very well, Great Sage. I shall send you on your way. With that, Mujia waved his hand, and the twin sabers of Wu Go took flight, clashing in the air. Gradually, one sword ignited with searing flames, while the other emanated a bone-chilling coldness. The dual forces, one yin and one yang, intertwined and spun through the air, ultimately coalescing into a red and blue taiji that surged towards Sun Wukong. This was a technique he had comprehended following the Battle of the Gods, and when combined with the twin sabers of Wu Go, its power was fearsome, drawing praise even from Guanyin Bodhisattva. This was the first time he unleashed it, and it was evident he was truly intent on killing. Seeing this, the King of the Yellow Wind bellowed, Traveler, I shall lend you my strength. The steel fork in his hand whirled, unleashing a tempest that transformed into a yellow wind dragon that lunged at Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the White Dragon Horse continued to approach the Moke Revealer, and after several failed attempts to break free from the time maze, Zhu Ganglai sat down, seemingly having given up. Huiyan, the situation is settled. Complete your task swiftly so we may pursue that false Tang Sun, called the Golden-Headed Revealer. Fear not. Mujia replied with utmost confidence in his strike. As the Wind Dragon and the Ice-Fire Taiji hurtled toward him, Sun Wukong, who had remained passive in the face of the impending attack, finally lifted his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and exclaimed, Come at me. With that declaration, Sun Wukong spread his arms wide, completely relinquishing his defense, and braced himself to meet the onslaught with his chest. What? Has he lost his mind? Ding Mao Shun furrowed his brow. The Golden-Headed Revealer murmured, Has he become so desperate that he seeks death? The King of the Yellow Wind scoffed. Is this the Great Sage equal to heaven? The King of the 7 Great Demons? Bah! Only Mujia's expression changed dramatically. He can see it. Use all your strength. As he spoke, Mujia spat out a mouthful of vital blood, using it as a catalyst to unleash his most powerful attack. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and all creation quaked, as the Ice-Fire Taiji expanded to twice its size. Boom! The Wind Dragon and the Ice-Fire Taiji struck Sun Wukong simultaneously, engulfing him in an explosion of unimaginable energy. The collision of ice and fire generated a terrifying blast. As the gale roared, it concentrated all the energy into a single point, preventing it from dispersing, though it was soon shattered by the shockwave. That brief moment of convergence amplified the explosion's power by 30%. A blinding light illuminated the heavens, obscuring even the sun. The energy shockwave transformed into a luminous sphere, instantly expanding outward, reducing everything within 100 miles to dust. Trees splintered, mountains crumbled, and rivers ran dry. Fortunately, the battle had moved far from the Yellow Wind Cave, sparing it from destruction and allowing the king of the Yellow Wind to breathe a sigh of relief. Is he dead? Jia Zishan inquired. Ding Maoshan responded. Such terrifying power, even at his peak, the great sage might not withstand it. If he survives, he will surely be gravely injured. The golden-headed revealer added. I faced him in the past. He was indeed fearsome, but this attack is formidable too. Even back then, the great sage would have sustained injuries. Now, he will likely be severely wounded if not dead. Mu Jia gasped for breath, clearly having expended significant energy with that last strike. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he declared, the Bodhisattva says that my strike can slay all demons of the world. With that, a hint of pride and arrogance adorned Mu Jia's face. The king of the Yellow Wind laughed. If the monkey is dealt with, what of that pig and horse? No matter, leave them to me. I shall slay them and feast on their flesh. Just then, a languid yet commanding voice rang out. If you wish to harm them, have you consulted me? Who? The crowd turned in unison. Emerging from the heart of the explosion was a figure, standing slowly. He was not tall, barely reaching 5 feet, and appeared slender rather than imposing. Yet at that moment, amidst the swirling smoke, he exuded an aura of terror. A staff floated before him, shimmering with a faint golden glow. He extended a hand and gently clenched it. Boom! A beam of golden light shot skyward. A golden halo radiated outward, dispersing all the smoke. Simultaneously, golden and red lights danced across his body, and in the blink of an eye, he donned golden armor and a crimson cloak. He slowly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with golden light, instantly locking onto the king of the Yellow Wind. In that moment, his aura surged to a terrifying height, leaving the king of the Yellow Wind feeling as if the heavens were collapsing, rendering him unable to stand. The great sage equal to heaven, Mu Jia swallowed hard. His eyes filled with shock. In the days when the Monkey King wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, he was still at the South Sea's Putoa Mountain, unaware of the chaos. He had only heard tales of a monkey causing a great uproar in the celestial realm, which he dismissed as mere gossip. However, upon witnessing the formidable figure of the Monkey King now, he found himself utterly astonished. Chapter 31. All broken. The faces of the 5 directions revealing deities and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia were filled with terror as they sensed the return of the Monkey King, who had once slain 100,000 heavenly soldiers, making even the celestial generals tremble. Yellow-haired one, you just enjoyed yourself. Now it's time for me, old son, to take my turn. Although the Yellow Wind King felt a hint of fear, he forced himself to maintain bravado, declaring, Monkey, others may fear you, but I do not. Sun Wukong flashed a grin, then you shall perish. Boom. No one witnessed Sun Wukong move. They merely felt the earth tremble as the ground within 100 miles sank. A wave of energy swept through the area, far more terrifying than the previous explosion. And then, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. The Yellow Wind King was engulfed by an unprecedented dread, as if the Grim Reaper were approaching. He attempted to defend himself, but it was too late. A voice echoed in his mind, and simultaneously, a staff struck him in the abdomen. Bang! Onlookers saw the Yellow Wind King sent flying by a single blow, and by the time Sun Wukong reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away, waiting for the Yellow Wind King to fly into his grasp. As the Yellow Wind King approached, another swing of the staff sent him hurtling away. Sun Wukong vanished once more, reappearing in the sky, wielding his golden staff to strike down at the descending Yellow Wind King. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Yellow Wind King was driven deep into the earth, creating a massive crater that shattered the ground for hundreds of miles, while the Yellow Wind King disappeared into the depths below. To those like Mu Jia, this entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before they could comprehend the situation, the Yellow Wind King was already buried in a pit 1,000 miles away, his fate uncertain. Sun Wukong, balancing the golden staff on one shoulder and standing atop a cloud, cast a sidelong glance at Mu Jia and others, scoffing, fools. Do you possess the 36 heavenly techniques? Can they truly rival my 72 earthly methods? All paths may differ, yet they converge towards the same great truth. Why ponder so deeply? If not now, then when? His words pierced through the fog of time that had ensnared Zhu Ganglai, who had been sitting in contemplation. It was as though an enlightening revelation had struck him, and he murmured, the 36 heavenly techniques, manipulating fate, reversing yin and yang, moving stars and shifting constellations, returning the sun and moon, summoning winds and rain, shaking mountains and quaking earth, riding clouds and mist, transforming rivers into land, mending the heavens and bathing the sun, pushing mountains and filling seas, turning stone into gold, standing without a shadow, transforming essence into form, large and small as desired, flowers blooming in an instant, controlling spirits and commanding energy, seeing through walls, returning winds and fires, mastering the five thunders, sinking into the depths and compressing the earth, flying sand and moving stones, carrying mountains across seas, turning beings into soldiers, and the 7 arrows of the nailhead. I aspired to master them all, yet nearly lost myself in the process. Brother Monkey, thank you, for I have come to understand. The great path has 3,000 branches, yet I shall only take but a dip. This mist of time was merely a veil. The essence of heaven and earth remains unchanged. As long as the world persists, I can shift stars and constellations. As he spoke, Zhu Ganglai rose, grasping his 9-toothed rake, soaring into the air. Regardless of what lay ahead, he activated his divine powers, and the rake emanated 9 beams of divine light, sweeping down with force. Zhu Ganglai proclaimed, the galaxy reverses, with a tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped apart. The sky was cleaved by the 9-toothed rake, revealing 9 long rainbows. Where the rainbows passed, a river of stars manifested, and as the stars reversed, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Then came a roaring sound as the river of stars surged forth, instantly transforming into a vast ocean. It was previously stated that the time fog laid by the 6 Ding and 6 Jia could not encompass too large an area. Now, as the river of stars fell, Zhu Ganglai, as the marshal of the heavenly pig, inhaled the starry waters and transformed into a colossal form, riding the ocean and breaking free from the time fog. Trouble! Retreat! Cried the Jiazi deity. The Dingmao deities hastily withdrew. Yet, the expanding river of stars erupted with a thunderous boom, engulfing everyone. Zhu Ganglai seized all 12 celestial beings, trapping them within the swirling starry waters. Junior brother, I have water. You may use it. Zhu Ganglai shouted to the distant Bai Long Ma, who was ensnared. As Bai Long Ma approached Mo Ku Jiedi, his dazed eyes suddenly sparked with clarity, and he awoke with a start. Mo Ku Jiedi exclaimed, he has not been deceived. Bai Long Ma spat, since following my master, to ensure my own survival, I may lack other skills. But my ability to feign foolishness is unparalleled. You wish to enlighten me? Behold my vast ocean. Bai Long Ma transformed into a dragon, summoning the starry waters from afar to create a boundless sea. He rode the waves, stirring up storms and crashing about, though Bai Long Ma was not particularly strong. At this moment, the 5 directions revealing deities had lost their resolve and merely sought to flee, thus they did not resist vigorously. With a powerful charge, Bai Long Ma broke through their ranks. By the time Jin Tu Jiedi reacted and attempted to block his escape, he found a monkey standing on a cloud, and a towering giant pig wielding the ocean behind Bai Long Ma. The two surveyed the surroundings, casting their gaze upon the crowd. The oppressive aura they exuded left everyone too intimidated to approach. Bai Long Ma turned, clutching Zhu Ganglia's leg hair and weeping, second brother, senior brother, you must help me. Those old men are trying to entice me. The faces of Jin Tu Jiedi and others darkened upon hearing this. Was that what they called enticement? It was spiritual enlightenment. How dare you, you few hairy deities, lay your sights on our master and attempt to entice my junior brother. The sin is grave. Sun Wukong pointed disdainfully at Jin Tu Jiedi and the others. Great sage, marshal of the heavenly pig, we have indeed underestimated you. However, you have not yet won. Mu Jia stepped forward, producing a jade pendant. This is a jade pendant given to me by Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the event of danger, should I shatter it, the Bodhisattva will have means to annihilate all formidable foes. Great sage, we concede this battle and shall depart. However, if you persist in your aggression, I will be forced to use this desperate measure. Sun Wukong scoffed. I was once deceived by that fat Buddha, which led to my 500 years of suppression. You wish to dull my edge over 5 centuries, to make me a compliant monkey, parading westward for everyone's amusement? I apologize for your disappointment. 500 years have passed, and I am still me, that wild monkey who challenges heaven and earth. Thus, today, none of you shall escape. Kill, with a single word. Sun Wukong's voice resonated through heaven and earth, shaking Mu Jia and others to their core. At that moment, a furious roar resounded. Sun Wukong, your opponent is me. Sun Wukong and the others turned to see the Yellow Wind King, still alive. Chapter 32. The final frenzy of the Yellow Wind King. He stomped his foot, and the entire Yellow Wind Ridge lit up, inscribed with countless symbols that formed a colossal yellow rune array. The Yellow Wind King proudly raised his head, declaring, Sun Wukong, I must admit, you are indeed powerful. However, you have not yet won. This grand formation is called the Samadhi Divine Wind Formation. Once activated, it can blow through the heavens and annihilate gods and Buddhas. Originally, this was not intended for you, but since we have come this far, I can no longer hold back. Monkey, prepare to meet your doom. Mu Jia's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Run. Zhu Bajie curiously inquired. This wind may be formidable, but we have our own methods. Mu Jia waved his hand. This is no ordinary wind. This is the Samadhi Divine Wind. Even the great sage could be blinded by a regular Samadhi Divine Wind, and now with this vast array covering 800 miles. The terror of its power is such that even the slightest contact could lead to certain death. We must flee swiftly. As Zhu Bajie heard this, he was taken aback and turned to flee. However, the Yellow Wind King took a deep breath and forcefully blew towards the sky. In an instant, a tempest arose, and a torrent of yellow wind swept across the land, shaking the very heavens and earth. Mountains crumbled, rocks shattered, and even the 800-li Yellow Wind Ridge was lifted into the air, its peaks disintegrating and crashing down towards Sun Wukong and the others. Damn it! Yellow Wind King, we are still here. Zhu Bajie shouted, but the Yellow Wind King was blinded by rage. Indifferent to who stood before him, one gust of wind sent them all reeling. Even Sun Wukong found himself swaying, unable to maintain his footing despite his efforts. The giant form of Zhu Ganglai was blown down to size, calling out, Run. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he inhaled a mouthful of yellow wind and could utter no words. The two were tossed about in the storm. At a critical moment, Sun Wukong slammed his golden staff into the ground, embedding it deep within the earth. Still, he was forced back by the gale, the ground fracturing beneath him. More terrifyingly, mountains rose from the earth, hurtling towards them. Bai Longma revealed his true form, entangling Zhu Ganglai and Sun Wukong along with the golden staff. Zhu Ganglai swung his 9-toothed rake, smashing the mountains into rubble. Meanwhile, Mu Jia cleaved through a mountain with his sword, only to witness a horde of little demons being swept into the air like bees from a shattered hive, their screams echoing as they were reduced to ashes. Strangely, a monk sat in a large pot, one hand clutching a fragrant beast's leg while his feet propped against the pot, seemingly oblivious as he exchanged glances with Mu Jia, then brushed past him, stealthily taking his bag of treasures. Mu Jia stood momentarily stunned, opening his mouth to curse, only to be engulfed by the furious wind, rendered speechless. The yellow wind intensified, shrouding the world in darkness, obscuring all sight and sound. In this perilous moment, Mu Jia drew a protective talisman bestowed by Guanyin Bodhisattva, which transformed into a golden cocoon, enveloping him and saving him from doom. It was unclear how long the tempest raged, but when Mu Jia finally emerged from the mound of yellow earth, the once mighty 800-li Yellow Wind Ridge lay flattened to the ground, utterly erased. Some may think that 800 miles is not vast, yet this was no ordinary mountain, a convergence of celestial energies, with dragon veins coursing beneath it. These mountains, having been purified by the essence of ages, were far more resilient than typical peaks or soil. A mere stone from this place could forge divine weapons. Thus, to witness such a mountain leveled was truly shocking. The formation dimmed, and the Yellow Wind King sat, panting heavily, evidently drained. The 5 directions Jade had been blown away, their fates unknown. Nearby, a monkey stood, brandishing a golden staff that pierced the clouds, now resembling a mountain itself before him. Yet, the staff had decayed significantly from the yellow wind, and a gentle breeze turned it to ashes, scattering iron dust everywhere. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Bai Long Ma, and the captured Lu Ding Lu Jia gods remained unscathed. Seeing this, Mu Jia forced a smile, saying, "Great sage, impressive." Sun Wukong ignored him, instead gazing at the strewn iron dust, then addressing the Yellow Wind King. "This staff will not serve me for a while. It has accompanied me through countless battles, and while it may not be the finest weapon, it carries profound sentiment. Today, you nearly destroyed it. You truly deserve to perish." With that, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. The Yellow Wind King's eyes widened in astonishment, but he soon laughed. "Just now, the golden staff saved your life. I wonder if it can do so again." "What? Can you still?" Mu Jia despaired, realizing he had only one of those Bodhisattva-grade talismans, which he had already used. He could no longer withstand the Yellow Wind's onslaught. Yet the Yellow Wind King disregarded him, stomping his foot as the massive formation glowed once more, this time with even greater brilliance. The formation morphed into a thick protective shield surrounding him. Sun Wukong struck with a fist against it, and the earth trembled, the shield creaking ominously, yet it did not shatter. The Yellow Wind King laughed maniacally. "Indeed, having absorbed the blood of the Celestial, this formation has grown stronger. Ha! Today, you shall all perish." With a grasp at the void, the Yellow Wind King summoned the Tempest, launching a powerful strike that collided with Sun Wukong in midair. Sun Wukong grunted, hurtling back, while the Yellow Wind King staggered several paces, internally exclaiming at the strangeness of it all. Although he had belittled Sun Wukong with his words, he was already intimidated. This monkey, relying solely on his strength, could withstand the might of the mountains and the top-tier wind-based divine technique, Samadhi Wind. It was utterly astonishing. After the shock came the determination to kill. He knew that failing to eliminate or capture Sun Wukong today would leave him unable to report the death of the 5 directions Jade to the spiritual mountain and heavenly court. To ensure his future safety, he had to fight with all his might. Hence, the Yellow Wind King bit his tongue, tasting his own blood, and with a hand gesture, the formation expanded once more, doubling in size. The immense power of the mountains erupted in a thunderous sound, transforming into colossal waves that surged forth. Pointing to the sky, the Yellow Wind King bellowed, "Gathering of spiritual energy, Samadhi Wind." An endless torrent of spiritual energy coalesced, and the Yellow Wind King forcefully pulled it in, swallowing it whole. The terrifying Samadhi Wind, ignited by his own blood, erupted with several times the power. Mu Jia, witnessing this, shouted, "Insane! You've lost your mind." Yet, it was too late to say anything. Mu Jia glanced at the talisman in his hand, the strongest strike bestowed by the Bodhisattva, capable of vanquishing any foe. Initially meant for Sun Wukong, it now seemed necessary to counter the Yellow Wind King's Samadhi Wind. Sun Wukong wore a grave expression, astonished by the creature's formidable abilities. "Mu Jia, this demon is exceptionally powerful," he remarked. Mu Jia replied bitterly, "This formation was drawn by the Bodhisattva, meant to assist him if his own Samadhi Wind could not engulf the 3 realms and fulfill the trials. I never imagined we underestimated the Yellow Wind King. Not only has he mastered the Samadhi Wind to a high degree, but he has also secretly altered the formation, infusing it with sinister methods to absorb the essence of living beings, thus enhancing its power. Great sage, if you have any hidden techniques, now is the time to use them. Otherwise, we may all perish." Mu Jia wished to probe Sun Wukong further, hoping to discover if he had any means to counter the Yellow Wind King, for he was reluctant to use the talisman in his possession. Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, "I hail from the wilderness, and my master never bestowed any remarkable gifts upon me. From here on, I can only endure." Sun Wukong was no fool. He recognized that Mu Jia still held a trump card and would not fall for his facade of stubbornness. Speaking of enduring, he called for Bai Long Ma and Zhu Ganglai to come closer, hiding behind Mu Jia. Sun Wukong chuckled, "Mu Jia, you cannot defeat me, nor can you outrun me. Since the wind is upon us, you shall endure first. This time, I shall not contest with you. The sooner we perish, the sooner we transcend." Bah! Mu Jia truly considered smashing the talisman to crush this shameless monkey. He wondered how the legendary great sage, who was said to be so formidable, could appear so petty at times. Regret washed over Mu Jia. Had he known, he shouldn't have rushed to reveal his trump card. Yet, he could not have anticipated just how frenzied the Yellow Wind King would become. Regret has come too late. And Mu Jia instinctively tightened his grip on the tablet in his hand, ready to shatter it. As Sun Wukong, and the others braced themselves for a fierce confrontation. A calm voice interrupted. Wukong, who just conjured that wind? It even ruined my bath. Everyone turned in surprise, only to see Tang Senzong draped in a cassock, holding a dilapidated iron pot, looking quite displeased. His gaze was fearsome, his face dark as night. Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse, all familiar with him, sensed the storm brewing within the bald monk. In unison, the group pointed at the king of yellow wind and shouted, "It was him!" Mu Jia, still bewildered, barely grasped the situation when he noticed the king of yellow wind's cheeks puffing up ominously. Upon seeing Tang Senzong, his expression twisted into a more sinister grimace, and he proclaimed with his mental powers, "You detestable bald donkeys, weren't you headed to the west? I shall send you there right now." With a gust, the sky darkened, and the overpowering yellow wind surged forth like a furious dragon, a force magnified tenfold compared to the previous divine wind. Yet, what truly chilled Mu Jia to the bone was not the wind itself, but the bald figure beside him. As the words "bald donkey" left the king of yellow wind's lips, Mu Jia felt the atmosphere around the monk shift dramatically, as if a towering mountain had risen from the earth, exuding an oppressive force that transcended his understanding of power. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse dashed behind Tang Senzong. Mu Jia instinctively followed suit and asked, "What are we doing?" Sun Wukong replied, "My master is about to strike." Before Mu Jia could comprehend the implications, Tang Senzong grinned arrogantly, confidently declaring, "Is this what you call wind?" In the next moment, Tang Senzong swung his palm forward with a mighty motion. A gust of wind erupted from his hand, stirring the air into a tempest. Mu Jia was stunned, contemplating, ordinary wind against the divine wind? That's like a cotton ball colliding with steel. There's no chance of victory. He tightened his grip on the jade tablet, prepared for self-preservation. However, after Tang Senzong's strike, the roaring divine wind came to an unexpected halt. Everything seemed to freeze in that moment. Mu Jia instinctively inquired, "Master, what is happening?" Tang Senzong yawned and replied, "The wind is rising." As soon as he finished speaking, all winds, the ordinary, the yin, the yang, and the divine, reversed course. It felt as though time itself had been rewound, and the king of yellow wind's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to unleash more divine wind, only to find his efforts futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree, leaving him with nothing but despair. "No!" The king of yellow wind cried out as he was swept skyward by the gale, his body rapidly disintegrating. In his final moments, he retrieved a talisman and shouted, "Spirit King, save me." The talisman ignited, transforming into a beam of light that vanished into thin air. Almost simultaneously, a golden light sped down from the heavens, dispersing to reveal a man enveloped in golden radiance, who shouted, "Stop." Yet, the violent wind was unrelenting, and the king of yellow wind had no chance to struggle before being shattered into pieces, his essence extinguished. The gale continued on, reducing everything in its path to rubble. The man watched in shock at this scene. Below, Tang Senzong slowly withdrew his hand and looked up at him, asking, "What did you just say?" The man, drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile and stammered, It was a misunderstanding. I have a dog named Stop that went missing, and I'm looking for him. Have you seen him?" Tang Senzong scratched his head and turned to Sun Wukong and the others, asking, "Did you see anything?" They all shook their heads. Mu Jia, however, gazed in astonishment at the man in the sky, his expression a mix of wanting to speak and holding back, as if saying, "Spirit King, how could you act this way?" The Spirit King, meanwhile, was giving him furtive glances, signaling him to be quiet and not speak out of turn. "This bald thief is too formidable. We cannot confront him." After confirming that they had not seen anything, Tang Senzong declared, "Since you haven't seen anything, I shall look elsewhere. Farewell." With that, the Spirit King turned and fled, moving even faster than when he arrived. Sun Wukong sidled up to Tang Senzong and remarked, "Master, that Spirit King was clearly lying." Tang Senzong replied, "I know." Sun Wukong, taken aback, asked, "If you knew, why let him go?" Tang Senzong answered nonchalantly, "A chubby, harmless fellow poses no threat. Let him be." Chapter 34. Serving the leaders. Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, Mu Jia, and the white dragon horse were collectively speechless. Could it be that a bodhisattva was deemed non-threatening and allowed to leave so easily? Was this a sign of recklessness or an indication of strength so great that a bodhisattva was insignificant? Gulping. Mu Jia trembled as he glanced at the bald monk beside him, then at son Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse. The realization struck him. If the spirit king was disregarded, what did that make him, a mere attendant of the bodhisattva? He felt as if he had wandered into a den of wolves, powerless and pitiful. The white dragon horse patted Mu Jia on the shoulder, conveying a silent message. Now do you understand why we didn't follow you? If we had, my master could have sustained us for a while longer, but with you, we would be doomed. Mu Jia finally comprehended that it was not loyalty that kept these three by his side, but rather fear of the formidable bald monk. At that moment, Tang Sanzong turned to Mu Jia with curiosity and asked, Wukong, who is this? Mu Jia's forehead immediately broke into a cold sweat, his eyes pleading as he looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled. He's a servant of the bodhisattva, an attendant named Mu Jia, son of the heavenly king of the tower. Upon hearing this, Mu Jia's heart sank. He feared that the bald monk might have a bad relationship with the bodhisattva, or that his identity might be exposed, leading to dire consequences. Just as Mu Jia nervously waved his hand, Tang Senzang's eyes lit up, and he clapped Mu Jia on the shoulder, exclaiming, You are with the bodhisattva? Mu Jia swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Tang Senzong laughed heartily. Great. Please thank her for me when you return. The monkey, provisions, and horse she prepared for me were quite satisfactory. I owe her a favor now. Mu Jia was taken aback. Monkey, provisions, and horse? These terms felt strangely skewed. He looked again at Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse, realization dawning upon him, and he regarded the three with a peculiar expression, 3 parts sympathy, 7 parts amusement. Sun Wukong remarked, Feel free to laugh. Unable to contain himself, Mu Jia burst into laughter. Tang Senzong took a step back, saying, Disciples, he's laughing at you, not me. If this were me, I'd definitely give him a beating. Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse exchanged glances before rolling up their sleeves and shouting, Let's give him a beating. Mu Jia shouted, You all made me laugh. Sun Wukong retorted, True, but I never said I wouldn't beat you for laughing. That day, Mu Jia finally grasped the meaning of a saying, Those who associate with the red become red. Those who associate with the black become black. Clearly, being in the company of this shameless bald monk had led the great sage, the marshal of the heavenly army, and the dragon prince to the darker side. Ultimately, Mu Jia lacked the courage to draw out the jade tablet and confront this terrifying bald thief. Perhaps Sun Wukong, respecting the regard Mu Jia had shown him from the beginning, chose not to expose the situation, thus accepting the beating in silence. Once the scuffle was over, Tang Senzong said, I understand now. This sudden revelation startled Mu Jia, his heart racing as he cried out, Master, what did you realize? Tang Senzong leaned in with a smile and asked, Now, be honest, were you also sent by the bodhisattva? In previous encounters, those linked to the bodhisattva were either entertaining monkeys, edible pigs, or at the very least, rideable horses. Your arrival here must also be part of a scheme, right? At this juncture, there is no need for concealment. It is time to reveal the truth. Mu Jia was utterly bewildered. His intention was to capture or eliminate someone, not to produce any object. Cautiously, he said, Master, if I were to claim that I possess nothing. Before he could finish, the bald man's expression darkened. His eyes turned ominous, and his face contorted with fury, his fists cracking ominously. He skillfully utilized his body language to convey his inner turmoil. Instantly, Mu Jia was frightened into silence. There is nothing? Speak freely. I assure you, I am exceptionally amiable. If you bring nothing, I shall not hold it against you. Tang Senzong spoke like a monster, uttering the gentlest of words while sharpening his blade with alarming swiftness. Mu Jia internally lamented, Who can enlighten me on the origin of this terrifying bald man? I have never heard of such a character in this world. Amidst his despair, Mu Jia quickly began to ponder how to respond to this bald fiend. Observing the waning patience of the bald man, Mu Jia glanced at Zhu Ganglai and suddenly had a brainwave, exclaiming, I do have something. I have brought you a person. Instantly, the murderous intent of Tang Senzong vanished, his face blossoming into a warm smile as he inquired, Oh really? You've brought something after all. How delightful. As he spoke, his hands reached out in anticipation. Seeing this shameless creature, Mu Jia felt an overwhelming urge to slap him into silence. Clearing his throat, he clarified, Not an object, but a person. Tang Senzong shook his head in rejection. No? This left Mu Jia in utter disbelief. No, why not? Tang Senzong, with unwavering conviction, replied, I am currently quite bored, lacking funds for entertainment. I can ride a horse, and when hungry, I have pork to feast upon. It can be said that if one is full, the entire family is satisfied. You expect me to take in a whole person? I cannot afford such a luxury. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Bai Longma, and Mu Jia all felt their faces darken, cursing inwardly. What nonsense is this? Zhu Ganglai's heart was particularly heavy, gazing skyward, thinking, so, I've been nothing but a reserve meal. Fearing that the bald thief might demand more, Mu Jia's eyes darted, and he leaned in with a smile. Although you have a steed, pets, and provisions, you still lack a servant, do you not? This journey westward spans 100,000 miles, with rugged mountains and forests aplenty. Surely, you require someone to wash clothes, cook meals, and massage your shoulders? Tang Senzong pondered this, rubbing his bald head. That is a valid point. Mu Jia continued, what I have for you is precisely such an individual. He has long served a high-ranking leader, with a meticulous mind and an unwavering work ethic, adept in both the halls of grandeur and the kitchens, skilled in taming horses, monkeys, pigs, and dogs alike. Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and Bai Longma exchanged glances, understanding one another's intentions. They would find an opportunity to beat him later. Tang Senzong, intrigued, inquired, really? Is this person so reliable? Mu Jia affirmed, absolutely. He once served the Jade Emperor. Though Tang Senzong was a newcomer, he had gathered enough information from Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and Bai Longma during their journey to grasp the power dynamics of this world. After the Battle of the Gods, the Jade Emperor, under the Edict of the Three Pure Ones, came to preside over the three realms, undoubtedly the foremost authority, enjoying the most luxurious lifestyle and treatment. Anyone who served him would surely be exceptional. Moreover, Tang Senzong thought, the Jade Emperor, being of such stature, must have a refined lifestyle, and thus, the one attending to him would undoubtedly be a graceful and exquisite celestial being. As he contemplated this, he nearly drooled. Chapter 35. The grievance from Tang Sung. He longed to inquire about Mu Jia's servantess gender, but such a question would be too overt, leaving him feeling uncharacteristically bashful. After much deliberation, he tentatively asked, what is her name? He believed that by asking for a name, he could discern the gender, a clever, roundabout approach. Mu Jia, clearly unaware of the bald man's true nature, innocently responded, her Dharma name is Wu Jing. Wu as in understanding, Jing meaning pure. Upon hearing this, Tang Senzong's eyes gleamed with excitement, murmuring, pure. That is splendid, splendid. Enough talk, let us proceed. With that, Tang Senzong threw an arm around Mu Jia's shoulders, dragging him along. Observing this, Mu Jia seemed to grasp the implications but felt compelled to explain, cautious that a poorly worded clarification might lead to his demise beneath the bald man's arm. Yet he understood that if he met the true Wu Jing, he would likely still face dire consequences. He needed to devise an escape plan. His mind raced, desperately searching for an avenue of escape as he pointed down the path ahead. Fortunately, the journey was lengthy, and they were all traveling on foot, granting him ample time to contemplate. Meanwhile, atop Ling Mountain, the Buddha frowned slightly. Is it true that this false Tang Sung possesses such formidable powers? Indeed, master. Every word I speak is the truth. The strength of that bald man, impersonating Tang Sung, is truly terrifying. The gale produced by a single slap possesses the potential to devastate the heavens and the earth. The Yellow Wind King's divine wind, even under the enhancement of the Great Formation, was ultimately no match and was struck down in an instant. I was fortunate to escape swiftly, otherwise, I would not have returned intact, Ling Ji Bodhisattva explained. Ling Ji Bodhisattva nodded in agreement. The assembly of Buddhas erupted into fervent discussion. Such a formidable figure disguising himself as Tang Sung. What shall we do? At this point, it seemed that only the intervention of several bodhisattvas could turn the tide. If the Buddha took action, success would be assured. However, the Buddha could not leave Ling Mountain at will. As the discussions continued, Puxian Bodhisattva interjected, Buddha, we must act swiftly to resolve this matter before the news spreads. If the world learns that our Buddhist order's meticulously orchestrated quest for scriptures has been undermined by an impostor, we will be unable to contain the situation, and our reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Indeed, our order cannot afford such disgrace, the assembly echoed in agreement. Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped forward, stating, Buddha, the immediate priority is to seal the information. It must not be disclosed under any circumstance. Our order is flourishing, with countless eyes upon us, eagerly anticipating our downfall, ready to mock us. We must not grant them any opportunity. Everyone nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The Buddha assured them, do not worry. The false Tang Xing is entangled in some karmic reversal. Anything related to him remains inscrutable. As of now, the news has likely not spread far. I will employ further measures to seal all information. You all should also mingle about, ensuring that those privy to the information do not speak out, granting us some time to resolve this issue. The assembly of bodhisattvas and arhats promptly rose, accepting their orders and dispersing. Outside, someone caught up with Ling Ji Bodhisattva, inquiring, Ling Ji Bodhisattva, is that false Tang Xing truly as powerful as you claim? Are you not fabricating excuses to cover for a different failure? Indeed. The strong among the heavens and earth have faced numerous tribulations. Those destined to perish have perished, and those meant to depart have departed. The strong who have emerged recently, without a doubt, include that monkey. Although his lineage is unknown, it is clear he sprang forth from a stone. His rise has been evident to all. If you suggest that a peerless master has suddenly appeared without any past, do you expect me to believe it? Puxian Bodhisattva shook his head in disagreement. I do not believe it. The Bodhisattva Manjushri remarked, rather than dwell on belief or disbelief, I am more intrigued by the Buddha's intentions. If he were to intervene, even that false monk would inevitably meet his demise. Should he choose to remain passive, it would imply a certain indulgence on his part. This indulgence affects those who were cast along the arduous path to the west. At this point, Manjushri fell silent. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra chuckled, commenting, those rascals are hardly serene. It is uncertain who will face the greater tribulations this time. Meanwhile, at Gao Laozhuang, Tang Xing had just entered. Before he could utter a word, a voice from within boomed, the monk has returned. Tang Xing was taken aback, and in an instant, the ground trembled as the gates of Gao Laozhuang swung open, revealing a fiercely wild woman who charged out. Upon spotting Tang Xing, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Come here. Gao Zuolan lunged forward, with servants already surrounding her to obstruct him. Before Tang Xing could grasp what was happening, he was hoisted into the Gao residence by a throng of attendants. Outside, 18 guardians exchanged bewildered glances, muttering, this is not how the script was written. Then, the startled cries of Tang Xing echoed from within. Female Bodhisattva. No, no, please don't do that. Help. The 18 guardians rushed inside to rescue him. Upon inquiring about the situation, confusion arose. Are you suggesting that the previous Tang Xing and this one are identical? Gao Zuolan and her family nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are exactly the same. However, the former Tang Xing appeared rather foolish, while this one resembles a wise and enlightened monk. The crowd fell into contemplation. Someone sneered softly. It seems that fellow came prepared, deliberately impersonating him. As time passed with no sign of Musa and the others, apprehension grew. Surely nothing amiss has transpired? It shouldn't be, for the king of the yellow wind is formidable, with the Bodhisattva Lingji covertly guarding him. Alongside them are the Huiyan traveler, the Five Directions revelation, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, all as steadfast as Mount Tai. Yet, the question remains, where are they? It has been over a month without a word. Beside them, Tang Xing lamented. The monkey is gone, the horse is gone, and now the pig is also missing, and yet I am burdened with a so-called wife. This is truly an affront. Chapter 36. Opening the river, Tang Xing and Musa had been traveling for over half a month, and ahead of them, the roar of a mighty river filled the air, revealing a vast waterway stretching before their eyes. The river was murky, rolling forth from the horizon and flowing towards the distant sky. Tang Xing stood on tiptoe, attempting to glimpse the opposite shore. But the river's width was such that its end was not visible. At that moment, Sun Wukong called out, Master, there's a stone tablet here. Tang Xing approached, and upon examination, he found 3 carved characters, flowing sand river. Beneath the stone tablet were 4 lines of smaller text, 800 miles of flowing sand realm, 3,000 fathoms deep. Goose feathers cannot float, and the reed flowers are bound to sink. The meaning was clear. The flowing sand river spanned 800 miles in width and was at least 3,000 fathoms deep. The ancients often used 3 to signify a vast quantity rather than a precise figure, suggesting that 3,000 merely indicates greater depth. Moreover, this flowing sand river was akin to the weak waters. Even a goose feather would sink to the bottom, marking a classic dead end. However, for Tang Sung, this perilous place posed no challenge. He leapt across with ease. He turned back and called, "Muza, aren't you coming to take a look?" Muza shook his head. "I shall refrain, master. The Wujing I mentioned resides in this flowing sand river." Just then, a rumble emanated from the river, and a hairy head emerged. Unseen by others, Muza, quick-witted, shouted, "Wujing, come forth. The pilgrim you are to escort has arrived. Do not delay in seeking your master." Tang Sing's eyes brightened, and he whipped around to witness the river bubbling as if boiling, and from its depths, a long-haired figure gradually rose. Tang Sing's lips curled into a smile. With hair, it must be a clean maiden. Seizing the moment when Tang Sing was distracted, Muza bolted away. Almost simultaneously, the figure from the river surfaced, standing 4 meters tall, adorned with fiery, tousled hair and a strikingly dark, well-groomed beard. His blue face resembled that of a specter, draped in a goose-feather cloak, with a white sash around his waist and 9 skulls hanging around his neck. Regardless of how one looked at him, he was undeniably grotesque. In an instant, all visions of beauty in Tang Sing's mind shattered. He turned sharply only to find Muza had vanished. He clenched his fist, directing a blow toward Muza's retreating figure. "Is this the maiden you spoke of?" Boom. With a punch, the heavens darkened, the force slicing through the air. Hurtling toward Muza, Muza thought he had escaped the clutches of danger, only to turn and see the terrifying fist in pursuit. Consequently, he was propelled southward by the force of the blow. When he finally rose, he found himself at Nanhai Putong Mountain. Muza realized that Tang Sung had spared him, refraining from inflicting lethal harm. However, the punch left him sore and immobilized. Where did this monster come from? So fierce. While feeling bitter, Muza silently muttered, "Zhuanlian, my apologies. I hope you possess some discernment, or else I may have to pay my respects next year." At that moment, Sha Wujing stood atop the surging river, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, upon seeing the bald monk turn and deliver a punch, his perspective widened dramatically. He suddenly felt diminished, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. Muza is a servant of the Bodhisattva Guanyin. He is trustworthy. However, after calling me out, he fled, nearly getting himself killed. Something is amiss. If Muza is being coerced, then this so-called pilgrim is likely an impostor. The true pilgrim would not be so ferocious. With this deduction, Sha Wujing suddenly realized he was in a perilous situation. Just then, the fearsome monk slowly turned around, and a 1-meter-3 monkey and a 3-meter-5 pig approached him. A sense of dread washed over him, and without hesitation, he plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. "Master, you frightened him away," Sun Wukong complained. Tang Sung, unfazed, replied, "Fleeing? If my grand dream were to be shattered, so be it. I played a clever ruse with Muza, and he thinks he can escape? Is that even possible?" Zhu Ganglai interjected, "Master, this flowing sand river is 800 miles wide, and its length is unknown. If he dives in, finding him again would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean." Sun Wukong added, "Fool, are you not a general of the Heavenly Water Army? Dive in and capture him. You might still catch up." Zhu Ganglai shook his head. "I am not afraid of a one-on-one. But if I go down and he summons his relatives, I would be at a disadvantage. If I fail to capture him, I could end up in a worse predicament. Monkey, you are skilled. You should go down instead." Sun Wukong declined. "While I excel in transformations, I am somewhat lacking in water combat. If I were to force myself into the water, I would need one hand to perform the water-evading technique, thus only wielding half my strength." The two then turned to Bai Longma, who immediately protested, "Don't look at me. I'm merely a steed." The two were left speechless, then turned their gaze to Tang Sung, faces filled with concern. "Master." Tang Sung raised a hand to wave them aside. "Never mind, I shall handle it myself." "Master, are you skilled in water combat?" Sun Wukong asked, astonished. Tang Sung shook his head. "I can't even swim." Both Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai were bewildered. If he could not swim, how could he dive to capture someone? Tang Sung shot them a glance. "Who said capturing someone requires going into the water?" Crack. Tang Senzang's fist clenched tightly. With a sneer, he stepped back, shifted into a bow stance, and turned his body, tucking his fist behind him. In the water, Sha Wujing had not fled. His situation was rather unique. Each day, he endured the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, believing that only by embarking on the journey to the west could he attain liberation. Thus, he dared not stray too far. Simultaneously, he had confidence in his swimming abilities. relying on the mystical advantages of the flowing sand river, convinced that he would face no danger in the water. Even if there were, he could always escape at a crucial moment. Now, witnessing Tang Monk bending down and clenching his fist, he furrowed his brow, pondering what this bald monk intended to do. Observing this familiar maneuver, Sun Wukong suddenly realized, "Master, are you about to unleash the river?" With a thunderous roar, Tang Monk struck out with his fist. A powerful force surged forth, crashing into the flowing sand river. Sha Wujing, seeing this, exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" It was already too late to flee. As the force approached, the entire flowing sand river trembled and then erupted, causing the water to soar into the air, shattering into countless steam droplets. In the blink of an eye, the 800-mile-wide river was carved into a massive chasm, 300 miles wide and 800 miles long. The river was forcibly divided, unable to converge for an extended period. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse were momentarily speechless, thinking, surely, only this bald monk could devise such a strategy for water combat. Tang Monk, meanwhile, looked down with delight at the riverbed where a mass of yellow sand gathered, revealing Sha Wujing. He was not dead. Sun Wukong, astonished, drew his golden staff and charged forward. Zhu Ganglai, recognizing this was his moment to shine, quickly followed suit, brandishing his nine-toothed rake with a fierce battle cry. At that moment, Sha Wujing, still recovering from his previous shock, was struck on the head by Sun Wukong's staff, causing his brain to splatter as he fell to the ground, lifeless. Zhu Ganglai, witnessing this, cried out in dismay, "Monkey brother, leave some action for me. Now all the credit goes to you." Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Didn't he expect him to be so fragile? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the skulls around Sha Wujing's neck suddenly exploded. Miraculously, his shattered head quickly reformed. This fellow revived on the spot. Zhu Ganglai gasped, "Hey, he can come back to life. Monkey brother, this time it's my turn." Just then, Sha Wujing raised his staff to block the impending blow, shouting, "Master, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Master, you are truly Sha Wujing?" Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai were both taken aback. They had initially thought that Mu Jia was deceiving them, merely wanting to escape through the hands of this ragged man. Now, with Sha Wujing's proclamation, they found it difficult to take action. Tang Monk observed the bearded man rushing over, deep in thought about whether to deliver another punch. Suddenly, Sha Wujing dropped to his knees before Tang Monk. A 4-meter-tall figure reduced to tears, wailing, "Master, it's truly a misunderstanding. I am the curtain-lifting general beside the Jade Emperor of Heaven. Due to an accident in breaking a glazed lamp, I was first sent to a perilous location for guard duty and nearly lost my life. Fortunately, the barefoot immortal interceded on my behalf, allowing me to survive. However, while death was avoided, I was condemned to earthly punishment, ending up in this flowing sand river. Starving and freezing, I had no choice but to become a man-eating monster. Daily, I suffer the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. But thanks to the guidance of Bodhisattva Guanyin, I was told that following you to the west to obtain scriptures would allow me to resolve all my sins through merit, and perhaps even attain transformation. Master, do you believe this?" Zhu Ganglai leaned closer, chuckling. "Master, he has no credentials. How can you believe him based on a few words?" Tang Monk glanced at Sun Wukong, then at Zhu Ganglai, and finally at the unremarkable Sha Wujing, saying, "Because he is as ugly as you." In that moment, Zhu Ganglai, Sun Wukong, and Sha Wujing all felt a sense of insult. Tang Monk sighed. "I have come to realize that the bodhisattva you speak of, if not suffering from aesthetic issues, must be doing this on purpose. You say, as a grown man going to the west to obtain scriptures. How lonely and boring it would be on the journey. Why not arrange for me a companion, someone to converse with and share life experiences, to pass the time? Is this request too much?" Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon horse all wanted to respond. "Excessive. Far too excessive. You, a monk, still think about women? If you're not excessive, who is? Moreover, are you certain you are merely discussing life and not the living?" However, upon reflection, this fellow was not truly a monk, so it seemed somewhat normal for him to have such thoughts. Yet, the bodhisattva arranged for them to be here, not for him. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in their minds, they nodded vigorously in unison, declaring, "Excessive, far too excessive." Tang Monk lamented, "Ah, I am assigned monkeys, pigs, and men, and each one is uglier than the last. It is truly excessive." At this, The group fell silent. Speaking up would only imply acknowledgement of their own ugliness. Clearly, men and women alike can criticize others' appearances but cannot deny their own handsomeness. As the conversation continued, Tang Monk turned to Sha Wujing, stating, "The journey to the west is fraught with challenges. I seek those who are useful. If funds run low, I can perform tricks with monkeys to earn money. If food is scarce, I can slay pigs for meat. The little white horse can be ridden. Now tell me, what can you offer? You have 3 minutes to showcase your talents. If you cannot, it is best you depart." Upon hearing this, Sha Wujing felt a twinge of retreat. Perhaps returning to the flowing sand river to endure hunger and the occasional piercing of 1,000 arrows was not so dire after all. However, having come this far, he dared not turn back, fearing that this bald monk might deliver another blow. His substitute skulls were limited. Sha Wujing tentatively suggested, "I can protect you on the journey to the west." Before he could finish, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, and Zhu Ganglai held up his 9-toothed rake, tilting their heads at him as if to say, "Protect him? Do we even need you?" Quickly, Sha Wujing changed his tune. "I can carry burdens." Zhu Ganglai interjected, "No. That burden is mine. Find another job. I can lead the horse." Sha Wujing proclaimed. Sun Wukong replied, "Brother Sha, leading the horse is my duty. Find something else to do." Sha Wujing, glancing at the expressionless Tang Monk, felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. "Master, I can actually do many things. You want to perform tricks for money? I can help you with drums and gongs. You want to slay pigs for meat? I can help you stoke the fire and heat the pot. You want to ride horses? I can help prepare fodder and shoe the horse. Besides that, I am skilled in tasks like monkey tending, horse walking, and pig feeding. I can even wash clothes, cook meals, and give massages. By the way, my culinary skills are excellent. I have learned a few techniques from a master chef, and I especially excel at preparing whole pig banquets." As he spoke, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse's expressions grew darker with each word. Yet, Tang Monk's eyes sparkled brighter, and he finally clapped his hands, declaring, "Are you certain you can do all that you claim?" Sha Wujing immediately pounded his chest, exclaiming, "Yes, absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate right now." "Enough, enough, you can stop now," Zhu Ganglai interjected, feeling unnerved, fearful that the bald monk might demand. "Show me a whole pig banquet," Zhu Ganglai remarked. "Master, look at this fellow. He is burly and has a simple face. Doesn't he seem like someone who would lie? He undoubtedly spoke the truth. The hour is late. It would be prudent for us to cross the river sooner rather than later." Tang Monk gazed at the imposing figure before him, a red-haired, blue-faced giant with a bushy black beard, whose countenance bore no resemblance to anything innocent. However, it was evident that this individual was not particularly inclined to intellectual pursuits. A glance at the time confirmed the lateness of the hour. Upon reflection, Muja's words were not entirely misleading. Indeed, Sha Wujing had previously served a great master, demonstrated an ability to care for others, and possessed eloquence, albeit with an unappealing appearance. Yet, Muja had never specified his looks or gender. While it was clear that Muja intentionally evaded the issue, evasion and deception are two entirely different concepts, so Tang Monk could not wholly attribute this to Muja. Coming to this realization, his irritation subsided, and he resumed his seemingly innocuous demeanor. Observing Sha Seng's vibrant red hair, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Since you have entered the Buddhist path, allow me to assist you in your tonsure." The others rolled their eyes, thinking, "You're not even a monk. What do you know of the Buddhist path? Tonsure? You're just envious of Sha Wujing's abundant hair. How ridiculous." Nonetheless, outwardly, no one dared to voice such sentiments. Sha Wujing, resigned to his fate, allowed Tang Monk to shave his head, leaving it gleaming and smooth. With this matter settled, Tang Monk's spirits lifted as he pointed to the opposite bank and declared, "Very well, let us set forth. You all follow closely." As he spoke, Tang Monk stamped his foot and leaped across the river. Sha Wujing chuckled wryly. This was not the intended method of crossing the river. Sun Wukong interjected, "The original plan did not involve such a formidable monk." "Enough of this. Do not overthink it. This pilgrim is not the same as that one." "What do you mean?" Sha Wujing was momentarily bewildered. Zhu Ganglai patted his shoulder and replied, "It means quite literally. This one is a false monk." "What about us?" Sha Wujing was dumbfounded. He had assumed that with Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and Mu Jia accompanying him, Along with the support of the heavenly court and the protection of Lingshan, their pilgrimage would be smooth sailing, devoid of any complications. He never anticipated encountering the gravest of obstacles. The monk was an imposter. In that instant, Sha Wujing felt tears welling up. Big brother, you are the great sage equal to heaven. You once stirred chaos in the heavenly court. I witnessed you from the 3rd floor when you battered the Tongming Hall. You dared to challenge the heavenly court, and yet you follow a false monk? What were you thinking? Sun Wukong sighed skyward at that time. He shattered the 5 Elements mountain with a single punch and seized me by the throat, asking whether I would accompany him to the Western Paradise or if he should send me there. With that, Sun Wukong soared into the air and crossed the river, leaving Sha Wujing, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse in a state of stupor. Finally, Zhu Ganglai, with a bitter expression, said, "Let us go. The situation is now quite clear. We either follow him to the Western Paradise or he sends us there. In any case, I no longer wish to take shortcuts. You two may decide as you wish." Zhu Ganglai ascended into the air. With a sigh, Sha Wujing and the white dragon horse followed suit. As they journeyed, Sha Wujing was dutifully attentive, assisting them on and off their mounts, calling for meals while already preparing the fire and the pots. Coupled with his undeniable culinary skills and massage techniques, he quickly became the favored companion in Tang Sanzang's eyes. Observing this, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the white dragon horse felt increasingly vexed. However, as they interacted more, they gradually came to understand Tang Sanzang better. He was a character both simple and complex. His approach to matters was straightforward, often opting for action over lengthy deliberation, exhibiting a crude directness. Yet, he possessed a keen intellect, capable of discerning the essence of any situation at a glance, merely preferring shortcuts by means of force. Despite his formidable strength, he exhibited no sense of superiority typical of the powerful. As long as one did not insult him, he remained indifferent to matters of pride. He could readily engage with an ordinary person as a brother, and when in the wrong, could be reprimanded by an elder without a hint of concern. However, should one dare to insult him with derogatory terms, they would find themselves on the receiving end of his wrath, regardless of their age. In the eyes of Sun Wukong and his companions, this bald man was akin to a stubborn mule. As long as one approached him with respect, there would be no issue. Thus, after discerning Tang Sanzang's temperament, their journey progressed with increasing ease. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Tang Sanzang's era was one dominated by demonic deities, where strength reigned supreme, and respect was afforded solely to the mighty, devoid of any moral or ethical codes. Consequently, he acted without regard for justice, seeking only his own satisfaction. Moreover, in his struggle for survival, he had cultivated a character marked by a bone-deep disdain for weakness, fostering a tendency to dismiss others' opinions in favor of his own judgments. This dichotomy rendered him an anomaly within his contemporaneous society, creating an impression of both simplicity and complexity. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his group finally reached the location denoted on the map, the 800 li of Yellow Wind Ridge. Gazing at the vast expanse of plain before him, Tang Sanzang skeptically turned to the 18 guardians and inquired, "Is this truly the 800 li of Yellow Wind Ridge you spoke of? Are you certain this is a ridge and not merely a plain? Look, there is an enormous basin over there, and a canyon as well. My friends, it is not that I doubt your words. I am merely curious. Are we certain this is the right direction?" The 18 guardians were equally perplexed. This script was not unfolding as expected, and the map appeared to be erroneous. What on earth was happening? At that moment, 4 figures ascended a small hill. Among them, 2 men and 2 women. The foremost woman, a middle-aged figure with silver hair, exuded a unique charm despite her years. With a cane in hand, she smiled and said, "Esteemed bodhisattvas, we find ourselves at a critical juncture on the pilgrimage to the west. Why not test the abilities of this false Tang monk right here? The location you have chosen is excellent. I have no objections," replied the elegantly attired Guanyin bodhisattva. The other 2, Manjushri and Samantabhadra bodhisattvas, chimed in, "Li Mountain friend, it is said that this false Tang monk possesses considerable strength. How do you plan to test him?" Li Mountain's mother responded, "We are familiar with most of the world's strongmen, and this sudden emergence of a formidable figure raises suspicions. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. We need not rush into combat. This time, let us employ some subtle tactics." With that, Li Mountain's mother whispered a scheme into the ears of the 3 bodhisattvas, causing their eyes to sparkle with intrigue. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva remarked, "This plan is excellent. We can confront the false Tang Monk and hold him accountable. Should this prove unfeasible, we can still withdraw unscathed." Indeed, indeed. Manjushri Bodhisattva added, "The strategy is sound, but we shall require some effective magical treasures to ensure success. I possess a binding celestial rope that may prove useful." As he spoke, Manjushri produced a light golden rope. Guanyin Bodhisattva commented, "Though it may not rival the binding celestial rope, it is nevertheless quite impressive. I also have a similar treasure, one I used to capture a true dragon in the South Sea." With that, she unveiled a fishing net before them. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva stated, "I possess an iron chain that is said to have once bound a gigantic fish. It should serve us well." Lee Mountain's mother nodded. "With these 3 treasures, along with my veil of heaven, we have a 70% chance of success." As she spoke, Lee Mountain's mother produced a palm-sized model of a courtyard. Tossing it effortlessly, the model, revealing itself as a treasure, expanded in the wind before taking root and transforming into a grand, elegant, and magnificent courtyard. Guanyin Bodhisattva waved her hand, causing several paper figures to emerge, landing within the courtyard and transforming into attendants, cooks, and other servants. All preparations complete. The 3 bodhisattvas transformed into 3 youthful and radiant maidens, bowing gracefully to the mother of Lishan, proclaiming, "We pay our respects, mother." 3 days later, Zhu Ganglai suddenly exclaimed, "Master, there is a household ahead." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. They had journeyed for nearly 6 months without encountering a single family. Although the mountains were rich with game and Sha Wujing's culinary skills were commendable, one could only indulge in such fare for so long. They longed for comfortable beds and delectable food, and hearing of a household brought tears to their eyes. Even Tang Sanzang, who had been yawning along the way, suddenly sprang to life, spurring his horse and shouting, "Charge!" The group galloped to the entrance of the household. There, they beheld a residence adorned with lush green cypress trees, backed by verdant mountains, and aged pines extending their branches from the depths of the courtyard, where tarnished pearls encircled the surroundings. The fenced garden was graced with chrysanthemums, while a small bridge arched over flowing water, nurturing peonies. It was evident that this was no ordinary home. "Master, from my experience, this family is wealthy," Sun Wukong declared. "Master, from my perspective, this family surely has delicious food," Sha Wujing added. Zhu Ganglai chimed in. "Master, from what I can gather, there are likely beautiful women in this household, and they must be lovely. Just breathe in the air. It carries the fragrance of rouge." Sun Wukong raised his hand and slapped him. "Fool, do not forget your place. Always thinking of women. Does that honor the teachings of our master?" Zhu Ganglai, taken aback, thought, "The master's teachings? This guy is even more infatuated with women than I am." However, Zhu Ganglai dared not voice his thoughts, merely nodding in acquiescence, indicating he had learned his lesson. Indeed, after hearing the analysis of his 3 disciples, Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled with interest. He straightened his attire and said, "Do not speak recklessly. We are, after all, serious monks. You 2 go knock on the door and see if there is any delightful food inside." Just as Zhu Ganglai was about to step forward, Sun Wukong interjected, "Fool, your appearance and stature might frighten them. You should change your form first." Zhu Ganglai stood at a towering height of 3.5 meters, with a corresponding girth. A large pig's head atop his shoulders, tusks protruding from his mouth, a tuft of bristles on his neck, and a fierce countenance that made him appear quite monstrous. Sha Wujing was even taller, measuring a full 4 meters, with a robust physique and a presence that could only be described in the most formidable terms. His face was adorned with a thick beard, bushy eyebrows, and azure skin, with a skull pendant hanging from his neck that made him appear even more terrifying than Zhu Ganglai. After some contemplation, they realized the truth of the matter. In their former lives as monsters, they had cultivated their powers to enhance their fearsome appearances, which facilitated their acts of robbery. But now, accompanying Tang Sanzang on his pilgrimage to the west, they could no longer resort to thievery. They needed to present themselves as benevolent instead. Thus, they transformed into human forms, shrinking down to approximately 1.8 meters before approaching the door to knock. "Is anyone home? We are monks from the east, sent on a mission to seek the true scriptures in the west. We seek but a morsel of food and a sip of water," Zhu Ganglai called out. Before long, footsteps could be heard, and a languid voice responded, "Monks from the east? How unusual." As the words were spoken, The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman. Dressed in fine silk and adorned with an elegant coiffure, though she had passed her 30s, she appeared as youthful as one in their 20s. Her eyes sparkling with a blend of maturity and an indescribable warmth and allure. At the mere sight of her, Zhu Ganglai was utterly captivated. Despite having encountered countless celestial beings, including Chang'e of the Moon Palace, during his time on Earth, he had only ever had eyes for a single high-spirited maiden. And after journeying with Tang Sanzang to the west, he had not met a single worthy female demon. Now, after a couple of years, having been deprived for so long, he was utterly unprepared for such a refreshing encounter. As the woman gracefully stepped forward, her charm was undeniable. Even Sha Wujing could not help but steal glances. Sun Wukong, however, remained unfazed, surveying the courtyard instead. Tang Sanzang, raising an eyebrow and grinning, said, "Benefactor, I am but a humble monk from the east, seeking a drink of water on my pilgrimage to the west." The woman, who was in fact the transformed mother of Lishan, regarded the faux monk with a playful smile, her keen eyes assessing him. To her surprise, this false Tang Sanzang bore an uncanny resemblance to the true monk, the only distinction being his demeanor. This one appeared so unrefined, so much like a feckless weakling, far removed from the ethereal grace of the genuine Tang Sanzang. The mother of Lishan thought to herself, "Indeed, this false monk must be deliberately impersonating him. It cannot be a mere coincidence that they look so alike. In that case, it would not be unjust to teach him a lesson." With this in mind, the mother of Lishan smiled and said, "Since you are monks from the east, you must be treated well. Come in." Chapter 40. The steadfast heart of Zen. The group respectfully entered the courtyard, following the mother of Lishan. Within, they found an impressive hall facing south, with grand doors and windows that exuded an air of magnificence. A horizontal plaque reading Longevity Mountain, Fortunate Sea adorned the entrance, while the flanking golden pillars bore a pair of red spring couplets inscribed with poetic verses. Silken strands drift like weak willows at dusk. Snowflakes dance upon fragrant plums in spring. In the center stood a black lacquer incense table, atop which rested an ancient bronze incense burner. Surrounding it were 6 chairs, and on either side hung seasonal screens. It was clear, even to the untrained eye, that this was a household of great wealth and nobility. The guests and host took their seats, with Tang Sanzang sitting opposite the mother of Lishan, remaining motionless, his gaze directed inward. Observing this, the mother of Lishan furrowed her brow, pondering, "This false monk certainly has a convincing facade. I wonder how long he can maintain it." At this moment, Tang Sanzang inquired, "Thank you for your hospitality. May I boldly ask, where exactly is this place? I have become quite disoriented on this journey." The mother of Lishan smiled and replied, "This is the land of Xinyo Hezhou, located tens of thousands of miles from the Tang dynasty." She then continued, her eyes glimmering, "You need not call me benefactor. I am a humble woman, surnamed Jia from my family, and Mo from my marriage. I suffered misfortune in my youth. Having lost my parents early on, and with my husband, I inherited a substantial family estate, possessing vast fields and wealth. However, my husband passed away last year, leaving behind only 3 daughters and no relatives. Alas." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and her sorrowful expression was truly heart-wrenching. Zhu Ganglai, unable to contain himself, stepped forward. "Sister, do not weep. Since you are single now, why not remarry?" The others nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. The mother of Lishan offered a bittersweet smile. "I would indeed consider it, but as you can see, this place is isolated, with no village or within 100 miles. Moreover, marrying means following a husband, and what would become of my estate?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai burst into laughter. "Haha, sister, you have come to the right person. I am quite knowledgeable about such matters. Why not take in a son-in-law?" The mother of Lishan's eyes brightened as she regarded the 4 travelers, smiling. "What Elder Zhu suggests is quite reasonable. It just so happens that while you are 4, I have 4 daughters as well. Since you are esteemed monks from the East, surely your characters are trustworthy. How about staying here and marrying into our family?" With that, the mother of Lishan fixed her gaze on Tang Sanzang, eager to see if this false monk could maintain his guise, while the others remained silent at this proposition. Zhu Gonglia's eyes gleamed with excitement, as he hesitated, eager to speak, yet held back by Tang Sanzang's silence. Upon witnessing the scene, the old mother of Mount Li reflected, "I underestimated this false Tang monk, who can withstand the allure of beauty, maintaining his integrity while also keeping the unruly disciples, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and Xiao Wujing, in check. He is indeed a person of considerable cunning. The old mother of Mount Li couldn't help but regard Tang Sanzang with newfound respect. At that moment, Tang Sanzang slowly spoke. Since we have come from the Eastern Tang dynasty, we are naturally individuals of high caliber. Ordinary women are beneath our notice. If you are truly sincere, why not let your 3 daughters come forth for an introduction? Let us examine one another. Uft. The old mother of Mount Li spat out her tea, her forehead adorned with dark lines of frustration, thinking, how hasty. Zhu Ganglai sighed in resignation, contemplating, well, this is the end. Although my master harbors thieving thoughts, he possesses a heart of iron and dares to speak anything. He clearly lacks the finesse to woo women. Such a golden opportunity is slipping away. The old mother of Mount Li scrutinized Tang Sanzang, who sat there with an innocent expression, showing little emotional fluctuation. She furrowed her brow slightly, pondering whether this monk was retreating to advance, perhaps still possessing some Zen spirit. Thus, she spoke, Elder Tang. I am not testing your Zen heart. There is no need to reject me in such a crude manner. Although this humble woman may be unattractive, fortunately, my daughters possess some beauty. They are proficient in needlework and various crafts. As their late father had no sons, I raised them as such, teaching them a bit of poetry and prose in their youth, so they have some knowledge of literary composition. Though they reside in a mountain villa, they are not merely simpletons and surely befit the esteemed elders before me. This humble assertion was laced with immense confidence. After all, they were all transformed by the Bodhisattva, each possessing a beauty that could topple a kingdom. With that, the old mother of Mount Li raised her teacup once more. However, the bald man merely replied, words are futile. Let us see if they are mules or horses by bringing them out for a stroll. Uft. The old mother of Mount Li spat her tea again, suspecting that this bald man was feigning ignorance as a means of indirect rejection. Nevertheless, her expression darkened. What does he mean by mules and horses? Does he imply that they are mere beasts? The old mother began to perceive. Either this monk is steadfast in his Zen heart and deliberately deflecting, or he is one who does not act without certainty. Narrowing her eyes, she thought, very well, I shall see how long you can maintain this facade. Consequently, the old mother of Mount Li clapped her hands. Daughters, come forth. The elders wish to meet you. A gentle voice responded, and in the next moment, 3 young women entered from outside. Each possessed delicate brows, blooming faces, alluring beauty, and captivating figures. The first to step forward was a woman clad in a pale yellow gown, graceful and poised. The old mother of Mount Li introduced, this is my eldest daughter, Jinjin, who is 20 this year. With a gentle smile, Jinjin stepped aside, exhibiting grace and decorum. Following her was a girl dressed in red. The old mother stated, this is my second daughter, Ai, aged 18. Ai observed the monks with curious eyes before positioning herself to the side. Lastly, a girl in a green skirt entered, radiating shyness, her cheeks flushed. Unable to meet anyone's gaze, the old mother remarked, this is my youngest daughter, Lianlian, who is 16. Lianlian quickly hid behind her elder sister, peeking out shyly at the monks. Upon seeing Tang Sanzang, her face lit up with amazement. After all, Tang Sanzang, who often disguised himself as a pig to deceive others, appeared harmless and simple-minded, yet he was not unattractive. In fact, he was rather handsome. Lianlian glanced curiously at the monkey beside him, but upon seeing Zhu Ganglai, who was drooling over her, she was frightened and dared not look further. Finally, when she spotted Xiao Wujing, she was so terrified that she withdrew her head, afraid to show herself. Chapter 41. I want them all. The old mother of Mount Li was unconcerned with her daughter's reactions, but confidently inquired, Elder Tang, having seen the young women, what do you think? Before Tang Sanzang could respond, Zhu Ganglai exclaimed, they are as beautiful as flowers, exceedingly lovely. Tang Sanzang shot him a glare, prompting Zhu Ganglai to immediately fall silent. Tang Sanzang then replied slowly, they are indeed as beautiful as flowers, exceedingly lovely. The others collectively fell silent, bemused by his laziness in merely echoing another's words without any variation. However, the old mother of Mount Li remained undeterred, her anticipation palpable as she asked, does this mean, Elder Tang, that you agree to take a few of the young ladies with you? To the old mother's astonishment, Tang Sanzang did not directly answer her question, but instead turned leisurely to Sun Wukong. Wukong, do you wish to stay? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I have no interest in matters of romance. Our quest for scriptures is paramount. Tang Sanzang then turned to Sha Wujing. Wujing, what about you? Sha Wujing clasped his hands together. Since I have entered the monastic order, how could I entertain such thoughts? Now that I am here, my heart is committed. I would never consider marriage or raising a family. Hearing this, Zhu Ganglai grew anxious. Brothers, I suggest we not speak too definitively. Shall we discuss this further? Sun Wukong chuckled. Fool, do you wish to stay? Seeing that neither of them was willing to remain, Zhu Ganglai felt embarrassed to express his own desire to stay. The key was that since Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing had spoken in such a manner and had not been punished, it indicated a possible escape route. If he contradicted them, he might find himself heading to the west prematurely. Uncertain of Tang Sanzang's intentions, he hesitated and stammered, Well, my master. Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow. Do you mean to say you wish to stay? Are you certain? With a casual motion, he crushed the teacup in his hand, reducing it to dust. Zhu Ganglai shivered, shaking his head vigorously. Master, you misunderstand. My Zen heart is as steady as a mountain, and I am absolutely unmoved by any beauty. I will not stay, absolutely not. Whoever suggests I stay will face my wrath. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction and turned to the old mother of Mount Li. Madam, you have heard. They all refuse. The old mother of Mount Li furrowed her brow, clearly caught off guard by the bald man's method of forcefully suppressing the desires of his 3 disciples. If he could manage them so well, then his own Zen heart must be even more resilient and difficult to breach. Reflecting on this, the old mother felt such a steadfast resolve is akin to the real Tang Monk. Such a promising individual, if he truly seeks the Buddha. I might be able to assist him, lest he inadvertently jeopardize his life through reckless actions. In that moment, the old mother of Mount Li developed an appreciation for talent, and she found the bald man before her considerably more agreeable. Yet, the performance must continue, so she smiled and, without much hope, asked, Since they are unwilling, what about you, master? Tang Sanzang replied with righteous conviction. If the lady harbors such goodwill, and they do not appreciate it, then they are lacking in compassion and respect for elders. You have endured much hardship. If we do not extend a helping hand, it would be inhumane. Since they have all withdrawn, I must honor your generosity, thus I shall remain. Crash! The teacup in the old mother's hand shattered upon the ground, scattering into pieces. The others were left in a state of confusion and disdain. The smile on the old mother of Mount Li froze. Her thoughts halted in that moment, consumed by a singular notion. This is not a matter of a steadfast heart or stable Zen. This fellow is merely eliminating his rivals, wishing to monopolize. Zhu Ganglai called out, Master, how about I stay to keep you company? Tang Sanzang turned around and shot a glance at Wu Jing, saying, Wu Jing, how about preparing a full pig feast for my wedding? Just as Sha Wu Jing was about to respond, Zhu Ganglai quickly interjected, Master, I believe I should go on a pilgrimage instead. I've lost several pounds from sleeping rough lately. My meat quality is not suitable for the pot. Tang Sanzang nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. You need not embark on a pilgrimage. Find a place to stay on the nearby mountain. Once I have settled matters here, I will take you on the journey. The 3 disciples dared not voice any objections, nodding in agreement. At this moment, Li Shan Laomu regained her composure and attempted to lift her teacup to conceal the unusual expression in her eyes, only to discover, much to her dismay, that the cup was broken. Nevertheless, she proceeded with a final inquiry. Master, which of my 3 daughters do you fancy? Is it the eldest, Jinjin, the second, Ai, or the youngest, Lian? Tang Sanzang shook his head directly. Li Shan Laomu frowned. None of them? Tang Sanzang extended a hand, fingers clenched into a fist, and declared, Only children make choices. I want them all. Uft. Li Shan Laomu spat out a mouthful of tea, exclaiming, Master, you are quite greedy. Tang Sanzang responded with conviction, Isn't it normal for a man to have multiple wives? You need not worry about my stamina. Though I am merely an ordinary monk, I occasionally practice various martial arts to strengthen my body. I assure you, even with 3 wives, or even 7 or 8, it would be no trouble at all to satisfy everyone. By the way, isn't it true that you do not have a husband? He added. Li Shan Laomu's forehead was instantly covered with dark lines. She had encountered many lecherous men, but none as shameless as him. At that moment, all thoughts of love, Zen, and Tao were cast aside. She merely wished to slam a teapot over that bald head. Nevertheless, Li Shan Laomu maintained her composure, knowing the performance must continue. and set down her teacup with a smile. You greedy monk, wanting not just my 3 daughters, but even your mother-in-law as well? Tang Monk replied. Those who are capable should bear more burdens. What do you think of this suggestion, my lady? Li Shan Laomu unconsciously reached for the teapot, preparing to strike him. Just then, the transformed Jinjin, who was now Guanyin Bodhisattva, cleared her throat, prompting Li Shan Laomu to regain her focus and reluctantly say, if they all marry you, would I not be at a great loss? However, this household ultimately requires a man to uphold the pillars. Very well, I shall consent to you. With that, Li Shan Laomu rose and called for several disciples, instructing, you go arrange the tables and chairs, prepare the vegetarian feast, and properly host my 3 in-laws. I will first lead the groom to the backyard for the grand ceremony. The disciples immediately sprang into action, some shouting to set up tables and chairs, while others called for the kitchen to prepare the banquet. Everyone understood that this was no ordinary hospitality. It was a family affair, so they had to invest some effort. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and the White Dragon Horse accompanied the disciples to eat and rest. Chapter 42. Playing Marriage with the Monk? On the other side, Tang Monk followed Li Shan Laomu toward the backyard. They passed through row upon row of houses and courtyards, not knowing how many they had traversed before finally reaching the back garden. As they walked, Tang Monk remarked, this place is quite pleasant. Living here for 100 or 80 years wouldn't be lonely. Li Shan Laomu replied, indeed, my family possesses over 300 acres of rice fields, 300 acres of dry land, and 300 acres of fruit trees. We have over 1,000 yellow water buffalo, herds of mules and horses, and countless pigs and sheep. In all directions, we have 60 to 70 farms and pasture lands. We have enough rice and grains to last 8 to 9 years, silks and satins that could last over a decade, and gold and silver that one could use for a lifetime. Although this old residence is not bad, should you find it unsatisfactory, you may build another at any time. Tang Monk stroked his chin in admiration, hearing you speak. Why should I even bother to go to the west for scriptures? I could just stay here. Li Shan Laomu smiled slightly, thinking to herself, you bald fool. Just wait for your end. Before long, the two arrived at the inner hall. Li Shan Laomu stated, son-in-law, I have calculated that today is an auspicious day, so we need not go through the trouble. We shall invite you in today. However, time is short, and we cannot arrange a grand banquet, so we shall proceed with the wedding ceremony. Would that be acceptable to you? Tang Monk shook his head. I have no objections. Let us not bother with the formalities. Just prepare a room with a large bed for us to enter the bridal chamber directly. Li Shan Laomu's forehead was once again covered with dark lines. She thought she had already streamlined the process enough, but this bald thief wanted to skip everything. Clearing her throat, she said, son-in-law, do not rush. While I find you to be a good person and accept you as my son-in-law, my 3 daughters do not wish to marry so carelessly. How about this? I have a handkerchief here. You shall blindfold yourself, and we will have a playful wedding. You will marry however many you catch today, leaving it to fate. This way, they will have no grievances. Tang Monk raised an eyebrow. What if I catch you too? Li Shan Laomu replied with a half-smile. Then you shall marry me as well. Tang Monk laughed heartily. That sounds splendid. Let us proceed. Li Shan Laomu retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom and tossed it, covering Tang Monk's head. The handkerchief tightened instantly, obscuring his vision. At that moment, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Li Shan Laomu's mouth. Clap, clap, clap. Li Shan Laomu clapped her hands, and the transformed Jinjin, AI, and Lian, 3 maidens who were Guanyin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas, entered. Li Shan Laomu instructed, daughters, you heard what was just said. During the playful wedding, do not let yourselves be caught on purpose. The 3 smiled. Mother, though we all wish to marry this monk, we do not want to hurt our sisters. We will surely try our best to evade capture and leave our fates to heaven. Li Shan Laomu responded, that is excellent. At the same time, she communicated telepathically. This veil can block his vision, hearing, and perception. No matter how great his abilities, he will not be able to discern our locations. Sisters, feel free to create a ruckus. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva replied, this false monk is greedy and lecherous, tarnishing the reputation of our Buddhist sect. It is only right that we act accordingly. Guanyin Bodhisattva chuckled, we possess divine powers. Even if he seals our sight and perception, capturing us will not be a simple task. We merely need to give him a taste of hardship. Manjushri Bodhisattva added, a mere taste of hardship will not suffice. Let us test his strength. If he proves inadequate, We shall take him back for judgment, subjecting him to punishment until he atones. The four shared a nod of agreement, each unaware that while they communicated mentally, Tang Sanzang's ears twitched slightly, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Seeing that the four had finished their discussion, Tang Sanzang impatiently called out, "Ladies, shall we begin?" Li Shan Laomu sneered, "Do not take advantage. We shall see if you can catch any first." Tang Sanzang replied, "Then, shall we begin?" Li Shan Laomu affirmed, "Begin." Tang Sanzang gently clapped his hands together before grinning. "Then, ladies, here I come." Boom. Tang Sanzang erupted into action, his speed reaching terrifying levels, causing the entire room to explode from the gale he generated. The fierce wind sent chills down the spines of the previously relaxed four, causing their hairs to stand on end. As if a small chick had encountered a fierce tiger, instinctual fear and despair took hold. "Watch out!" Li Shan Laomu barely managed to shout before Tang Sanzang lunged toward AI, transformed from Manjushri Bodhisattva, arms outstretched to embrace her. Manjushri Bodhisattva was so startled that her hair stood on end. "Run! Quick, escape! Dodge!" shouted Samantabhadra and Guanyin Bodhisattvas, warning Manjushri. In utter despair, Manjushri Bodhisattva cried out, "There's no escaping now." Puff! Tang Sanzang embraced the manifestation of Manjushri Bodhisattva, laughing heartily. A wife has been secured. Next. With that, he turned abruptly towards Guanyin Bodhisattva and charged forward. Guanyin, quick to react, swiftly retreated through the doors and windows, leaping 1,000 miles away in an instant. After missing his target, Tang Sanzang narrowly avoided a counterattack. Just as Guanyin sighed in relief, a deafening sound erupted, and a bald figure hurtled towards her like a cannonball, arms outstretched to embrace her. Guanyin's expression shifted dramatically. She swayed and instantly created thousands of clones to scatter in all directions. Tang Sanzang, with a chuckle, declared, "I can do that too." He then transformed into countless figures, overwhelming Guanyin from all sides. Guanyin's face darkened. "How is this possible?" The Lady of Lishan shouted, "Your clones lack power. Find a point to break through." Guanyin raised her palm to strike at one of the clones, but a colossal fist struck in response, as immense as a mountain. Despair washed over Guanyin. Her tentative strike was met with a lethal blow. With a thunderous explosion, a figure was sent flying, the ground shattering and extending for thousands of miles. Following this, a bald figure darted along the ground, causing the earth to rumble as if an ancient beast had emerged. Truly terrifying. The Lady of Lishan, Puxian Bodhisattva, and Manjushri Bodhisattva were astonished, questioning, "What on earth is this creature?" In a flash, Guanyin Bodhisattva ascended on her lotus platform. But the next moment, a large hand seized her ankle, pulling her back into an embrace. Tang Sanzang laughed, "Another one. Mother-in-law, I can marry two now. You have no objections, right?" The Lady of Lishan turned pale, gritting her teeth. Not a chance. As she momentarily lost focus, Tang Sanzang charged back, reaching for Puxian Bodhisattva. "Run!" The Lady of Lishan managed to shout. Puxian Bodhisattva soared into the sky, transforming into countless clones, fleeing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, two bodhisattvas had been captured. Puxian, terrified, used all her might, unleashing her divine powers. Tang Sanzang, in a fit of laughter, transformed into countless figures again, like a massive wave crashing down, an impenetrable wall closing in. Puxian Bodhisattva, realizing escape was futile, employed various divine seals. Yet, Tang Sanzang's clones were remarkably powerful, absorbing all her attacks. Puxian, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How can this be?" Everyone knew that although the technique of cloning appeared formidable, it divided 100 units of strength into 100 parts, making them seemingly impressive while individually lacking combat prowess. If each clone could suppress Puxian Bodhisattva, the true terror of Tang Sanzang's original form was chilling. But was this even possible? Just as she pondered, a large hand seized Puxian Bodhisattva's arm, pulling her into an embrace. Third one. The Lady of Lishan suddenly realized, "I understand now. You do not actually use the cloning technique." Tang Sanzang smiled. "Who told you that was cloning? I merely jumped back and forth a few times. You couldn't see clearly, so blame me?" Everyone fell silent, astonished. What were their powers? Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm, all above the level of great Luo Jingxian. Their vision and speed were extraordinary. Yet they could only catch fleeting shadows and believe this bald figure possessed terrifying strength. How could they counter this? Manjushri Bodhisattva sighed. The Lady of Lishan, With a grave expression, observed Tang Sanzong. Unless we confront him head-on and win, there is no solution. Tang Sanzong raised an eyebrow, grinning wickedly. You want to confront me head-on? As he spoke, he clenched his fist, gathering terrifying power. The Lady of Lishan's face turned pale in a one-on-one encounter. She truly had no confidence against this bald figure. As Tang Sanzong prepared to strike, the Lady of Lishan quickly interjected, Wait, son-in-law, hold on. I have something to say. At her call, Tang Sanzong immediately halted, the immense energy dissipating. Guanyin, Puxian, and Manjushri Bodhisattva sighed in relief, retreating hastily. Beads of sweat forming on their brows, panting heavily. At that moment, they finally grasped the true terror of the bald figure before them. No wonder Lingji Bodhisattva chose to flee instead of suppressing him. Few could subdue this being across the land. Tang Sanzong scratched his bald head, inquiring, Mother-in-law, weren't we agreed upon a celestial marriage, capturing whichever one we wanted? Why the halt? The Lady of Lishan, wiping the sweat from her forehead, replied, Son-in-law, you are strong and robust, while my 3 daughters have long been sheltered, delicate and tender, unable to withstand your brute force. Guanyin Bodhisattva added, Indeed, this is too savage. Tang Sanzong tilted his head. Then what should we do? The Lady of Lishan suggested, Each of my daughters has woven a pearl shirt. Why not wear 3 shirts while pursuing them? This could add some challenge without being excessive. What do you think? Tang Sanzong scratched his bald head. That seems too troublesome, but all right, let's hurry. Upon hearing his agreement, the 4 felt a collective sigh of relief. Otherwise, if this bald figure continued his spree, none would escape. Everyone produced their various treasures, celestial binding ropes, fishing nets, and even the iron chains used to bind Kuan were laid before Tang Sanzong. However, Tang Sanzong was obscured by a canopy, blindfolded, and unable to see. The 3 proceeded to bind him with the treasures, and in an instant, Tang Sanzong was wrapped up like a dumpling. Tang Sanzong impatiently questioned, Is it done yet? Just as the Lady of Lishan was about to affirm, Guanyin Bodhisattva, still uneasy, pulled out a pile of gleaming items. I also have a few golden bracelets and a golden headband. Let's put those on him as well. The Lady of Lishan and the others exchanged glances, realizing these were not mere bracelets. They were treasures bestowed by the Buddha to Guanyin Bodhisattva for subduing top-tier monsters, the Golden Tightening and Prohibition bands. Each of the 3 spells had distinct powers. The Tightening spell could constrict, nearly causing the head to burst, taming any unruly beast through pain. The Prohibition spell was a form of restraint, limiting actions but not overly powerful. The final one, the Golden Band spell, was the most potent of the 3, consisting of 5 golden rings, 4 for the limbs and 1 for the neck. Once invoked, it could forcibly control the target. Now, Guanyin Bodhisattva had produced all 3 spells, evidently intimidated by the bald figure, preparing for a fail-safe. The 4 shared knowing glances, not holding back any longer. I have a pair of jade bracelets for him. One exclaimed, I have a nice silken ribbon. Let us give him that too. Manjushri Bodhisattva retrieved a gold chain as thick as a thumb, announcing, I also have a gold necklace to give him. Puxian Bodhisattva, bewildered, whispered, Isn't that the chain for the Qingma lion? Manjushri nodded, the lion has fled. But the chain remains, it can be put to use now. Didn't your white elephant also escape? Bring the chain. Puxian promptly agreed, producing a thick blue rope. The group wasted no time, not even inquiring whether Tang Sanzong agreed, believing he was now bound tight, unable to resist. 4 individuals rushed forward, their hands and feet working in unison to bind Tang Sanzong with ropes, locks, dog leashes, and silk ribbons, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, Tang Sanzong transformed from a dumpling into a chrysalis, leaving only his bald head exposed. At first glance, he resembled a roly-poly toy. The 4, witnessing this, finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Tang Sanzong impatiently spoke up, Mother-in-law, may we commence? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let us not squander it on this. Addressing the 4, he added, I am of a durable variety. Should time be short, we might not accomplish our task. If you are remiss, do not cast blame on me. The 4 exchanged dark glances, internally cursing. This wretched bald man still thinks of lewd matters. He truly deserves punishment. The Lady of Mountley scoffed. At this point, you still think of marriage? Do you not consider who we are? As she spoke, a crack appeared in the dark curtain above. 2 men and 2 women, radiating divine light, stood before Tang Sanzong. They stood tall, looking down on this bald figure, demanding, Speak, who are you? Tang Senzong gazed at them in confusion and earnestly replied, I am Tang Senzong. Nonsense. Do you know who we are? Admonished Manjushri Bodhisattva. Tilting his head, Tang Senzong replied in a maddening tone, Mother-in-law, my wife, and big brother-in-law. No, but your family has no men, does it? Manjushri Bodhisattva, amused yet infuriated, transformed once again into a beautiful woman, asking, Now do you recognize who I am? Tang Senzong's eyes brightened. You are AI. My wife. Hearing this, Manjushri nearly spat blood in indignation. Nonsense. Look clearly, I am male. With a sideways glance, Tang Senzong retorted. Who says a man cannot be a wife? Manjushri Bodhisattva, enraged, shouted, You. Universal Virtue Bodhisattva, sensed that this matter could not be further debated without confusion. So he redirected the conversation. You may not comprehend your predicament. The bindings upon you are not mere trinkets. They are treasures from the North Sea, meant to capture true dragons and divine beings. The golden ring on you is a top-tier demon-suppressing treasure, crafted by the Buddha himself. The other items are also of significant origin. Together, they are formidable. Do not accuse us of trickery. This is simply the art of war. Manjushri Bodhisattva laughed heartily, stepping forward to slap Tang Senzong's bald head, causing it to wobble. Little bald one, it would be wise for you to behave. This feels rather nice. Tang Senzong's expression grew fierce, his aura darkening ominously. Curly, who are you calling bald? His aura intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Senzong, who should have been utterly immobilized, managed to twitch a finger. Manjushri Bodhisattva gasped, You can still move. Guanyin, act quickly, do not give him a chance to struggle. Urged the lady of Mount Li. Guanyin Bodhisattva immediately clasped her hands together and recited the golden hoop spell. In an instant, the 5 bracelets on Tang Senzong glimmered with golden light, forcing his limbs and head into a lotus position for meditation. Seeing Tang Senzong bound once more, Manjushri Bodhisattva chuckled, Bald one, now you cannot move, can you? With a tilt of his head, Tang Senzong replied fiercely, Cannot move? Do you mean like this? Before Manjushri could react, Tang Senzong shook his body, and the ropes, steel cords, and fishing nets erupted with a series of explosive sounds, snapping and shattering. Standing tall, he glared down at Manjushri Bodhisattva, his face contorted with menace, declaring, Is this how you mean to move? An overwhelming aura of terror spread from him, causing Manjushri Bodhisattva to feel as if he were facing death itself, cold sweat soaking his back as he cried out, Guanyin, recite the scriptures, quickly, to subdue him. However, Guanyin, lost in her chanting, scarcely heard him. Despite her fervent invocation of the golden hoop spell, it could not contain this bald man. Frustrated, Guanyin turned and shouted back, Silence. My mouth is nearly worn out from reciting. It is useless. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions resonated as the 5 golden hoops shattered. As Tang Senzong rubbed his wrists, he raised a fist towards Manjushri Bodhisattva, exclaiming, Or perhaps like this. In that moment, Manjushri felt an alarm ringing in his heart. His curly hair flared up like a porcupine. The terrifying force and the aura of death compelled him to instinctively deploy his ultimate life-saving technique, the 5 elements life exchange. Boom. A burst of flames erupted, and Manjushri Bodhisattva vanished, leaving Tang Senzong to strike at empty air. Yet the force of that punch traveled far, carving a chasm in the earth. Seeing this, cold sweat appeared on everyone's brows. Some might wonder how a mere chasm could intimidate these bodhisattvas, but in reality, although they had fought fiercely, they remained confined within the room, their battle not extending beyond its walls. This space was a creation of the 3 bodhisattvas and the Lady of Mount Li, harmonizing the unique topography of the locale to connect with the forces of heaven and earth, gathering the dragon veins from the 5 directions to form a realm of existence. Protected by the combined might of the 3 bodhisattvas and the Lady of Mount Li, coupled with the defensive array, this space was immensely solid, far surpassing the outside world. They had previously tested it, and even a full-force strike from a single bodhisattva could only yield a chasm of 1,000 miles. Yet, this bald man could unleash such power with a mere gesture. His strength was indeed terrifying. While they were still in shock, a burst of flames gathered from afar, revealing a drenched Manjushri Bodhisattva. Tang Senzong raised an eyebrow, stomped his foot, and with a thunderous roar, soared into the air, pursuing him. Friends, assist me, cried Manjushri Bodhisattva. The Lady of Mount Li urged, "Everyone, do not stand idly by. Act quickly. Otherwise, Manjushri is in grave danger." As she spoke, the Lady of Mount Li prepared to intervene, only for Tang Senzong to bellow once more and unleash another punch, even more fearsome than before. Manjushri, unable to withstand it, exploded into a mist of water, once again utilizing his 5 elements life exchange to save himself. The punch soared skyward, resembling a raging dragon. As the formations set by the Lady of Mount Li and Guanyin Bodhisattva were obliterated, shaking the very fabric of the heavens. In the end, the punch pierced through the clouds, revealing the rooftop above, exposing the world outside to a full moon. This realm of existence had been breached. How could this be? The entire realm of Sumeru trembled and cracked, ultimately unable to withstand the force of a single punch, shattering into oblivion. The power unleashed by the collapse of the Sumeru world surged forth, carried by that very punch, hurtling towards Manjushri Bodhisattva. In that moment, Manjushri was nearly driven to madness, sensing that the very laws of this universe had been disrupted by this blow. The divine powers he had comprehended were all reliant on the cosmic order, and now, with the rules in disarray, he found himself unable to wield them. At that instant, there was no escape, no refuge. In the face of death, the only thought that crossed Manjushri's mind was a plea for help, and he turned to shout, "Fellow Taoists, save me." Yet, his expression darkened as he saw Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the mother of Mount Li, engrossed in studying an ant hole. "Bodhisattva, how deep do you think this ant hole is?" one asked. "About a meter, I suppose," another replied. "I think so too." The trio feigned ignorance of him completely. A storm of frustration surged within Manjushri. But there was no time for eloquence as he was struck by the punch. Despite his attempts to resist with all his might, he was utterly shattered, his golden form bursting forth, transforming into 3 heads and 6 arms, charging forward. The golden body was the foundation of Manjushri's power. Releasing it was akin to an immortal unleashing their primordial spirit, a desperate gamble indeed. Clearly, Manjushri was fighting with all he had, while simultaneously crying out, "Friends, save me." Meanwhile, the mother of Mount Li inquired earnestly, "Do you think this ant is male or female?" "Surely male," came the reply. "Indeed, you are right." With a thunderous crash, as Manjushri's golden form shattered, a ray of golden light enveloped him, propelling him westward. Tang Senzong furrowed his brow at this sight, glancing back at Guanyin and the others. The mother of Mount Li called out, "Son-in-law, he has fled. Aren't you going to pursue him?" "Yes, yes, go quickly. If he gets too far, we won't catch him," Samantabhadra urged. Guanyin smiled gently, "Friend, good luck." Tang Senzong grinned broadly, "My wives are right. I shall chase him now." With that, he stomped his foot and soared into the air after Manjushri. Thanks to the burning of his own Dharmakaya, Manjushri had narrowly escaped. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a bald figure hurtling towards him at great speed. The bald man, lacking knowledge of flight, created a blazing trail through the atmosphere, resembling a meteor, a terrifying sight indeed. Upon seeing this, Manjushri wept. "Tang Senzong, was it really necessary to pursue me to such lengths?" I said, "Whoever I catch is my wife." Tang Senzong retorted, "I am a man. A man. Do you not understand?" Manjushri cried, "And what of it? Can a man bear children? Can't he help me sharpen my wolf-tooth club?" "Stand still." At this remark, Manjushri felt a tightness in his chest, a burning sensation. Initially intending to engage the bald man in repartee, he now opted for a desperate flight. Yet, Tang Senzong's speed was overwhelming, and with each leap, he surged even faster. The two raced through the sky, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. Such commotion startled countless cultivators, demons, and mortals alike, drawing them out to witness the spectacle. They overheard the iconic exchange, and expressions turned peculiar. "Is that Manjushri Bodhisattva? Who is chasing him like this? What a fierce individual. To chase a Bodhisattva so relentlessly, what enmity must exist?" Some seized the opportunity to mock the Buddhist disciples. An old demon pointed at a temple atop a distant hill, laughing. "Bald donkey, do you see it? Your Bodhisattva is being chased like a dog." A monk within the temple, upon hearing this, warned, "Be careful. Are you trying to frighten me?" Yet, before the old demon could finish, a colossal fist descended from the sky. Boom. The mountain crumbled to ruins under the force of the blow, and the old demon perished instantly. A disgruntled voice echoed from above, "You are the bald donkey. Your whole family is bald donkeys." Thus, On this day, Manjushri Bodhisattva became infamous. Many who had spoken carelessly soon suffered misfortune, as numerous peaks were leveled. After a day and night, Manjushri's Dharmakaya was entirely consumed, yet he still faced a long journey to Lingshan. The bald man had him pinned to the ground. With no escape in sight, Tang Sanzang seized a small squirrel, snapping a branch that resembled a wolf-tooth club. He approached the despairing Manjushri, occasionally mimicking a prodding motion. With tears in his eyes, Manjushri clasped his hands together and proclaimed, Amit Ba, a gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Energy surged violently within him as he chose self-destruction, ensuring they would perish together. Boom! A lotus bloomed in the sky, and a tremendous force radiated outward, transforming the surrounding landscape into a wasteland. When the dust settled, a remnant of Manjushri's will lingered, yearning to know if the bald man had met his end. However, upon seeing him standing unscathed, a bittersweet acceptance washed over him. Bitter at the overwhelming strength of his opponent, yet relieved that the ordeal had concluded, Manjushri gazed at the bald man and declared, Though you have triumphed, you have failed to defile my body. Tang Sanzang paused, scratching his head. Would using your scalp to sharpen my wolf-tooth club be considered defilement? What? He rubbed the club against his own head, muttering, I don't see how that's particularly insulting. Manjushri's lingering spirit roared, You pursued me merely for that? In the ensuing chapter titled The Fall of the Bodhisattva, Chaos in Lingshan, Tang Sanzang retorted, What else would it be? You possess immense virtue. A mere insult wouldn't warrant death, would it? If I had known it was just for that, I wouldn't have resorted to self-detonation. What a ridiculous thought process. Manjushri's remaining spirit shattered in despair. Tang Sanzang scratched his head, murmuring, This curly-haired fellow has quite the pride. And with that, he departed gracefully. On this day, countless followers of the Buddhist faith mourned deeply, unable to contain their tears. News spread throughout Lingshan. Manjushri Bodhisattva had passed away. The world was thrown into shock. Manjushri had been a revered figure since the times of the divine wars, possessing formidable strength and unparalleled backing. The Buddhist faith had two saints, the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of propriety, as allies. Tracing back, he was a disciple of the primordial Supreme Lord. In an era where the three realms were unified, such an entity should have enjoyed unparalleled freedom. Yet, he had been slain. Some claimed a being of Hunyuan level had dealt the fatal blow, while others suggested he was struck down by a quasi-saint. There were whispers of him having violated celestial laws and being pursued by heavenly forces. The Buddhist faith offered their own explanation, stating that Manjushri, in pursuit of the Tao, had severed ties with his past, seeking a fresh start. They reported his emotional state as stable, albeit somewhat irritable, yet arrangements for his reincarnation had been made. As for how and why Manjushri met his demise, the public was far more intrigued by the identity of the relentless pursuer who had chased him down. Regrettably, the Buddhist sect remained silent on this matter, and others could not deduce its significance, leading to an unresolved conclusion. Just when it seemed that this incident would fade into obscurity, a sudden, thunderous wail echoed through the world, astonishing all, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Laomu of Lishan. On the day of our return from seeking the scriptures, we shall procreate. At the utterance of these words, all living beings were left in a state of bewilderment. Who are Guanyin Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva? And what of Laomu of Lishan? Each of these figures, when invoked, could shake the heavens and earth. Yet, it was claimed that someone intended to procreate with them. Notably, among the three, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva is male, while Guanyin Bodhisattva, despite appearing female, is also essentially male. The only one, Laomu of Lishan, holds an esteemed lineage. This is nothing short of cataclysmic. Undoubtedly, this is the most sensational news since the establishment of Lingshan and the post-creation of the Monkey King's havoc in heaven. The immortal beings, having lived for eons, had grown indifferent to many matters, but now, with this unprecedented revelation, their dormant curiosity was reignited. The ancient monsters and venerable immortals residing in deep forests and caves sprang into action, seeking to uncover the identity of the proclaimer. Alas, despite relentless calculations and the inquiries of numerous disciples, no useful information could be found. Some even brought fine wine and delicacies to the abodes of the two bodhisattvas and Laomu of Lishan, hoping to glean insights, but were met with closed doors. The most exasperated were those who, driven by insatiable curiosity and unable to uncover any clues, fell into madness and perished, subsequently queuing in the underworld to see Manjushri Bodhisattva. Meanwhile, Lingshan was not idle. Led by the Tathagata Buddha, a group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas diligently worked to invert the cosmic order and erase all traces of this incident. Thoroughly engrossed in their endeavors, it could be said that Tang Xinzang's ruckus had thrown the three realms into disarray. At this very moment atop Lingshan, Guanyin and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva gazed at the shattered relic of Manjushri Bodhisattva and remarked, "Dear friend Manjushri, do not hold us accountable. You witnessed the situation yourself. Even if we had intervened, it would have only meant additional company on the road to the Yellow Springs. Our true essences are sealed within this relic on Lingshan. Though we may perish, our spirits remain eternal. Thus, we had no choice but to temporarily sacrifice you. Do not envy our state. Our days are fraught with difficulty. We dare not return to our abode, fearing we might be besieged by inquiries." After a moment of lamentation, they resolved to seek counsel with the Buddha to discuss a resolution. After all, only a figure of the Buddha's caliber could quell the tumultuous situation. However, upon their arrival at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, they were informed that the Buddha was away visiting friends. They exchanged perplexed glances. Kasyapa, witnessing their confusion, chuckled and said, "You two bodhisattvas should leave quickly." They were puzzled, and Kasyapa continued, "Those curious souls, unable to find you, will turn to the Buddha. He has gone into hiding for a while, but those seekers are still on the hunt." Upon hearing this, their expressions changed dramatically. Just then, a voice rang out. "Guanyin Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva are here." A throng of deities, monsters, and inquisitive bodhisattvas shouted, "Dear friends, please wait. I have fine wine. Let us gather." The two bodhisattvas were not swayed by the words of these ancient beings and hastily fled. In a moment, Lingshan was thrown into chaos. They managed to find refuge in a sacred area of Lingshan, narrowly escaping disaster. After exchanging glances, they sat down cross-legged and decided to enter a temporary retreat. However, they seemed to have overlooked one crucial fact. The ultimate destination of the Bald One was Lingshan. Months later, on the journey westward, Tang Xinzang yawned and asked, "Wukong, where are we headed? This mountain is larger than any we have encountered. Surely there are no monsters lurking here?" Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and Bai Lama were instantly dismayed. "You fear? Disgraceful." Sun Wukong coughed and retorted, "Master, could you wipe your drool before speaking?" Tang Xinzang wiped his mouth and responded, "This is not drool, it is tears of fear." Sun Wukong and the others remarked, "Speaking of food, I truly desire some fine meat. The wild beasts we've consumed along the way are quite unpalatable. Nothing compares to the delicacies of seasoned monsters." At this, Tang Xinzang turned his gaze towards Zhu Ganglai, who lamented, "Master, there must be a formidable monster within that great mountain. If not, could I not capture one for you?" Tang Xinzang, grinning widely, replied, "Wufan, there is no need to be so excited. I was merely speaking of food." Chapter 47. Mount Wanshou. Upon hearing Wufan, Zhu Ganglia's eyes filled with tears. "Master, could you please enunciate my name clearly? It is Wufan, with a fourth tone, not lunch." Tang Xinzang waved his hand dismissively. "Do not dwell on such insignificant details." Zhu Ganglai seethed internally. Are these trivial details? They concern my very life. Sun Wukong interjected, "This mountain does seem rather unusual." As they spoke, they all turned their attention forward. Before them loomed a majestic mountain, formidable and imposing. It was connected to the Kunlun Range, with the azure sky above. White cranes flitted about, golden monkeys swung from vines, and ethereal birds danced through the verdant bamboo groves, while colorful pheasants sang amidst a sea of blossoms. As the sun shone, thousands of red mists rose from the mountain, and the winds stirred shadows, causing colorful clouds to swirl. After the sun dipped behind the clouds, the towering peaks began to faintly glow, and the stones glimmered with auspicious energy. Little White Dragon, a recluse, had been trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain for years and lacked education. However, Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing, both of divine heritage and well acquainted with the royal court, could not help but exclaim in awe, "Remarkable." After saying this, Sha Wujing began rummaging through his belongings, pulling out oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Zhu Ganglai asked in confusion, "Brother Sha, what are you doing?" Sha Wujing replied, "The atmosphere here is extraordinary, suffused with an ethereal essence. Even if it is not the Thunder Sound Temple, It is undoubtedly the abode of an immortal. There should be no monsters here. So I will prepare the pot and gather the seasoning for a full pig feast, lest chaos ensue later." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gonglie's expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed. What kind of master and brothers are these? None are focused on how to obtain the scriptures in the West, only fixated on my flesh. Not a single decent one among them. Son Wukong shifted the topic. "Master, Brother Shah is right. The resident here must be a righteous person. Even if there are no monsters, the serene beauty is perfect for relaxation." Tang Sanzong nodded in agreement. Different lands nurture different beings. Such beauty must be home to immortals. Let us go and have a look. The group noticed a large stone tablet at the base of the towering mountain, inscribed with the words Mount Wanshou. Simultaneously, at the Liashahu River, Tang Song, riding his weary white horse, gazed at the expansive river, looking utterly bewildered. One of the 18 celestial guardians emerged from the waters. Before he could speak, Tang Song waved his hand in resignation, saying, "No need to say anything. The people inside have been taken away again, haven't they?" The guardian nodded. Tang Sung looked skyward, lamenting, "Could they not leave at least one for me?" The guardian calculated the time and suddenly chuckled. Tang Sung, puzzled, asked, "How can you still laugh when I am so unfortunate?" The guardian replied, "I am not laughing at you, but at that fool impersonating you." Everyone looked on in confusion. The guardian explained, "I just calculated the time, and based on their previous journey and the time elapsed, they did not fly or vanish, but rather walked like mortals. By now, they should have arrived at the domain of Mount Wanshou." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other guardians lit up. Only Tang Sung appeared utterly bewildered. The other party continued, "The Mount Wanshou is no ordinary place." Tang Sung immediately inquired, "Previously, you claimed that the Huangfeng Ridge was also extraordinary, yet it was swiftly subdued. Was it not?" The other party's face flushed, and with a dry cough, he replied, "The Mount Wanshou is incomparable to the Huangfeng Ridge. The king of the Huangfeng is merely a rat that has gained spirit. However, seated within the five of Mount Wanshou is none other than the ancestor of Earth Immortals." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung recognized the other party's exceptional nature and exclaimed in astonishment, "The ancestor of Earth Immortals? The progenitor of all immortals in the Earth Immortal realm? That title seems rather grand." The one named Jialan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is grand. In the realm of immortals, there are celestial immortals and Earth Immortals. Celestial immortals are official deities residing in the heavenly realm, while Earth Immortals are a group of free-spirited deities who prefer not to dwell in the heavens. These immortals are not weaker than celestial immortals, yet they are inherently nonchalant and refuse to submit to one another. To have someone universally acknowledged as an ancestor among them must possess both strength and seniority to earn such respect. However, the ancestor of Earth Immortals at the five indeed possesses that capability. He is known as Zhun Yuanzi, a name that has become synonymous with the world, though its origins have long been forgotten. He proclaims to have achieved enlightenment at the moment of cosmic differentiation and the birth of heaven and earth. With 48 earth deities under his command, 46 of whom have already attained immortality. Even the supreme heaven's Mi Luo Palace often invites him to impart the Tao fruit of the primordial unity. He is a genuine expert in the realm of primordial unity, surpassing even the great Luo Golden Immortal. Against someone like the king of Huangfeng, he could effortlessly crush several with a mere finger. Upon hearing this, Tang Seng's eyes sparkled with hope. Could he possibly suppress that false Tang Seng? The other party burst into hearty laughter. If an expert in the realm of primordial unity is willing to intervene, not just one false Tang Seng, but even 10 could easily be subdued. Tang Sung was instantly overjoyed. "That is truly excellent, truly excellent." The other party added, "Jin Chanzi, you must take your time. Allow us a few to proceed first. Once we meet Jin Yuanzi, we will explain the circumstances. He has ties to our Buddhist sect, and this was originally one of your trials. He is straightforward and righteous. It should not be difficult to request his aid in vanquishing the demon." Tang Sing eagerly exclaimed, "Very well, you may go ahead. I shall proceed slowly." The other party nodded, and then 6 of the 18 Jialan proceeded towards Mount Wanshou's 5, while the remaining 10 coordinated with the 4 protectors to ensure Tang Seng's safety. Meanwhile, on Mount Wanshou, Tang Senzong led his disciples up the mountain, rounding a bend to discover a grand Taoist temple before them. The temple was vast, with palatial halls hidden among the pine and cypress trees, the forest swaying in the wind, and white cranes flitting through the clouds, exuding an ethereal aura. At the entrance of the temple stood a large stone tablet inscribed with, "Blessed land of Mount Wanshou, cave heaven of 5." A couplet graced the grand door, reading, "The abode of immortals, where longevity reigns, a household that shares its lifespan with heaven." Upon seeing this couplet, Sun Wukong chuckled. This Taoist certainly dares to boast. 500 years ago, when I wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, even the Lord Lao Jun's door did not bear such audacious claims. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai immediately chimed in. In my opinion, someone who disrespects heaven and earth cannot be a true Taoist. He is likely a monster dwelling in a cave. When we encounter him, I shall uncover his true form with a single swipe of my rake, and then master can feast as he pleases. Sun Wukong pinched his pig ear and retorted, "You should be quiet. If you don't wish to be stewed, you needn't label every encounter as a monster. Along the way, you've called every rabbit a monster. Have you no sense of shame?" Zhu Ganglia's face flushed, but he stubbornly protested, "It's not you being eaten, so of course. It's easy for you to say. Moreover, monsters are skilled in transformation. Perhaps this is a trap laid by a monster." Just as he finished speaking, a dissatisfied voice rang out from within the temple. "Who is the fool that dares to claim that our 5 is a monster's lair?" As the words were spoken, 2 bright-eyed, fair-skinned young Taoist boys emerged. One glared at the crowd and sneered. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's just a few monks spouting nonsense." Although Zhu Ganglia's words were misguided, they were still brothers in arms. Moreover, Sun Wukong, with his tendency to defend his kin, immediately jumped forth, shouting, "You 2 little brats have quite the audacity. What makes you so impressive here?" The other Taoist boy scoffed, "Impressive? I fear that saying it would frighten you. Qingfeng, if he wishes to hear, then tell him. Let him understand what sort of place this is." The first Taoist boy commanded. Qingfeng nodded. "Monkey, do you dare to listen?" Sun Wukong laughed, crossing his arms. "I am indeed curious to hear who could frighten me." Qingfeng declared, "Listen closely. My master is the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi." Upon hearing this, the 2 Taoist boys expected to intimidate the monks before them. However, after a moment of silence, they were met with blank stares, particularly from the bald one on horseback, who simply remarked, "Oh, an Earth Immortal." Hearing this, Qingfeng grew furious. "What do you mean, merely an Earth Immortal?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "Little one, do not be angry. We truly have not heard of such a figure. I must ask, how does your master compare to the 9 luminary star lords and the celestial primordials?" Qingfeng proudly lifted his chin. "The 9 luminary star lords are of my master's junior generation, while the celestial primordials are merely guests under my master." Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "And how does he measure against the Jade Emperor?" Mingyue interjected, "The 3 pure ones are friends of my master, while the 4 emperors are acquaintances of my master." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the others furrowed their brows. If this were true, then the ancestor of Earth Immortals was indeed formidable. Though the other party might be boasting, they were not enemies, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Provoking them could lead to unnecessary conflict. They had come seeking shelter and sustenance, which was the primary goal. However, a light chuckle erupted, and the group turned to see the bald rider grinning to himself. Mingyue fumed, "Elder, do you not believe us?" Tang Sanzong raised his head, speaking with utmost seriousness, "I believe. I truly believe." Yet, Qingfeng and Mingyue's faces darkened. For the bald rider's expression bore 2 large characters. "Do not believe." The 2 immediately erupted in outrage. "You have 'do not believe' written on your face, yet you claim to believe? You monks are truly intolerable." Tang Sanzong wiped his face clean of the characters. "Oh, you caught me." Faced with Tang Sanzang's expression, as if he viewed them as fools, Mingyue exploded, shouting, "Monk, every word we say is the truth. If you do not believe, you may inquire, ask around." Tang Sanzong nodded vigorously. "Very well. May I ask, who is Zhen Yuanzi?" The 2 stood there dumbfounded for a moment before simultaneously roaring, "We want you to inquire with others, not with us." Tang Sanzong replied, "Oh." He then turned to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, who is Zhen Yuanzi?" Qingfeng and Mingyue, who had been on the verge of spitting blood from anger, took a moment to regain their composure. Sun Wukong laughed. "There is no need for you to explain. Hearing is but hearsay, seeing is believing. If your master is truly so powerful, go tell him that the great sage equal to heaven, who caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago, has arrived. See how he responds." Qingfeng huffed. "You are fully aware that my master took his disciples to give a lecture. You came here to stir trouble, did you not?" Sun Wukong shook his head. We are not here to cause trouble. We are monks from the Eastern Tang dynasty, intending to journey westward to seek the true scriptures. Passing through here, we noticed the abundant spiritual energy and the divine ambience, and thus came to take a look. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Ming Yue's expressions softened slightly. They exchanged glances, both perceiving the peculiar look in each other's eyes. Qing Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, "You are monks from the Eastern Tang dynasty? Is it true that you are called Tang Sanzong?" A bald-headed monk immediately stepped forward, pointing at his own harmless, shiny bald head. "It is I. It is I. It is indeed me. Were you also sent by Guanyin Bodhisattva? However, to be honest, I do not wish to adopt children. I still prefer to have my own. Shall I have a word with your mother first?" Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Ming Yue exchanged glances, their expressions darkened with incredulity, both inwardly lamenting. What kind of absurd monk is this? He is even contemplating fatherhood and pursuing women. Ming Yue, whose temper was the most volatile, could not restrain herself and exclaimed, "Who wishes to be your child? Guanyin Bodhisattva has not arrived. It was my master who instructed us to receive you upon his departure." Tang Sanzang was taken aback. "Your master knows me?" Faced with the foolishness of this bald thief, whose face seemed to be etched with the word deserving of a beating, Qing Feng and Ming Yue found themselves exasperated. Qing Feng weakly replied, "Yes, you were once Jin Chanzi. At the Pan Tao banquet, you offered a toast to my master." Tang Sanzang scratched his head, pondering when he had ever toasted anyone. However, he dismissed it as irrelevant. A toast was merely a toast, and in the grand scheme of things, reputation mattered little compared to sustenance. Moreover, curiosity piqued. Did this individual truly have past dealings with him? Did he know who he was? Instantly, Tang Sanzang became intrigued. "Oh, is that so? Then let us proceed." Although Sun Wukong and the others discerned the underlying meaning, they understood that Jin Chanzi referred to the genuine Tang Sung, not this impostor. Yet, they were acutely aware that their seemingly foolish master was far from simple. Deep down, he was exceptionally astute and must have been fully aware of everything, thus intentionally masquerading. Sun Wukong and the others dared not expose him. Seeing Tang Sanzang's reaction, Qing Feng and Ming Yue felt considerably better. After all, mentioning Tang Sanzang's toast to their master was subtly putting him in his place and even somewhat slapping his face. Since he did not mind and accepted it, they felt they had regained some ground. Thus they declared, "Master, please come inside." Following Qing Feng and Ming Yue, they entered Wuzhuangwen, traversing through 2 gates until they reached the main hall. There, they beheld a large, colorful tapestry hanging in the center of the wall, inscribed with the characters Heaven and Earth. Chapter 49. Wild fruits. Beneath the tapestry lay a crimson lacquered incense table adorned with a golden incense burner, beside which sat a box of incense. Zhu Ganglai frowned and said, "Hey, boys, why doesn't your Wuzhuangwen honor the 3 pure ones, the 4 emperors, or the celestial gods? Why is there only heaven and earth hanging here?" Afterward, Zhu Ganglai leaned in to whisper to Tang Sanzang, "Master, this clearly isn't a proper Taoist temple. It must be a disguise for demons." Sun Wukong immediately pinched his ear and pulled him aside. "Fool, don't speak recklessly." Zhu Ganglai, with a quivering voice, replied, "If I don't speak now, I fear I may lose my chance. Brother monkey, when you feast upon my share, do offer me 2 sticks of incense first." Sun Wukong, feeling at a loss for words, retorted, "Rest assured, if all else fails, I shall perform a somersault and fetch a demon for you." Zhu Ganglai, upon hearing this, was so moved he nearly wept. "Thank you, brother monkey. You are truly my dear elder brother." At that moment, Qing Feng responded, "Esteemed guests, we are not at liberty to say. Our master holds a high position. If we were to offer incense to the 3 pure ones and 4 emperors, it would imply a formal greeting, and they would need to reciprocate. As for the lesser deities, they are unworthy of our offerings. Currently, our master has been summoned by the primordial lord to lecture on the Tao in the Moreau Palace. Otherwise, you would clearly understand without our need for such elaborate explanations." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes. "Enough. I can see now that you, this Taoist boy, are even more boastful than I am. Your temple is more akin to a boastful establishment. It should simply be called the Bluster Temple. If my elder brother, the Bull Demon King, were here, you would easily be blown away by your own hot air. Does the esteemed primordial lord really need to invite your humble self to lecture? Spare us your hollow pretenses and speak plainly." Upon hearing this, the 2 Taoist boys were immediately enraged and rolled up their sleeves. ready to retort. Suddenly, the bald man sniffed the air and asked, "What is that scent?" "It smells delightful." The two Taoist boys exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Together, they communicated through secret methods. Qingfeng said, "Mingyue, though this monk is indeed annoying, his nose is surprisingly keen. He has caught the fragrance of the ginseng fruit." Mingyue replied, "Before our master departed, he instructed us to present this monk with 2 ginseng fruits as a token of gratitude for the toast he offered back then. However, the master also mentioned that their relationship is not profound. Given how detestable this monk is, I suggest we withhold the fruits." Qingfeng concurred. "I share the same sentiment. They do not possess the virtue to partake in our ginseng fruits." Mingyue added, "Precisely." Unbeknownst to them, the crafty bald thief had perked up his ears. When several bodhisattvas had communicated through sound, Tang Sanzang had heard them clearly. How could the whispers of these 2 young Taoists elude his keen hearing? Mingyue stepped forward and said, "Elder, those are merely some wild fruits ripening in the temple. Nothing particularly special." Tang Sanzang squinted, drawing out his words. "Oh, so they are just wild fruits." Qingfeng replied, "Yes, indeed, nothing special. Elder, it is getting late. Why don't we first settle you in for rest, and then prepare a meal together afterward?" At the mention of food, Zhu Ganglai shivered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he exclaimed, "A meal is still a ways off. You prepare your meals far too early." He claimed he was not hungry, yet his stomach grumbled audibly, turning his pig-like face crimson. Tang Sanzang, ignoring him, declared, "Cooking is too troublesome. Let us simply eat some wild fruits as a quick meal." He turned to Wukong, Wufan, and Wujing. "Come, let us go for some wild fruits." With that, Tang Sanzang turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyue grew anxious. Those were no mere wild fruits. They were the legendary ginseng fruits, the prized treasure of Wuzhuangwen. In terms of quantity, ginseng fruits were even rarer than peaches. In terms of quality, they were on par with top-tier peaches. When Xinyuanzi had mentioned giving Tang Sanzang 2, he had felt immense pain. Now, this bald thief intended to take his disciples to eat them. Who could endure such an affront? Qingfeng hurriedly called out, "Elder, you are our guest. Before leaving, our master instructed us to treat you well. How can we allow you to eat wild fruits? Let us prepare a meal instead." Mingyue nodded fervently. "Yes, yes. Please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly." Gurgle, gurgle. Zhu Gonglia's stomach grumbled once more. Tang Sanzang remarked, "My disciple is hungry. How about this? You first prepare the meal, and we will go pick some wild fruits to tide us over. Once the meal is ready, you can call us." Hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyue felt a deep sense of despair, but they had woven their own web of lies. And now it was backfiring on them. There was nothing they could say to express their frustration. Sun Wukong glanced at the bald thief, then at the clearly flustered Taoist boys, instantly realizing that this was no simple matter of eating wild fruits. He quickly responded, "Yes, yes, you go prepare the meal, we will eat afterward. This way, neither of us will be delayed." Tang Sanzang nodded. "Having traveled far, I have eaten plenty of lavish meals. However, I have never tasted such fragrant wild fruits. It is not the quality of the food that matters, but rather the novelty. Come, my disciples." With that, Tang Sanzang led his disciples towards the back courtyard. Seeing that words had failed to stop them, Qingfeng and Mingyue, in a state of anxious desperation, contemplated whether to resort to force. Zhu Ganglai cast a glance at them and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the former Water Marshal of Heaven, Tianpeng Yuan Shui. Do you see this rake? It was personally forged by Taishang Laojun." Upon hearing this, the 2 Taoist boys were momentarily stunned. Tianpeng Yuan Shui? Although his status was not overwhelmingly high, he was indeed a martial deity. They seemed to be at a disadvantage. Zhu Ganglai then patted Sha Wujing. "This is my junior brother Sha. He was once the general of the Heavenly Emperor's curtain, tasked with ensuring the safety of the Heavenly Emperor." Qingfeng and Mingyue were instantly at a loss for words. With a Tianpeng Yuan Shui in their midst, they might have had some means to confront him, but now with the addition of a curtain general, the situation was becoming dire. Zhu Ganglai grinned widely, pointing at Sun Wukong and exclaiming, "That is our senior brother. 500 years ago, he single-handedly stormed the heavenly court with just a staff, battling the deities of the Thunder Department and the celestial gods, causing chaos in the palace, leaving no one capable of restraining him. Ultimately, it was the Buddha, Tathagata, who intervened to restore peace." The 2 youths shivered at this revelation, inwardly cursing, Is he a monk from the east or a bandit from the east? How can we possibly confront him? They hastily rolled down their sleeves, exchanging glances filled with tears, regretting their earlier lies. If only they had simply offered them 2 fruits. All this could have been avoided. However, there was no turning back now. They had to devise a strategy. Just then, Sun Wukong shouted, "Master! There are many little children hanging from that old tree ahead." Tang Sanzang glanced over and replied, "What children? Those are wild fruits. Hurry, let's pick a few and taste them." "All right." Sun Wukong eagerly prepared to rise and gather the fruits. Qing Feng and Ming Yue exchanged alarmed looks and quickly blocked his path, exclaiming, Elder, you cannot touch those." Tang Sanzang, looking bewildered, asked, "Why not? They are just a few wild fruits. Surely, you are not so stingy?" Sun Wukong retorted, "Hey, didn't you say you would treat us well? What is this? Not even allowing us to eat a few wild fruits? Is this how you treat guests?" Zhu Ganglai immediately chimed in, "Exactly. You spoke so grandly before, mentioning the Jade Void Palace and the Supreme 3 Pure Ones. Yet now you are reluctant to part with a few wild fruits." Qing Feng and Ming Yue exchanged furtive glances, knowing they had mentioned the fruits themselves. And it would be disgraceful to backtrack. Just as they were in a quandary, Tang Sanzang suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I understand." Qing Feng and Ming Yue's hearts trembled, wondering if this bald monk was knowledgeable enough to recognize the ginseng fruit. What if he inquired about their deception? How could they respond? Then, they saw the bald monk extend a hand towards them. Ming Yue instinctively reached out to accept. The monk's large hand opened, dropping a copper coin into Ming Yue's palm. With a simple smile, he said, "How can one eat without paying? 1 copper coin for 2 wild fruits. Isn't that reasonable?" Looking at this seemingly foolish monk with a silly grin, Ming Yue felt an intense urge to slap him. 1 copper coin for 2 ginseng fruits? Was he out of his mind? Or were they? Qing Feng's face darkened, his eyes darting as he pondered a strategy, stalling for time. This. Another hand reached out towards Ming Yue, and 5 fingers spread open, dropping another pitiful copper coin into her palm. The monk, with an innocent smile, said, "Isn't that enough to increase the price?" Qing Feng trembled with anger. The monk cheerfully remarked, "Wukong, look, they are so thrilled they are trembling." Sun Wukong, being clever, and Zhu Ganglai, once an official, both possessed sharp minds, while the seemingly simple Sha Wujing was no fool either, as he worked closely with them. They had all recognized the trickery surrounding the fruits. Seeing the monk's antics, they stifled their laughter and played along, saying, "Dear youths, you need not be so agitated. Our master is always quite generous." Ming Yue could no longer contain herself, clenching her fists in frustration. However, Qing Feng, still composed, whispered, "Ming Yue, after all, our master instructed us to present him with 2 fruits before he departed, as a gesture of respect. We hadn't planned to give them, but it seems wise to do so now to avoid complications." Ming Yue took a deep breath, reluctantly replying, "I am unwilling to let such a character eat our precious ginseng fruit." Yet both understood the situation had reached a critical point. It was now a matter of either providing the fruits or facing humiliation. After pondering between dignity and the fruits, they sighed and confessed, "To be honest, we have a limited supply of these fruits and do not sell them lightly to outsiders. We can only part with 2, since the elder wishes to purchase them. And considering our past kindness, we shall sell you 2. With that, Qing Feng suggested, "Elders, why not rest while we gather the fruits and bring them to you?" Sun Wukong protested, 4 of us share a horse. 2 fruits are hardly enough. How about you pick 5, 1 for each of us?" Qing Feng's brows furrowed, his face darkening as he retorted, "Monkey, did you not hear? We can only sell you 2. No more." Sun Wukong wiped his nose and said, "If you won't sell, then fine, why shout?" Tang Sanzang, unwilling to concede, asked, "What if we offer more?" "Even with more money, I won't sell." Qing Feng roared. Tang Sanzang shook his head and beckoned to Sun Wukong and the others, saying, "Let's go. This Taoist is mad, so pitiable, driven to madness at such a young age." Behind them, Ming Yue desperately pulled at the furious Qing Feng, who shouted, "Let go. Don't hold me back. I am going to confront him." Upon returning to their lodgings, Tang Sanzang's stomach growled. At that moment, they heard the sound of a door closing, followed by Zhu Ganglia's voice from outside, "Master, I will fetch you some fine meat." Then came the sound of rushing wind. Sun Wukong chuckled, "This fool is afraid you will eat him, master." Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Right. We can have a feast." Suddenly, there was a thud in the distance, as if something had fallen from the sky. Meanwhile, the white dragon horse stealthily moved away. Xiao Wujing quickly shouted, "I'll go boil water and heat the pot." Only son Wukong shook his head in a wry smile. He had been with this bald monk the longest and understood him best. Although the monk acted without restraint and often disregarded conventions, deep down, he had a kind heart. Though he joked about eating Zhu Ganglai, they had traveled together for months, and he had never truly harmed him, nor had he touched the white dragon horse. Shaking his head, son Wukong went to assist Xiao Wujing in preparing the meal. Tang Sanzang sat in the room, lost in thought, when suddenly Mingyue entered, visibly displeased, carrying a plate. She lifted the red cloth covering it, revealing 2 fruits resembling infants, fragrant and glowing with a soft yellow light. Forcing a smile, she said, "Elder, these are the wild fruits from my Wuzhuang temple. Would you like to taste them?" Tang Sanzang leaned in for a closer look, picked one up to examine, then promptly tossed it into his mouth, chewing noisily. After swallowing, he grimaced, "The taste is mediocre. Nowhere near as delicious as meat." Mingyue trembled at his words, nearly dropping the plate onto his face. She wanted to shout, "What do you know? This is a divine fruit, comparable to the finest peaches. It can grant longevity and even resurrect the dead. How dare you compare it to mere meat? Are you a demon?" Yet, in the end, Mingyue chose to hold her tongue, feeling exasperated with this infuriating monk. They were only staying for one night. It was best to endure and send him on his way to avoid further annoyance. Just then, the monk spoke again, "I want to eat this one. Better to share it with my disciples. Although it lacks flavor, it is quite hydrating." Mingyue was about to explode in anger when suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, and she smiled. "In that case, there is no need for you to make the trip. I can deliver it on my way." Tang Sanzang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you so much." Mingyue grinned, carrying the remaining ginseng fruit as she took her leave. Upon exiting, she headed straight to her own room. Once inside, she closed the door tightly and pulled Qingfeng aside. Qingfeng, puzzled, asked, "Mingyue, why did you bring the ginseng fruit back?" Under the bright moonlight, Mingyue scoffed. "Those ignorant fools from the east don't recognize the value of our ginseng fruit. They consumed it, mistaking it for mere wild berries to quench their thirst. Not only did they fail to express gratitude, but they also uttered derisive remarks and even showed disdain. They asked us to give the remaining fruit to their foolish disciples. What merit do those disciples possess to partake in such celestial delicacies?" Qingfeng frowned and inquired, "But what if they ask us about it? How should we respond?" Unfazed, Mingyue replied, "If they don't ask, that's fine. If they do, we shall say the fruit fell to the ground and spoiled. We can simply refund them a penny." Qingfeng nodded slightly. "That's a clever plan. But what of the ginseng fruit?" Mingyue smiled. "Naturally, we shall enjoy it ourselves." Qingfeng laughed heartily indeed. Such divine elixirs are meant for beings like us. Those rustic monks, not only are they unsightly, but they also lack intelligence. Their parents should never have brought such people into this world. They are unworthy of our fruit. Mingyue chuckled. A bunch of unworldly bumpkins. How could they recognize such treasures? Originally, our master intended to bestow upon them a blessing, yet their lack of virtue disqualified them. Today, we consume it, as it rightfully belongs to us. Qingfeng nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, it is ours by right." The 2 acolytes, known for their sharp tongues, could have simply shared the fruit in peace. However, their resentment led them to bicker and curse while eating, releasing their pent-up frustrations. They were oblivious to the fact that the kitchen was adjacent, where Zhu Ganglai had just returned with a white deer spirit, accompanied by Xiao Wujing, while son Wukong was busy preparing the meal. Upon hearing their voices, the 3 couldn't help but eavesdrop. Zhu Ganglai, curious, asked, "Master brother, what is this ginseng fruit?" Son Wukong replied, "Back when I served as the absurdly titled horse supervisor, I traveled far and wide and heard tales of this fruit. The ginseng fruit is no ordinary elixir. It is said that in the primordial chaos, before the heavens and earth were formed, this spiritual root was born. Unique in nature, it is known as the herb of immortality or ginseng fruit. It blossoms every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to ripen, thus taking a full 10,000 years to be consumed. In this time, only 30 fruits are produced. The appearance of the fruit resembles that of a child not yet a full 3 years old, with all limbs and features intact. If an ordinary person is fortunate enough to merely smell it, they could live for 360 years. Consuming one grants them 47,000 years of life. For immortals, The benefits are boundless. I never anticipated such a treasure would exist in this humble temple. No wonder the two acolytes boast so much. Zhu Gonglia's eyes sparkled with excitement. When I was the marshal of the heavenly forces, I never encountered such a fruit. I wonder what it tastes like. As he spoke, Zhu's gaze wandered towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shot him a glare. Enough of that. I have long since washed my hands of thievery and settled into a life of cooking. Sha Wujing added, Master brother, I have no particular craving for the ginseng fruit, but it was clearly meant for us by Master. Why did they consume it? What reasoning is there behind this? Zhu Ganglai added, Indeed, they ate it and still insult us? I find that intolerable. Can you endure it, Sha brother? Sha Wujing replied, As a monk, I strive for patience. Zhu Ganglai turned to Sun Wukong, but sensing Zhu's intentions to stir trouble, Sun Wukong gave him a light smack on the back of his head, urging him to focus on cooking. Zhu Ganglai clicked his tongue in resignation, deciding to remain silent. Meanwhile, Qing Feng and Ming Yue continued their tirade, their insults directed at the bald-headed monk growing more excessive, even delving into ancestral curses. They hurled insults like horse supervisor, lecherous pig, and thieving scoundrel unworthy of a dog. Despite their attempts to suppress their anger, it surged within them, igniting their rage. Though Sha Wujing appeared gentle and kind, one must question whether a truly virtuous person would eat those they caught in the river of sand. And Zhu Ganglai, if he were not a man of passion, how could he dare to court Chang'e while intoxicated? Sun Wukong, known for his fiery temperament, would have certainly caused chaos if not for his master, Tang Sanzang, who was even more tempestuous. Now, hearing the foul language from Qing Feng and Ming Yue, cursing for an entire afternoon, his fury reached a boiling point. At that moment, Qing Feng exclaimed, That Sun Wukong is the most despicable of beings, deserving the 500 years of confinement. If it were up to me, his monkey offspring should be imprisoned alongside him, ensuring none survive to cause further harm. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a sinister grin. Oh, what a sharp-tongued little one. You dare say we are unworthy of the herb of immortality? Just wait. With that, he prepared to storm out. Sha Wujing, still holding on to a sliver of composure, grasped Sun Wukong's arm. Master brother, where are you going? Sun Wukong shrugged him off. Do not interfere. I can endure insults myself. But how can I allow them to curse my kin? Sha Wujing shouted, Master brother, do not act rashly. Retaliation is one thing, but if you resort to violence, Master will hold us accountable. Sun Wukong responded, Do not worry, I am not about to take a life. However, I must vent my frustrations. With that, he transformed into a gust of wind and vanished. Sha Wujing, feeling a twinge of worry, muttered, Oh dear, that impulsive monkey better not cause a major uproar. Meanwhile, Zhu Ganglai remarked, A little chaos might be for the best. We are but guests here. If they offer, we partake, and if they do not, we are not owed any hospitality. Yet, they have eaten and still insult us behind our backs. Do they think we lack temper? Whatever our master brother may have done, I stand by him. Sha Wujing sighed. Indeed, the herb of immortality is a precious item, even if it was only intended for master. It hardly seems fair that they took the one meant for us. Those two acolytes truly overstepped their bounds. As they waited in silence, a sudden gust of wind swept through, transforming into a monkey holding a golden mallet in one hand and a pill plate containing a ginseng fruit in the other. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the two were taken aback. Zhu Ganglai pointed at the ginseng fruit. Master brother, you were gone for so long just to bring back this one fruit? I expected you would return with a basket like when you picked the peaches. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? In those days, I acted recklessly while intoxicated. Now, I must be prudent. However, those two acolytes spoke ill of us and even cursed my kin. I cannot let that slide. Yet, we are guests in their abode, and they have shown us kindness. It would be unbecoming to act out of line. Originally, Master intended to share one ginseng fruit with us, yet they devoured it. What kind of reasoning is that? Setting aside the question of why it was given to Master, they certainly had no right to decide that for him. Even if we owe a debt of gratitude, it is to others, not them. Furthermore, I do not wish to take more than what is owed. Master said we should have one, and one is what we shall consume. It is only fair. Zhu Ganglai, somewhat displeased, remarked, Fairness is all well and good, but it won't fill our stomachs. This one small fruit is hardly enough for me, let alone for three of us to share. Sha Wujing replied, Second brother, I believe master brother is correct. Although Qing Feng and Ming Yue may have spoken harshly, They did host us and provided for our needs. We have endured their insults without retaliating, which also serves to repay their kindness. Regarding the fruit, it is a favor returned to us by the master of the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhenyuan Daxian. Since the master allocated one to us, it rightfully belongs to us, and they should not partake in it. We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. This is not unreasonable, although we understand that this Tang Senzong is not the same as the other Tang Senzong. They cannot discern which Tang Senzong Zhenyuan Daxian referred to. They instinctively believe that since the other party possesses such a rare treasure as the ginseng fruit, it must be of extraordinary origin, and their calculations cannot possibly be erroneous. Thus, everyone assumes that this fruit is designated for Tang Senzong, not for Tang Sun, making it seem entirely justified for them to consume it. Zhu Ganglai grunted. I know, but this is hardly enough to eat. Look how small it is. I can barely see it from a distance. While speaking, Zhu Ganglai leaned in closer, and as he was about to take a bite, he felt a sharp pain in his ear as it was seized by Sun Wukong, who scolded, You fool! Do you think I am unaware of how many roundworms you have in your belly? You still wish to hoard it all for yourself? With a dismissive toss, Sun Wukong said, We shall divide it into 3 portions, one for each of us. Let no one be greedy. Afterward, Sun Wukong divided the fruit into 3 equal parts, and the 3 of them each took a share. The ginseng fruit, renowned as a divine herb among the celestial medicines, proved its worth, even with just a third consumed. They could feel the abundant spiritual energy entering their bodies, nourishing their meridians and spirits. In that moment, the 3 felt utterly at ease, exclaiming their comfort. Yet Zhu Ganglai, still dissatisfied, exclaimed, It's too little. I couldn't even savor the flavor. Sun Wukong shot him a glare. Fool, you should abandon such thoughts at once. Shashidi, I will return the golden hammer and the pill tray. You hurry and prepare a meal, for the master must be hungry as well. Sha Wujing nodded and began to prepare the white deer's spirit by eviscerating it, skinning and plucking it. Although Zhu Ganglai felt somewhat begrudged, he had no choice but to follow Sha Wujing to assist in the cooking. Before long, a grand feast of venison was prepared. The disciples relished their meal. One must admit, Sha Wujing's culinary skills were impressive, coupled with the fact that Zhu Ganglai was cautious. The white deer spirit they hunted was no ordinary creature. It had lived for many years, its flesh refined by the essence of the sun and moon, making it a delicacy. The combination of their efforts resulted in an aroma that wafted for miles. Soon, Qing Feng and Mingyue arrived, grumbling as they approached the source of the delightful scent. You rascally monks! How dare you feast on meat within the temple? Qing Feng stormed in, pointing a finger in accusation. Tang Senzong scratched his head and asked Sun Wukong, Wukong, is it forbidden to eat meat in the temple? In an era brimming with demonic beings, many customs were lost on Tang Senzong. Sun Wukong replied, Not all temples prohibit meat. Some Taoists can indeed partake. It's just that we were unaware that Wuzhuang Temple forbids it. Zhu Ganglai chimed in, Exactly. When we were cooking, you never mentioned that we couldn't eat meat? Sha Wujing added, Indeed, ignorance is no fault. Must you berate us upon entering? Tang Senzong suggested, If meat is forbidden, then let us eat outside. Wukong, let us take the table and dine outside, and return once we are finished. Thus, Sun Wukong and the others proceeded to carry the table outside. Qing Feng wished to scold further, but was halted by Mingyue. A few words of reprimand suffice. Excessive cursing wastes our breath. Qing Feng huffed, True enough, let us depart. With that, they turned and left. As evening fell, per the regulations of Wuzhuang Temple, the 2 were to inspect the premises thoroughly. Upon reaching the ginseng fruit tree, they were taken aback. No matter how they counted, 1 fruit was missing. Qing Feng frowned. How is this possible? At the garden's opening, we collectively consumed 2. Tang Senzong had 1 at noon, and we had 1. Logically, there should be 26 remaining. Yet only 25 are here. Mingyue, sweating profusely, meticulously examined the surrounding formations and restrictions, only to find them functioning perfectly. However, it was indisputable that 1 ginseng fruit was truly absent. Unconvinced, they checked multiple times, yet the fruit remained missing. Qing Feng's temper flared, and he shouted impulsively, It must have been those monks who stole it. They claim not to eat, looking down upon it, yet secretly consume it. Utterly despicable. Let us go settle the score with them. Mingyue cautioned, Qing Feng, we have no evidence. How can you be so certain it was them? Qing Feng retorted, This Mount Wanshou is widely known. Who would dare cause trouble here? Currently, aside from us, they are the only ones left. If the ginseng fruit has gone missing, it can only be them. And besides, have you ever heard of monks eating meat? If they dare consume meat, they certainly would steal. Mingyue conceded the logic. Let us confront them together. The two swiftly made their way to Tang Senzang's dwelling, standing outside to shout, Tang Senzang, we regarded you as a venerable monk. Yet you have allowed your disciples to steal our fruit. How utterly disgraceful. Mingyue added, you proclaim it unpalatable and refuse to eat, yet secretly pilfer our ginseng fruit. You are a duplicitous scoundrel. Come forth and apologize to us. Tang Senzang, preparing for a nap, listened to their tirade without anger, instead chuckling as he sat back to hear them out. Qingfeng and Mingyue berated him for nearly half an hour before they paused, parched and exhausted. Mingyue remarked, Qingfeng, this monk possesses remarkable composure. He understands he is in the wrong and does not retort even as we berate him. My anger has subsided somewhat. What of yours? Qingfeng grunted. He knows we are not mistaken. His silence is a clear indication of guilt. Just then, a window creaked open, revealing a gleaming bald head, which innocently inquired, who are you two scolding? What has he done? Clatter. The items in their hands fell to the ground as they stood frozen in shock, realizing that they had been scolding someone who was entirely unaware it was him. A gust of wind swept through, and they glared at the infuriating bald head, their anger flaring anew as they thought, We've wasted half an hour scolding him, and he has no idea it was directed at him. Qingfeng pointed at Tang Senzang's bald head, shouting, we are scolding you. Who else bears the name Tang Senzang here? Tang Senzang, scratching his head with a look of innocence, replied, but I didn't take your ginseng fruit. Could it be a mistake? Qingfeng rolled his eyes and reiterated his earlier deductions, adding, there are only you and us on the mountain. If it was not you, it was your disciple. Mingyue echoed, yes, it must be the disciple who stole it. Tang Senzang responded, oh, if it was my disciple who stole it, then go find them. Whether to punish or kill, do it quickly. Why seek me? Qingfeng and Mingyue were left speechless, pondering, are they truly master and disciple? At that moment, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and Sha Wujing returned from tending to the horses, carrying a deer spirit they had captured, ready for an evening feast. As they entered, they noticed Qingfeng and Mingyue, their faces flushed with anger, standing at the door as if their tempers were about to explode. Tang Senzang inquired, they claim you stole their ginseng fruit. Did you? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai immediately lowered his head, pretending to know nothing. Sha Wujing's face turned slightly red, but given his naturally unusual complexion, it was hardly noticeable. Only Sun Wukong raised his head, bewildered, and exclaimed, what nonsense! Who stole? Tang Senzang turned back to Qingfeng and Mingyue and said, they claim they did not steal. Qingfeng, gazing at the foolish-looking bald man before him, shouted in frustration, you believe them just because they said so? If I assert that they did steal, will you believe me? To his dismay, the bald man shook his head and replied, no, why not? Qingfeng inquired. The bald man answered without hesitation, they are my disciples. I trust them. You are not my disciple, so why should I trust you? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingyue almost fainted from indignation. They had seen protective guardians before, but never such blatant honesty. However, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon horse felt a warmth in their hearts, thinking, our bald master isn't so bad after all. Mingyue said, Sun Wukong, if you claim it wasn't you who stole, then how come one of our precious ginseng fruits is missing? The only ones present on Wanshou Mountain are you and us. If it wasn't you, could it have been us? A bald man leaned closer to Mingyue and remarked, it might have been the chickens. Do you think those are wild fruits? You say it was the chickens. Why not say it was the bugs? Mingyue, unable to contain her frustration, unleashed a tirade at the bald man. He was splattered with spittle and retorted, it could be possible. Mingyue clutched her chest and squatted off to the side, feeling that if she continued conversing with this bald man, she might just die of anger. The bald man then asked Sun Wukong, Wukong, did you take it? Sun Wukong chuckled, Master, we wouldn't take what isn't ours. He then continued, we only take what is rightfully ours. Didn't Master give us a ginseng fruit? If someone refuses to share, we have no choice but to act ourselves. Qingfeng and Mingyue, upon hearing this, felt both embarrassed and furious, ultimately succumbing to righteous indignation. Qingfeng pointed at Sun Wukong and declared, so you admit to taking our ginseng fruit without our consent? Sun Wukong laughed, we didn't take yours. We took what Master gave us. Besides, how can you prove that the one we ate isn't the one Master gave us? How can you prove that the one you ate isn't the one that was lost? Qing Feng and Ming Wei were instantly enraged. You monkey, stop your nonsense. Is there even a need to distinguish? We picked 2 for Elder Tang, and when he refused to eat, we took them back to eat ourselves. This fruit cannot survive once separated from the tree, so it must be put to use. As for you, if you lack virtue, you naturally do not deserve the fruit. Both of them stood firm, insisting that Sun Wukong and his companions were unworthy of the fruits. Sun Wukong, exasperated yet amused, retorted, "We are unworthy? And you too, who privately withheld another's fruit, are worthy." Qing Feng and Ming Yue were momentarily speechless, their faces flushed with anger as they glared at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong continued, "In truth, we are evenly matched. Neither of us can mock the other. I say we are not unreasonable people. Master gave us one, so we only took one, claiming what is rightfully ours. If we were truly as unworthy as you claim, would there still be half a fruit left on that tree? I swear on my name." Zhu Ganglai stepped forward and said, Yes, we all share some blame. If you hadn't eaten our fruit, would we have gone to take it ourselves? I propose we each take responsibility and let our mothers sort it out." While they spoke lightly, Qing Feng and Ming Yue were far from amused. If Xinyuanzi were to discover their actions, it would not be a trivial matter. The ginseng fruit blooms and bears fruit only once every 10,000 years, yielding merely 30 fruits. When they opened the garden for a feast, they had only managed to pick 2. Losing one now was no small offense. Naturally, they wished to avoid taking responsibility. Exchanging glances filled with resentment, a sudden loud crack interrupted their thoughts. They instinctively turned to see that the bald man had somehow procured a small stool, sitting comfortably with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds while enjoying the spectacle. Their faces turned dark with anger, and they struggled to contain their rage. Qing Feng, seizing the moment, pointed at Tang Xinzong and scolded, "Tang Xinzong, the matter is now clear. They admitted to picking our fruit from the tree. Taking things without the owner's permission is theft. What have you to say?" Ming Wei chimed in. "Tang Xinzong, you have failed in teaching your disciples. Do you not realize their wrongdoing in stealing our ginseng fruit?" Seeing Qing Feng and Ming Yue shift the blame onto him, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. These 2 youths, though seemingly furious, were far from foolish. They understood that they could not pin the blame solely on him, and thus redirected their ire toward the seemingly simple-minded Tang Xinzong. In truth, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of concern. He knew Tang Xinzong was clever, but often acted unpredictably. As expected, the bald man paused, scratching his head and murmuring, "You all discuss your matters. Why are you asking me?" Qing Feng replied, "You are their master. Of course, we must ask you." Tang Xinzong pondered, muttering, "I bought 2 fruits for 2 copper coins, ate one, and shared one with my disciple. Then, your disciple ate one of your fruits, and you say that is stealing? This is all too confusing." Tang Xinzong then wailed to the heavens, "My mind cannot take this anymore." As he lamented, Qing Feng and Ming Yue's faces grew increasingly grim. Previously, they had thought that giving Tang Xinzong the ginseng fruit was an act of courtesy, a grand gesture. They had forgotten that they initially did not intend to give him any fruit, and had even falsely claimed it was a wild fruit. It was only when Tang Xinzong insisted on purchasing 2 with coins that they relented. Thus, if they were to pursue this matter, it was indeed Tang Xinzong who had purchased the fruit. Tang Xinzong bought the fruit, and they had eaten it. This was undeniably indefensible. Cold sweat broke out on both their brows. However, retreat was not an option. Qing Feng stomped his foot and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Tang Xinzong, do not pretend to be foolish. Our fruit is a heavenly spiritual root. Granting it to you was a favor." Tang Xinzong tilted his head and looked at Qing Feng, saying, "Wait a moment. I finally sorted it out, and now you've confused me again. What favor are you speaking of?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xinzong clapped his hands and declared, "This is all too tiring. If you say we stole it, then let it be considered as such." Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Ming Yue exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmer of victory in each other's eyes, and exclaimed, "If it is theft, Tang Xinzong, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing?" Just as Sun Wukong and the others were about to speak, they saw Tang Xinzong settle onto the small stool, crossing his legs, munching on watermelon seeds, and spitting, akin to a little rogue, saying, "Acknowledge wrongdoing? I know I was wrong. So what now?" Now it was Qing Feng and Ming Yue's turn to be dumbfounded. Yes, they had acknowledged their wrongdoing, but what next? Tang Xinzong continued, "Isn't it just a wild fruit? I bought 2 for 2 coins before. Now I can simply give you one more coin to settle it." With that, Tang Sanzong generously reached into his pocket, only to have his expression stiffen. Meanwhile, Qing Feng and Ming Yue's faces turned ashen. This fellow was actually offering to compensate them one coin for the heavenly spiritual root? Their eyes blazed with indignation, and they cursed inwardly. This thieving bald man is too much. However, what drove them to the brink of despair was that after rummaging through his pocket for an eternity, the bald man finally produced a sunflower seed that had clearly been there for ages, casually munching on it. "This one has no price. You can't beat me. So what do you want?" Upon hearing this, not only Qing Feng and Ming Yue, but even Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai were utterly speechless. They had encountered rogues before, but never had they seen such a complete lack of scruples. Qing Feng clutched his chest, struggling to breathe in his fury. Ming Yue, finally regaining her composure, had to attend to Qing Feng as well. The two glared at the bald man, their minds racing to devise a solution. Ultimately, they sadly realized that they truly had no options. Yet, they could not swallow their pride. As the two individuals exchanged glances, they rolled up their sleeves and, disregarding all considerations, began to berate Tang Sanzong, pointing a finger at his nose. "You bald scoundrel." The moment those words escaped, the expressions of Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and others changed dramatically as they swiftly sought refuge behind Tang Sanzong, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. However, to their astonishment, Tang Sanzong did not retaliate as he had in the past. Instead, he sat there, a look of innocent bewilderment adorning his face, listening attentively. Qing Feng and Ming Yue hurled insults, repeatedly calling him a bald fool and a bald donkey, their spittle flying as their tempers flared. Yet, the bald man remained seated, calmly listening, unperturbed, occasionally cracking a few sunflower seeds. This only reignited Qing Feng and Ming Yue's fury, prompting them to sip water and continue their tirade. They scolded him from dusk until midnight, while he exhibited unprecedented composure and forbearance, seemingly unfazed and utterly tranquil. However, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the others could no longer bear the incessant barrage of insults, as they realized that the entire debacle stemmed from their own miscalculations. Had they not insisted on retrieving a fruit, Tang Sanzong would not have had to endure such indignities. They were acutely aware that although Tang Sanzong appeared indifferent to his reputation, he was very particular about his hairstyle. Ordinarily, anyone who dared to call him bald would receive a punch that could result in severe injury. Yet, this time, he had restrained himself. It was evident to them that while he may not have voiced his displeasure, he must have been seething inside, suffering in silence on their behalf. Overwhelmed with guilt and frustration, Sun Wukong finally stomped his foot, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "Let them berate me. I'll show them." In that moment, he executed a clever maneuver and stealthily departed, making his way toward the ginseng fruit tree. Upon reaching the ginseng fruit tree, Sun Wukong wasted no time. He brandished his golden staff and struck the tree with all his might, uprooting it completely. The ginseng fruits fell to the ground in disarray, burrowing into the earth and disappearing in an instant. Despite his anger, Sun Wukong retained his composure, knowing that now was not the time to provoke Qing Feng and Ming Yue. Thus, while his actions were vigorous, they did not trigger any alarm or disturbance. The array surrounding the tree rendered the inside impervious to outside sounds. Having vented his pent-up frustration by toppling the ginseng fruit tree, he returned quietly to observe Qing Feng and Ming Yue as they continued their tirade against the bald man. They scolded him until the early hours of the morning, but eventually, they were exhausted. They had exhausted all possible insults, having cycled through their repertoire multiple times. Moreover, the bald man's thick skin was becoming a source of despair. No matter how they raged, he remained unruffled. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, extremely disheartening. Realizing that their insults were ineffective, they decided to cease their verbal onslaught. With a furious wave of their hands, they declared, "Tang Sanzong, just wait until my master returns, then I shall deal with you." With that, they turned and left. Once they departed, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the others noticed Tang Sanzong setting aside his sunflower seeds, slowly lifting his head to gaze at them. In that moment, they beheld a pair of bloodshot eyes. It was clear that this bald man was not unaffected. Instead, he had been restraining his anger all along. "Master, are you angry?" Sun Wukong inquired cautiously. Tang Sanzong chuckled. "No, not angry at all." With that, he rose and made his way indoors. Sun Wukong suggested, "Master, this place is not suitable. Perhaps we should take our leave?" Zhu Ganglai quickly concurred. I said this was no good place. Even without monsters, it isn't a pleasant environment. Since our arrival, things have not gone well. Master, let us depart. Sha Wujing added, Master, dawn is approaching. While Qing Feng and Mingyue are fatigued from their tirade. Let us leave before they catch their breath and resume their insults. Tang Xinzong nodded. Very well, let us go. Thus, the group exited Wuzhuang Temple and continued their journey westward. Yet, along the way, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and Bai Longma could sense Tang Xinzang's emotional state was rather unstable. He resembled a bomb ready to detonate, instilling a sense of trepidation among them. Consequently, they dared not utter a word throughout the journey, as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Ultimately, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and asked, Master, in the past, if someone dared to insult you, you would have sent them to the Western Paradise with a single punch. What is different this time? Tang Xinzong looked up at the sky and replied, I was in the wrong. Hearing those words, Sun Wukong and the others felt a pang of discomfort. In that moment, even Sha Wujing, the last to join, felt a surge of sympathy for their master. They understood that Tang Xinzong's character was one who would not suffer indignities lightly, preferring to resolve matters with his fists, relishing in the straightforwardness of it all. Yet now, he was holding back due to their actions. Feeling a mix of emotions, they were reluctant to move recklessly. Sun Wukong remarked, Master, if you feel anger or resentment, do not hesitate to admonish us. After all, what is the worst that could happen? We could simply be reborn. Zhu Ganglai added, Master, shall I offer you some of my finest meat to savor? Sha Wujing chimed in, Master, I still have culinary skills yet to be showcased. Deep-fried pork tenderloin is quite delectable. Why are you glaring at me, second brother? Bai Longma interjected, Master, would you like to taste dragon meat? Upon hearing this, Tang Xinzong suddenly laughed. What are you all doing? I am not angry at all. I am perfectly fine. After speaking, Tang Xinzong abruptly fixed his gaze and bellowed, Halt! You land-bound turtle demon. How dare you obstruct my path and rob me? Prepare to face my fist. The others witnessed him direct a punch at a passing little turtle. Boom! A forceful punch shattered the air, obliterating a nearby mountain. After unleashing his blow, Tang Xinzong turned to the group with a smile, saying, See, I am not angry in the slightest. The others wore stiff smiles as Tang Xinzong turned his attention to the distance, exclaiming, Which nefarious creature dares to spy on me? He then leaped into the mountainous region, causing the ground to tremble and the cries of wild beasts to echo, accompanied by the bald man's furious roars. Halt! You frog demon, how dare you leap about? Prepare to face my fist. And you, crow demon, why are you so dark? Prepare to face my fist. Listening to these sounds, Sun Wukong and the others were utterly speechless. At the same time, the brothers exchanged glances, reaching a tacit understanding. They would never again act recklessly. And if they did, they must be in the right. They could not allow their master to suffer indignities any longer. As the bald man's voice faded into the distance, they were about to pursue when they suddenly heard a cold snort. You thieves dare to steal my ginseng fruits. Destroy my ginseng fruit tree, sever the spiritual roots of Wuzhuang Temple, and still expect to leave. They looked up to see a celestial figure with an air of elegance standing amidst the clouds, glaring down at them with a fierce countenance. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an unparalleled dignity that reminded Sun Wukong of the likes of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha. In that instant, he realized that Qing Feng and Mingyue had not exaggerated. There were indeed formidable beings within Wuzhuang Temple. Just minutes before the ginseng fruit tree was toppled, 6 guardians were flying toward Mount Wanshou when they suddenly heard a light laugh. Esteemed guardians, where are you all in such haste? The 6 looked up to see a figure adorned with a purple golden crown, clad in a carefree cloak, with shoes on his feet and a silk sash at his waist. His youthful face and jade-like complexion radiated warmth as he stroked his 3 strands of beard, smiling at them. Upon seeing this individual, the 6 were taken aback and promptly bowed. Greeting, little monk pays his respects to the one known as the Lord of the World. The newcomer was none other than the master of Wuzhuang Temple, known as Xinyuanzi, the Lord of the World. Xinyuanzi smiled. No need for such formalities. I have just returned from the Moreau Palace and noticed your hurried demeanor and troubled expressions, so I came to inquire. As the crowd exchanged glances, none of them anticipated encountering the principal character before reaching Wuzhuang Temple. One of the celestial guardians stepped forward and confessed, to be honest, we have come to seek your assistance. Zhen Yuanzi, taken aback, responded, "Seek my assistance?" The guardian affirmed, and proceeded to recount the tale of the Fo Tang Sung embarking on a pilgrimage. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi erupted into hearty laughter. The celestial guardians felt their faces flush with embarrassment, having utilized their resources and past favors from the Western teachings to clear the path eastward. Their intention was to leverage the pilgrimage as a means to formally establish themselves in the eastern lands and promote the Buddhist faith. Yet, before they could even begin, their designated pilgrim had been replaced, leading to an utter disgrace. After a moment of mirth, Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of this lamentation. I shall take care of the matter." However, just as he was about to speak further, his expression shifted dramatically. He immediately began to calculate with his fingers, only to be met with confusion. Nothing could be discerned. Yet, he sensed that the ginseng fruit tree, connected to him by blood, seemed to be in peril. Connecting this with the arrival of the false Tang Sung at Wuzhuang Temple, he realized that a grave crisis had unfolded. "What a rogue! How dare you!" Zhen Yuanzi bellowed, vanishing into thin air, leaving the 6 guardians bewildered, unaware of the unfolding drama. Nevertheless, feeling compelled to investigate after having come this far, they soared toward Wanshou Mountain. Meanwhile, Qing Feng and Mingwei returned to their dwelling, but found sleep elusive. Losing the ginseng fruit was no trivial matter. They tossed and turned, unable to rest, and eventually rose to engage in idle chatter. As their conversation meandered, they found themselves outside, and when they looked up, they had arrived at the ginseng orchard. Upon witnessing the scene, they were struck dumb. "Ah, the ginseng fruit tree!" they screamed, clutching their heads in despair, utterly bewildered and unaware of their own cries. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Qing Feng, Mingwei, where is the ginseng fruit tree?" In an instant, a figure materialized before them. Without a moment to spare, they fell to their knees, bowing profusely, exclaiming, "Master, you have returned. The ginseng fruit tree is gone." Without needing their words, Zhen Yuanzi had already seen the state of the ginseng fruit tree, now lifeless and devoid of spirit. His face darkened to a shade of kohl. Was it the work of that false Tang Sung? Upon hearing this, Qing Feng and Mingwei were left speechless. The false Tang Sung? Could it be that the monk we encountered earlier was not the true Tang Sung? Realizing the gravity of the situation, they refrained from concealing any details and hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Given the enormity of the circumstances and Zhen Yuanzi's unprecedented fury, they hesitated to disclose the complete truth. They merely mentioned how the false Tang Sung and his companions had bullied them, stolen the fruits, and threatened them, leading them to confront the culprits, only to have their spiritual roots severed. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was filled with rage, his hair standing on end. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he calculated once more. Alas, the outcome was the same as before. He could discern nothing. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi engaged in his calculations, Qing Feng and Mingwei were alarmed, fearing their secret might be revealed. Yet as they noticed Zhen Yuanzi's inability to glean any insights, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's apprehension. They then embellished their tale further, stating, "From the moment the false Tang Sung entered, he showed us no respect. He refused to bow in the Great Hall and even insisted on purchasing our ginseng fruits with just 2 copper coins. Out of respect for our master's arrangements, we offered him the fruits, only for him to disdainfully declare they were unpalatable, fit only for pigs." Mingwei added, "Moreover, that son Wukong is a rogue. Upon learning of our ginseng fruits, he colluded with his companions to steal them. When we confronted them, the false Tang Sung threatened us, stating we were no match for them." Qing Feng continued, "That son Wukong even took advantage of our distraction to sever our spiritual roots, claiming he feared neither us nor our master's return." Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi's fury reached a zenith, his very essence vibrating with indignation. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to calculate once more. Unfortunately, as before, the interplay of yin and yang eluded him, leaving him with no insights. Qing Feng and Mingwei, witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's intense calculations, were filled with dread, fearing the worst. Yet, they soon realized he had gleaned nothing, and their eyes met, each recognizing the unspoken fear. They continued to embellish their narrative, stating, "That false Tang Sung never regarded us with respect. Upon entering the Great Hall, he refused to bow, and even insisted on purchasing our ginseng fruits with mere copper coins. Out of respect for our master, we acquiesced, only for him to deride our fruits as unworthy. fit only for swine. Mingyue quickly interjected. Furthermore, that son Wukong is a brazen rogue. Upon discovering our ginseng fruits, he conspired with his accomplices to steal them. When we approached them to reason, the false Tang Sung threatened us, claiming we were no match for them. As Zhun Yuanzi listened, his hair and beard bristled with fury. Yet, he did not act impulsively, but rather calculated again. However, as before, he found himself unable to discern anything. Just as Qing Feng and Mingyue observed his furrowed brow, they felt a chill run down their spines, fearing the truth might be revealed. At this point, Zhun Yuanzi's demeanor darkened as he declared, "The ginseng fruit tree is a sacred root I acquired in the primordial chaos, intertwined with my very essence. It is irreplaceable, and they dare to destroy it. This enmity shall not go unpunished." With that, he vanished into the ether, pursuing the false Tang Sung and his companions. Qing Feng and Mingyue exchanged fearful glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. After years of following Zhun Yuanzi, they had never witnessed such wrath. Sun Wukong, sensing Zhun Yuanzi's formidable presence, understood he faced a dire adversary. Yet, he stood resolute, exclaiming, "Who approaches?" Zhun Yuanzi cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong and retorted, "You wretched monkey. Instead of properly escorting Tang Sung, you consort with vile beings. You forsake your rightful path and invite calamity upon yourself. Enough of this discourse. I shall take your lives in retribution for my ginseng fruit tree." Zhun Yuanzi's fury ignited, and he struck with great force, his hand appearing to cover the heavens as he brought it down with tremendous might, shaking the very earth. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Fall back." Simultaneously, he stomped his foot, shattering his armor, and transformed into his true form, a towering, dark-furred ape, monstrous in stature. With a series of furious roars, Sun Wukong grew in size, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. The colossal hand descended upon him. Boom! The clash of hand and ape produced a cataclysmic shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Dust and debris swirling violently, mountains crumbling, rivers reversing, a scene of unparalleled devastation. Amidst the chaos, Sun Wukong found himself pinned beneath the enormous hand, his roars of defiance drowned by its weight. Pig Bajie, witnessing this, bellowed, "Zhun Yuanzi, do not take your tyranny too far. Feel the wrath of my rake." He brandished his nine-toothed rake and swung it at the descending hand. Sha Wujing, silently resolute, wielded his spade in unison. Yet, Sun Wukong cried out, "Flee! Quickly! Seek our master! Flee! You think you can escape?" Zhun Yuanzi scoffed, pressing down with renewed vigor. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as Sun Wukong was half buried. While Pig Bajie, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon horse coughed up blood, their bodies cracking under the pressure, as his brothers faced imminent doom. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with fury, and he roared, "Rise!" In his rage, his eyes glowed crimson, his fur transforming into a deep scarlet. In truth, his overwhelming power caused his capillaries to rupture, spewing forth a mist of blood that stained his fur. "You dare to try and kill me?" With a primal roar, Sun Wukong unleashed his full potential, defying the colossal hand and pushing it back. Zhun Yuanzi, astonished, murmured, "What a fierce monkey." After merely a few years of cultivation and 5 centuries of suppression, he still possesses such latent potential. Given time, he could become a formidable figure. Alas, he has destroyed my ginseng fruit tree, sealing his own fate. Just as Zhun Yuanzi prepared to unleash his power, he heard Sun Wukong's thunderous declaration, "You are the true rogue. My name is Sun Wukong." Boom! Zhun Yuanzi was shocked to see his hand explode in the center. A monkey burst forth, clad in golden armor, wielding a golden staff that came crashing down upon him. Caught off guard, Zhun Yuanzi was sent flying by the strike. Sun Wukong pursued, swinging his golden staff, roaring, "Die!" Zhun Yuanzi let out a cold snort, flicking his finger to unleash a beam of sword light that shot forth. Sun Wukong exploded into the air, transforming into a multitude of monkeys that surged towards Zhun Yuanzi like a tidal wave. With a swift turn, Zhun Yuanzi waved his robe, creating a tremendous gust of wind that reduced all the monkeys to mere ashes. However, Sun Wukong had vanished. In a moment of confusion, Zhun Yuanzi felt a dark cloud rising behind him. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a towering Sun Wukong, wielding the golden cudgel, descending with a mighty strike. Boom! Zhun Yuanzi was struck deep into the earth by Sun Wukong's blow. Sun Wukong ascended skyward, looking down with all his divine power activated. resembling a shooting star as he plunged into the depths of the earth. Zhu Ganglai coughed up blood and asked, "Brother Monkey, what is happening?" Sha Wujing and the white dragon horse shook their heads in confusion. The next moment, a golden light erupted from the deep pit, and the ground within 100 miles began to rise, as if a great mountain were about to emerge. "Run!" Zhu Ganglai shouted as he stood up, carrying the white dragon horse and fleeing. Sha Wujing followed closely behind. Behind them, the earth continued to rise, eventually cracking open, with strands of golden light bursting forth, culminating in a thunderous explosion that shattered the entire hemispherical ground. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, waves of force sweeping across the land, leaving destruction in its wake. Though Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing ran swiftly, they were unable to escape in time, and could only muster all their strength to shield themselves, being hurled far away amidst their cries. The explosion illuminated the entire sky, everything became bright, and Zhu Ganglai and the others were rendered deaf, their eyes filled with blood. In the haze, they saw a figure amidst the explosion, struggling to prop itself up with a staff. "Master brother!" Zhu Ganglai exclaimed with joy. However, as the white light faded, his expression shifted from joy to shock and terror. Sun Wukong was covered in blood, his armor shattered, the golden cudgel broken, and he struggled to turn his head, crying out, "Run, hurry!" Before Zhu Ganglai could gather his thoughts, a colossal hand broke through the earth, lifting a figure slowly into the air. It was Zhen Yuanzi, unscathed and ethereal, his garments fluttering in the wind. The owner of that immense hand was a towering silver-armored giant. Zhen Yuanzi regarded Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor, stating, "Your potential is indeed formidable. Though you possess only the strength of a Tai true immortal, you were able to force my external manifestation to appear. Such power could cause even a Deluo golden immortal to stumble if caught unawares. It's no wonder you were able to challenge the Southern Heavenly Gate. Clearly, everyone has underestimated you. However, your potential is so daunting that ascending to higher realms will be far more arduous for you than for other beings. Otherwise, with your past achievements, even 10 Deluo golden immortals would not suffice. Yet, if you were to accompany the true Tang Sanzang to the west for the scriptures, obtaining the fortunes of Ling Mountain, you could step directly into the Deluo golden immortal realm and achieve an invincible position. What a pity. You have taken the wrong path." Sun Wukong smirked, clearly dismissing such discussions, and looked up at Zhen Yuanzi, saying, "Old man, spare me your pretense. The fruits were stolen by me, and the tree was pushed by me. My junior brothers have nothing to do with it. Let them go, and we shall engage in another contest." Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, replying, "They also consumed the ginseng fruits. Thus they cannot be absolved of responsibility. Today, I shall not only slay you, but also your master, that disruptive sorcerer who has wandered through the 3 realms. His time has come to an end. Enough talk. I shall send you on your way." Seeing Zhen Yuanzi prepare to strike, Zhu Ganglai cried out, "Zhen Yuanzi, you surely know the origins of my master brother. He burst forth from the 5-colored stone. Have you considered the consequences of killing him?" Zhen Yuanzi scoffed, "Even if Nuwa were to inquire, I would still slay him." As he spoke, the massive silver-armored spirit raised its fist towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the surrounding earth, sending debris soaring into the sky, only to be reduced to nothingness by the fierce winds. Sun Wukong wiped the corner of his mouth and defiantly raised his head, shouting, "Want to harm my junior brothers? You must first pass through me." His heart pounded fiercely, the sound growing louder, and a golden light began to radiate more brilliantly. Zhu Ganglia's eyes widened in horror as he lamented, "Master brother is going to self-destruct." Sha Wujing yelled something, desperately trying to hand over the resurrection skull he carried. But in the face of such overwhelming force, he could not take a step forward and instead found himself gravely injured. Death and despair surged within the hearts of the two and the white dragon horse. Yet, Sun Wukong, fueled by his indomitable will, prepared for one last stand. He gazed up at the incoming fist, lamenting, "Master, I will take the lead." With that, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, channeling all the power within him, awaiting the final strike of the fist. Zhen Yuanzi scoffed, "A Tai true immortal dares to self-destruct before me? You should quietly accept your death." The silver-armored spirit's arm radiated with silver brilliance, dazzling like a silver moon, its fists swelling with power. The ground within 1,000 miles erupted as if the world were coming to an end. Zhen Yuanzi did not rush to finish him off. Instead, He savored the despair and rage of his opponent before death, slowly advancing his fist. Just as Jin Yuanzi was confident of a one-hit kill, a figure stepped in front of Sun Wukong. The figure was not tall, yet stood immovable like a divine pillar, unyielding and unaffected by the myriad of forces. Without even glancing at Jin Yuanzi, he lazily turned his head towards Sun Wukong and said, "I didn't let you go. Where do you think you're going?" As he spoke, he raised a hand, gently lifting his palm. Boom! The colossal fist crashed down against that small hand. The earth trembled, and the terrifying force from the fist shattered upon impact, splitting into two streams of energy that blasted outwards, reducing the ground behind him to ruins, leaving only a fan-shaped area intact. One person, one palm, blocking the fist, unyielding. What? Jin Yuanzi was taken aback. He knew all too well the strength of the silver-armored spirit. Such a punch could obliterate a newly ascended Luo golden immortal. And yet, this individual had effortlessly blocked it with a single hand. It felt as if a truck had crushed an ant, only for the ant to remain unharmed, truly astounding. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi finally took in the appearance of the figure, clad in robes, with a shining bald head, a handsome face. Yet his eyes were lazy and vacant, lacking any spirit, casting sidelong glances at others. His face, though handsome, seemed to bear an aura of annoyance, making him quite unlikable. Even a single glance at him instigated an impulse to strike. This visage seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Sun Wukong gazed at him with excitement, exclaiming, "Master!" Jin Yuanzi suddenly understood, sneering, "It appears the main character has arrived." Tang Sanzang cast a sidelong glance at him, saying fiercely, "You dare to strike my monkey without my permission?" Jin Yuanzi disdainfully replied, "If I wish to kill, do I need to ask you? Since you have come, there is no need for further words. Let us go together to bury my ginseng fruit tree." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-armored spirit raised its fist once more, this time without hesitation, unleashing a brilliant silver light, its punch erupting like a flash of lightning. The speed and power surged dramatically. This punch seemed destined to sweep away the world, obliterating all enemies in its path, terrifying beyond measure. After the silver-armored spirit launched this punch, Jin Yuanzi confidently clasped his hands behind his back, declaring arrogantly, "It's over." Tang Sanzang tilted his head, his eyes narrowing, and with a fierce tone said, "It's one thing for your disciple to insult me, but you dare to harm my monkey?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt a warmth in his heart. Then, he heard Tang Sanzang roar, "The monkey is gone. I was just playing with you to earn some travel expenses." In the midst of this roar, Tang Sanzang unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, a larger fist shattered the silver-armored spirit general's fist, blocking the path in front of Jin Yuanzi. The sheer terror emanating from that fist made Jin Yuanzi's hair stand on end. The force arrived too swiftly, too unexpectedly, and with overwhelming strength. Jin Yuanzi could barely utter a single exclamation. How is that possible? Boom! Jin Yuanzi was instantly engulfed by the force of the punch. The punch soared into the heavens, and the towering silver-armored spirit general was reduced to ashes in its wake. The force continued its ascent, ultimately exploding into a dazzling firework amidst the vast starry sky. On the ground, only the remains of the silver-armored spirit general were left, and with a gust of wind, that remnant collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, even Sun Wukong, who was well aware of Tang Sanzang's might, along with Zhu Ganglai and Shao Wujing, were left dumbfounded. It is known that Jin Yuanzi's power had surpassed that of the great Luo Golden Immortal, having condensed the primordial Tao fruit and entered the primordial realm. Immortals are classified into 9 realms: True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai True Immortal, Taiching Profound Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Primordial, Quasi-Saint, and Saint. Jin Yuanzi had reached the 7th realm, a being virtually invincible beneath the Quasi-Saint level. In the realm of heaven and earth, saints rarely manifest, and quasi-saints are exceedingly few, all of whom are capable of dominating a region's fortune, becoming Buddhas or ancestors, and establishing teachings. Such beings have largely ceased to wander the world or intervene in mortal affairs. Even within the primordial realm, instances are exceedingly rare. This is precisely why Jin Yuanzi, despite being in the primordial realm, is revered as the ancestor of earth immortals. Immortals are divided into 2 categories: celestial immortals, who reside in the heavenly realm. either holding official posts within the celestial hierarchy or possessing strength that surpasses celestial authority, allowing them to roam freely, and Earth immortals, who, disinterested in celestial ranks and lacking the power to disregard imperial authority, choose to drift within the realm of Earth immortals. Although the gap in strength exists, their pride remains comparable. Jin Yuanzai's acknowledgement as the ancestral figure among Earth immortals signifies his esteemed status and power. The result is that such a formidable entity was obliterated by Tang Sanzang's single punch. Goodness gracious, could our master be a quasi-saint? Zhu Ganglai exclaimed with immense excitement. If he truly were a quasi-saint, then whether to ascend to the heavenly realm or visit the spiritual mountain would be of little consequence. For a quasi-saint is capable of establishing a sect and entirely self-sufficient. However, Sha Wujing shook his head, stating, not necessarily. The primordial realm is exceedingly complex. Other realms merely have early, mid, late stages, perfection, and great perfection, but the primordial realm is said to encompass 12 heavens. The disparity between each heaven is vast. Perhaps our master is still within the primordial realm. Unlike their astonishment, a few figures in the distance were trembling in fear, rendered immobile. These individuals were the 6 late-arriving Buddhist protectors, Jiaolan. Their speed was nowhere near that of Zhen Yuanzai, even at full effort. They only managed to arrive in time to witness Zhen Yuanzai suppressing Sun Wukong, followed by Sun Wukong's explosive counterattack that nearly turned the tide. At that moment, they were so frightened that they nearly turned to flee. Fortunately, Zhen Yuanzai emerged once more, determined to eliminate Sun Wukong. Just as they were secretly rejoicing, Tang Sanzang appeared. With a single punch, Zhen Yuanzai of the primordial realm was obliterated, even his external incarnations reduced to mere fragments. The scene was enough to nearly shatter their souls with terror. Now I understand why Mu Jia and the others never returned. They must have been turned to dust. One Jialan remarked. The others nodded in agreement, whispering urgently, let us go, let us go. We must leave this place quickly. Without opposition, they fervently nodded in agreement and hastened their steps to flee. At that moment, a furious roar echoed through the starry sky. You, false monk, possess considerable strength. However, if this is all you can manage, then today shall be your end. As the words were spoken, a meteor streaked toward the earth, flames bursting forth as Zhen Yuanzai reappeared. However, at that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair in disarray, exuding less of his celestial aura and more of a wild frenzy and battle intent. He is not dead? Zhu Ganglai quivered in disbelief. That monk's punch had been akin to the annihilation of worlds, leaving him so frightened that his legs felt weak. Yet, Zhen Yuanzai had merely disheveled his hair, and now, with his fierce return, Zhu Ganglai felt like crying. Sun Wukong stood beside Tang Sanzang, proclaiming, Master, I can still fight. Tang Sanzang reached out a hand, ruffling Sun Wukong's head and pushing him behind him, saying, fighting is for adults. If you're unscathed, practice your somersaults. I'll need you to earn money later. Chapter 59, Another Kill. Originally, Sun Wukong wore a face of gratitude, but upon hearing this, his expression darkened, feeling somewhat offended. Tang Sanzang paid no mind to this, looking up at Zhen Yuanzai and asking, are you dissatisfied? Dissatisfied, Zhen Yuanzai declared proudly. Tang Sanzang rolled his eyes. I wasn't asking you. He then turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I submit. I submit. I absolutely submit. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzai's face darkened further. Very well. You have successfully provoked me. His smile turned cold as a rumbling sound emanated from within him. The void behind him twisted, and a towering golden-armored spirit general emerged. Zhen Yuanzai stood atop the shoulder of the golden-armored spirit general, proclaiming arrogantly, I possess 3 external incarnations, the celestial, the earthly, and the human. What you just shattered was merely the weakest of my incarnations, the human spirit general. Behold my earthly spirit general, if you wish to avoid death. It is best you fight with all your might. This is your final opportunity. Tang Sanzang, with his head bowed, scribbled something on his face, and as Zhen Yuanzai finished speaking, he raised his head, revealing the words, I do not believe. Upon seeing this, Zhen Yuanzai could no longer restrain himself, roaring die. Boom. The earthly spirit general responded to Tang Sanzang's disbelief with swift action, kicking him into the air. The earthly spirit general's right fist radiated with boundless golden light. A golden dragon coiling around his right arm, followed by a dragon's roar, ascending like a hidden dragon. Another formidable punch. Tang Sanzang was sent hurtling through the sky, transformed into a meteor soaring toward the heavens. Under Zhun Yuanzai's control, the earthly spirit general took to the air, giving chase. The golden fists in the sky resembled divine dragons thrashing their tails, raining down relentless blows upon Tang Sanzang. Strangely, although the two grew increasingly distant, the sounds of their battle only intensified, evidently as Zhun Yuanzai became more unrestrained, either releasing his full power or gradually finding his rhythm in attacking Tang Sanzang. His strength increasing. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the two figures gradually morphed into meteors within the celestial sphere. At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others finally reacted. Realizing that Zhun Yuanzai had indeed struck too fast, Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Master was right. The path is long and filled with formidable foes. I was far too arrogant in the past. With this, Sun Wukong gazed up at the sky, his blood boiling as he declared, however, what is the point of living a life without a bit of bravado? I, Sun Wukong, will eventually be like my master, living freely and unrestrained. Big brother, are you not worried about our master? Zhun Yuanzai's strength is likely among the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Moreover, it seems our master is continually taking hits. Zhu Ganglai inquired, looking skyward. Sun Wukong replied with utmost confidence, Fool, you underestimate our master. He is formidable. The 6 Jialan were also left in a state of shock. Yet witnessing Zhun Yuanzai's return ignited a spark of hope within them. Thus, they chose to remain, squatting there to watch the spectacle while secretly cheering for Zhun Yuanzai. Do not inquire as to why I act in secrecy, for a terrifying, bloodied monkey stands nearby. In the starry expanse, Zhun Yuanzai commands the earthly sovereign spirit general, relentlessly launching wave after wave of assaults upon Tang Sanzang, each strike more potent than the last. Tang Sanzang is tossed about like a mere sandbag. At last, the final blow. With a roar, Zhun Yuanzai's earthly sovereign spirit general radiates brilliant light, the celestial constellations flickering and boundless starlight converging. The spirit general, infused with the power of countless stars, delivers a devastating punch towards Tang Sanzang. Boom. In the cosmos, a massive sun explodes, illuminating the heavens with a dazzling brilliance. From the epicenter of the explosion, a figure is sent hurtling backward, traversing immeasurable distances in an instant, ultimately crashing through a star and only halting upon the second, which is shattered in half. Smoke billows, lava flows, and a hellish scene unfolds. Zhun Yuanzai gasps for breath, grins wickedly, and sends a telepathic message. Baldy, surely this time you shall perish. The nearly obliterated planet remains eerily silent, devoid of any response. Zhun Yuanzai dismissively scoffs. Is that all? At that moment, a voice emerges from the wreckage of the planet. Who are you calling bald? Zhun Yuanzai is taken aback, astonished. You're still alive? Through the smoke, a figure gazes up at him with a displeased expression, then crouches slightly before launching upward. The remnants of the planet explode into cosmic dust. In a terrifying burst of speed, the bald figure returns, fist raised, and even from miles away, he unleashes a punch. Simultaneously, he bellows. What is so great about having hair? Boom. A gust of force crosses the distance, tearing through the void, directly confronting Zhun Yuanzai. Zhun Yuanzai, appearing as if he has seen a ghost, exclaims, How is this possible? With no time for further contemplation, he is instantly consumed by the force of the punch. Simultaneously, the golden sun erupts in a blinding explosion, its brilliance rendering the events obscured. After several seconds, the golden light dissipates, revealing the 6 celestial guardians, Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, Bai Long Ma, Sha Wujing, Qingfeng Mingyue, and Zhun Yuanzai's other disciples, staring in astonishment. In the starry sky, the once mighty earthly sovereign spirit general is reduced to a colossal head floating amidst the cosmos, its visage frozen in shock, fear, and disbelief. In the cold universe, a head the size of a star looms, creating a truly shocking spectacle. At that moment, a figure stands atop the head. It is Tang Sanzang. He appears utterly unscathed. Qingfeng gasps in awe. Mingyue remarks, He is bald. Qingfeng, indeed. My goodness. Master can endure blows, but that robe is remarkably resilient. Zhu Bajie exclaims. Sun Wukong chuckles. That robe doesn't withstand blows. It's just that Master didn't retaliate earlier because it was torn, and he was covering himself to avoid getting cold. Upon hearing this, the group falls into silence. They initially thought Jin Yuanzi was too formidable, too swift for the bald one to react. Yet it turns out he was merely embarrassed and too preoccupied to counterattack. Sun Wukong continues. However, that robe and my golden staff are comparable. Though not incredibly sturdy, they can quickly restore themselves regardless of the damage sustained. Master's delay in returning must have been to allow the robe to mend. Zhu Bajie laughs. That must be the case. Otherwise, with Master's temper, he would have returned long ago. Chapter 60. Stomping faces, bored, requesting collections. Upon hearing this, only Bai Long Ma nods foolishly in agreement. Sun Wukong chooses to ignore it, while Sha Wujing steps back, creating distance, adopting an expression of not knowing them, quietly noting, second brother insults master for being petty and hot-tempered. Should there be any danger of being implicated, I can report first to earn merit. Zhu Bajie's expression darkens upon reading this, as he curses inwardly. What kind of brothers are these? Meanwhile, the 6 celestial guardians are once again taken aback, turning to flee, their minds racing with curses. Isn Tijin Yuanzi, supposed to be invincible in the realm of immortals? How could that bald one incapacitate him with just 2 punches? In their fervor to berate the bald figure, they completely forget that they too are bald. As they lament, a voice echoes from the heavens. Baldy, you truly are formidable. He is not dead? This is the collective thought of all present, their gazes lifted to the distant sun, where a figure gradually approaches. His steps seem slow yet traverse thousands of light years in an instant, arriving before Tang Monk. The group finally sees his appearance. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi appears quite disheveled, his robe reduced to tatters, hair disheveled, blood at the corner of his mouth, and dark circles around his eyes. Nevertheless, he exudes an even more terrifying aura. Look into his eyes. Sha Wujing warns the others. Upon closer inspection, they notice Jin Yuanzi's pupils have shifted from golden to jade green. Simultaneously, the void behind him ripples, as another spirit general emerges. This spirit general, however, is smaller than the previous 2, standing only 100 feet tall, unarmored, clad in a dark jade long robe, carrying a long sword, and bearing an uncanny resemblance to Zhen Yuanzi. Surrounding his form is an absence of divine light, yet he radiates an aura of unwavering stability, embodying the essence of immovability, a true mountain of a being. Zhen Yuanzi declares, this is the heavenly sovereign form of the 3 external bodies of the human, earthly, and heavenly realms. It is my most potent manifestation. Since my cultivation began, no one has forced me to this extent. Tang Monk, I care not who you are. Today, you shall not leave Mount Wansho alive. Tang Monk glances down and innocently retorts, I believe I have already left. Jin Yuanzi's previously towering presence diminishes instantly upon hearing this. Before he can regain his former might, Tang Mon's bald head is already thrusting forward, nearly nose to nose. Face to face with him, Tang Monk grins. Didn't he expect me to think, did you? Boom. A punch. Tang Monk strikes Jin Yuanzi in the abdomen, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood, his features contorting in agony as his body transforms into a beam of light, hurtling skyward. As Tang Monk prepares to pursue, Jin Yuanzi, enduring the excruciating pain, mentally commands, Heavenly Sovereign, kill him. At that moment, the Heavenly Sovereign Spirit General suddenly opens his eyes, the long sword at his back emitting a resonating dragon-esque roar, followed by a surge of azure, sword light shooting into the sky. In that instant, every sword in the realm trembles. As the sword is unleashed, all swords in the universe resonate in unison. This is the infinite swords converging. One celestial guardian, sensing the aura, gasps in astonishment. Infinite swords converging? Jin Yuanzi has reached such heights in swordsmanship? Who knew he was a terrifying existence in this regard? No wonder the Buddha always spoke of an insurmountable mountain on the eastern path. It turns out to be him. The sword master kills, the most adept at offense, renowned for the strongest attacks among peers. Such a swordsman wields the might of the infinite swords of heaven and earth. Surely, he could cleave the very skies. Not only do they recognize this, but Zhu Bajie, Sha Wujing, and Sun Wukong also understand the gravity of the situation. From countless miles away, they can feel the chilling killing intent, the sharp sword energy threatening to tear everything asunder. Even Sun Wukong, who usually has faith in Tang Monk, begins to sweat nervously, murmuring, Master, you must endure. At this moment, having just sent Jin Yuanzi flying with a punch, Tang Sanzong awkwardly scratches his bald head, realizing with dismay that he cannot fly. He had just kicked the head of the celestial spirit, using the force to propel himself forward, thus executing the earlier strike. Now, without a source of leverage, relying solely on brute strength to strike at the void was somewhat uncomfortable, even though it granted him a modicum of power. At that moment, the celestial master drew his sword, and upon witnessing the resplendent sword aura, Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up. Then, in front of everyone, he made a shockingly audacious move. He actually aimed a kick at the celestial master's face, attempting to use him as leverage. The celestial master, furiously enraged, his hair standing on end, swung his sword, and the sword aura transformed into a mighty river. Yet, before this river could surge forth, a large foot descended, crushing everything in its path. With unstoppable momentum, it charged straight for the celestial master's face. In a state of panic, the celestial master hurriedly swung his long sword to block. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the large foot ruthlessly shattered the Xuanyu long sword, then obliterated the celestial master's arms, finally landing heavily on his face and propelling him away. Boom! The celestial master exploded on the spot. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang soared into the sky. What? Everyone watching this battle in the realm of the Earth Immortals was left utterly dumbfounded. Such a terrifying celestial master. The Xuanyu sword immortal who summoned the myriad swords of heaven and earth was so easily trampled. The spectators gaped in bewilderment, their minds blank, temporarily incapacitated from thought. However, someone was even more shocked than them. The celestial being, Xinyuanzai? Xinyuanzai had been confident that the Xuanyu sword immortal would turn the tide, believing that he could firmly establish himself as a top-tier powerhouse in the Hunyuan realm. Yet, this trump card, the Xuanyu sword immortal, was defeated before he could even fully unleash his sword. He began to doubt his existence. Xinyuanzai couldn't help but curse. Baldy, you're so powerful now. Do you really need to rely on the luck of the Buddhist sect? Are you pretending to be Tang Sanzang to collect scriptures for no reason? Chapter 61. The Funeral Fist, Seeking Collection. Tang Sanzang scratched his head and replied, with a serious yet adorably naive expression, just bored. Uffed. Xinyuanzai spat out a mouthful of old blood in frustration. He never imagined that his illustrious life would end at the hands of a seemingly idle scoundrel. As the bald figure approached, Xinyuanzai gritted his teeth, saying, Baldy, you're forcing my hand. Gather the three honored ones of heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, a silver, golden, and Xuanyu-colored aura converged into his body. The silver transformed into a pair of battle boots, the gold into battle robes, and the Xuanyu into a long sword. After consuming a pill radiating auspicious purple energy, his injuries healed instantly, and his aura surged to its peak. Floating in the air, Xinyuanzai waved his left hand into the void, and to his astonishment, a cluster of stars was drawn into his sleeve. The ability to capture a constellation within one's sleeve was astonishing. Zhu Ganglai recognized this as one of the astonishing techniques from the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. He could only capture a few pigs or women, but in Xinyuanzai's hands, it could encompass stars and moons, showcasing the terrifying strength of this individual. As Xinyuanzai retreated, he waved his sleeves, sending stars soaring like bullets toward Tang Sanzang. Initially the size of a mud ball, these stars expanded upon leaving the sleeve, becoming full stars by the time they reached Tang Sanzang. The power of stars hurled by a master of the Hunyuan realm was terrifying enough to reshape mountains and rivers. Yet, before the bald figure, it was a punch for each star, a slap to send one flying, unstoppable. Xinyuanzai grew anxious, realizing the stars were running out and that Tang Sanzang was closing in. In a desperate moment, he waved his sleeve, attempting to pull Tang Sanzang into his cosmic sleeve. Seeing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes sparkled, and he swung his fist, shouting, "Funeral!" Boom! A terrifying, dark fist emerged in the starry sky, striking upward, shattering the void. With tendrils of black electricity crackling around, a palpable aura of death enveloping the air. Although it hadn't made contact, Xinyuanzai's sleeves disintegrated into ash. Facing this dreadful punch, Xinyuanzai unleashed all his divine powers, but against the funeral fist, all his abilities seemed to flutter like moths to a flame, failing to suppress its might, instead amplifying it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xinyuanzai felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking, "It's over, my lifetime of cultivation may come to an end." In his desperation, Xinyuanzai looked again at Tang Sanzang, unable to comprehend who this nearly terrifying bald man was. When had such a formidable presence entered the realm? This was completely illogical. Just as Xinyuanzai was pondering Tang Sanzang, the black electric arcs erupting from the fist obscured his view, resembling the strands of hair swirling atop the glistening bald head. This sight caused a thunderous realization in Xinyuanzai's mind, and he nearly screamed, Tang Sanzang, Tang Sanzang, no. Not Tang Sanzang, it's Tang Sanzang. However, this cry was unheard in the vastness of space. Xinyuanzai quickly regained his composure and transmitted, you are Tang Sanzang. Not that song of saffron, but the song of funeral. Senior, I know you, spare me. Upon hearing Xinyuanzai's exclamation, Tang Sanzang paused, tilting his head to observe him. You know me? Xinyuanzai nodded fervently like a chick pecking for grain. Yes, yes. Senior, please spare my life. Master, you can't spare him. If you forcibly retract that mighty punch, it will backfire, Zhu Ganglai kindly warned. Then, Tang Sanzang waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying fist energy. The earth fell silent once more, and the crowd's minds crashed again. They had thought the funeral fist was the pinnacle of the bald man's power, only to despairingly realize that was not the ceiling, but the floor. The bald figure's strength had rendered them incapable of thought, at least unable to comprehend just how powerful he truly was. In the sky, Xinyuanzai was equally stunned. After a moment, the bald head loomed before him, and he quickly knelt, bowing. I, Xinyuanzai, pay my respects to Senior Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang scratched his bald head. Do you truly know me? Xinyuanzai was momentarily speechless. Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow, a glint of menace in his eyes. Xinyuanzai felt a chill of impending doom and hurriedly exclaimed, Senior, I don't know you, but I've heard some stories about you and seen some of your images. Tang Sanzang stroked his chin. Oh, so, you do have some understanding of me? Xinyuanzai nodded vigorously. Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up. Very well. Tell me, what kind of person am I? Was I particularly well-liked in the past? Surrounded by beauties that I couldn't shake off? Xinyuanzai's face flushed at this. Tang Sanzang teased. Are you blushing with envy? Xinyuanzai cleared his throat, thinking, am I helping you blush? Then he said, it seems you weren't well received back in your day. What? Tang Sanzang seized Xinyuanzai by the collar, spitting as he shouted, how is that possible? With my appearance, how could I not be well received? You'd better think carefully and rephrase that. Xinyuanzai, with a quivering voice, replied, though I attained enlightenment early, your era was filled with gods and demons, with strong contenders everywhere. At that time, I was merely a humble practitioner, unworthy of approaching you. I only heard it from others. Tang Sanzang remarked. Surely, the person who spoke of such things must have been lying. Alas, how could you recognize me without having seen me before? Xinyuanzai, noticing the man's self-absorption, decided to change the subject, saying, I was fortunate to have traveled to Kunlun's Bayou Jing and had the pleasure of encountering you there. Bayou Jing? Tang Sanzang appeared bewildered. Xinyuanzai continued, in the heavens lies Bayou Jing, with 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal caressed my head, bestowing upon me eternal life. Bayou Jing was the first city of longevity built with the aid of the Queen Mother of the West. The first immortal emerged from Bayou Jing, making it the starting point of immortality. In its glorious past, I ascended the western Kunlun with merchants, seeking enlightenment, and fortuitously, I saw you there. Tang Sanzang stroked his chin and said, I was there? What connection could that place have with me? Xinyuanzai's face turned crimson as he recollected. It seemed you had taken an article of clothing from the Queen Mother of the West, and she pursued you, wielding a star in her hand. At this revelation, Tang Sanzang's mind erupted in a cacophony, awakening a fragment of memory. On the primordial land, towering mountains pierced the clouds, each peak embodying the 4 seasons, adorned with glistening snow and dancing cranes. A grand city, built from white jade, perched atop a mountain. Within the city, there existed a main city and 4 auxiliary ones, each adorned with 3 towers at the corners. Shadows flitted through the city, handsome men and beautiful women, each exuding an ethereal charm, some cultivating their skills amidst swirling clouds, while others engaged in philosophical discussions over tea, enveloped in a scene of prosperity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Sanzang recalled Xinyuanzai's verse, in the heavens lies Bayou Jing, with 12 towers and 5 cities. This must indeed be the fabled Bayou Jing. However, in a fleeting moment, His figure dashed past the city, heading toward a taller peak while exclaiming, "This cannot be the Eastern Kunlun, can it?" In the next instant, memory fragmented again, and he found himself amidst a forest, the sound of rushing water filling his ears. Parting the grass before him, he beheld a breathtaking woman bathing in a jade-blue lake. Clouds billowed, and ethereal light danced across the sky, creating a scene that was utterly mesmerizing. Yet, what truly rendered Tang Sanzang breathless was the sight of the naked beauty beneath the heavens, glistening above the azure lake. He strained his eyes, hoping to pierce through the mist rising from the lake, layer by layer, believing he was on the brink of discovery. Frustratingly, memory faltered once more. Cursing vehemently, Tang Sanzang stood beneath the starry sky, hands clasped atop his head, wailing in anguish, then pointed at the heavens, shouting, "Just a little more, just a fraction more. Could you not leave me with a single memory? What kind of precision is this? Is it a culinary skill to be so exact?" Witnessing Tang Sanzang's plight, those around him exchanged glances. Sun Wukong remarked, "It seems Master has recalled someone of profound importance." Sha Wujing added, "Master is indeed a person of deep emotions and loyalties." Zhu Ganglai chuckled, "Perhaps, but in his current state, he resembles how I felt when I nearly embraced Chang'e, only to have her flee afterwards. This must surely pertain to a woman." Regardless of their thoughts, after lamenting for a while, Tang Sanzang resumed his exploration of memory. This new recollection was a continuation of the previous one, devoid of beauty, yet filled with the frantic images of running. In his grasp was something unusual. Looking down, he realized he was clutching a red belly band. Suddenly, a commanding voice called from behind, "Tang Sanzang, you shameless fool. If you have the courage, stand still." Turning to look, he beheld a stunning woman, her features obscured by a veil, yet her form was exquisite, riding a colorful phoenix and wielding a star, pursuing him with fierce intent. At this moment, it was evident that the belly band he held belonged to this enchanting lady, likely the same one he had glimpsed bathing. Overwhelmed by this realization, Tang Sanzang found himself on the verge of cursing again. After traversing these three fragments of memory, Tang Sanzang regained his composure. Observing Xinyuanzi, he sighed, "You have indeed lived a long life." Xinyuanzi responded with a wry smile, "It is thanks to the ginseng fruit tree." Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi wore a face of helplessness and bitterness. Tang Sanzang, knowing Xinyuanzi's character was one that thrived under gentle encouragement rather than force, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He inquired, "Is there no way to salvage this situation?" Xinyuanzi looked at him with hope and asked, "Do you not possess a divine ability to resurrect it?" Tang Sanzang shrugged, "I do not know, I cannot recall. Perhaps I could in the past, but now I lack any skills." In truth, Tang Sanzang was not lying. He truly possessed no divine abilities. Throughout their journey, he and Sun Wukong had exchanged many ideas, with Sun Wukong teaching him some simple and practical techniques. They had both expected that, given Tang Sanzang's inherent strength, he would easily master these skills. To their mutual dismay, however, he was unable to learn any of them. Upon further investigation, Sun Wukong discovered that Tang Sanzang's body was shrouded in chaos, devoid of any meridians or dantians. The absence of these vital channels meant that he could not practice the methods employed by humans or demons, rendering him incapable of manifesting any divine abilities. The final recourse lay in meditation and enlightenment, hoping to decipher a path suitable for him. Yet, after several attempts at meditation, Tang Sanzang found himself drooling in slumber more than Sun Wukong did when he had to relieve himself at night. Tang Sanzang could not sense any connection to the heavenly principles. Ultimately, he resigned himself to his fate, relying on sheer brute strength, indifferent to the pursuit of any path. He whimsically dubbed his approach the philosophy of relying on strength to conquer all. As they exchanged further discussions, Tang Sanzang recounted his fragmented memories and the journey he had taken. Xinyuanzi remarked, "Senior, you mentioned fighting with others in the river of time, but if you cannot fly, how did you engage in such battles? If they chose to evade you, you surely could not reach them?" Tang Sanzang tilted his head, appearing adorably naive. "I simply grabbed them by the collar and struck their eyes. How could they evade me?" Xinyuanzi was momentarily speechless, instinctively touching his own swollen eye sockets, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. In his mind, he could not help but envision two unparalleled warriors, each grasping the other's collar, hurling insults and exchanging blows, leading him to a bittersweet smile. Is this truly the apex of cultivation, brawling in the streets? Zhen Yuanzi had toyed with the idea of abandoning his own cultivation for some time. Realizing Tang Sanzang genuinely lacked any resurrection methods, he expressed a sense of resignation. There are alternatives to revive the ginseng fruit tree. The Bodhisattva Guanyin of the Southern Sea possesses a treasure known as the Jade Purification Bottle, whose waters can resurrect plants. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up. I am quite familiar with Bodhisattva Guanyin. Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Given Tang Sanzang's tumultuous entanglement with the Buddhist realm, one would expect a perpetual cycle of animosity. How could they possibly be familiar with one another? Then Tang Sanzang earnestly continued, throughout my journey, she has been exceedingly kind to me. She arranged for a monkey to entertain me, provided me with a horse to ride, offered a hefty pig to stave off hunger, and even sent a servant to assist me. I believe our relationship is quite amicable. Chapter 63. Such human feelings. Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi felt a surge of frustration, his forehead adorned with dark lines of exasperation. Despite the fact that the individual before him was a senior, he could not help but exclaim, Senior, that is not intended for you. It is meant for. Zhen Yuanzi yearned to clarify, yet as he gazed upon the seemingly innocent and oblivious countenance of the other, he faltered and sighed, Never mind, it's irrelevant. Tang Sanzang raised a finger, declaring, There's a matter of acquaintance. He owes me a personal favor. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes brightened instantly. Ah, splendid. There is a cause and effect. Favors must be repaid. How did he come to owe you this favor? Tang Sanzang replied earnestly. I once struck him. Zhen Yuanzi could not contain another outburst. Senior, that is not a favor, that is enmity. Tang Sanzang, with utmost seriousness, retorted. The fact that I did not kill him counts as a favor, does it not? Zhen Yuanzi stood frozen, his expression an intricate tapestry of confusion and incredulity. He had lived for countless years, a span he no longer could recall. Yet he swore he had never encountered such a convoluted interpretation of human sentiment. If one were to argue that it was not a favor, then indeed, given the bald man's prowess, sparing the opponent's life could be deemed an act of grace. But could such a notion truly be classified as a favor? Zhen Yuanzi found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. Well then, I shall shamelessly seek the Bodhisattva's assistance. However, before he could finish, Tang Sanzang abruptly kicked him in the face and propelled himself forward with a leap. Boom. He soared towards the celestial realm, transmitting his voice from afar. That will not do. As your senior, I must look after you. Allow me to proceed instead. Zhen Yuanzi, clutching his face, bellowed, Senior, could you not find another place to leap? Simultaneously, he silently prayed, Bodhisattva, may you be ever well and blessed. With a thunderous crash, Tang Sanzang descended like a meteor from the heavens, landing squarely before Sun Wukong and the others, his head still facing downward. Zhu Ganglai glanced at the half-buried figure and inquired of Sun Wukong, Elder brother, should we assist in extracting him? Then, with a powerful kick of his legs, Tang Sanzang freed himself, scratching his bald head and glancing at them. You wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Tang Sanzang spun around. Sha Wujing, puzzled, asked, Master, what are you doing? Tang Sanzang scratched his bald head again, questioning, which way is north? The group exchanged glances, realizing the man had become disoriented from his fall. Sun Wukong, massaging his temples, pointed northward, that way. Tang Sanzang nodded, then turned to face the opposite direction, muttering, then this must be south. No mistake, off I go? With that, he bent down and launched himself into the air, hurtling southward. Witnessing this spectacle, Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and Bai Longma felt a surge of exasperation, collectively exclaiming, Brother, if you are heading south, why not simply ask which way south is? What's with the inquiry about north? Once Tang Sanzang departed, Zhen Yuanzi returned to his companions. They all wore expressions of peculiar astonishment. Eventually, Zhen Yuanzi spoke, Gentlemen, there was a misunderstanding earlier. Since we've cleared that up, if it is not too much trouble, would you care to join me at Wuzhuang Temple for a visit? Zhu Ganglai looked at Sun Wukong, who casually inserted his golden staff in his ear and replied with a generous smile, Let us indeed visit. Thus, the group followed Zhen Yuanzi back to Wuzhuang Temple. Though this time, the autumn winds and bright moon were far from calm. After Sun Wukong meticulously recounted the events, Zhen Yuanzi glowered at the two young acolytes, saying, Our Wuzhuang Temple could use 2 stone lions at the entrance. You two shall guard the entrance for 500 years and return then. The 2 acolytes, having told a mere fib that nearly led to their master's demise, found the punishment of becoming stone lions for 5 centuries not overly severe. They acquiesced and obediently took their places at the entrance. Meanwhile, at Mount Putao in the South Sea, a black bear clad in armor, its fur sparse, squatted on the beach, indulging in grilled cabbage and sipping cool water. Opposite sat Muzha, and the two lamented their circumstances. Who is that bald fellow? That false Tang Sung. What is his origin? Why is he so formidable? The black bear asked, mouth full of cabbage. Muzha replied, I am uncertain, even now. No one knows from whence he emerged. However, that fellow is indeed powerful. The punch he dealt me still aches in my backside. The black bear stroked its sparse fur, grumbling, Alas, my own fur has yet to grow. By the heavens, I must train diligently. One day, when I am powerful, I shall return and confront him. As he spoke, the black bear's expression turned furious, and he lamented, Ah, this pent-up anger. Merely talking does not suffice. I wish for a drink. Muzha, equally dismal, hesitated for a moment before producing a gourd. Inside is plain wine. Do not overindulge, or the bodhisattva will reprimand you. The black bear's eyes sparkled, and he seized the gourd, exclaiming, Ah, I have been here for quite some time, living on cabbage and tree leaves, and my palate has grown weary. Allow me just a sip. Though he claimed it was merely a sip, he tilted his head back and guzzled a few hearty swigs. By the time Muzha managed to reclaim it, the bear's eyes had turned red. As the saying goes, wine emboldens the heart of a bear. With his grievances bubbling over, he slammed his paw on the table and roared, Damn it! Were it not for that bald fool, would I be compelled to fight you? Had I not spared you, would I be under the watch of the bodhisattva in that accursed bamboo forest? Once I gain strength, I shall pin that bald head to the ground and berate him 100 times for being bald. Muzha could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the bear's wrath. It seemed that despite all the bluster, this creature had little resolve. Reflecting on his own regrets, he recalled how he had disregarded advice and led a group to confront Tang Sanzang, only to return alone. Though those companions might be reincarnated, their fate had been sealed. The possibility of returning to the spirit mountain was now uncertain. With this thought weighing on him, he took a deep swig of wine, letting the warmth wash over him, and joined the bear in angered chants. Yes, when the opportunity arises, let us curse together. Yes, we shall berate him for being bald. For being a thief of hair. Incredibly bald. Not a single hair remains, and his head shines like a luminous pearl. The black bear railed on, and Muzha nodded eagerly in agreement. Indeed, he is a shining pearl of a bald head. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64. The floating rear, and as they reveled in their raucous insults, Muzha caught sight of a fiery meteor streaking across the sky, seemingly heading straight for Mount Putao. Squinting, he remarked, Someone is approaching. However, the black bear was oblivious, lost in his own revelry, flailing his claws, munching on cabbage, and drinking wine while bellowing, Bald fool, bald donkey. I merely called you bald, and you stripped me of my fur. Are you even human? As he continued his tirade, the fiery meteor drew nearer, ultimately splashing down into the nearby waters with a resounding splash. The meteor then bobbed along the surface, bouncing and splashing its way toward the shore. Muzha peered closely and caught a glint of light amidst the waves. Upon further inspection, he discerned a bald head. As he scrutinized the sight, a familiar, naive face emerged, now seated upon the water, bouncing and gliding across the surface with a splash. In that instant, a chill enveloped him, causing his hair to stand on end, his pores to tighten, and goosebumps to arise. He frantically nudged the black bear beside him. Hey, 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 old bear, let us cease the talk of fur and discuss something else instead. The black bear swatted Muzha's hand away, retorting, What else is there to discuss? Right now, I wish to discuss the bald fool, the shiny head, the luminous pearl. Muzha swallowed hard as he noticed the bald man had reached the shore, a mere 100 meters away. Hi, hey, my friend, Muzha said. This is our first time drinking together. Why don't we abandon the gloomy topics and discuss something joyful? The black bear's spirit retorted in a boisterous manner. What joy is there? This desolate place, devoid of even a female bear, offers little to celebrate. Besides, even if there were a female bear, I have no desire to converse about it. I only want to berate that bald man. Strangely enough, just mentioning him sends a chill down my spine, as if he were right behind me. Yet, it feels exhilarating, so liberating. Muzha, why are you silent? You were quite spirited in your insults earlier. Upon hearing this, Muzha quickly protested, Don't misinterpret. I haven't insulted anyone. I merely took a couple of sips of wine. The black bear spirit rolled his eyes, saying, Muja, I mean no disrespect, but you're rather timid. Where are we? This is Mount Putuo. That bald man is light years away. What harm is there in cursing him a few times for your amusement? He can't possibly hear you. Even if he could, how could he come all the way here to pluck your feathers? Watch me. You bald scoundrel, foul rascal, utterly devoid of hair, haha. What can he do about it? Muja, why does your face look so pale? Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind them. Who are you calling bald? The black bear spirit, previously in a drunken haze, felt every hair on his body stand on end, goosebumps erupting, and a chill ran down his spine as he froze in fear. He slowly turned around to see a shiny bald head reflecting the brilliant sunlight. Upon noticing the adorably clueless face, the black bear's spirit whimpered, Big brother, what brings you here? Your hair has grown back swiftly. Tang Senzong tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, Indeed, it has. At the moment, the black bear spirit turned and fled. In the next instant, a huge hand clamped down on the back of his neck, pinning him to the ground as his dark fur fluttered in the wind. Finally, a fist shot up to the sky while a hairless, rotund black figure soared upward, clutching his backside. For a long while, on the shores of Mount Putuo, a plump, bald figure sat in the purple bamboo forest, weeping and cursing. This is outrageous. Not a single hair left. Meanwhile, trembling, Muja led Tang Senzong before the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Guanyin regarded the bald man before her with a wary expression, her brow slightly furrowed, pondering why this bald figure had come to her instead of seeking enlightenment in the West. Recognizing that she could not intervene in his uninvited arrival, she decided to humor him. Friend, what brings you to this humble abode of mine on Mount Putuo? Tang Senzong scratched his bald head and said, My disciple uprooted the ginseng fruit tree of Zhen Yuanzi. I heard you possess many life-restoring waters, so I came to request a few buckets. Upon hearing this, Guanyin nearly fell off her lotus seat, managing a bitter smile. Friend, you may not realize this, but the water in the jade bottle is exceedingly rare. Even a few drops are hard to come by. You asked for several buckets. Where do you expect me to procure that? Moreover, we are not particularly close. And you even have some adversarial ties with me. Why should I assist you? Tang Senzong tilted his head, because I owe you a debt of gratitude. Guanyin was puzzled. Their interactions were few and far between, and it hardly amounted to any favor. If anything, they had more grievances than goodwill. Guanyin chuckled, Friend, I am unaware of when I have been indebted to you. Tang Senzong replied, I have 2 debts of gratitude towards you. Guanyin was even more perplexed. I truly do not recall. Perhaps you could enlighten me? Tang Senzong extended a finger. The first debt is when you and your companions tried to deceive me, and I refrained from killing you. Does that not count as a favor? At this declaration, Guanyin and Muja's faces turned dark. What? That is no favor. That is enmity. However, considering the bald man's formidable strength and his past triumph over Manjushri, there was a semblance of truth to his claim. While Guanyin wanted to refute him, she sensed that if she did, he might resort to violence to prove his point, resulting in a beating or worse. Therefore, Guanyin wisely chose to change the subject. And what of the second instance? Tang Senzong raised a second finger. This time, I did not steal your bottle or assault you. Does that count as a favor? Guanyin and Muja felt an overwhelming wave of expletives rush through their minds. This man was not here to seek assistance. He was here to rob them. He considered it a favor for not having robbed them. What kind of twisted logic was that? Yet they dared not contradict him for fear of provoking this seemingly unhinged individual, who might indeed resort to thievery. Guanyin understood that this man was a disruptive force. Today, whether she liked it or not, she would have to lend him the bottle. After all, she was no match for him. With a resigned sigh, Guanyin said, Very well, I shall assist you. However, the nectar in my jade bottle is not as abundant as you might believe. I cannot provide you with several buckets. Tang Senzong tilted his head in disbelief. I do not believe you. Why not show me how much water you have? His gaze was innocent and pure, seemingly just curious. However, Guanyin could not help but roll her eyes. You, bald scoundrel, are both shameless and unreasonable. If that bottle were to fall into your hands, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. There would be no returning it. Thus, Guanyin stated, there is no need to show you. You seek to revive the ginseng fruit tree, correct? I will accompany you to the location and assist in its revival. Upon hearing this, Tang Senzong's once innocent eyes flickered with disappointment, realizing his scheme had been uncovered. Guanyin, relieved, wiped the sweat from her brow, thankful she had seen through his intentions. Tang Xinzong then began to wander aimlessly. Guanyin inquired, "Friend, what are you searching for?" He replied, "Having come such a long way, I cannot return empty-handed. I must see if you have any special products." Ultimately, Tang Xinzong was taken away by Guanyin, who also begrudgingly allowed him to take some bamboo shoots from the purple bamboo forest, along with the previously plucked bear fur. Had Guanyin not physically pulled him away, he would have likely attempted to gather some seafood as well. Guanyin took Tang Xinzong through the clouds, and soon they arrived at the Five Zhuang Temple. As they descended, Jin Yuanzi had been waiting outside. Upon seeing Guanyin, he awkwardly said, "Thank you for your trouble, Bodhisattva." Guanyin offered a wry smile. "You have found quite the negotiator. I had no choice but to come." Jin Yuanzi understood well that his ancestor was rather troublesome and chuckled nervously. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Guanyin recognized Jin Yuanzi's respect and caution towards Tang Xinzong, which made her uneasy. Despite Jin Yuanzi's politeness, in terms of lineage and power, only a few Buddhas in the spiritual realm could compare to him. Among the bodhisattvas, only Ksitigarbha could rival Jin Yuanzi. Knowing that such a formidable individual held Tang Xinzong in such high regard intensified her curiosity about this seemingly unreliable bald man's true identity. Moreover, she was intrigued as to why someone of his caliber would shamelessly encroach upon the livelihoods of lesser beings. Did he truly seek the sacred texts for altruistic purposes? Unable to comprehend, Guanyin Bodhisattva turned inwardly with a myriad of thoughts, her hands never idle. Approaching the ginseng fruit tree, she dipped a willow branch in the dew and lightly touched the tree while reciting an incantation. With a flick of her wrist, the previously fallen ginseng fruit tree miraculously stood upright, its roots rapidly re-establishing themselves in the earth. The once desiccated leaves began to rejuvenate, and those ginseng fruits that had fallen into the soil swiftly returned, reattaching themselves to the tree. In the blink of an eye, the ginseng fruit tree, which had seemingly perished, was restored to its former glory. The wind rustled through the verdant leaves, carrying the fragrance of fruit across the landscape. Observing this scene, Jin Yuanzi smiled with delight and clasped his hands, saying, "Bodhisattva, my heartfelt thanks for this favor. I shall remember it." Guanyin Bodhisattva returned the gesture, replying, "The great immortal has aided us first. My gratitude is but a courtesy, not a personal favor." Clearly, Guanyin Bodhisattva was aware of the six Jialan's plea for Jin Yuanzi to suppress Tang Xinzong, an endeavor that ultimately failed, yet it remained a matter of personal obligation. Jin Yuanzi chuckled, "Let us not mention this matter again. It would be embarrassing for an ant to shake a tree." Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a pang of concern and instinctively glanced over at the clumsy monk squatting below, gazing up at the swaying ginseng fruits. Unable to contain her curiosity, she communicated telepathically with Jin Yuanzi. "Who exactly is he?" Jin Yuanzi glanced at Tang Xinzong, uncertain whether he would reveal his identity. However, feeling indebted to him, he cleverly responded, "He is Tang Xinzong." Then Jin Yuanzi fell silent. The words burial and concealment sounded alike. He chose not to explain, leaving Guanyin Bodhisattva to ponder, utterly baffled, as she prepared to depart. At that moment, Tang Xinzong called out, "Hey, are you leaving just like that? You haven't thanked me." Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was about to ascend into the sky, stumbled, nearly falling from the clouds, and looked at Tang Xinzong incredulously. "I resurrected the ginseng fruit tree for you, and you don't thank me, yet I must thank you?" Tang Xinzong, with a nonchalant demeanor, raised two fingers. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. "I have already thanked you." For the first time in her existence, she felt such frustration. The one who needed her assistance was now demanding her gratitude. In that instant, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt an unexpected surge of disdain. "I detest bald heads." With that, she soared into the air, preparing to leave. Tang Xinzong shouted, "I remember now. You are my wife." Guanyin Bodhisattva stumbled in midair, nearly tumbling from the heavens, glaring at Tang Xinzong through clenched teeth before fleeing with all her might. Meanwhile, another figure was cursing bald heads, the Buddha Tathagata. At this moment, he had returned to Ling Mountain, his mood as disheveled as his hair. Initially, he had intended to suppress Tang Xinzong upon his return, but after witnessing Tang Xinzong's casual punch nearly send Jin Yuanzi to his demise, he had to reconsider his strategy. Engaging in a direct confrontation might yield victory, but the cost was uncertain. With the Buddhist sect experiencing a resurgence, he could not afford any mishaps. necessitating a more cautious approach. Thus, he found himself in the position of having to cover for Tang Sanzang while also shielding the Buddhist teachings from embarrassment. After expending considerable effort, he managed to conceal the fierce clash between Tang Sanzang and Zhen Yuanzi. While the Tathagata was weary from this endeavor, Tang Sanzang's side was filled with celebration. After the resurrection of the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi was overjoyed, exclaiming that it was a double blessing. He then approached Tang Sanzang, saying, "Senior, I am but a fool, having cultivated for many years yet filled with countless doubts. I humbly request your guidance. If convenient, I wish to accompany you to the Western Paradise to learn along the way." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang was taken aback, while Sun Wukong and others hastily brought stools, seeds, and fruits, ready to enjoy the spectacle. While Zhen Yuanzi was still processing the situation, Tang Sanzang tilted his head and declared, "I can offer assistance. You have 3 minutes to showcase your talents. If you succeed, you may accompany me westward. If not, you may continue with your own affairs. Please, commence your performance." In an instant, Zhen Yuanzi was left dumbfounded. Now he understood why Sun Wukong and the others had prepared for a show. They were eagerly anticipating the entertainment. Zhen Yuanzi's face turned dark, yet he couldn't help but notice Tang Sanzang's earnest and expectant expression. With a bitter smile, he replied, "I seem to have." Zhu Ganglai chimed in. "Talents are quite simple. Dancing or singing would suffice. But handling horses, washing clothes, or cooking are off the table. We've got that covered." Zhen Yuanzi rolled his eyes at him, then glanced at his 20-plus disciples, all wearing expectant looks. With a resigned sigh, he bowed to Tang Sanzang, saying, "Senior, I possess no remarkable talents. Perhaps it is best I forego the journey westward." What a joke. If it were only Tang Sanzang, he might have considered performing. But with a chattering monkey, a clearly unserious pig, and a seemingly simple-minded old rogue present, he was convinced that if he dared to perform, the news would spread throughout the 3 realms by the next day. Most importantly, if he were to perform in front of his disciples, it would utterly ruin the reputation he had painstakingly built over countless epochs. Tang Sanzang scratched his head, saying, "Oh, no talents? Then forget it." With that, he shifted his focus, pulling Sun Wukong aside. "Brother Sun, following my lead to the west must have been quite beneficial. You must have learned many things, correct? How about we exchange some insights?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong inwardly sighed. He indeed wished to receive guidance from Tang Sanzang. But the bald fellow himself was hardly diligent in his cultivation. Their journey was filled with feasting and frivolity, with little room for learning. Witnessing Sun Wukong's hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi said, "Brother Sun, I feel a kinship with you, having met under such circumstances. Shall we become sworn brothers?" Zhen Yuanzi's intentions were straightforward. Having lived through that era, he understood the immense power represented by Tang Sanzang. Though his own status was not low, he harbored ambitions that required the support of influential figures. With the ancient gods vanished, the Buddhist and Taoist sects divided, and saints absent, finding a benefactor had become a challenge. Having finally discovered Tang Sanzang, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The rationale behind seeking an alliance with Sun Wukong was equally simple. He realized that to be a disciple of the bald fellow required talent, and the risks appeared quite high. Therefore, it was wiser to forge a bond with Sun Wukong, ensuring a favorable relationship that would facilitate future meetings with Tang Sanzang. Sun Wukong's thought process was even simpler. Since he could not learn from Tang Sanzang, acquiring knowledge from Zhen Yuanzi would also be beneficial. Thus, the two joyfully became sworn brothers. In the grand hall of Wuzhuang Temple, they faced the heavens and the earth, burning incense and bowing deeply, exclaiming, "Today I, Sun Wukong, Zhen Yuanzi, and Zhen Yuanzi, Sun Wukong, swear an oath of brotherhood, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and the sun and moon as our witnesses. We do not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to die on the same day." Upon concluding their oath, a bald figure approached, saying, "I like that phrase. Though I cannot assist with the first part, I can certainly give the second part a try." The two brothers were left speechless. In the following days, Tang Sanzang did not hasten to the west, but instead roamed the mountains with Sha Wujing, causing mischief among the small creatures, setting up a stove in the east and a roasting rack in the west, delighting in a feast. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi took this opportunity to diligently train Sun Wukong, sharing teachings while engaging in day and night practice. "My dear younger brother, you possess extraordinary talent and immense potential. However, It is this very potential that holds you back. Do you know what kind of elixirs you consumed in the beginning? Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Sun Wukong shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied with a dry laugh. At that time, I was too focused on consuming them to pay attention to what they were. Zhen Yuanzi explained. In the realm of immortals, there are 9 levels: True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai True Immortal, Ta Ching Profound Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Dao Fruit, Quasi-Saint, and Saint. True Immortals, Profound Immortals, and Golden Immortals make up 70 to 80% of all immortals. This is because the transition from Golden Immortal to Tai True Immortal is exceedingly difficult, comparable to a stone attaining immortality. The leap from Tai True Immortal to Ta Ching Profound Immortal is even more arduous than the combined challenges of ascending from True Immortal to Golden Immortal. Furthermore, the transition from Ta Ching Profound Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal surpasses all previous difficulties combined. Thus, to reach the stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal is to be recognized as a formidable expert within the cosmos, enjoying respect and reverence wherever one goes. And even ascending to the Lingxiao Treasure Palace can be done without bowing or offering respect. Among the elixirs you consumed, the finest was the 9-turn Golden Pill, reputed to elevate a peak Ta Ching Profound Immortal to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal with just 1 pill. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed his frustration. Brother, you say that 1 9-turn Golden Pill can create a Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet I consumed plenty of them. And I remain stuck at the level of Tai True Immortal. Zhen Yuanzi sighed. As I mentioned, your achievements are tied to your foundation, and so are your troubles. Your profound foundation and boundless potential allow you to harness more power than others at the same level, enhancing both your body and soul, thus unleashing strength far beyond your peers. This explains why few can match you in battles of the same rank, and even those of significantly higher ranks pose little challenge to you. However, the issue lies here. Each time your body seeks to ascend, it demands several times, even hundreds of times, the energy and comprehension of the great path compared to others. This dramatically increases the difficulty of your advancement. Therefore, while others may break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal with 1 golden pill, you find yourself unchanged after consuming a dozen. Sun Wukong opened his mouth to speak. Is this a blessing or a curse? Zhen Yuanzi replied. It is both a blessing and a curse. Those Great Luo Golden Immortals who ascended through elixirs may exhibit the signs of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown and the 5 qi returning to the origin. But since their elevation lacked personal comprehension, they are merely empty shells, resembling Great Luo Golden Immortals on the surface, yet easily vanquished in reality. Before a true Great Luo Golden Immortal, they are no different from ants, utterly insignificant, and can only deceive the unknowing. Hence, they are often referred to as pseudo-Great Luo Golden Immortals. Such beings, with lower innate potential, find it easier to reach this realm, yet their strength remains correspondingly diminished. You, however, are different. Your body is destined to advance only through personal enlightenment, rendering your path a gradual and deliberate one. With this solid foundation, once you truly ascend to Great Luo Golden Immortal, there will be none in the world who can rival you. Chapter 67. White Tiger Ridge. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his thirst for knowledge surged, prompting him to grasp Zhen Yuanzi's hand and implore him to impart more wisdom. Zhen Yuanzi, unreservedly generous, shared his profound knowledge, as he was a renowned master whose teachings delved into the depths of the great path. Sun Wukong, being an astute and intelligent stone monkey, grasped concepts with remarkable clarity, comprehending and mastering them with ease. Zhen Yuanzi, willing to invest in his protege, ignited precious celestial stones to accelerate time within his realm, allowing Sun Wukong's power to soar like a rocket. Within a week, he condensed his first external form, a magnificent and fierce monkey king forged from his own fierce spirit. Clad in golden armor and wielding the golden banded rod, crowned with a purple gold diadem, the monkey king appeared strikingly handsome. However, once engaged in battle, he transformed into a colossal beast, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess. Zhu Bajie and Xiao Wujing also learned much, albeit at a slower pace than Sun Wukong. Consequently, Zhen Yuanzi generously provided 2 ginseng fruits for them to consume, further enhancing their strength. They expressed profound gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. During this time, Tang Sanzang approached. Having listened in for a while, but it remained unclear whether he understood or not as he merely shook his head. With knowledge acquired and strength enhanced, time was of the essence. Moreover, Tang Sanzang, accompanied by Zhu Bajie, had nearly exhausted the delectable offerings from the mountain's beasts. So he wiped the grease from his mouth and called out, "Wukong, it is time to set forth." Son Wukong, feeling a wave of annoyance, shouted, "Master, can we rephrase that? Your words are rather ominous. It's time to head west." Son Wukong, "Master, let us simply be on our way." Meanwhile, the monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, Tang Sanzang, wore a troubled expression, for just moments ago, his white horse had succumbed to age and fatigue. Passing away right beneath him, gazing at the towering mountains ahead, he sighed repeatedly. "I wonder if that impersonating demon has been subdued." A member of the GLN reassured him, "Jin Chanzi, you need not worry. This time, the one intervening is Zhun Yuanzi. That impersonating rogue is doomed." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 6 figures descended from the heavens. Those were the 6 GLN who had previously sought Zhun Yuanzi's assistance against Tang Sanzang. The crowd quickly approached, eager to inquire about the situation. What transpired? Was the demon subdued? Our horse perished. Has the white dragon horse returned? What of Sun Wukong? What of Marshal Tianpeng and the curtain-raising general? Why did they not accompany you back? What of Mu Jia, the 5 directions revealer, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia? The questions came tumbling forth. The 6 exchanged glances before letting out a deep sigh. That vile demon was exceedingly powerful. Zhun Yuanzi nearly met his end. What? The remaining 12 GLN gaped in disbelief. The patriarch of Earth Immortals almost perished? Was that truly an obscure impersonator? Surely, it must have been the Buddha himself. Yet, given such strength, was it worth engaging in the task of retrieving the scriptures? The crowd was perplexed, utterly unable to fathom the enemy's intentions. Only Tang Sanzang looked skyward, tears welling in his eyes, lamenting, "Buddha, you have truly placed me in a dire predicament." To the west of Wanshou Mountain lay White Tiger Ridge, which, when viewed from the side, resembled a tiger lying on the ground. Yet, from the western perspective, it was evident that it was the skull of a human being laid bare. The protruding rocks and towering trees merely obscured its true form. What was most unsettling was that the entire skull was composed of stacked human bones. This revealed the countless lives lost and resentful spirits buried here, a place of undeniable malevolence. At the center of the skull, a cave was etched with 3 chilling characters: Bone Cave. Inside the Bone Cave, the ground was littered with bones. But the most conspicuous was a skeleton lying upon a bed of bones. It appeared to be jade-like, a petite frame, likely that of a woman. On the spine of the skeleton were inscribed 4 characters: Lady of the White Bones. At that moment, the Lady of the White Bones abruptly sat up, calculated with her fingers, and muttered, "I sense a disturbance." Her eyes blazed with an eerie fire, and she thumped her thigh bone, exclaiming, "I am hungry." With that, she retrieved a jade jar from beneath the bone bed and opened it, revealing it to be filled with fresh blood. The Lady of the White Bones sniffed, then suddenly turned around, gag. The Lady of Bones, upon gazing at the ground, was seized by a fit of dry heaving, her vision wavering as if she might faint at any moment. Cursing under her breath, she lamented, "Damn it, wasn't it said that I would gradually acclimate? After sleeping for over 1,000 years, I still feel faint at the sight of blood." Despite her queasiness, hunger prevailed. Resolutely, she grasped 2 bone fragments to shield her eyes, then opened her mouth, pouring the blood directly within. Being a mere skeletal figure without flesh, the act of drinking this blood resembled more of a dousing. Before long, her bones were stained crimson. Witnessing this transformation, flesh and sinew began to sprout rapidly, and in an instant, a tall woman emerged, standing approximately 175 centimeters. She possessed elongated legs, a slender waist, and a beauty that was both enchanting and wild. The excess blood flowed over her alabaster form, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent red garment that billowed in the breeze, revealing her alluringly straight and slender legs. With a yawn, she mused, having feasted well, it's time to await the monk. The days should be drawing near. At the mouth of the cave, she gazed into the distant mountains. Were there anyone present, they would witness an ethereal beauty standing atop a mound of bones, surveying the horizon, a scene both bizarre and hauntingly beautiful. After a lengthy contemplation, as the last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow, she suddenly realized her mistake. Smacking her forehead in embarrassment, she exclaimed, "It seems I've misjudged the direction. This is the west." With that, she ascended to the mountain's peak, turning towards the correct direction, murmuring, "This time it is right. He should approach from the east." Having traveled westward for enlightenment. As she spoke, the woman nonchalantly sat atop the mountain, her skirt billowing in the wind, revealing her long, bare legs adorned with crimson undergarments, an utterly captivating sight. Yet, she appeared unconcerned. At that moment, the earth trembled, and a small skeleton, approximately 1 meter tall, clad in a satin robe and sporting a bushy beard, emerged from the soil. Upon looking up, it found itself confronted by her exposed legs, blushing under the morning sun. Chapter 68. The Stone of the Monk. Seeking collection. The little skeleton was taken aback. The woman brazenly inquired, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" The skeleton hesitated. Was this hesitation a sign of disapproval? Her gaze sharpened with fury as she raised her hand for a slap. With a resounding crack, the skeleton's head was sent flying over 20 meters, rolling down the mountainside. The bearded skeleton hastily regained control of its body and attempted to chase after it, only to stumble and tumble down as well. Moments later, the small skeleton returned, panting heavily, yet before it could utter a word, the woman inquired, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" "Very pleasing," the skeleton exclaimed without hesitation. The woman's eyes glinted coldly. "You truly dare to look?" With another swift motion, she struck again. The skeleton's head was sent sprawling off the cliff this time. The small skeleton's body followed suit, ultimately losing its footing and plummeting down. After a while, the small skeleton reappeared, its expression pitiful as it gazed up at the woman, opening its mouth to speak, "My lady." She regarded it with a sidelong glance. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" The small skeleton shook its head, whimpering, "It is certainly beautiful, but I did not look." The woman's gaze hardened. "If it is so beautiful, why did you not look? Who do you think you are deceiving?" She raised her hand once more. With a crack, the skeleton's head rolled down the mountain again. By the time the small skeleton climbed back, exhausted and nearly falling apart, it spoke through labored breaths, "My lady. It is beautiful, truly beautiful, but out of respect for you, I dare not look." Hearing this, the woman nodded in satisfaction. "You, rustic fellow, have spoken well. Now, tell me, what news do you bring?" The skeleton, with newfound caution, stood up and whispered, "My lady, I have captured all the people within a 100-mile radius. The remainder have either fled or taken their own lives. There is truly nothing left to capture." As it spoke, the skeleton trembled in fear. Yet, to its surprise, the Lady of Bones was in unusually good spirits today, smiling rarely as she said, "For the next few days, you need not venture forth to find blood slaves." The skeleton was taken aback. "No more searching? But how will we maintain the blood sacrifice formation? What if the Lord becomes displeased?" Waving her delicate hand dismissively, the Lady of Bones replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. Simply do as I say. Over the years, you have worked tirelessly for my cultivation. Your efforts will not go unnoticed, and I shall speak on your behalf. For the next few days, do nothing but watch the east for any monks passing through." The skeleton was astonished. "Monks?" The Lady of Bones generously explained, "Not just any monk, but the disciple of the Tathagata, Jin Shanzi, who has achieved his mortal form after 10 lifetimes of cultivation. His merit is immeasurable. If I could consume even a morsel of his flesh or a drop of his blood, I would attain immortality. After I have partaken of his flesh and blood, I shall never again consume blood. Ugh, I never wish to hear that word again." After a prolonged bout of retching, the Lady of Bones continued, "Then I shall be free from the blood contract binding me, and we shall flee far away, never to allow that wretched spirit to claim the blood of the living again." Upon hearing this, the skeleton's eyes gleamed, but soon dread washed over it as it whispered, "My lady, lower your voice, lest the Lord hears." The Lady of Bones, calming her queasy thoughts, replied, "Fear not. As long as we do not provoke him, he will remain dormant for the time being." The skeleton dared not pursue the topic further and shifted the conversation. "My lady, I have heard whispers regarding the monk Tang's song, but consuming that flesh may not be so simple. Although Jin Shanzi lacks cultivation in this lifetime and is merely a mortal, there are rumors that he is protected on his journey by the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who nearly tore apart the heavenly realm 500 years ago. Encountering him during the journey may pose significant trouble." The Lady of Bones, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "A mere wild monkey is nothing to fear. You may continue to observe. If he approaches, I have my ways to ensnare him and partake in his flesh and blood." When that time comes, I assure you, you too shall taste the flesh of Tang Sung and drink of his blood, achieving immortality alongside me." With a raucous cackle, the skeleton rejoiced, exclaiming, "My lady, immortality! My lady, eternity!" The Lady of Bones, brimming with confidence, waved her hand, declaring, "Go now. Do not let me down. Remember, just observe, do not startle the prey." Yes. The skeleton rushed down the mountain. Standing atop White Tiger Ridge, the Lady of Bones, adorned in her crimson attire, her eyes glinting with icy resolve, mused, "In the past, I erred in my cultivation, gaining immense power, yet limited lifespan. If I could consume that monk, I would traverse the realms. At the very least, I would no longer be subjected to his control." Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her mind regarding the monkey. That monkey may prove troublesome. I must devise a foolproof plan to divert him. As long as I have the opportunity for a private encounter with Tang Sung, whether through frying or boiling, it will be entirely within my control. However, to her dismay, a day later, the skeleton returned. "My lady, the monk has yet to arrive." The Lady of Bones, perplexed, inquired. "That wretched spirit made it clear to me that he should have arrived by now. Time-wise, he should be here. Did you not keep watch?" The skeleton, looking forlorn, replied, "My lady, how could I dare to slack off on your orders? Although I am no longer the land of this mountain, I still possess the ability to command birds and beasts as spies. Moreover, White Tiger Ridge is not vast. The paths from east to west are limited. They cannot arrive without being seen." Furrowing her brow, the Lady of Bones waved her hand dismissively. "No matter. I have just feasted on blood and can endure for a few more days. Go now." The skeleton nodded and promptly returned to keep an eye on the movements from the east. At this very moment, on the journey to the west in search of sacred scriptures, a monk rode upon a magnificent white steed, while a monkey led the horse ahead. Beside them, a towering pig, nearly 3 meters in height, carried their belongings, and on the other side, a robust man of 4 meters shouldered a cow of indeterminate breed, occasionally slicing off a piece of meat from the cow to toss into the hot pot before the monk. The monk, indulging in his meal while singing, continued his leisurely journey westward, with the group in no rush, as they were not on an earnest quest for scriptures. They ambled along, caring for homeless little creatures, and what was initially a year-long journey had now turned into a significant delay. However, this was of little concern to the group, though it caused great distress for the white-boned spirit, who, having awakened on time, found herself starving. 1 day was manageable, 2 days tolerable, but after 3 to 5 days, her eyes had turned red from hunger. Chapter 69. Insult me, please. Atop a high mountain, a woman, with tear-filled eyes, gazed longingly toward the east, murmuring to herself, "It's been a week. Why have they not yet arrived?" Her stomach growled in agreement. At that moment, the skeletal land spirit emerged, suggesting, "Madam, perhaps you should rest a while longer." The white-boned spirit stubbornly shook her head, declaring, "I shall not sleep. If I oversleep, how can I attain immortality? Such an opportunity is rare and must be seized. You must keep watch." The skeletal land spirit scratched his head and replied, "Madam, would you consider drinking some animal blood?" The white-boned spirit waved her hand dismissively, "Begone." A gust of wind swept by, marking another 3 days that passed without a trace of the monk. A python slithered past at the foot of the mountain. The skeletal land spirit again inquired, "Madam, if you are truly struggling, it might be wise to consider it. Though it lacks the taste of human blood, remaining hungry is no solution." The white-boned spirit retorted, "Drinking animal blood is an affront to my dignity." 3 more days passed, and the white-boned spirit was now desperately hungry, her chest pressed against her back. Touching her now nearly deflated bosom, she lamented skyward, "Is the bald monk atop the spiritual mountain truly so unpunctual? This is utterly unbearable." Just then, the skeletal land spirit began to speak, but the white-boned spirit abruptly turned her gaze toward a passing large python, revealing a sinister smile. "You come here to insult me." The bewildered python barely had time to react before it was pinned down by the white-boned spirit. She roared, "Drink! Drink! Damn it! I will not wait any longer. If it's an insult, then so be it. It's better than starving to death." On the high slope, a woman clutched a large snake, biting into its vital spot and greedily drinking its blood. After the first sip, she felt nauseous, yet she persisted. Eventually, she found herself drinking 3 sips for every one she expelled, but in her determination to maintain her strength for capturing the bald monk, she pressed on. Ultimately, She drank her fill, patting her round belly, and with tears of fervor in her eyes, the white-boned spirit declared, "This is the most distasteful blood I have ever consumed." Before her words could settle, a mocking voice called from the east, "Hey, is anyone there? I am a tender, supple monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty. My flesh is fresh, plump, and juicy, perfect for steaming after a good wash." Upon hearing this, both the white-boned spirit and the skeletal land spirit were taken aback, and the tears flowed uncontrollably from the white-boned spirit. In that moment, at the White Tiger Ridge, she wept profoundly. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement and despair. Finally, she rose, throwing the large snake to the ground and stomping on it twice, exclaiming, "Damn it, he must be doing this on purpose." Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his companions approached a towering mountain, its peaks rolling and jagged, resembling a fierce tiger lying in wait. Upon closer inspection, they saw wolves and tigers roaming, and deer grazing in herds. Countless smaller creatures scampered about, while giant pythons coiled menacingly. The air was thick with foreboding, and the landscape was fraught with thorns, making it impassable for both man and beast. It was undoubtedly a treacherous place. Tang Sanzang, observing this, lamented, "My disciples, this mountain is perilous, and it is likely that spirits and demons will obstruct our path. Should we encounter any, you must protect me." He then bellowed, "Is anyone there? I am a tender, supple monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty. My flesh is fresh, plump, and juicy, perfect for steaming after a good wash." Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing exchanged bewildered glances. Could this monk truly be fearful? Could someone so fearful utter such absurd lies? Yet they understood that their journey thus far had been relatively peaceful, with only a couple of oblivious minor demons appearing, dispatched without the need for Wukong's intervention. Zhu Bajie had taken care of them to prevent being eaten. Although the monk had been well fed, he now seemed restless. Upon seeing the dense and foreboding mountain, his penchant for pretending to be a simpleton resurfaced, leading the group to roll their eyes and disregard him as they proceeded down the mountain. Upon reaching the White Tiger Ridge, Sun Wukong wasted no words. He brandished his golden staff and struck it heavily against the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. He shouted, "Get lost!" His roar sent the mountain's beasts fleeing in terror, the snakes recoiling, and the giant pythons retreating into their lairs, trembling and shedding their ferocity. Sun Wukong swung his staff again, clearing away all the underbrush and thorns, forging a path through the mountain. Once his task was complete, he turned to Tang Sanzang, boasting, "Master, the path is clear. We may proceed." Tang Sanzang, with a look of dismay, replied, "Wukong, why create such a commotion? What if you attract the mountain's demons? Next time, be quieter, let us move stealthily and avoid detection." With that, he urged his horse onward, continuing to call out, "Is anyone there? I am a tender, supple monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty. My flesh is fresh, plump, and juicy, perfect for steaming after a good wash." Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing exchanged glances, their foreheads adorned with sweat. Sha Wujing muttered, "Throughout this journey, Master has enjoyed plenty of fine meat. How can he still be so insatiable?" Zhu Bajie added, "Perhaps he hasn't tea-bathed in too long and seeks a free bathhouse." Sha Wujing replied, "I could scrub him down if you wished." Zhu Bajie shot him a glare. "If you were a beautiful fairy, he'd have you scrubbing him daily. Alas, you are but a rough fellow." As Tang Sanzang continued to call out, he received no response from any spirits or creatures, and he sighed, "Alas, I've called for so long without a single demon appearing. It seems this mountain is devoid of them. I can finally rest easy." Zhu Bajie questioned, "What are you relaxing about, master?" Tang Sanzang, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I am powerless and rely entirely on you disciples, especially on you, my senior brother, for protection. Now that my stomach rumbles, I have refrained from speaking, fearful that a demon might appear while you're out gathering alms. After testing the waters for so long without a glimpse of a demon, it seems safe now. Wukong, feel free to go gather alms, but remember, choose the plump ones." Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence, realizing the monk's act of pretense had grown increasingly audacious. If they were not so familiar with his terrifying nature, they might have actually believed his feeble appearance. Chapter 70. Trapped in a pit. Moreover, would they truly allow him to gather alms? He could simply say he was hunting, yet he concocts tales of alms, claiming he is seeking plump offerings. How absurd. Sun Wukong rubbed his forehead and said, "Master, since you're hungry, I shall go and gather alms. Just as he was about to soar into the sky, Tang Sanzang called out, Disciple, wait. I am somewhat apprehensive about you going alone. Perhaps you could set up a formation or something? Sun Wukong, with a face as dark as coal, whispered, Master, there are no monsters here. Must we act so seriously? Tang Sanzang, with a solemn expression, replied, I am merely an ordinary monk, neither as ugly as you, nor as fierce as Wu Jing. In this dense forest on these lofty mountains, it is only natural to feel fear. Observing this dramatic display, Sun Wukong felt utterly convinced. He drew his golden staff and traced a circle around Tang Sanzang, stating, Master, this is the circle drawn by your humble servant. Regardless of the creature, as long as you remain within this boundary, it shall not harm you for the time being. I will sense any danger and rush to your aid. After speaking, Sun Wukong lowered his voice, Master, are you at ease now? Tang Sanzang waved his hand, saying, Go on, and remember to be cautious. With a resigned shake of his head, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, scanning the surroundings for suitable targets, and then headed north. Sha Wujing scratched his head, mumbling, Second brother, do you think that circle drawn by Big Brother is effective? Zhu Ganglai chuckled. That is not a circle drawn by Big Brother, it is a pit dug by Master. In this desolate place, can we truly expect any good offerings? What could possibly rival the flesh of monsters that have cultivated for millennia? Sha Wujing fell silent, while Zhu Ganglai, feeling idle, found a large tree to rest beneath. Sha Wujing, ever the dutiful disciple, approached to give Tang Sanzang a shoulder massage. However, he overheard Zhu Ganglai mumbling, in the future, when taking on disciples, one should choose those who appear weak and easily intimidated. These creatures are all more fearsome than monsters. Which monster would dare to approach them? Yet they are all cautious and shrewd, making it impossible to find an excuse to unleash a few punches for amusement. My fists are nearly idle. I hope this place does not disappoint me. Heaven, grant me a monster. Upon hearing this, Sha Wujing felt a chill run down his spine and silently thanked his cautious nature for avoiding any chance encounter with Zhu Ganglai. He also muttered a prayer for the monsters in the mountain, Ba, as the group engaged in their idle chatter. None noticed a skull hidden behind a large rock 100 meters away. Half of the skull was buried in the earth, its ear directed towards Tang Sanzang and the others. After listening for a while, a flicker of ghostly fire glimmered in its eyes, and it sank into the soil. Burrowing away, it was the skeletal land deity. Before long, the skeletal land deity arrived at the entrance of the bone cave, calling out, my lady, my lady. The monks have arrived. The bone lady, filled with excitement, inquired, have they entered our territory? The skeletal land deity replied with a grin, indeed. They are in Tiger's Might Valley. The bone lady laughed joyfully, that is splendid. That is splendid. However, she soon faced a dilemma, saying, capturing Tang Sung is easy, but the monkey by his side presents quite a challenge. The skeletal land deity reassured her, do not worry, my lady. The bone lady raised an eyebrow, asking, what do you mean? The skeletal land deity explained, I just eavesdropped on their conversation, and as previously reported, that Tang Sung is merely an ordinary monk, lacking any remarkable abilities and timid in nature. His journey here relies solely on Sun Wukong. Although the monkey is powerful, he is not particularly clever. Upon reaching White Tiger Ridge, he declared there were no monsters in the mountains, assuring Tang Sung. Had Tang Sung not insisted on setting up a protective formation for his safety, the monkey would have likely disregarded everything and gone off to seek offerings. Upon hearing this, the bone lady's eyes lit up. You mean the monkey has gone to seek offerings? The skeletal land deity affirmed, precisely. The bone lady rejoiced, ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Truly, heaven aids me. My lady, that monk has delicate skin and tender flesh. He is sure to be succulent and satisfying. The skeletal land deity chuckled. The bone lady replied, very well, once we capture Tang Sung, you shall be rewarded handsomely. The skeletal land deity was elated at this prospect. The bone lady followed the skeletal land deity to a concealed spot, where she carefully observed Tang Sanzang and his companions in the valley. Upon catching sight of the fair-skinned monk, her eyes sparkled, and she licked her lips, saying, it would be a pity to devour such a monk in one bite. What shall we do now? The skeletal land deity dared not pursue the topic further, quickly changing the subject. The bone lady huffed, without the monkey. The others are not a concern. The skeletal land deity warned, my lady, those two large fools look more fearsome than I. They might possess some abilities. So do exercise caution. The bone lady laughed. Do you understand what sets me apart from you? Before the skeletal land deity could respond, the bone lady pointed to her own head and declared, "Your skull is empty, while mine contains intellect. A foolish monk and two foolish giants are no match for me. Wait here and observe how I toy with them before bringing that monk back to feast." "Understood, my lady." The skeletal land deity complied. The bone lady beckoned, and a withered skin bag hanging on the wall flew over. She melded into it, and in an instant, the bag inflated as if filled with air, blood coursing through, transforming a desiccated corpse into a stunning young maiden, incomparable in beauty, with delicate features, white teeth, and red lips. Holding a blue sand jar in her left hand and a green ceramic bottle in her right, she smiled slightly and then set off towards Tang Sanzang. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang sat idly humming a tune. Little monster, where are you? Hurry, hurry, come into your brother's embrace. Brother will help you level up." Just then, a woman approached in the distance, with white teeth, red lips, skin like ice and jade, willow-like brows, and almond-shaped eyes sparkling like stars. Her body resembled a graceful swallow amidst willows, and her voice resonated like a nightingale in the forest. Notably, her clothing was half open, revealing her delicate bosom. As she walked, her slender waist swayed, leaving observers spellbound. The sound of drool hitting the ground echoed. Tang Sanzang frowned and turned to see Zhu Ganglai sitting up, wiping his drool, and chuckling. "Master, this mountain is secluded, with no village in sight. How could a woman suddenly appear? This is suspicious. Brother Shah, you must protect Master while I go take a look." Tang Sanzang's eyes gleamed with cold light. Zhu Ganglai shivered involuntarily, snapping back to reality, and quickly said, "Master, how about I watch the burden while you investigate?" Chapter 71. Reveal your true form. Meet Bun Essence. Tang Sanzang's gaze softened, then shook his head. "You foolish one. What nonsense are you spouting? With my feeble appearance, how could I dare to wander off? If she is a monster and I step out of the circle drawn by your elder brother, would that not be akin to a sheep entering the jaws of a tiger?" Zhu Ganglai rolled his eyes, chuckling. "Master, just tell me what to do." Tang Sanzang straightened his robe and declared, "Watch and learn from me." He rose, took a deep breath, and called towards the valley from which the woman approached. "Hey, where are you going? Come chat with me." Thud. Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing plopped onto the ground, their eyes rolling back, internally lamenting. "You've brought shame upon the face of the Tathagata." Then, the two realized something. It seemed this bald man was the one risking it all for the true Tang's son. With this thought, they exchanged glances and silently recited, "Amit Ba?" The bone lady, advancing, nearly stumbled upon hearing such directness. After being a monster for so many years and having devoured countless beings, she had never encountered such a bold approach. The bone lady shot Tang Sanzang a glare. "You monk, how rude." Tang Sanzang retorted, "What decorum is needed when addressing a monster?" Upon hearing this, the bone lady froze, while Zhu Ganglai was taken aback, quietly asking Sha Wujing, "Does Master possess the Eye of Truth?" Sha Wujing replied, "I do not know. I have not heard of it." As the two pondered, Tang Sanzang pressed on. "In this remote mountain forest, you, a woman, wandering about. If not a monster, then what are you?" "My disciples, my logic is sound, is it not?" "Indeed, Master," they affirmed. Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing responded simultaneously. The white-boned spirit, infuriated, exclaimed, "You monk, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know what you're talking about? This mountain is called the White Tiger Ridge, located to the west of here, not far from my home. My parents reside there, and we have a modest plot of land. It's nearly noon, and I brought some food for the workers in the fields. Is it so strange for me to walk alone?" Tang Sanzang, pondering, stroked his bald head and fixed his gaze on the white-boned spirit. "While your words contain a semblance of logic, I still believe you are a monster." Rolling her eyes, the white-boned spirit retorted, "You monk, how can you speak so recklessly? I hardly resemble a monster." Tang Sanzang asserted, "If you are no monster, why then do your chest muscles appear so exaggerated? Open up and let me inspect. If all is well, I shall consider you innocent." The white-boned spirit's expression darkened, her tiger-like teeth grinding audibly. "Are you truly a monk?" Tang Sanzang, taken aback, suddenly recalled his identity. He clasped his hands together, exuding an air of solemnity, and declared, "Amit Ba." Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and the white-boned spirit collectively froze in place, each internally exclaiming, "Are you truly a monk? 3 sentences, and you're already undressing? Can you not behave like a decent person?" Tang Sanzang continued, I am but an ordinary monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, lacking even the strength to tie up a chicken, a tender and juicy little monk, genuine and honest. Zhu Ganglai, unable to bear it any longer, whispered, Master, we are on a quest for scriptures, not selling vegetables. Can we not speak seriously? Tilting his head, Tang Sanzong insisted, I am quite serious. I am merely an ordinary monk who has practiced martial arts intermittently for 2 years. He then blinked innocently. Zhu Ganglai looked to the sky, too exasperated to respond. However, the white-boned spirit's eyes sparkled with intrigue, thinking, is this the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi? A virtuous one for 10 lifetimes, and this is what he has become? Aside from his appearance, he seems rather dim-witted. It appears that consuming this Tang monk's flesh will not pose much trouble. With this thought, the white-boned spirit smiled. So you are a high monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty. I beg your pardon. Tang Sanzong replied, no offense taken. However, you should prove that you are not a monster. Wu Jing, fetch my, cough, demon-revealing mirror. The white-boned spirit's expression darkened again. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, are you out of your mind, monk? If it weren't for my parents' devotion, would I even bother with you? Tang Sanzong was taken aback by her outburst and scratched his bald head. Oh, is that so? My apologies, it's just that I am rather feeble. I fear even the average-sized dog, let alone monsters. I am merely cautious. If I have offended you, I hope you will forgive me. Seeing Tang Sanzang's humility, the white-boned spirit's anger subsided significantly. She waved her hand, saying, forget it, I forgive you. Tang Sanzong beamed. Thank you, noble lady. Suddenly, in a lowered voice, he asked suspiciously, if the noble lady is not a monster, then her bosom cannot be so exaggerated. But perhaps, fearing thieves, she has hidden her meat buns there? Noble lady, I am quite famished on my journey westward. Would you consider sharing one of those meat buns with me? The white-boned spirit's smile faltered, her demeanor darkening. Must we jest, elder? Since you are hungry, I do have rice in this green jar and fried gluten in this green bottle for you. I hope you will not find it unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory? Of course. I am a genuine monk who only eats meat, not vegetarian fare. Noble lady, please. Just share one meat bun with me. The bald monk immediately shook his head and exclaimed. The white-boned spirit, hearing this, felt her blood pressure rise, gritting her teeth. She said, isn't a monk supposed to refrain from eating meat? Tang Sanzong shook his head vigorously. Who said that? Our monks from the Eastern Tang dynasty are not like yours. We not only eat meat, but can also take wives. At this, Tang Sanzong leaned closer, pointing at his innocent face. Noble lady, are you married? If not, what do you think of me? The white-boned spirit stood there, momentarily stunned, realizing she could not quite comprehend this bald monk, and was even struggling to keep up with his train of thought. However, her eyes sparkled with cunning as she smiled. Elder, I am not married. If you truly can take a wife, I would not mind. Hearing this, Tang Sanzong laughed heartily. Very well. It is settled then. When my eldest disciple returns, we shall go to your home and marry. Let us aim to have a child by tomorrow. The white-boned spirit's expression darkened further. Internally raging, do you think you can have a child tomorrow? Are you going to adopt from the underworld? Yet on her face, she maintained a smile, nodding, very well. Elder, shall we have something to eat first? As they spoke, the white-boned spirit took a step forward. At that moment, she sensed danger ahead and looked down to see the circle drawn by Sun Wukong. Frowning slightly, she glanced at the dim-witted monk, smiling. Elder, these jars are rather heavy. Why not come over and take something to eat? Tang Sanzong looked and shook his head. I want to eat without meat buns. I have more than just gluten and rice. There are other options. Come and see if any suit your taste, the white-boned spirit persisted. Tang Sanzong shook his head again. I will not go. I want the 2 meat buns you are hiding. Give them to me, and I will come. If not, I shall leave it. Hearing this, the white-boned spirit felt exasperated, her temper boiling. Yet she said, you are quite impatient. Very well. You will belong to me sooner or later. Come here. With that, the white-boned spirit shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzong remained unfazed. But Zhu Ganglia's eyes turned red, panting to Sha Wujing. What the heck? Even master with his ironclad brain can woo a lady? Sha Wujing grunted. You know he cannot. If he could, there is surely something wrong. Zhu Ganglai paused, frowning slightly. Are you suggesting she is? Sha Wujing replied. Do you really think master is foolish? He is quite cunning. This is merely a prelude, followed by some flirting, then training. Zhu Ganglai was stunned, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Why had the usually dim-witted Sha Wujing suddenly become so astute? He then recognized that for Sha Wujing to serve as the personal attendant to the Jade Emperor, he could not be simple-minded. In fact, those who attain such positions are undoubtedly shrewd. This fellow is merely playing dumb. Meanwhile, Tang Senzong, eagerly rubbing his hands, approached the white-boned spirit, saying, "How embarrassing." The white-boned spirit, with a flirtatious glance, asked, "Which one does the elder wish to eat?" Tang Senzong, grinning, replied, "I, a humble monk, believe in fate. Allow me to squeeze them and see which one resonates with me." As he spoke, Tang Senzong was about to step over the circle. The white-boned spirit's eyes glinted with malice as she discreetly glanced at Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing. Seeing they were still far off and distracted, she thought to herself, "Fortune favors me. With such distance and opportunity, I can seize Tang Senzong and make my escape." Just as Tang Senzong was about to cross the boundary, the white-boned spirit's heart raced. Tang Senzong was equally eager, appearing as if he had been parched for ages. At that moment, a booming voice interrupted, startling them both. Then, a monkey descended from the sky, brandishing a large iron rod, and shouted, "Monster, do not harm my master." With a resounding thud, the white-boned spirit was reduced to a puddle of flesh by Sun Wukong's strike. Moments later, a spirit fled underground, escaping in an instant. Sun Wukong, pausing with his staff, boldly declared, "Master, you have been deceived. This is no innocent maiden. She is a monster." Upon finishing, Sun Wukong sensed the atmosphere had shifted, the temperature plummeting. Sun Wukong slowly turned his head and beheld Tang Senzong, who was bowing his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a forced smile that barely concealed his anger, he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Wukong, does defeating a mere monster make you feel accomplished? You certainly recognize it as a monster, don't you? After waiting day and night for a chance to confront a demon, you reduce it to a pulp? I hesitated to strike, and yet you did it for me?" Tang Senzong, growing increasingly agitated, culminated his tirade in a roar. Sun Wukong, with a quiver in his voice, replied, "Master, I figured such a weak creature wouldn't necessitate your intervention. Then why didn't you find me a formidable demon?" Tang retorted, "Look at the four of you, each one more bloated than the last, more terrifying than the monsters. With you lot striding ahead, what demon would dare show its face? After finally encountering a fool, could you not allow me some enjoyment? Damn be it, and it was a female demon. A female demon, do you even comprehend?" With that, Tang Senzong unleashed a torrent of invectives upon Sun Wukong. The latter suggested, "Why not engage with it for a bit? Get lost. Am I to play with this pile of flesh?" Tang Senzong bellowed. Yet upon seeing the dazed expression of the monkey before him, he sighed in resignation. "Forget it. You clearly do not understand the allure of a woman." Sun Wukong smacked his lips, feeling aggrieved. What allure is there in a female monkey? Bang! Tang Senzong turned and delivered a powerful punch. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of fire, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Pigsy and Sandy trembled at this display, inadvertently stepping on a blade of grass that rustled ominously. Tang Senzong cast a dark look at them. "What? Are you expressing discontent by breaking things?" "Master, it's just that Pigsy and Sandy were eager to show their loyalty," they stammered. But before they could finish, a punch sent them crashing into the mountainside. After delivering that blow, Tang Senzong closed his eyes in satisfaction. What a relief! Alas, my own disciple, I cannot strike too hard. While he sighed, he yawned and added, "If you three are still alive, hurry and prepare some food. I am famished." In an instant, the three companions returned to Tang Senzong's side, rubbing shoulders and massaging legs. Sun Wukong hastily presented the prey he had caught earlier, a freshly skinned deer, to Sandy. Before long, the scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Meanwhile, in the White-Bone Cave, the White-Bone Lady cursed under her breath, "That accursed monkey, ruining my plans at the critical moment. Just you wait. I will make you pay dearly. And that bald-headed monk, with his incessant insults, I will flay him alive and boil his bones." At this, the White-Bone Lady turned to the skeletal land deity. "Tell me again what transpired. Even now, I cannot recall where that monkey sprang from. It was terrifying." The skeletal land deity replied, "Madam, that monkey is extraordinarily fierce. His staff frightened me so much that I burrowed into the earth." Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in the White-Bone Lady's eyes. The skeletal land deity quickly added, "However, although I did not see everything, I overheard some details that may be of use to you. Speak." she commanded. I heard that Tang Sanzang seemed to be scolding Sun Wukong for his actions, but I couldn't catch everything. It was fragmented, yet the general gist is clear. Chapter 73. A second encounter with the White Bone Demon. Seeking support. The White Bone Lady tapped her slender fingers on the bone throne, the sound echoing in the cave. After a lengthy pause, she suddenly laughed. It appears that the monk not only lacks intelligence, but is also a soft-hearted fool. He likely does not recognize me as a demon and believes that the monkey has harmed an innocent, hence his scolding. Well, that makes things easier. The skeletal land deity curiously inquired, Madam, what will you do next? The White Bone Lady replied, Simple. Amplify the misunderstanding and drive that monkey away. With a wave of her hand, a desiccated corpse of an old woman flew towards her. She merged with the corpse, which quickly took on lifelike fullness, transforming into a wrinkled old matron. The White Bone Lady smiled at the skeletal old man. Since the monk cannot discern reality, let him die a few more times. It will surely deter him from keeping that troublesome monkey by his side. The skeletal land deity chuckled, Madam, you are brilliant. The White Bone Lady replied with a sinister laugh. This time, keep your distance and observe everything that transpires. Return to me with the details. The skeletal land deity nodded vigorously, promising to watch closely. The White Bone Lady then transformed into a gust of wind and departed. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang and his companions, having eaten their fill, resumed their journey. As they walked, Sun Wukong, scouting ahead, spotted an elderly woman approaching. The old woman, in her 80s, leaned heavily on a gnarled bamboo staff, her hair white as snow, moving slowly with feeble steps, her frail form appearing as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind at any moment. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, thinking, that demon has returned. Believing that by disguising herself as an old woman, I would not recognize her. Just watch me. As he prepared to draw his golden staff to strike, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned on his heel and sprinted back without a glance. The elderly woman was, of course, the White Bone Lady in disguise. Seeing the monkey flee, a smirk crept upon her lips. Indeed, though that bald-headed monk is not likable, he possesses a heart of gold, scaring the monkey into submission. This will make my task easier. With a cheerful demeanor, the old woman advanced. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong dashed back to Tang Sanzang, exclaiming excitedly, Master, Master, that demon has returned. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang, who had been languidly reclining on his horse, sat upright with sudden interest. Really? Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Tang Sanzang, sensing something amiss, inquired, Is it male or female? Sun Wukong replied, Female. Tang Sanzang erupted with joy. All right, my disciples, wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Tang Sanzang sped ahead. In a few swift strides, he reached the corner, and as he turned, he instinctively called out, Hey, girl, before he could finish. He found himself face to face with a frail old woman, her face lined with wrinkles and age spots. They were nearly nose to nose. Tang Sanzang could even smell the scent of chives from her mouth. The White Bone Lady, taken aback by this sudden encounter, exclaimed with delight, Elder. Tang Sanzang shouted, Oh my! Boom! A powerful punch soared skyward, accompanied by a mushroom cloud. The entire White Tiger Ridge trembled, dust and debris flying in all directions. In an instant, birds scattered, and beasts cried out in distress. As the dust settled, a wide road cut through the White Tiger Ridge, revealing a sweating monk standing there. Staring at his own fist in disbelief, what the hell was that? It scared me to death. Sun Wukong and the others rushed over to witness the magnificent road spanning the entire White Tiger Ridge. Pigsy remarked, Monkey brother, take note. This is how you clear a path. This road is far easier to traverse than the one you made with your staff. Sun Wukong ignored him and approached Tang Sanzang. Master, that took only 3 seconds. Was there really a need to rush to finish? Boom. Another mushroom cloud erupted. The punch had shattered a mountain to the east. A monkey hung from a distant tree branch, swaying in the wind, lamenting, I strike, he strikes me. I refrain, he still strikes. Clearly, he is incapable. Yet I am not allowed to speak of it. This is too much for a monkey to endure. Suddenly, a bald man appeared before the monkey, gripping his neck with both hands and roaring. Is that even a woman? Damn it, you scared the life out of me. The Monkey King replied, feeling aggrieved. But that was indeed a lady. Tang Sanzang shouted back, Women come in both young and old. Don't you know the difference between the beautiful and the ugly? The Monkey King responded with a vacant, bewildered stare. Tang Senzong, looking at the monkey before him, sighed in resignation. Never mind. This is indeed a bit much for you. The group of master and disciples gathered once more, and Tang Senzong said, Zhu Gang Lai, from now on, you shall scout ahead. If you encounter a woman, just forget it. Although Tang Senzong initially intended for Zhu Gang Lai to scout, the thought of Zhu Gang Lai's wife, Gao Zuolan, made him reconsider. Zhu Gang Lai, understanding Tang Senzong's meaning, snorted, Master, don't underestimate her. Gao Zuolan is quite beautiful. It's just that I seem to be cursed. Whenever I desire a woman, she turns into a hefty sow. Tang Senzong was taken aback. You possess such a talent? Zhu Gang Lai chuckled bitterly. I would rather be without this ability. If it weren't for her transformation, I would have had a whole litter of piglets by now. As for why I haven't acted in so many years, during those years, I was busy searching for an antidote. Tang Senzong fell silent, and then pointed ahead, saying, All right, you go ahead and scout. Remember, if you encounter a beautiful female demon, leave her for me. Zhu Gang Lai joyfully accepted his new task, relishing the idea that the more useful he became, the further he would be from the burden of Sha Wujing's pot. Meanwhile, the Lady Bone returned to her cave, collapsing onto the bone throne, her face devoid of color. And cursed, that damned bald donkey. All bald donkeys are liars. Great liars. The Lingshan are all deceivers. Damn it. They promised that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Lingshan are humble, kind, polite, and compassionate. Yet what do we see? After 10 lifetimes, the disciple of the Tathagata has turned out to be such a creature, eating flesh and chasing after women, not to mention his disciples, each more irritable than the last, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. Is this what humanity has come to? As she continued her tirade, she began to weep. In truth, the Lady Bone had not clearly seen who had attacked her. Her attention had been entirely captured by the sudden, gleaming bald head that had emerged from around the corner. She had not anticipated such abrupt happiness. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was caught off guard, only to be ruthlessly struck down. Fortunately, she possessed a life-saving treasure that absorbed the blow at the critical moment. Terrified by the sheer force, she fled back to the bone cave, cursing under her breath. Thus, she remained unaware that it was Tang Senzong who had struck her, and she still believed that it was the monkey's sudden interference that had led to her misfortune. The nearby skeleton landlord cautiously approached. Madam. The Lady Bone turned to see the skeleton landlord, who had lost his legs and was now propped up by his hands. Frowning, she asked, What happened to you? The skeleton landlord, with a quivering voice, replied, Madam, you instructed me to observe closely, so I went. But, before I could find a good spot, I saw a fist soaring skyward, creating shockwaves that split mountains and shattered stones. I didn't react in time, and now my lower half is gone. That Tang Senzong is too formidable. Shall we just give up? The Lady Bone shook her head. Give up? I have been struck down twice and lost a life-saving talisman. How can I let this go so easily? The skeleton landlord asked. Madam, what shall we do? That monk's monkey is too powerful. Misunderstanding the situation, he assumed the blow had been dealt by the Monkey King. The Lady Bone sighed, filled with self-reproach. I was too reckless, thinking it was a sure thing. Who knew that monkey would react so swiftly? But this matter is not over yet. With that, she summoned another corpse, which soon revived, transforming into a venerable old man clad in a crane cloak, one hand holding a dragon-headed staff, while the other clutched prayer beads. Reciting sutras with white hair at his temples, the skeleton landlord remarked, Madam, are you planning to try again? The Lady Bone replied, Indeed. If that monk possesses even a shred of compassion, after taking 2 lives, he will surely feel some guilt. This time, I will await the perfect moment to strike. Madam, I wish you swift success, the skeleton landlord said as the Lady Bone nodded, leaning on her staff and heading out. Meanwhile, Tang Senzong and his companions were making their way west when they encountered an elderly man who approached them with a stagger, panting heavily. Upon seeing them, he waved his hand and cried out, Noble monks, have you seen my daughter and wife? The old man's face was etched with worry, resembling a father, deeply concerned for the safety of his daughter and wife. In that moment, the Lady Bone's acting skills were on full display, every gesture embodying that of a genuine father and husband, filled with worry, care, and kindness. He stumbled towards Tang Senzong, his aim clear, heading straight for him. Logically, any decent person witnessing such a concerned father would instinctively step forward to offer assistance, at the very least, lower their guard. Yet, to the Lady Bone's dismay, the individuals before her merely stood there, some picking their noses, others fiddling with their staffs, and a few merely watching the spectacle, with none stepping forward to help. Most egregiously, that bald man simply sat down on a large rock, refusing to move. The Lady Bone was puzzled, wondering if her acting had diminished to the point where even these fools were not swayed. Determined to press on, she staggered directly in front of Tang Senzong, throwing herself at him while exclaiming, "Support me, please." To her bewilderment, the entire group took 3 steps back, with her body already leaning. Standing up at that moment would appear exceedingly contrived. True to the adage of maintaining the act, the Lady Bone decided to fall to the ground, wailing, "Oh, my back. My leg. It hurts." In her mind, she thought, "Surely, this time they will come to my aid." However, to her astonishment, the sound of clattering filled the air as Sha Wujing retrieved a set of small stools from a large basket, placing them on the ground. After wiping them clean with his sleeve, he called out, "Master, brothers, let us sit." One by one, they settled down, and Sha Wujing began to distribute watermelons and sunflower seeds. In an instant, the little valley was filled with the sounds of cracking seeds and slurping melons. As the group munched on watermelon and sunflower seeds while watching the Lady Bone wail inconsolably. Seeing their indifference, the Lady Bone was infuriated, rolling her eyes and shouting, "Do you have no conscience? I am in this state, and not only do you refuse to help, but you're also here to enjoy the show." Tang Senzong clapped his hands, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right. How can we behave in such a manner?" The Lady Bone's heart raced, thinking there was a chance. So she quickly added, "It seems the noble monk has a heart. Would you please come and assist me?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Senzong gestured, and Sha Wujing produced half of a roasted, succulent, aromatic beast leg from the basket. He then drew a sharp knife and sliced the meat into pieces, feeding them to Tang Senzong. As Tang Senzong savored the meat, munching on sunflower seeds while eyeing the Lady Bone with pleasure, he remarked, "It is far more fitting to enjoy roasted meat while watching. Please, continue your lament, esteemed lady." The Lady Bone sat there, utterly dumbfounded, gazing blankly at Tang Senzong, before finally asking, "Are you truly a monk?" Tang Senzong pointed to his bald head and then to his robe, saying, "With this attire, is there anyone more legitimately a monk than I? Please, do not let me interrupt your sobbing. I have found this journey dreadfully dull, so your performance is most welcome." Madame Whitebone had come to a realization. The figure before her was not a monk, but rather a scoundrel. He could no longer maintain his facade. And pointing at Tang Senzong, he roared, "At my age, having fallen and wept, you lack sympathy, yet you still expect me to continue? Can you not act like a decent human being?" Upon hearing this, Tang Senzong frowned, believing she had struck a nerve with the heartless monk. Madame Whitebone continued her tirade. "As a monk, should you not harbor compassion? I have fed countless monks over decades, and not one has possessed a heart of stone like yours. Have your practices turned you into a beast?" Madame Whitebone's intention was clear, to inflict shame upon this bald man, compelling him to assist her, thus providing her with an opportunity. However, after only 2 insults, she noticed that the monk had tilted his head, addressing son Wukong. "Wukong, he is insulting me. Wukong, teach him a lesson," Tang Senzong commanded. Son Wukong was taken aback, whispering, "Master, will you not intervene yourself this time?" Tang Senzong shot him a disapproving look, retorting, "Nonsense. I am but an ordinary monk, incapable of violence." Son Wukong rolled his eyes and communicated telepathically, "Master, can we not speak plainly?" Tang Senzong murmured, "It is too ugly. Another man. I cannot bring myself to strike." In the next moment, before Madame Whitebone could react, a fist came hurtling toward her, as Son Wukong shouted, "Monster, behold my fist." Bang! Madame Whitebone was sent flying. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall pig and a 4-meter-tall brute, one swinging fists and the other slapping, surrounded her, unleashing a flurry of punches. Madame Whitebone was utterly bewildered. She had done nothing wrong. A single misplaced word had led to her being beaten mercilessly. What manner of injustice was this? After a couple of feeble attempts to defend herself, she realized the trio was intent on causing her harm. Resignedly, she cried out, "Hi monk, save me." To her dismay, she looked up to see Tang Senzong standing behind them, anxiously imploring, "Wukong, Wufan, Wujing, stop. Do not strike her. Use this." Just as she thought this man possessed a sliver of conscience, she watched as he, while shouting for them to cease, handed a rake and shovel to Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing. In a fit of rage, Madame Whitebone exclaimed, "What a load of nonsense, you monk! Before she could finish, Sun Wukong struck her on the head with a staff, causing her demise. Once again, Madame Whitebone employed her familiar tactic, severing her spirit from her body and executing an earth escape to flee. Sun Wukong, having witnessed it clearly, was about to pursue when Tang Senzong firmly restrained him, saying, "Let her go." "Master, you would let her escape?" Sun Wukong queried. "What if she returns in a more beautiful form?" Tang Senzong replied. Meanwhile, Madame Whitebone fled back to her lair, panting as she settled upon her throne of bones, her chest heaving in indignation. That wretched monk, that bald-headed fiend. Are they even human? This rant continued for nearly half an hour. At that moment, the skeletal land spirit rushed in, exclaiming, "Madam, cease your cursing. They are about to exit White Tiger Ridge." Madame Whitebone, taken aback, inquired, "So soon?" The previous blow pierced White Tiger Ridge, significantly shortening their journey. "They are galloping away rapidly," the land spirit explained. Realization dawned on Madame Whitebone, and she hurriedly followed the land spirit. As they emerged from the cave, they beheld several figures already beyond the confines of White Tiger Ridge. Upon a white horse, the monk seemed to be asleep, drooling profusely from afar. Witnessing this, Madame Whitebone's tears flowed uncontrollably as she lamented, "I have yet to taste Tang Seng's flesh, and he is already leaving." Just then, a voice resonated, "He cannot escape." At this proclamation, Madame Whitebone shuddered, turning to see a towering figure clad in robes, its visage a mere skull, approaching her. Recognizing her husband, she bowed respectfully. The skeletal land spirit trembled, kneeling before him. "I pay my respects to the great Lord Bone." However, the great Lord Bone paid him no heed. His gaze fixated on the distant figures. Madame Whitebone's complexion paled with fear. She was anxious that the great Lord Bone would blame her for attempting to claim Tang Senzong for herself. Hastily, she spoke, "My lord, Tang Senzong is peculiar. The monkey by his side is fierce and formidable." Upon seeing Tang Senzong and Sun Wukong, the great Lord Bone scoffed, "Formidable? He is merely a disciple of the Tathagata. Even in his prime, he was nothing but a mortal. As for that monkey, a mere Tai golden immortal. Hardly worth my notice." With that, the great Lord Bone cast a cold glance at Madame Whitebone. "Do you truly believe that consuming his flesh will grant you immortality?" Madame Whitebone was bewildered. "My lord, did you not say?" The great Lord Bone chuckled, "That was merely to give you hope. What of his tenfold merits? He remains but a mortal." With that, the great Lord Bone took a step forward, and the countless bones upon the mountain responded, as if resurrected, rising to envelop his legs. After 2 strides, a pair of colossal feet emerged, and in the blink of an eye, a giant made entirely of bones towered before them. With a swift motion, he seized the segment of White Tiger Ridge resembling a human skull, placing it atop his own. In that moment, the great Lord Bone's aura peaked, unleashing a ferocious power that swept across the land. He opened his mouth wide, drawing forth endless death energy from deep within the earth, consuming it greedily. Further amplifying his strength, a black cloak unfurled behind him, billowing in the wind, forged from the very essence of death, embodying the utmost darkness and malevolence. At that instant, countless experts opened their eyes. Ancient beings from various sects emerged from their secluded meditations, with bodhisattvas opening doors, Buddhas awakening, and deities arming themselves, all furrowed in concern. The great Lord Bone had emerged. Another fierce battle loomed. Someone lamented, "The great Lord Bone has returned. It heralds a catastrophic conflict." A peerless expert from a certain sect abruptly opened his eyes, bellowing, "Disciples, heed my command. Seal the mountain." Originally, a group of disciples eager to vanquish demons nearly took to the skies on their swords, only to stumble and nearly injure themselves. Not far away, in a human city, an astromancer observed the stars, witnessing a white star colliding directly with the purple Tenuity Emperor star, causing him to turn pale with fright. Curious disciples inquired, "Master, what does this celestial phenomenon signify?" The astromancer, with a grave expression, replied, "A Death Star enters the purple Tenuity Palace. Chaos shall ensue, and demons will dance. A calamity is upon us." Nearby, Madame Whitebone and the skeletal land spirit trembled in fear, huddled together in silence. The great Lord Bone roared with laughter, "Ming Emperor, did you not expect this? I, the great Lord Bone, have returned. Tremble in fear. For today I shall feast upon Tang Senzong, and then march upon the imperial city to take your life." His roar shook the heavens. At that moment, The bald monk atop the white horse was awakened, his head tilted as he saw the great Lord Bone. His morning irritability erupted instantly. What a racket. I was trying to sleep. Chapter 76. The Death Star fireworks. With a mere wave of his hand, the Lord of Bones summoned a towering mountain composed of countless bones, hurling it directly towards Tang Sanzang. Who are you calling bald? Tang Sanzang, already irritable upon waking, found his fury ignited further by the insult. With a surge of power, he unleashed a punch that split the mountain in half. Boom. The enormous skeletal mountain, akin to a shooting star, was halted in midair by Tang Sanzang's strike. Could it be blocked? The Lord of Bones exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could finish his sentence, a crack spread across the entire skeletal mountain. Boom. Another resounding explosion shattered the skeletal mountain into countless fragments against the sky. At that moment, the Lord of Bones felt an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate everything, causing his bones to fracture and his soul to tremble. In a panic, he cast a myriad of shimmering treasures in an attempt to fend off the punch. However, before the might of this bald man's fist, all his possessions crumbled to dust. How can this be? I, the Lord of Bones, have only just emerged into existence. I have yet to accomplish anything. Boom. Tang Sanzang's fist struck the Lord of Bones squarely in the chest, causing it to explode. The impact propelled his body away, scattering bone dust across the sky. In an instant, the once arrogant Lord of Bones, who had boasted of sweeping across the heavens and earth, was reduced to mere ashes. In that moment, the onlookers, who had been bracing themselves for a fierce battle at the emergence of the Lord of Bones, were left dumbfounded. They gazed skyward, attempting to comprehend the spectacle, and eventually muttered in confusion, "Did we just imagine that?" Meanwhile, in the human city, the disciple observed the bright explosion in the ZY mansion and curiously asked his master, "Master, what is happening?" The master, equally bewildered, instinctively replied, "Perhaps it is a firework display from the shooting star for the Emperor of the ZY." The disciple diligently recorded this statement. In the year of Gungzi, 76th year, the shooting star set off fireworks for the Emperor of ZY. The Lady of Bones, witnessing the demise of the Lord of Bones, was left in a state of shock, standing atop another mountain, gazing at the sky with a bewildered expression alongside the skeletal land. Observing the bald man again, Tang Sanzang returned to his white horse, yawning and exclaiming, "Finally, it's quiet. Time to sleep." And with that, he dozed off, as if the fierce being he had just vanquished were nothing more than an insignificant fly. The skeletal land gazed up at the Lady of Bones and asked, "My lady, they have yet to leave the territory of the White Tiger Ridge. Shall we pursue them?" The Lady of Bones squinted, her expression grave, and replied, "Let us go." The skeletal land, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, "Are we really going?" The Lady of Bones trembled, her voice quaking, "Yes, yes, let's go." With that, she picked up a pile of belongings and pressed them onto the skeletal land's head. Curiously, the skeletal land inquired, "My lady, what are you doing?" The Lady of Bones declared, "We are moving. That bald man is too terrifying. We must leave, and if we don't go far, I fear for my safety." "My lady, I am also frightened. But where shall we go?" "Wherever we end up. That monk went to the west, so we shall head east. This way, we won't cross paths. Your wisdom is unparalleled." Yet, the Lady of Bones recalled the past when the Lord of Bones had slaughtered countless cities to nurture the sacred bones, and how the Crown Prince had cunningly taken the Lord's sacred bone while he slept, causing the Lord to enter a lengthy seclusion for rebirth. The Crown Prince had used this sacred bone to establish the illustrious Ming Empire, leading to the tales of the Southern Tang and Northern Ming. This was why the Lord of Bones had been determined to return to the Ming royal city. Now that the Lord of Bones was dead, the most crucial sacred bone remained. As the Lady of Bones gently touched the wrapped package on her body, she recalled the sacred bone that had fallen during the explosion of the Lord of Bones. As a fellow entity of bone, she understood its significance all too well. Should she merge with the Lord of Bones' sacred bone, the path to immortality would be within reach. If she could also integrate the other sacred bone within the Crown Prince, the path to greatness would be assured. With this thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Thus, the two skeletal beings set forth to the Ming Empire. Meanwhile, Tang Sung and his companions arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, only to find two young disciples squatting at the entrance, holding their ears. Tang Sung approached curiously and inquired, "Young disciples, I am Tang Sanzang, a monk from the Eastern Tang, seeking shelter as I journey to the west to obtain scriptures." Upon hearing his name, the two disciples erupted in fury, as if their tails had been stepped on, jumping up to point at Tang Sung and shouting, "We do not host Tang Sanzang here. Leave, leave." Tang Sung, utterly bewildered, replied, "But I have not wronged you. You don't need to. We just find you displeasing," exclaimed Mingwei. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng was initially stunned, but upon closer inspection of Tang Sung's features, his rage ignited. "Damn it, he looks just like the other one. I can't take it out on him, but I can certainly vent my frustrations." With a glance exchanged between them, Qing Feng rolled up his sleeves and began to hurl insults. Thus, Tang Sing found himself on the receiving end of a torrent of abuse, retreating down the mountain in disgrace. Halfway down, he lamented with a tearful voice, "What kind of world is this? I have done nothing, yet I suffer such undeserved misfortune." A figure emerged, stating, "It is likely the trouble stirred by that false Tang Sing." The disciples were unaware of the fact that Xinyuanzi had accepted Tang Sanzang as a disciple, believing instead that Xinyuanzi's pent-up anger had simply been redirected towards them. Initially, they could have sought refuge under the banner of Buddhism at Wuzhuang Temple. However, having nearly caused Xinyuanzi's demise, they felt guilty and did not dare to show their faces. Consequently, they descended the mountain with heavy hearts. Thus, Tang Sing found himself in a predicament. Lacking his white horse, he was forced to traverse the rugged terrain on foot, often encountering unexpected obstacles. While the journey to the west may have been fraught with challenges before, at least there had been a clear path. Now he found himself navigating ravines, deep pits, and canyons. It is said that where there was no path, one would emerge by treading it. Yet, Tang Sung was the first to blaze this trail, and the difficulties were unimaginable. Looking up at the sky, Tang Sung sighed. "What sort of world is this?" The disciples gazed at him with sympathy. For while his journey had been perilous, it had been manageable with the aid of a horse and companions. Now, the dangers had diminished, yet the toil was immense. Meanwhile, on the road to the west, Tang Sanzang sat atop his white horse, feasting on hot pot, singing, and reflecting. The youth of today live such splendid lives. What is this, a trial of the 81 difficulties? What is so difficult about it? Isn't this merely an enjoyment? If Tang Sing were to hear this, he would likely faint in anger. The bald one continued, "Wukong, how far ahead are we?" Sun Wukong, shielding his eyes with his hand, glanced into the distance. But at his modest height of 1.3 meters, he could hardly see anything. Beside him, Xiao Wujing merely raised an eyelid and remarked, "Master, ahead there are towering mountains and dense forests, with a glimmer of golden light. There seems to be a Buddhist pagoda." Tang Sanzong had yet to speak, when Sun Wukong sprang up and playfully struck Xiao Wujing's knee, saying, "You talk too much. Did I ask you? Just because you're tall, huh?" Xiao Wujing replied. Tang Sanzong looked up and said, "I see. Where there is a pagoda, there must be a temple. Where there is a temple, we can find a place to stay. Let us go take a look." No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Ganglai charged ahead, bellowing, "Who dares to block the way?" Suddenly, a white figure swooped down from a tree and landed before them, calling out, "My king, my king. It is I, Baberbong." Zhu Ganglai, raising his rake to strike, retorted, "We are all monks here. Where does your king come from? You should be content with being our lunch." "Stop!" Sun Wukong shouted, grabbing Zhu Ganglai and tossing him aside, then scrutinizing the white ape before him. "You are the Tongbei monkey, Baberbong? My General Baber?" Baberbong cried, "My king. It is indeed me. I have finally found you." Sun Wukong quickly supported him and asked, "Why are you not staying at Huagua Mountain? What brings you here on the road to the west?" Baberbong wept, "My king, please save Huagua Mountain. If you do not return soon, the monkeys and their offspring will be utterly extinguished." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong grew anxious and pressed. "What do you mean?" Baberbong explained, "My king, when you rebelled against the heavenly court, the monkeys fought alongside you. When you were captured, we were pursued by Yang Jian and 3,000 grass-headed deities, led by the howling celestial dog, suffering countless casualties. After you were suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain, although the heavenly soldiers retreated, a new wave of human cultivators came. They designated Huagua Mountain as a trial ground, sending their disciples to hunt monkeys every 3 years. If we dared to resist, we faced the onslaught of powerful human sects, resulting in further bloodshed. Initially, sacrificing a few monkeys could be tolerated, but in the past 2 years, the human race has escalated their cruelty. It is no longer merely a trial. They are killing monkeys for meat, selling their skins, capturing them to consume their brains, and training them for performances such as jumping through fire rings and breaking stones with their chests for profit. Marshal Liu, in a fit of rage, ventured out, but fell into a trap and never returned. This year, only 1 in 10 monkeys remains on the mountain. They are nearly extinct. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, baring his teeth in anger as he tugged at the fur on his face. Turning to Tang Xinzong, he saw Tang Xinzong tilting his head, looking at him with a dazed expression. "What are you staring at?" With tears in his eyes, Sun Wukong said, "Master, I would like to request a leave." "Granted," Tang Xinzong replied without waiting for Sun Wukong to finish. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had thought requesting leave would be a challenge, yet Tang Xinzong had acquiesced so easily. After a moment, he exclaimed with excitement, "Master, you really allow me to take leave?" Tang Xinzong yawned lazily. "If you do not wish to go, you need not." "Thank you, Master," Sun Wukong replied gratefully. Seeing Sun Wukong succeed in his request, Zhu Gonglie's eyes twinkled, and he raised his hand. "Master, I also wish to request leave." Tang Xinzong glanced at him and said, "Wukong, your departure counts as a brief separation. Before you leave, slaughter a pig and host a farewell feast. Eat well and drink enough before returning to Huagua Mountain. It will give you strength for battles ahead." Zhu Gonglai immediately shouted, "Master, I no longer wish to take leave. I will strive to fulfill the mission of acquiring the scriptures. I vow not to return until I obtain the true scriptures." Tang Xinzong nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, what are you waiting for? Go. Let us go, let us go." Zhu Gonglai wiped the sweat from his forehead, leading the horse forward. As Tang Xinzong and the others departed, Sun Wukong respectfully bowed to Tang Xinzang's retreating figure, then lifted Bobber Bong and soared into the sky on a cloud towards Huagua Mountain. Before long, rumors spread that the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, had forcefully returned to Huagua Mountain, leading a horde of monkeys to wreak havoc upon the country of Aolai, bloodily purging the 3 major human sects, staining Aolai and the Eastern Sea with blood. In no time, countless eyes turned towards him. Some even claimed to have seen the great sage equal to heaven's banner rise once more atop Huagua Mountain, as if signaling a desire to ascend to the heavens once again, stirring the world into a frenzy. While Sun Wukong basked in his glory, he attracted the attention of another pair of eyes. On an island in the sea known as Lonely Moon Island, there was a hidden paradise called Lonely Moon Cave. At that moment, the island was ablaze with peach blossoms, with countless spiritual beasts and demon pets scurrying about, some collecting spiritual fruits, others gathering dew to offer to the master of Lonely Moon Cave. Amidst this bustling scene, a chilling female voice echoed from within the cave. "That damned monkey! It must be you who killed my beloved disciple, Qingyaxian. You shall pay." Accompanied by her piercing cry, a golden light shot into the sky, merging 5 energies together, creating a grand spectacle. Her 3 flowers were unlike those of the azure wolf, appearing as 3 exquisitely crafted golden lotus flowers, seemingly alive. The 5 energies coalescing were 5 rivers of celestial energy, magnificent, tangible, and terrifying. This was a true de Luo Jinxian. With her fury, all beasts would cower, none daring to act recklessly. In the next moment, from the cave emerged a tall woman clad in a crane cloak, yet bare-legged, possessing an oddly captivating beauty. Her expression was frosty as she summoned a white tiger that leaped forward and lay prostrate. Master Lonely Moon mounted the white tiger and pointed towards the eastern sea, saying, "To Huagua Mountain." Simultaneously, she declared, "In 3 days, I shall take Sun Wukong's head to offer at my beloved disciple's tomb." The world trembled. It is known that not many were aware of Sun Wukong's escape from the 5-Finger Mountain. However, his fierce return to Aolai, obliterating the 3 major sects and re-establishing the great sage equal to heaven's banner, stirred the winds of the world. In an instant, he became the center of attention, his fame soaring to unprecedented heights. Yet, at this moment, Master Lonely Moon boldly proclaimed her intention to take Sun Wukong's head as a sacrifice for her disciple. This naturally became another major news story. Deities, seeking longevity, often find themselves bored. Yet, after living long enough and witnessing many events, they often find little can pique their interest. However, the current situation piqued their curiosity. Within 3 days, countless scattered immortals, celestial beings, earthly immortals, practitioners, great demon kings, and ghost kings surged towards Huagua Mountain. Yet, Huagua Mountain was not as it once was. In the past, Sun Wukong welcomed all guests with open arms. However, after the chaos in the Heavenly Palace, he discerned that many were mere fair-weather friends. At critical moments, they might stab him in the back. Thus, he resolutely closed the gates, leaving only a large monkey stationed at the entrance, holding a banner that read, "Non-Huawa Mountain Individuals, Scram." Upon seeing this banner, many were naturally displeased. Yet, as celestial beings, they valued their dignity, civility, and politeness, so one by one they muttered curses and retreated to the opposite mountain. Simultaneously, a curious rumor emerged. What? Did Sun Wukong truly kill Master Lonely Moon's beloved disciple, Qingya Xian? This name, could it be the Qingya Xian from Ling Mountain? No, it was merely a coincidence of names. However, this Qingya immortal possesses remarkable qualities. It is said that he embodies the essence of medicinal herbs. Any substance that enters his body undergoes a process of self-purification, expelling toxins while allowing beneficial elixirs to enter his bloodstream, which can subsequently be refined into superior pills, a truly rare alchemical physique in the realm. Master Gyue dedicated 1,500 yuan meetings within the temporal secret realm to fully activate the bloodline of the Qing wolf, all in anticipation of concocting a grand elixir to reach greater heights. Yet, the unfortunate fate was that the Qing wolf was slain by Sun Wukong. One can only imagine her fury. The preparations spanning thousands of yuan meetings were rendered futile in an instant. Anyone would be driven to madness by such a loss. Indeed, this situation has escalated into an irreconcilable conflict. It promises to be quite the spectacle. Are we certain it was Sun Wukong who dealt the blow? The Qing wolf met her demise beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Coincidentally, Sun Wukong also departed from the Five-Finger Mountain on that very day. At that moment, the balance of yin and yang was disrupted, making it impossible for anyone to deduce the causal relationships at play. However, during that time frame and in that location, the only being capable of slaying the pseudo-great Luo Golden Immortal Qing wolf was none other than that monkey. What a formidable creature he is! Imprisoned for 500 years, subsisting on copper juice and iron water, he must have grown quite hungry. Perhaps that is the case. Maybe, just maybe, at Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong could not suppress a curse. Beside him, a red-tailed monkey named Martial Ma approached, curiously inquiring, "My king, did you truly slay her?" Sun Wukong shot him a glance, yet his thoughts drifted back to the day he escaped from the Five-Finger Mountain. On that day, he was amusing himself with the earth when a formidable aura rose in the distance. He witnessed the convergence of the five elements and the gathering of the three flowers atop the head, but with the keen eyes of a monkey. He discerned that it was merely a facade, glorious on the outside yet hollow within, so he paid it no heed. Then, a powerful punch swept towards him, shattering a small mountain beside the Five-Finger Mountain. Shortly thereafter, he encountered that bald-headed monk. In that moment, Sun Wukong had an epiphany. In that time frame and location, the only being capable of vanquishing the Qingya Immortal in such a crude and decisive manner could only be one individual. Martial Ma asked once more, "My king, did you truly slay her?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "Her disciple was not slain by me. However, it is only fair that a disciple pays for their master's debts. Of course, that is of little consequence now. What truly matters is, are you certain that Master Gyue is a peak great Luo Golden Immortal?" Martial Ma nodded. "My king, although I am a red-tailed monkey with limited combat prowess, I possess a profound understanding of yin and yang, as well as the ability to predict the heavens and calculate the earth. She is undoubtedly a peak great Luo Golden Immortal. Her power should not be underestimated. You must exercise caution." Martial Ma was well aware of Sun Wukong's nature, proud and brimming with arrogance. Regardless of the adversary, he would charge forth wielding his staff. Such a disposition is prone to misfortune, and he wished to subtly caution him, yet feared provoking Sun Wukong's ire, so he opted for a gentle nudge instead. To his surprise, upon learning of her status as a peak great Luo Golden Immortal, Sun Wukong muttered to himself, "My master once said, if you can defeat them, strike them down. If you cannot, call for assistance. But whom shall I call? Fortunately, I have someone to summon." Martial Ma, hearing this, was immediately struck with disbelief, pondering, "Is this truly my king? Could he have been transformed into some sort of monster? This is not like him." Then he witnessed Sun Wukong produce a spirit talisman and set it aflame, from which emerged a Taoist figure. As soon as the figure appeared, he smiled. "Wukong, is this about Master Gyue?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Indeed, you know she is a great Luo Golden Immortal. It would be unwise for me to confront her alone. If you have no pressing matters, could you lend me a hand and give her a couple of slaps?" Zhun Yuanzi chuckled wryly. You are calling for assistance while the other party has issued a challenge? This is rather reminiscent of the illustrious Tang's predecessors. It seems while you may not have mastered their combat prowess, you have grasped the essence. Sun Wukong wore an awkward expression. Jin Yuanzi continued, however, I have pressing matters elsewhere and will not be in the earth immortal realm these days, so I fear I cannot assist you. Sun Wukong protested, no way, brother. You can't leave me to face that woman alone. Just then, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard, followed by an explosion at Water Curtain Cave. As a figure rushed in an instant, the monkeys within the cave seized their weapons and surrounded the intruder. As the figure landed, the monkeys raised their weapons high. Upon seeing the shining bald head, both Sun Wukong and Jin Yuanzi exclaimed in unison, stop. 3 days later, atop the mountains outside Flower Fruit Mountain, throngs of heads surged forth as countless immortals and practitioners gathered. The marketplace was bustling with vendors selling peanuts, melon seeds, and large watermelons, while the aroma of wine wafted for over 100 miles, truly a gathering of eager onlookers. As discussions about whether Sun Wukong could withstand the impending challenge from the great Luo Golden Immortal unfolded, a voice echoed from the horizon. Monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, today, you shall all perish. The roar reverberated through the heavens, clear for 100,000 miles, drawing countless eyes to the scene. A tall woman rode upon a white tiger, accompanied by a tempest. Master Guyue, how stunning! Exclaimed some, while others wore grave expressions, aware that beneath her beauty lay the impending clash of titans. As she absorbed the multitude of gazes and mental energies directed at her, a slight smirk graced Master Guyue's lips. She was intent on annihilating that arrogant monkey's entire clan before the world, ensuring his eternal suffering. With that thought, Master Guyue unleashed her aura, radiating golden light as if a great sun were soaring toward Flower Fruit Mountain, drawing the world's attention. In the blink of an eye, Flower Fruit Mountain was within sight. Master Guyue gazed confidently upon it and faintly discerned a throng of monkeys surrounding two figures, one donned in golden armor, unmistakably Sun Wukong, and the other, a monk with an insufferably punchable face and a gleaming bald head. Master Guyue furrowed her brow. Tang-sun? With such a visage, it is no wonder he had to endure 81 beatings to achieve Buddhahood. Clearly, she was not ignorant of the circumstances surrounding Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, come forth to meet your demise. Master Guyue wasted no time, her formidable presence overwhelming the surrounding mountains, causing the gathering immortals to scatter in fear. Any ordinary being would have been cowed by such an imposing display. Even the Sun Wukong of 500 years prior would have approached with caution. Yet at this moment, Sun Wukong glanced at the bald monk beside him and felt emboldened. He soared into the sky, languidly declaring, "You ugly hag, are you the Master Guyue?" To call a woman ugly was to strike her most sensitive nerve, and to do so in front of the whole world was an affront beyond measure. Thus, Master Guyue's fury ignited. Sun Wukong, today I shall make you kneel and apologize. She roared. Sun Wukong merely smiled at the sky, prompting Master Guyue to unconsciously glance upward. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, charging forward with his weapon raised, delivering a colossal strike. Master Guyue, caught off guard by the renowned great sage equal to heaven's cunning, swiftly prepared herself. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, she extended a hand, causing a lotus blossom to bloom in midair. From within the blossom emerged a hand of pure white jade, which pointed a finger at Sun Wukong's golden staff. Boom! The staff was halted by that solitary finger. Master Guyue, with a serene smile, remarked, though your foundation is profound and you are unmatched among your peers, do you truly believe that having slain my ineffectual pseudo-great Luo disciple, Qingya Immortal, you can contend with a true great Luo Golden Immortal? As she spoke, Master Guyue swung her palm towards Sun Wukong, preparing to strike. In midair, a lotus flower blossomed, and a large jade hand emerged, striking towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong spat disdainfully, noisy. He swung his staff with vigor, creating a thunderous sound as the hand was deflected, causing his golden staff to splinter. Seizing the momentum, he charged downwards, heading straight for Master Guyue. Clearly taken aback by Wukong's terrifying strength despite his lower realm, Master Guyue was undeterred. More lotus flowers bloomed, and countless jade hands reached out to intercept him, resulting in an intense aerial battle where neither could easily gain the upper hand. In the distance, Marshal Ma, somewhat perplexed, pondered, is this truly our king? It feels as if, After being suppressed for 500 years, he has not only retained his cunning, but sharpened it. General Bung agreed. Indeed, our king used to only act after declaring the start, but this time, General Ba scratched his head. It must be our king, but as for why, I am uncertain. They remained unaware that proximity to the unscrupulous bald monk had influenced the monkey. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong seemed to possess boundless potential, growing stronger under Master Guyue's pressure. However, he had a significant weakness. His weapon was woefully inadequate, unable to withstand the intensity of a Deluo Jinshin-level battle. After a few clashes, it would shatter, reducing his full power to merely 70 or 80%. Although the golden staff could regenerate, the moment of vulnerability was when Wukong was at his weakest. Seizing the opportunity presented by the staff's fragmentation, Master Guyue clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with divine light, and shouted, 10-finger prison. In an instant, numerous lotus flowers surrounded Wukong, blossoming as countless jade hands emerged, intertwining to form a colossal cage that ensnared him. Master Guyue declared, Sun Wukong, the game is over. Game over, you ugly wench. Wukong retorted, stamping his foot as his eyes blazed red. In the next moment, his figure swelled, and with a forceful tear, his armor shredded into tatters, transforming him into a massive, furious black ape. The giant ape roared skyward, its fists clenched and slammed down. Boom. The entire 10-finger prison trembled violently, cracks forming throughout. Break. The giant ape roared, its arms pounding fiercely. Boom. Boom. Crack. With a deafening explosion, the 10-finger prison shattered completely. The enraged ape burst forth, soaring through the air, fists raised to strike Master Guyue. Master Guyue's eyes glinted coldly. What a ferocious monkey. As lotus flowers blossomed before her, jade hands emerged to block the ape's assault. However, at that moment, a gust of wind surged from behind, causing Master Guyue to turn sharply, only to see a monkey clad in golden armor wielding the golden staff charging toward her. Master Guyue exclaimed in surprise, an external incarnation? You figured it out? Too late. Thwack. Wukong struck her on the back of the head with his staff, sending her staggering forward. He pursued, unleashing a furious barrage with the golden staff. Chapter 80. True Master, True Loyalty. Master Guyue, dazed and disoriented, found herself on the receiving end of a relentless assault from Wukong. In an instant, the once beautiful Master Guyue was reduced to a sorry sight, looking as if she had been trampled by a boar. Stumbling, she caught sight of her reflection in a mirror, and in that moment, rage consumed her. With her hair flying wildly, she screamed, Damn monkey, I will kill you. Boom. Master Guyue unleashed her full power in a palm strike, only to realize she had struck nothing but air. Upon closer inspection, the monkey had already leaped far into the distance, one hand holding a mirror, the other pointing skyward. Master Guyue instinctively looked up, only to see a furious giant ape descending, fists clenched, ready to smash down. Damn it. Boom. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, What a shameless monkey. Has it truly descended into debauchery? This behavior hardly resembles the Monkey King that once wreaked havoc in heaven. It resembles a rogue. Just then, a voice broke through the commotion, shedding light on the situation. Wukong, take advantage of her weakness. The crowd turned to see a bald monk atop Flower Fruit Mountain, his shiny head glistening as he offered his sage advice. The audience suddenly understood the root of the issue. However, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were evidently displeased with the bald monk, their gazes seemingly accusing him of tarnishing their once noble Monkey King. Without hesitation, Wukong charged forward, not waiting for the mushroom cloud to dissipate. The furious ape and Wukong both launching themselves into battle against Master Guyue. The small mountain beneath Master Guyue was obliterated in the explosion, shockwaves radiating outward. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, the sounds of a woman's fury, and the roars of the monkey. Ultimately, a jade hand burst forth from the ground, sending both Wukong and the furious ape flying, their armor shattered and Wukong bloodied, indicating that he had indeed lost this fierce clash. At that moment, Master Guyue emerged. Though she was no longer the regal figure she once was, her face disfigured from the blows, hair disheveled, she glared furiously at Wukong, enunciating each word, Damn monkey. You are finished. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay. It seemed Master Guyue was genuinely furious now. Having tried to cheat and failing, the monkey's fate appeared bleak. In a fair fight, Conceding might have offered a chance of survival, but the monkeys' underhanded tactics spelled doom. The gap in their realms was too vast. All schemes and tricks were rendered futile. The crowd lamented, none holding hope for Sun Wukong. On Flower Fruit Mountain, the monkeys were tense and anxious. Their eyes glued to the sky, the mountain enveloped in silence. Crack! Just then, the sound of seeds being cracked open shattered the stillness. The monkeys glared, and the bald monk, appearing innocent, picked up a seed and chuckled, "You all should try some." The monkeys were incensed. Then, the bald monk shouted to the sky, "Wukong, she destroyed your clothes, so you should destroy hers. She's being lewd, and you want to retaliate? Let us see who fears going bare." At this, a profound silence fell over the mountains. It was no longer just the monkeys. Everyone turned to look. The female immortals glared with collective disdain, furious enough to wish him harm, their eyes seemingly asking, "Are you speaking sensibly?" Meanwhile, the male immortals gazed at him with excitement, their expressions reflecting admiration. What a noble monk. Truly a loyal friend. Master Guiyue shot a fierce glare at Tang Sanzang, as if to say, "I will deal with you later." Sun Wukong, being the clever stone monkey, instantly grasped the essence of the bald monk's words. Without hesitation, he seized his golden staff and charged alongside the furious ape towards Master Guiyue. Hearing those words, Master Guiyue grew wary, protecting her garments at all costs. Yet, Sun Wukong and the furious ape, one tearing with mighty hands and the other thrusting with the staff, cared not for harming their foe but aimed solely to shred her clothing. In her distraction and with a few swift moves, Master Guiyue found herself losing ground, her attire torn in numerous places. The fabric was scant to begin with, and now only tattered remnants remained. Her mind in disarray, she soon fell victim to another assault. After several rounds, a gust of wind blew, revealing many hidden places. At that moment, numerous individuals instinctively widened their eyes, exclaiming in awe. Master Gloom Moon sensed the malicious gazes directed at him and instinctively shielded his body with his hands. This, however, only resulted in a flurry of strikes from Sun Wukong. In an instant, Master Gloom Moon found himself in a precarious position, trying to protect his upper body while leaving his lower body vulnerable, all the while hearing the taunts from the bald man on the neighboring hill. "Wukong, go for it. There's a strip below. Tear it open. Tear it open." On the other side, a group of male immortals, male demons, and male spirits stared intently, attempting to discern the unfolding events. Some even brought out their recording stones to film the spectacle. Master Gloom Moon attempted to use his golden light for protection, but alas, it could not withstand Sun Wukong's relentless assault. After a few shattered attempts, he could no longer endure the onslaught. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Sun Wukong, brandishing his staff, pursued him while shouting, "Foul woman, is being a great Luo golden immortal so impressive? If you have the guts, don't run." Master Gloom Moon's voice echoed from a distance. "Stinking monkey, dead monk, you will pay for this. I will strip your skins off." Sun Wukong chuckled mockingly. "Foul woman, if you're not afraid, come find me on the path to the Western Paradise. But remember, my master is the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi, a virtuous man of 10 lifetimes. Our feud is ours to resolve, and you shall not insult my master as a bald man or a thief. Nor shall you lay a hand on him, for he is merely an ordinary person, uninvolved in our grievances." Master Gloom Moon was already on the verge of madness. How dare he call that bald man virtuous? If only she could ignore such words. Upon hearing them, her fury erupted. "I curse you, you son of a filthy swine. Just wait, I will kill all of you." Her piercing screams gradually faded as Sun Wukong, hoisting his golden staff, decided not to chase her any further, a wicked grin playing on his lips. Although Master Gloom Moon had departed, other voices emerged. On the opposite hill, the female immortals were still cursing. Sun Wukong slowly turned to face them, grinning. "Who dares to challenge? Step forward for an attire-ripping contest." Chapter 81. My master has been captured by Gloom Moon, seeking support. With a flourish, the female immortals threw a series of insults at the monkey before fleeing. Ridiculous. They wished for a fair battle, but facing such a despicable pair of master and disciple, they lacked the courage. Thus ended a long-anticipated epic confrontation in an absurd manner. Although Sun Wukong's victory seemed somewhat unearned, everyone understood that he was merely a Tai true immortal, with a vast gap of 2 realms separating him from a great Luo golden immortal. Had it been someone else, even knowing this method, they likely wouldn't have had the opportunity to employ it. This indirectly affirmed Sun Wukong's formidable prowess. Despite their curses, the world trembled in response. Especially in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, nearly everyone was aware that the unparalleled Monkey King had returned, stronger and even more troublesome than before, a being best avoided. Of course, not everyone chose to steer clear. Some sought out Sun Wukong directly, though more visited Tang Sanzang. A group of elderly figures, feigning righteousness, approached Tang Sanzang. Exchanging knowing glances. "Brother, we acknowledge your brotherhood. The path ahead is vast. Let us discuss and connect more in the future." Then, they pulled Tang Sanzang aside, occasionally erupting into laughter. At this moment, Marshal Ma sat before Sun Wukong, a worried expression crossing his face. "My king, that Master Gloom Moon is powerful, and you could not overcome her. I fear she may return with a vengeance." Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "I understand your concerns. You fear I may leave and she will strike again, correct?" Marshal Ma nodded. "I worry that next time, she will be even harder to deal with." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Old Ma, when did you start speaking like a human? You're alluding to the fact that I won this time by means. And next she will be prepared, thus making it harder to prevail again, aren't you?" Marshal Ma's face flushed red, clearly acknowledging this sentiment. Sun Wukong reassured him. "Rest easy. If you're thinking this way, she certainly is as well. Since I am not her match, her attacking you holds little significance. It is far more gratifying for her to target me than to vent her frustrations on you. But if she pursues me, won't you be in danger?" Marshal Ma asked anxiously. Sun Wukong laughed. "Fear not. If she dares to come, I assure you, I will eliminate her once and for all. As for Huawa Mountain, I will have my elder brother watch over it. If she dares approach, she will meet a grim fate. Moreover, I suspect she harbors more hatred for my master than for me. She will likely not have time to visit Huawa Mountain." Having met Jin Yuanzi, Marshal Ma understood just how formidable that elder brother was. At this point, tears welled in his eyes as he choked out. Huawa Mountain is finally on the verge of regaining its former glory, just as Sun Wukong had surmised. Master Gloom Moon fled back to Gloom Moon Mountain in disarray, licking her wounds within Gloom Moon Cave, her eyes gleaming with cold fury as she cursed not the monkey, but rather, "You wretched bald man, you foul monk, wait for me." After cursing for an hour, her injuries had healed sufficiently. At this juncture, she received a message. Tang Sanzang has returned to the path to the west. Sun Wukong guards Huawa Mountain. There is an opportunity. Master Gloommoon's eyes sparkled with malice as she coldly laughed. "Stinking bald man, your end is nigh." After resting for several days, gazing at her unparalleled beauty in the mirror, Master Gloommoon's smile grew increasingly sinister. Although she was reluctant to provoke the karma of Ling Mountain, the pent-up rage within her could not be contained. If she did not vent it, not only would her cultivation stagnate, but she might also risk losing her mind. Hence, Master Gloom Moon set out once more, targeting the wretched bald man. Meanwhile, on the journey westward, Tang Sanzang yawned. "Wujing, didn't you say there was a golden pagoda ahead? It's been days. Why haven't we arrived?" Sha Wujing replied. "Master, as the saying goes, a watched pot never boils. Seeing the mountain and reaching it are two different concepts. That mountain is indeed towering, and the golden pagoda is hidden within. It must be a grand temple." As he spoke, Sha Wujing glanced at the ground littered with bones and fish bones, musing, "It takes 2 hours to eat a meal, yet we are blamed for moving slowly." Tang Sanzang stroked his chin. "I see, then let us hurry." At that moment, a swirl of red clouds descended from the sky, transforming into a long-legged cold beauty. She fixed her gaze on Tang Sanzang, who was equally captivated by her presence, their eyes locking in a moment of intensity. Master Gloom Moon, slightly deranged, called out, "Tang Sanzang." Tang Sanzang quickly raised his hand. "Here?" Seeing the resigned expression on Tang Sanzang's face, Master Gloom Moon felt an exhilarating rush. With her hands clasped behind her back, she confidently declared, "Do not think of resisting. They cannot stop me." Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing stepped back, signaling her to proceed as she wished. Master Gloom Moon assumed they were intimidated and graciously allowed Tang Sanzang to depart, laughing. "You have some sense. I will spare your lives today. Go back and tell Sun Wukong that his master will die because of him. Let him feel guilty." Amid her laughter, Master Gloom Moon raised her hand to seize Tang Sanzang, only to find that before she could grasp him, that bald man had already embraced her arm, earnestly and joyfully exclaiming, "I'm scared." Master Gloom Moon frowned. But upon seeing Tang Sanzang's frightened expression and recalling the monkey's despicable tactics, she shook her head slightly. You are all the same. Neither master nor disciple is good. Master Gloom Moon soared into the sky, heading towards Gloom Moon Cave. Sha Wujing shaded his eyes as he watched the two retreating figures, murmuring, Second brother, the master has been captured by a demon. The second brother replied. On the way, Master Gloom Moon's brows furrowed even tighter, for that bald man was audaciously inching closer, hugging her arm. What are you doing? Tang Sanzang, with an innocent expression, said, I have acrophobia, hold me tighter. Master Guyu, with a wave of his hand, enveloped Tang Sanzang in a cloud of mist and flew him to Guyu Cave. With a gesture, he tossed Tang Sanzang onto the ground. Then, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance and proclaimed, Tang Sanzang, considering your extraordinary lineage, choose your method of demise. After a prolonged silence, instead of a response, a refreshing voice echoed back. Turning around, her face darkened immediately. There stood the bald man, seemingly concerned about damaging her bed, now in the process of disrobing. What on earth are you doing? Roared Master Guyu in fury. Yet, Tang Sanzang looked at her with utmost seriousness and said, Did you not ask me to choose a method of dying? I choose to perish in ecstasy. Come now. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Allow me to undress as a gesture of respect. Chapter 82. The bald man went mad. Master Guyu watched in disbelief as this fellow hastily shed his garments, his face shifting from black to white, then to a deep shade of blue, and finally to a furious red, akin to a chameleon. Ultimately, she brandished her whip, her expression dark as stormy waters, and bellowed, Scoundrel, I shall whip you to death. Upon witnessing this, Tang Sanzang shouted, Oh, do you relish this kind of play? I do as well. If you enjoy it, then I shall whip you to death. Master Guyu swung her whip, but in the next moment, a figure darted past her, and looking down, she realized her whip was gone. Turning back, she saw the bald man, now completely unclothed, showcasing a well-built physique, holding her whip, smiling joyfully at her against the sunlight. Compared to the queen's game, I prefer the king's game, and now, I am the king. Let the game commence. Crack. The whip cracked like thunder. You are not an ordinary monk. At this moment, even Master Guyu, no matter how slow to react, sensed that something was amiss. Who could snatch the whip from her hands without a sound, if not an extraordinary individual? Tang Sanzang grinned, and said, You are mistaken. I am merely an ordinary little monk. Only I have practiced martial arts for 2 extra years. Now, let the game begin. Watch the whip. Crack. The whip flew from Tang Sanzang's grasp, darting through the air like a black dragon, its speed akin to lightning and its power terrifyingly immense. Master Guyu had no chance to evade and was immediately knocked to the ground. Soon, the cave echoed with the sounds of rapid cracking and the shrieks of a woman in despair. Outside the cave, the spiritual beasts and demon pets gathered together, whispering among themselves. Master is playing recklessly this time, muttered a black cat. A white crane remarked, Goodness, at this speed, sparks might fly. A black bear shook its head. I feel like if we sprinkle some gasoline, she could soar to the heavens. How many do you think the master can produce this time? Do you think they will have hair? This unscrupulous group maliciously slandered Master Guyu, releasing sinister chuckles. Clearly, Master Guyu's image in their minds was far from favorable. While they dared not oppose her openly, they spoke ill of her behind her back. At this moment, within the cave, Master Guyu was on the brink of madness. The whip in the hands of this thieving bald man was akin to a net of despair, rendering her helpless. No matter what tactics she employed, she could not escape, only to be left in tatters and bruised. Stop! Cease this at once! Master Guyu cried out, feeling utterly wronged. Having aimed to ambush Sun Wukong only to be met with Zhen Yuanzi's overwhelming presence, causing her to lose both her spirit and dignity. Intending to sneak up on Sun Wukong's master, she now wondered what on earth she had brought back. Hearing her anguished cries, Tang Sanzang halted, tilting his head to ask what now. Master Guyu, suppressing her agony, replied, Who exactly are you? Tang Sanzang earnestly responded, I am Tang Sanzang. Master Guyu shook her head. Impossible, you cannot be Tang Sanzang. I have inquired, and that fellow is just an ordinary person. Tang Sanzang stroked his chin and said, Oh, you meant that Tang Sanzang? He is Sanqing, while I am Zong, as in burial. Same pronunciation, different characters. Now, shall we continue? Crack. Ah, stop, stop. Master Guyu screamed in horror. Tang Xinjiang once again paused. Why are we stopping now? Master Guyu, struggling to pull together the tattered remnants of her clothing to shield her alluring form, looked at Tang Xinjiang with a pitiful gaze and pleaded. Shall we not play the king's game anymore? Tang Xinjiang scratched his bald head. All right, then what shall we play? Master Guyu narrowed her eyes, extending her long leg to reveal a hint of her graceful figure, and breathed softly. Shall we engage in games suited for men and women? As she spoke, Master Guyu crawled to Tang Xinjiang's feet, her hands caressing his leg, moving upward to his chest and neck, parting her red lips. Shall we enjoy a little drink? Tang Xinjiang swallowed hard. Sure. Master Guyu beckoned, and a cup of wine appeared in her hand. At the same time, a sprinkle of powder fell from her fingernail, a potent poison she had concocted, known as the one-star soul-severing powder, capable of killing even the highest celestial beings. Master Guyu gently presented the wine cup before Tang Xinjiang. Master, drink this, and then we shall engage in the adult activities that one ought to partake in. Tang Xinjiang sniffed the aroma of the wine, saliva instantly pooling in his mouth. He had lost track of how long it had been since he last had wine. In fact, his memories in this world bore no recollection of ever drinking. Yet, his body distinctly remembered the pleasure of wine, and the mere thought of it excited him even more than thoughts of women. Without hesitation, Tang Xinjiang seized the cup and drank it down in one gulp. Seeing Tang Xinjiang consume the poisoned wine, a glint of cold light flickered in Master Guyu's eyes, inwardly rejoicing. You foolish bald man. Let us see if you live or die this time. Indeed, after finishing the drink, Tang Xinjiang's demeanor shifted. He became motionless, his breath quickening and growing increasingly labored, his head slowly drooping. Master Guyu laughed, a joyfully wicked laugh, until she finally burst into hearty laughter. Foolish bald man, you have finally met your end. Haha, no matter how powerful you are, you shall still perish beneath my one-star soul-severing powder. Haha, burp. Master Guyu froze in confusion. Had she just heard the sound of someone belching? Then she saw the bald man slowly raising his head, a pair of blood-red eyes glaring at her. In this moment, Tang Xinjiang had shed his earlier cockiness, now exuding an aura of madness. What are you staring at? His voice, hoarse and domineering, emanated an aura of terror. Even standing before Tang Xinjiang, Master Guyu felt her soul tremble, her body involuntarily shaking. What are you writhing about? Tang Xinjiang inquired again. Master Guyu, with a voice tinged with tears, responded, I am not writhing. I am trembling. Are you questioning me? I said writhing is writhing. Tang Xinjiang tilted his head and asked. Just as Master Guyu was about to reply, Tang Xinjiang seized her by the throat and spun around, slamming her to the ground. Bam! Master Guyu let out a cry as blood spewed forth from her mouth. Just as her scream escaped, Tang Xinjiang yanked her by the collar and slammed her down again, akin to a sack of broken rice, alternating between slams left and right. Simultaneously, for the first time, Tang Xinjiang utilized his supernatural ability, solidifying the ground beneath him. The earth was reinforced, bearing the weight of his slams without shattering. This was unfortunate for Master Guyu. Had the ground been able to explode, she might have been able to lessen the damage, but now, crashing against a solid surface, she was left in agony, tears streaming down her face, blood gushing forth, howling in pain. Outside, the spiritual beasts and demon pets felt the tremors of the earth, and discussions erupted once more. This is truly too wild. Chapter 83. Between drunkenness and awakening. Hey, Black Monkey, aren't you the one who loves analyzing data? What do you think is happening here? I feel like Master Guyu is pounding the earth. The bespectacled Black Monkey, adjusting his glasses, replied with refinement. Have you heard of a cart shake? The crowd tilted their heads, all wearing expressions of confusion. The Black Monkey remarked, I guess this is what they call an earthquake in the mountains. A group of individuals suddenly enlightened. Oh. Meanwhile, in the cave, Tang Xinjiang was acting as if he had lost his mind, jumping around and smashing everything in sight, tossing the master of the solitary moon into chaos. And this continued for an entire night. As the effects of the alcohol began to wear off, Tang Xinjiang's movements gradually ceased, and he staggered before collapsing onto the master of the solitary moon's bed, drooling as he fell into a deep slumber. As for the master of the solitary moon, she was left disheveled and bruised, her face a mess, and her mouth devoid of a single good tooth. Staring at her reflection, she let out a piercing scream. Cursed bald Tang Xinjiang, who are you shouting at? A familiar voice, devilish in tone, responded. The master of the solitary moon shuddered and turned to see Tang Sanzang sitting up, still bleary-eyed, asking, "What's wrong with you? Who beat you up?" That was way too harsh. Upon hearing this, tears flowed uncontrollably from the master of the solitary moon. She longed to say, "It was you who hit me," but dared not. A whirlwind of emotions, grievance, sorrow, frustration, regret, swirled within her. Tang Sanzang observed her state and commented, "Oh dear, you look utterly tragic. Hurry and heal. In your condition, even if I could manage, I fear it might affect my child's looks." The master of the solitary moon felt an overwhelming sense of despair, cursing inwardly. This scoundrel is even complaining. Just then, a black monkey peeked into the cave. The master of the solitary moon, already fuming, seized the opportunity to vent her ire, shouting, "What are you looking at? Scram!" The monkey quickly retreated. Upon exiting the cave, the monkey encountered some spirit beasts and magical pets who inquired, "What happened?" The bespectacled monkey adjusted his glasses and replied, "Don't even mention it. The master has been completely wrecked. I almost didn't recognize her. Who knew she could go so wild?" Inside the cave, the master of the solitary moon seethed upon hearing this, nearly ready to confront the monkey. However, she took a medicinal pill and, channeling her inner power, her injuries healed instantaneously, restoring her beauty and radiant skin. At that moment, aside from her disheveled attire and tousled hair, she appeared as she once was. Just then, a bald man approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I remember now. You said we should drink first before getting to business. Where's the wine? Hurry up. I can't wait," he exclaimed. "Honestly, I haven't had a drink in my life." The master of the solitary moon was taken aback, eyes wide as she asked, "You don't remember?" Tang Sanzang tilted his head and replied, "What am I supposed to remember?" She shrieked, "You drank barely a thimbleful of wine and lost your memory?" Tang Sanzang rolled his eyes and retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. That little bit of alcohol wouldn't even intoxicate a mosquito. Me, lose my memory? Hurry, bring the wine. After a drink, we can continue. To be honest, I haven't tasted wine in so many years. I've forgotten what it's like." Tang Sanzang appeared impatient, urging her on. The master of the solitary moon felt a surge of anger, internally screaming, "You drank and lost your memory. How can you possibly recall the taste of wine?" While she was lost in thought, Tang Sanzang suddenly shouted, "I found the wine." The master of the solitary moon jolted upright, only to see Tang Sanzang indeed emerging from beneath her bed with a jar of wine. Before she could react, Tang Sanzang carefully placed the jar into his own bag of holding and poured himself a small cup, grinning, "Wine is a precious thing. It must be kept safe. Remember, we drink first, then we proceed with the main event. He he he." The master of the solitary moon rushed forward, attempting to stop him from drinking. No drinking. However, what strength did she possess against him? With a single hand, he blocked her, tilted his head back, and gulped down the wine. Instantly, she sensed a shift in the air around the bald man, who then tilted his head and asked her, "What are you staring at?" You scolded me." "I did not." Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently. Outside, the bespectacled monkey shook his head and said, "Youth is truly remarkable. They can cause such chaos." They barely rested for a few minutes and have started again. 3 hours later, Tang Sanzang, the effects of the alcohol having worn off, fell back into a deep sleep. The master of the solitary moon, swaying slightly, approached the mirror, gazing at her disheveled appearance, tears streaming down her face. Then, she was met with an even more horrifying sight. The bald man was sitting up again. In that moment, her tears flowed uncontrollably, her heart wailing. Is he recovering from his hangover this quickly? Is he using drunken antics to sober up? Who can withstand this? How did you end up like this? Who hit you? That was way too rough. Tang Sanzang exclaimed, approaching her with exaggerated surprise. The master of the solitary moon, unable to endure any longer, roared, "How dare you ask? It was you who hit me." Tang Sanzang tilted his head. "You can't just slander me. That's impossible." "Why is it impossible? Even if I were to hit you, I would never do it so harshly. What am I supposed to do with this? It's just adding to my troubles." The bald man protested, indignant. The master of the solitary moon, looking at his feigned righteousness, found herself at a loss for words. But then she thought, how can a monk, who is supposed to be pious, speak so boldly to a woman? At that moment, an idea struck her, and she pointed to the ground. Still not admitting it? That spot was created by your earlier spell, the one that turned the ground to steel. This time, you must acknowledge it. Tang Sanzang paused. glancing at the hardened ground, then broke into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" the master of the solitary moon demanded angrily. Tang Sanzang replied, "Just a moment ago, I nearly believed your nonsense. But after seeing this, I'm even more convinced you're trying to frame me. You must not realize that I, a mere monk, cannot wield such powers, nor can I perform the spell of solidifying the ground." The master of the solitary moon was momentarily stunned. "Cannot wield powers? But you just executed them flawlessly." What she did not know was that Tang Sanzang truly could not recall how to use such powers, nor could he comprehend them. Thus he spoke with unyielding confidence. At that moment, she watched as the bald man returned to his bedside, muttering, "Well, you look like this. I can't bring myself to strike you. How about this? You bring the wine, and I'll just have a little drink. It has been so many years since I last tasted wine that I've completely forgotten its flavor." Chapter 84. The Bald-Headed Blind Man. Seeking collections. Upon hearing the mention of wine, the master of the solitary moon trembled involuntarily and quickly shouted, "No, no, no, don't drink." Tang Sanzang, displeased, retorted, "What's wrong? I'm not touching you, and now you want to let me touch the wine? You went to great lengths to bring me back, but you want to even cover my travel expenses or appearance fee, and now you've scared me half to death. Looking like a pig's head, and you still want to let me have a drink? Are you even human?" The master of the solitary moon's face darkened. She wanted to shout, "You are the inhuman one. Is that even a question?" However, she understood that now was not the time for such debates. This wine absolutely must not be allowed into his hands. Thus, she resolutely shook her head. "I don't care. You absolutely cannot drink." Tang Sanzang grew angry. "Are you afraid I want to pay? Don't worry, I want to drink for free." As he spoke, he rummaged through his bag of holding, and upon looking inside, he froze in shock. The master of the solitary moon was equally stunned, sensing an ominous premonition. Tang Sanzang chuckled as he cheerfully pulled out a jar of wine from his bag, exclaiming, "Oh, how did I not notice? There was still wine in my bag. No need to spend money, haha. No, no, no. Don't drink it." The master of the solitary moon screamed repeatedly. However, Tang Sanzang was undeterred, raising the cup to drink. The master of the solitary moon, remembering her previous experience, turned and fled. As the situation escalated, it appeared that she was on the verge of escaping the cave when a large hand suddenly grasped her hair. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed from within the cave as Master Gloom Moon was forcefully dragged back. Following this, a thunderous voice exclaimed, "Where do you think you're going? Do you look down upon me?" Outside, the spectacled monkey remarked, "What kind of kidney is this? The frequency is rather excessive, isn't it?" 3 hours later, Tang Sanzang regained consciousness only to collapse back into slumber. Master Gloom Moon, trembling, reached toward Tang Sanzang's shumi bag, murmuring, "He must not come into contact with alcohol." Absolutely not. Fortunately, Tang Sanzang was in a deep sleep, allowing her to easily access the bag, retrieve the wine jar, and everything went smoothly. Just as she was about to dispose of the jar, a bald-headed figure appeared before her. "Is this the wine you mentioned? What happened to your face? It looks like it collided with a grinding stone." "Forget it. I can't muster my strength like this. I might as well indulge in some wine," Tang Sanzang disdainfully remarked as he snatched the jar from her grasp. "No, no, please don't drink," Master Gloom Moon cried, desperately wishing to warn him. However, the bald man tilted his head back and blew into the jar. In that instant, Master Gloom Moon felt as if she was witnessing the apocalypse. She slumped to the ground, utterly abandoning any hope of resistance, speechless and motionless, unable to believe that the other party had any reason to strike her again. The next moment, "You ugly creature, dare to come out and frighten me?" The screams continued, echoing in the cave for 3 days as the spectacled monkey and other spirit beasts listened in. One sea dog's spirit lamented to its 3,000 beauties, "I thought I was quite decent, but now I must concede. This is simply too enduring." A proud rooster's spirit nodded in agreement. "I admire his perseverance in a one-on-one for 3 or 4 days without losing interest. I have to switch partners 10 times a day." The spectacled monkey then mused, "With such force and speed, if you add some gasoline, it would surely soar." Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang was still caught up in the chaos until he suddenly sobered up. Instead of lying down, he stood awake, momentarily dazed, as if unsure of his purpose. He instinctively reached to wipe his nose, only to realize he was holding. What was this? Boom. A fist shot up to the sky. The force shattered the entire Gloom Moon cave, sending Master Gloom Moon soaring like a meteor into the heavens. culminating in a dazzling explosion of fireworks. Witnessing this, the spirit beasts and magical pets raised their jaws in astonishment, exchanging glances with each other. The spectacled bear exclaimed, "Goodness, he really did set it ablaze." Indeed, it caught fire, soared into the sky, and even exploded. What a wild spectacle. A collective gasp arose from the spirit beasts and magical pets. He sent Master Gloommoon flying with one punch. Tang Sanzang, suddenly regaining his senses, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, I remember now. That was the person who wanted to invite me for drinks." Realizing he had inadvertently destroyed the wine jar with his punch, Tang Sanzang's expression shifted to one of dejection and a hint of embarrassment. After all, this person had traveled a long distance to invite him for drinks and companionship, only to be sent flying by him. Feeling guilty and embarrassed, he furtively glanced around, only to find hundreds of magical pets and spirit beasts staring at him in disbelief. Tang Sanzang squinted and muttered, Nobody saw that. I should slip away." With that, he turned and ran away, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of pets. The pets then shook their heads, remarking, "Who would have thought the master had a taste for bald, blind individuals? Truly remarkable." At that moment, a drop of blood trickled from a crevice in the rocks, splitting apart to form bones and veins, ultimately revealing a woman, the resurrected Master Gloommoon. As a peak Daluo Jinxian, her blood rebirth was not a challenge for her. The primary reason was that Tang Sanzang had not dealt a lethal blow. Otherwise, his fist would have obliterated her very soul, leaving no chance for rebirth. Watching Tang Sanzang's retreating figure, Master Gloommoon shed tears of gratitude. After a while, she dared not harbor any thoughts about Tang Sanzang, but could not suppress her anger. Hence, she cursed, "It's all that damned monkey's fault. It's all Tang Sanzang's fault for having such a name that sounds like that of the great Demon King. Tang Sanzang, just you wait." Achu. On the journey westward, the monk Tang Sung sneezed loudly and murmured, "How strange. Who is thinking of me?" Simultaneously, Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing, waiting for Tang Sanzang's return, grew somewhat bored. Zhu Ganglai glanced at the distant mountains and said, "Brother Sha, keep an eye on the white horse and the offerings. I'll go ahead and take a look. I suspect that master has been gone for so long that he might return with children. I'll visit that temple and bring something back." Sha Wujing replied, "Second brother, it's a good idea to scout ahead. It would be best to procure some nourishing food. Master has been away for quite a while, and it would be good for him to replenish his strength. Just in case he returns with a family, we should be prepared to host." Brother Sha makes a valid point. I shall proceed. They had no doubts about the bald man's character, so after this discussion, Zhu Ganglai took off into the air, heading toward the Golden Temple. Chapter 85. Zhu Ganglai enters the trap. As Zhu Ganglai soared into the sky, he arrived at the towering mountains ahead. This mountain was unlike any he had encountered before. Its cliffs rose thousands of feet, towering into the azure sky. The roots were deeply embedded in the earth, and its peaks pierced the heavens. Dense trees surrounded it, and vines twisted for hundreds of miles. The wind blew without revealing flowers, and thunder rumbled without birds in flight. The black pines were abundant, as formidable as steel. From a distance, the mountain appeared as a colossal, dark silhouette, and stepping closer sent chills down his spine. However, Zhu Ganglai paid little heed. He knew that if he found food, they could all eat together, and if not, they would feast on him. Thus, he spared no effort, shouldering his nine-toothed rake as he charged toward the Golden Tower. Upon arrival, he found a bamboo curtain hanging at the entrance. Standing at the threshold, he called out, "Is anyone home?" After a prolonged silence with no response, he grinned and lifted the curtain to enter. Upon stepping inside, a gust of demonic wind struck him, causing his heart to tremble. He quickly looked up to see a demon lying sideways on a stone bed. This demon had an indigo face, white fangs, and a mouth as wide as a blood basin. Its disheveled hair was tinged with a hint of rouge. Its beak-like nose and starry eyes were striking. Its fists resembled large bowls, and its legs were as sturdy as tree roots. Draped in a pale yellow robe, a gleaming knife lay beside it. Resting on a piece of jade, smooth and flawless, the demon's breath was long and steady, exuding an aura that clearly indicated it was not an entity to be trifled with. Zhu Ganglai understood that this demon was formidable, and with neither master nor the monkey by his side, it was wiser to retreat. So, he quietly began to back away. Just then, the demon slowly opened its crimson golden eyes and said, "Now that you've come, where do you think you're going?" As it spoke, A swarm of little demons sprang forth from all directions, drunkenly laughing. "Great king, we were just lamenting the lack of meat to accompany our wine, and lo and behold, the heavens have sent us a pig's head. Ha ha, what a generous treat." The demon king slowly rose, eyeing Zhu Ganglai with a commanding presence, and declared, "This is merely a fly on the head of a snake, a gift from the heavens. Little ones, seize him to accompany our wine." Upon hearing this, the little demons surged forward. Zhu Ganglai, witnessing this, roared in anger. Which mountain-dwelling demon dares to consume the great Zhu? Without hesitation, Zhu Ganglai swung his nine-toothed rake, sending the little demons flying with a few resounding thuds, leaving many dead or injured. With a stomp of his hoof, Zhu Ganglai was enveloped in a radiant aura, bellowing, "I, your esteemed pig grandpa, and the heavenly marshal Tianpa. Do you little demons dare to act recklessly?" The lesser demons, intimidated, hurriedly retreated, fearful of approaching. However, the demon king's eyes sparkled with interest. "Heavenly marshal? Huh, you foolish pig, reduced to a mere swine in the mortal realm. Yet you still dare to flaunt the banner of the celestial court? Since you are here, does that mean Tang Sing has also arrived?" Zhu Ganglai, perplexed, scrutinized the demon king. "You seem to know me well. Are you also descended from the heavens?" The demon king smirked, stretching lazily, seizing a steel blade nearby as he rose. "Who I am is of no concern to you. Since you have arrived, why not stay? Your fine flesh will pair splendidly with my wine." Furious, Zhu Ganglai retorted, "I disdain you, vile demon king. I do not slay those without names. Reveal your identity." The demon king laughed heartily. "Listen closely. I am the old monster of the yellow robe from the Bowl Mountain's Wave Moon Cave." Without further ado, the old monster brandished his steel blade and charged. Zhu Ganglai swung his rake to counter, but in their first clash, he was staggered by a fierce blow, his hands numbed from the impact. Alarmed, Zhu Ganglai realized the old monster's immense strength and summoned his powers. Stomping again, he unleashed a divine technique. "Behold as I shatter your despicable lair." The old monster, far from alarmed, was delighted. "Truly, you choose to enter where there is no path from heaven. You think my Wave Moon Cave is merely a dwelling?" In that instant, a resounding chant filled the air, devoid of any Buddhist essence, instead imbued with a sinister energy that left Zhu Ganglai feeling utterly wretched. As he looked around, he discovered that what he thought was a cave was, in fact, a magnificent golden pagoda. Each level of the pagoda housed 8 black-faced arhats, their voices booming as they chanted unknown scriptures. Simultaneously, black vines sprouted from the walls, and despite Zhu Ganglai's desperate struggles and transformations, he was swiftly ensnared. Bound tightly and suspended in midair, the vines pierced his skin, causing a prickling sensation throughout his body, a sharp pain in his dantian, and rendering him utterly powerless. With a thud, Zhu Ganglai was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, tightly bound. The old monster chuckled, "You foolish pig, daring to flail about in my domain. You deserve capture." Zhu Ganglai groaned in pain, defiantly retorting, "Old monster of the yellow robe, do not be so arrogant. I did not come alone, my companions. The rolling curtain General Sha Wujing and the third prince of the Dragon Palace are with me. When they realize my absence, they will surely come for me, and then you shall suffer." The old monster, amused, replied, "I was concerned you alone would not suffice for my little demons to feast upon. With you, Sha Wujing, and a dragon, it will be quite a meal. Someone go check outside for a horse handler." Immediately, a minor demon dashed out, returning shortly with news, reporting, "My lord, there is indeed a horse handler outside, a towering figure with ample flesh." The old monster's eyes lit up, laughing heartily, "Excellent. This will be sufficient. Bring me my armor. Let us venture forth to capture our meal." The little demons quickly provided him with his armor. Donning it transformed him, with a green face, red beard, fiery hair. Clad in golden armor, wielding a soul-hunting blade, and a great crimson cloak billowing in the wind, he truly appeared formidable. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let us go." Meanwhile, Sha Wujing, waiting outside, began to worry when Zhu Ganglai did not return. Could it be that my second brother is indulging himself in that temple, forgetting about me? That cannot be. I must investigate. Just as he was about to move, a swirling yellow cloud ascended from the golden pagoda. Upon seeing it, Sha Wujing's heart sank. "Oh no, that is not a temple. It is a demon's lair." Before he could react, the yellow cloud descended, revealing a demon clad in golden armor, wielding a soul-hunting blade. Unfazed, Sha Wujing shouted, Demon, what have you done to my second brother? The old monster laughed heartily. He is being well treated. He is currently enjoying human meat buns in my lair. He finds them delectable and has asked me to invite you to join him. Chapter 86. The honest and simple Sha Wujing Ba. Sha Wujing exclaimed, seizing his weapon and charging forth. Bai Longma shouted encouragement, go for it, old Sha. Then, this creature promptly turned and fled. The other little demons, seeing this, attempted to pursue, but alas, they were mere small demons, while Bai Longma, even if not the sharpest, was still a prince of the Dragon Palace and swiftly outpaced them. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. On the other hand, Sha Wujing charged in with great vigor, only to be met with a barrage of blows from the old monster. Eventually, with a wave of his hand, the old monster ordered a group of little demons to seize Sha Wujing and carry him back to the Wave Moon Cave. Meanwhile, Bai Longma watched from a distance, reflecting, I knew old Sha would falter. Thankfully, he runs fast. However, Bai Longma was also troubled. With both of his brothers captured, he found himself at a loss for what to do. I suppose I will wait for the elder brother or master to return. At that time, I shall feast on that demon's hooves. They appear quite delectable. With that carefree attitude, Bai Longma began to roam the mountains, gathering spices and herbs. Meanwhile, the old monster bound Sha Wujing and Zhu Ganglai together, reclining as a beautiful woman emerged from the cave, gazing in surprise at the two captives before nestling into the old monster's embrace, asking, Husband, why have you brought back 2 monks? The old monster chuckled, My dear, not all of them were captured. The fat-headed one came willingly. The woman, astonished, replied, Is there really such a fool? The old monster laughed. Indeed. Zhu Ganglai remained silent, his eyes greedily surveying the woman, deep in thought. The old monster, gently holding the woman, remarked, My dear, these two have considerable worth. Their flesh is rare. I shall prepare a pot of fine meat for you to savor, adding a decade or 2 to your lifespan. Before the woman could respond, Zhu Ganglia's eyes gleamed with disdain as he scoffed. What an uncultured demon. The old monster furrowed his brow. Zhu Ganglai, what did you say? Zhu Ganglai retorted, Old Yellow Robe, you wish to extend this mortal woman's life, do you not? Have you not heard the saying? The old monster raised an eyebrow. What saying? Zhu Ganglai replied, A bite of Tang Seng's flesh grants immortality. Tang Seng's flesh? The old monster narrowed his eyes. Does it truly have such an effect? Hearing this, Sha Wujing grew anxious, exclaiming, Second brother, how can you mention our master? He is but an ordinary person, incapable of defending himself. To speak so is to place him in peril. Zhu Ganglai countered. Without us, can he possibly continue his westward journey? Sooner or later, he will become mere fodder for demons. It would be better for us to exchange our lives for his. At least the bounty remains within our ranks. Utter nonsense. Sha Wujing shouted back. Their exchange, once merely skeptical, now began to sway the old monster, who waved his hand, Bring that Sha Wujing away. He is a nuisance. A swarm of little demons rushed in, dragging away the protesting Sha Wujing. With him gone, the cave grew quieter. The old monster then inquired, Zhu Ganglai, Is your master named Tang Sanzang? Zhu Ganglai frowned. Which Zong? Of course, it is the Zong of Saffron. What other could it be? The old monster, perplexed by the reasoning, chuckled. Zhu Ganglai shook his head. Oh, that is not it. The old monster laughed. What? Have you had a change of heart? This pig-headed creature seeks to protect his master? Do you know what I am doing here? Although I am unaware that consuming Tang Seng's flesh can grant immortality, I am indeed here, waiting to feast upon that Tang Sanzang. However, I am rather indolent. If you do not come and quietly slip away, I shall not bother myself with your absence. Yet, since you have intruded upon my lair, and given that his flesh is said to possess life-extending properties, it is only fitting that I consume him. Such is the fate that awaits. Zhu Ganglai, with utmost sincerity, interjected, He is indeed not called Tang Sanzang. The old monster in the yellow robe was taken aback, muttering, Not Tang Sanzang? Could it be that the information is erroneous? That cannot be. It was agreed upon before my descent. Has he changed his name? The curious old monster inquired. If he is not Tang Sanzang, then what is his name? Zhu Ganglai smirked slightly, cleared his throat, and replied, Pay heed, my master is none other than the bald demon king, Tang Tuozi, who is transformed from a luminous pearl. The old monster in the yellow robe was not foolish. He waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. He is clearly the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi. How could he have become a spirit of a luminous pearl? Is there even a name like Tang Tuozi? Zhu Ganglai huffed. If you do not believe me, why not stand at the entrance and call out? Observe if he responds. My master is currently out. Should he return and hear you calling, he will undoubtedly answer you. The old monster pondered for a moment, musing, according to the script, that Jin Shanzi is merely an ordinary person. And the strength of the curtain-rolling general is also mediocre. With Sun Wukong absent and the white dragon useless, the 5 directions Jingdi, the 4 directions Gongqiao, the 18 guardian deities, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia cannot come to aid. They can only cast spells in secret. With this in mind, I harbor no fear. Well, calling him does not seem to pose any significant challenge. Thus, the yellow-robed old monster waved his hand. Very well, go ahead and shout. I wish to see whether he is Tang Sanzang or Tang Tuozi. You little ones, carry this Zhu Ganglai inside. Once I have captured both master and disciple, we shall feast together. The little demons cheered in unison. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai feigned a struggle before being effortlessly lifted and taken into the cave. Along the way, Zhu Ganglai warned, though I, your Lord Pig, have been stripped of my powers, I still possess means. You best secure me tightly, otherwise, should I escape, I shall surely annihilate you. The little demons had witnessed Zhu Ganglai's prowess. Though he did not rival the yellow-robed old monster, he was certainly not someone they could handle. After deliberation, they resolved to confine him in the deepest dungeon, where powerful arrays sealed the space, fortified with impenetrable stones both inside and out. For good measure, they locked him up together with Sha Wujing. As the door shut, the 2 individuals in the dungeon exchanged glances. Second brother, has it been accomplished? Brother Sha, your performance was truly remarkable. He had no choice but to believe it. Prepare to collect his remains. Chapter 87, 10 Days in the Sky. Hee. Second brother is being modest. What did you say afterward? Zhu Ganglai recounted the events and then chuckled. Brother Sha truly excels in acting, with that honest expression of yours. I nearly believed it myself, let alone him. Shall we have him braised or steamed? Sha Wujing pondered. Just based on the names you have given our master, if even one of them is called out, I reckon we might collect some ashes. Should all be called, we may hear only an echo. Zhu Ganglai fell silent. Meanwhile, the yellow-robed old monster brandished a gleaming long knife and approached the entrance of the Wave Moon Cave, peering into the distance. He discerned what seemed to be faint smoke rising from the foot of the mountain. Utilizing his supernatural powers, he distinctly observed a bald figure resembling a light bulb seated near the fire, animatedly speaking amidst the flames. It appeared he was lodging a complaint. However, the bald man seemed entirely oblivious, engrossed in consuming meat. The yellow-robed old monster could not help but chuckle. Zhu Ganglai did not deceive me. That monkey is indeed absent, and his master is truly a bald man comparable to a luminous pearl. As soon as the term bald man left his lips, the figure in the distance abruptly lifted his head in his direction. The yellow-robed old monster was astonished, thinking, could it be that from such a distance, he, a mere mortal, can hear me? Yet, without giving it much thought, after confirming the identity, he shouted with all his might, Bald man at the mountain's foot. Are you the bald demon king, Tang Tuozi, transformed from a luminous pearl? As soon as the term bald man was uttered, a wave of murderous intent surged from him. Upon hearing luminous pearl, the horse beside the bald man immediately fell prostrate. When the title bald demon king was spoken, the bald man sprang to his feet, his countenance contorting in rage, fists clenched, exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility. The moment the name Tang Tuozi was mentioned, his veins bulged, eyes glaring. As he soared into the air, delivering a punch, bald man, Tang Sanzang unleashed a flurry of 10 punches. The yellow-robed old monster could only witness meteoric fists descending upon him, blotting out the sun. Wherever they passed, the mountains and forests crumbled, as if the world were coming to an end. When the force reached him, it radiated like the sun itself. In that moment, even a fool would realize the trap he had fallen into. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Zhu Ganglai, you wretched creature. Boom. The yellow-robed old monster, quick to react, understood he could not withstand the onslaught, and thus turned to flee into the Wave Moon Cave. This cave was no ordinary dwelling. It housed the innate spiritual treasure, the 7-treasure golden tower, which had fallen from the splitting treasure cliff years ago. The tower had come into the possession of the yellow-robed old monster by chance, and though he could reside within, he could not wield its power. This so-called borrowing meant that he could dwell within, but should anyone attack the tower or employ supernatural abilities within, they would be instantly subdued or annihilated. Zhu Ganglai had previously suffered this very fate. At this moment, the yellow-robed old monster recognized he could not contend with his foe, so he sought refuge inside the cave. Even so, he felt the ground tremble, the entire tower shaking violently, while the golden light intensified. Ultimately, the tower withstood the terrifying barrage of 10 punches. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the yellow-robed old monster muttered, "Thankfully, I possess this tower, otherwise I would surely meet my end." As he spoke, he leaned out the window to assess the situation. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a figure descended from the heavens, clad in a vibrant red robe, exuding a fearsome aura. A comically naive expression adorned his face, emblazoned with the single character for kill. The yellow-robed old monster could not restrain his roar. This Tang Tuozi truly has the word kill written across his face. Who does he think he is calling a bald man? In an instant, a bald head nearly pressed against the yellow-robed old monster's face. The old monster hastily retreated into the treasure tower, his heart pounding with fear. In a moment of panic, he uttered, You dare to come in and fight? Come in and fight? Tang Sanzang glanced at the golden tower radiating divine light and replied, Are you certain? Seeing Tang Sanzang hesitate, the yellow-robed old monster assumed he feared the tower, taking a moment of pride. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Tang Sanzang tilted his head, gazing at him. Frightened? Rather than enter to fight, I prefer to smash my way in. With that, Tang Sanzang raised his fist, opened the mountain. A terrifying force coalesced around his fist, forming a dreadful whirlwind. As it gathered, it transformed into a colossal fist. In that instant, the yellow-robed old monster felt a chill run down his spine. As alarm bells rang in his mind, nearly shattering from the intensity, the yellow-robed old monster screamed, Tower, block it! At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. A voice he did not recognize. I will not block for you. What trouble have you stirred? Handle it yourself. I am done playing with you. In an instant, the golden tower erupted from the ground with a resounding crash. Astonishingly, it possessed 2 large feet, and it screamed, This has nothing to do with me. Great monk, do not strike me. I am also a treasure of the Buddha. Tang Sanzang was taken aback. Oh, the golden pagoda seized the opportunity to flee. Tang Sanzang furrowed his brow. Oh, with a thunderous roar, his fist tore through the air, sending the golden pagoda flying, ultimately transforming it into a distant star, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only an echoing exclamation, Damn it! With the golden pagoda gone, only the old man in the yellow robe remained, standing in place. His expression blank as he stared at the scene before him, trembling as he spoke. Great master, do we have some misunderstanding? Tang Sanzang squinted at him and inquired, What did you just call me? The old man, not foolish, realized he had overstepped and quickly clarified. Master, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't addressing you. Tang Sanzang replied. Then who were you referring to? Although the old man was baffled by the events unfolding, he was acutely aware that Tang Sanzang was an ordinary person, certainly not the monster before him. Thus, he stated, I was calling the monk from the eastern lands. Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he stepped forward. A monk from the eastern lands? The old man felt there was still a misunderstanding and hastily added, He is the one who traveled to the west to fetch scriptures. A monk fetching scriptures? Tang Sanzang began to grind his teeth. The old man was drenched in cold sweat, quickly adding, His name is Tang Sanzang. With a loud clap of his palm against his chest, Tang Sanzang snarled, He is called Tang Sanzang? Then do you know my name? The old man felt an ominous premonition creeping over him. I am called Tang Sanzang. Chapter 88. The Bald One's Troubles Boom. A streak of light shot across the sky. The old man in the yellow robe shrieked. What the hell? This isn't right. The force of Tang Sanzang's punch shattered the old man's steel knife and obliterated all his explanations, ultimately reducing both man and weapon to mere nothingness. However, Tang Sanzang appeared far from pleased, his expression malevolent as he declared, Not dead? Trying to flee. He raised a foot and stamped down hard on the mountain. Boom. The entire mountain trembled, cracks spreading across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the once towering Guanyin mountain crumbled into a heap of black ash. A bald man stood atop the blackened remains, the wind swirling around him, his robe fluttering. His eyes burned crimson, resembling a true demon king. As he growled, Do you still possess treasures for survival? Yellow-robed freak, Let us hope we do not cross paths again. In the distance, two figures emerged from the shadows. One was the old man in the yellow robe, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Their faces were ashen, clearly shaken by the bald man's earlier display. "My husband, what kind of figure have you provoked? This is utterly terrifying," the woman exclaimed, her features pale. The old man, equally terrified, murmured, "You ask me, who should I ask?" He lamented. "He claims to be Tang Sanzang, but it's all so unclear." The old man wore a look of dejection as he urged the woman, "Let us leave this place. It is not safe." "But dear husband, your lair has been destroyed. Where shall we go?" The old man hesitated momentarily. The woman, with a glint in her eye, suggested, "My husband, we have been together for 13 years. You know how we feel about each other. Now that our home is lost, why not return with me to the kingdom of Baoxiang to meet my father? That is a human city, and even the fiercest of monks would not dare to slaughter a city." The old man felt a flicker of temptation, yet he did not readily agree. The woman leaned against him, coaxing, "My husband, with your strength, do you truly fear my father, a mere mortal king?" The old man, recalling the recent encounter with the bald man, regained some confidence as he proclaimed, "A mere mortal, what do I have to fear? However, my appearance might frighten him." The woman chuckled, "But dear husband, you are skilled in transformation. Simply adopt a handsome guise." The old man considered her words, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us go." With that, the two hastily made their way towards the kingdom of Baoxiang. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, "Master, master, here I am. You have returned. Haha. I thought I would have to spend the night in a monster's lair." Zhu Ganglai emerged from the rubble, brimming with vitality, unharmed and quite cheerful. Following closely was Sha Wujing, his grin stretching from ear to ear, utterly delighted. Tang Sanzang was taken aback. You were also in the mountains?" Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing's smiles froze as they asked, "Master, did Bai Long not tell you?" Both turned to the white dragon horse, who was leisurely grazing, calmly stating, "The master has only returned for an hour. I was just providing him with a detailed report." Sha Wujing instinctively inquired, "What did you report?" The white dragon horse, sitting on the ground with a blade of grass in his mouth, explained leisurely, "It's a long story. I must start from when the master departed with the female demon. It seems I was just recounting how I found a bug while grazing this morning when that reckless, ugly creature came forth to make a scene. The rest, you all know well enough. I need not elaborate." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai rushed forward, grabbing the white dragon horse by the neck and roaring, "Eating grass and finding bugs. That was 3 or 4 days ago. We were captured, and you focus on bugs?" The white dragon horse looked innocent. "Am I not recounting everything in detail? Why the urgency? Why the urgency? Master doesn't he even know we were in the mountains? If he had exerted a bit more effort, good heavens. Sha, get your weapon." Before Zhu Ganglai could finish, he noticed that Sha Wujing had silently prepared a pot of boiling water. As the two looked over, he pointed at the steaming water. "Second brother, the water is boiling. Bring it over to drain the blood. Tonight, I will prepare a grand feast for the master to celebrate his return." At this scene, Zhu Ganglai and the white dragon horse could only think the same thing. In this world, Sha is ruthless, speaks little, and without a moment's hesitation, he resorts to boiling. Seizing the moment Zhu Ganglai was distracted, the white dragon horse made a swift escape, yelling, "Master, save me. Zhu Wugo and Sha Wujing want to eat your steed." Tang Sanzang, unfazed, replied, "It's quite all right. When Wukong returns, he can transform into a larger, more splendid horse." The white dragon horse mused, after the trio's playful antics. They ultimately settled down to prepare a variety of dishes from the monster's blood and flesh. As everyone took their seats, Zhu Ganglai, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, asked Tang Sanzang, "Master, did you return alone?" Tang Sanzang responded, "What else would it be?" The white dragon horse, intrigued, queried, "Did you not conceive a child and return?" Tang Sanzang pondered the image of Master Gloomy Moon, disheveled, bruised, and out of shape, and ultimately shook his head. "Too ugly. I could not bear it." Uft. Zhu Ganglai spat out water, lamenting, "Master, how could that be ugly? If you do not want her, send her to me. I do not mind, I assure you. She's a gem." The white dragon horse added, "Even in the sea, she would not be lacking." "Master, your standards seem excessively high." Tang Sanzang sighed. "How shall I put it? She is indeed wild and adventurous, engaging in playful antics at our first meeting. However, upon mentioning alcohol, she transforms. After transforming, she became so hideous that she pales in comparison to old Sha. Sha Wujing instinctively covered himself, muttering, "Master, I." Tang Sanzang shot him a glance. "Rest assured, she would not find you appealing." Sha Wujing breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Ganglai interjected, "Master, could it be that you two have been cursed? To become ugly upon encountering a woman, much like me?" Tang Sanzang, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Upon witnessing Tang San's disheveled appearance, Zhu Ganglai discreetly communicated with Sha Wujing, saying, "Junior brother Sha, observe our master. He appears to be contemplating the essence of life. Indeed, procreation serves as the driving force behind all living beings." Sha Wujing instinctively distanced himself, choosing silence and avoidance. Finding the situation dull, Zhu Ganglai curiously inquired of Tang San, "Master, have you come to any realizations?" Tang San raised his head, gazing intently at Zhu Ganglai, and posed a perplexing question. "Wufan, why does that yellow-robed grotesque refer to me as Tang the Bald? Surely, if no one informed him, he would not utter such words." Upon hearing this, the previously jovial Zhu Ganglai was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, internally lamenting, "Master, I did not intend for you to ponder such matters." Simultaneously, Zhu Ganglai hurriedly served Tang San more food, insisting, "Master, please eat more. A full stomach fosters clearer thinking." His concern stemmed from the fear that Tang San might soon demand a grand feast of pork upon discovering the truth. Just as his words faded, Sha Wujing raised his hand, exclaiming, "Master, I must report that it was the second senior brother who suggested that." Zhu Ganglai, upon hearing this, turned in anger, ready to retaliate, only to witness Sha Wujing brandishing a recording stone, declaring, "I have documented everything. I distinctly stated, do not lead the master astray." Yet he insisted that consuming your flesh would grant immortality and other such nonsense. "Master, I am merely your loyal servant. The second senior brother has fled." Before the fire, Tang San's expression darkened, culminating in a sinister grin as he declared, "Flee? Wujing, today I shall not partake in a grand feast of pork." Zhu Ganglai instinctively asked, "Then what shall we eat?" Tang San grinned widely, "I desire a dish of slaughtered pig." Boom! A powerful punch soared over the mountain peak. A pig was sent soaring into the sky, shouting, "Sha Laosan, you trickster! Wait for me. I shall return." After the commotion, the group set forth once more, albeit with a peculiar arrangement. Sha Wujing bore the luggage, leading a horse, while a bald man rode atop it, tethered to a 3-meter-tall pig, which appeared to have a broken leg. The bald man toyed with a recording stone, capable of capturing all images and sounds over a period akin to modern video recordings. At that moment, the stone played back the segment where Zhu Ganglai had deceived the yellow-robed fiend. As the bald man listened, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Zhu Ganglai, hearing it, grew increasingly anxious, feeling as though his other leg might also break. Suddenly, Tang San stroked his chin and mused, "A bite of Tang Monk's flesh grants immortality?" Zhu Ganglai shivered and quickly exclaimed, "Master, that was mere jest. Please do not take it to heart." Tang San regarded Zhu Ganglai and inquired, "Is immortality significant for a demon?" Zhu Ganglai scratched his head and replied, Master, cultivation transcends time, yet the lifespan of all living beings is finite. Even upon attaining immortality, one may claim to live in harmony with the heavens, yet it remains limited. Unless one becomes an exalted deity, they ultimately face the 5 declines of heaven and man. However, those with formidable power and strong backgrounds, blessed with celestial roots and elixirs, can extend their lives, thus persisting longer. Conversely, those lesser creatures without backing or inheritance, lacking the means to acquire precious materials, often squander the efficacy of divine herbs. Hence, they perpetually teeter on the brink of life and death. Today's elixir grants momentary vitality. Tomorrow, without it, death is the norm. Moreover, even if one possesses elixirs for longevity, what of their companions? That yellow-robed fiend may live long, yet he has a mortal wife. His desire for companionship makes immortality irresistibly appealing. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes gleamed, and he grinned. So that is it. Observing Tang San's expression, Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing realized the bald man was likely scheming again. Clapping his hands together, Tang San joyfully proclaimed, "Wujing, Wufan, find a way to spread the word that a bite of Tang Monk's flesh grants immortality. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to encounter a demon along this journey for a feast." Meanwhile, along the path to the west, Tang Sung trudged forward. laboring under the weight of his burden. He noticed a red cloud passing overhead, which hesitated above him before accelerating away. The master of Solitary Moon, sweating profusely, muttered, "Thank heavens I fled swiftly, otherwise I would have been captured by that bald man." Instinctively rubbing his face, he felt lingering pain. However, after a while, he turned back, puzzled. The monk was not on a white horse, nor was Zhu Ganglai or Sha Wujing in tow. He was alone, drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted and lacking any semblance of strength. Could there be two Tang Sungs that looked alike? Is this the genuine monk on the quest for scriptures? The master of Solitary Moon furrowed her brow, suspecting yet hesitant to approach, recalling the painful lesson from before. At that moment, she suddenly looked up and saw several figures in the sky trailing the monk. Upon closer inspection, a smile crept upon her lips. Buddhist protector Jialon? It appears I was correct. This must indeed be the authentic monk on his pilgrimage. With this realization, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she grinned sinisterly. You wretched monk, this is your fault. If you hadn't looked so similar, I would not have underestimated him and suffered such a humiliating defeat. Having confirmed the monk's identity, the master of Solitary Moon wasted no time. With a swift gesture, she summoned a torrent of vital energy, transforming it into a miniature sun, which she hurled at Tang Sung below, exclaiming, "Wretched monk, perish." The attack descended with alarming speed, catching the celestial guardians off guard. In truth, even if they had reacted in time, they would have been unable to stop it due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. Flames soaring into the sky. Amidst the cacophony rang out a solemn chant. Ba, who dares to act so presumptuously? With a thunderous roar, a horse-headed Vajra emerged from the flames. Upon seeing this figure, the master of Solitary Moon gasped, the wrathful form of Guanyin, horse-headed Guanyin. As she exclaimed, she turned to flee, not daring to look back. It was not that she feared Guanyin, but rather that she understood her actions were unjustifiable. She had sought to vent her anger on Tang Sung. Moreover, the sacred mountain was notoriously protective of its own, and should Guanyin recognize her, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she executed a decisive strike, turning to escape regardless of the outcome. The horse-headed Guanyin, merely a protective avatar of Tang Sung, retreated upon failing to strike. As the flames subsided, Tang Sung sat upon the ground, his visage pale as a ghost, gazing up at the descending guardians of Jialon, and with a hint of excitement. He inquired, "Does this mean I have passed a trial?" Observing Tang Sung's tearful joy, the guardians of Jialon felt an unexpected pang of sympathy, though they too were bewildered. As this should have been a trial, given the near brush with death. Yet, such a scenario was not scripted. Tang Sung continued, "Who was that female demon? Why did she trouble this humble monk?" The guardians of Jialon remained perplexed, equally unaware of the answer. Tang Sung contemplated asking further questions, yet, upon observing the bewildered guardians, he sighed and departed. The northern wind howled, and leaves fluttered down as Tang Sung trudged along the path, burdened with his belongings, muttering to himself, "I know nothing. And I am nothing. Master, you deceiver, you promised that everything was arranged for the journey to the west. Yet this is what you've set up." The guardians murmured. On the journey to the west, we are in the kingdom of Baoxiang. At this moment, the kingdom of Baoxiang was filled with jubilation, cannon fire resounded, and joyous proclamations echoed along the route. The princess has returned. The princess has returned, and she has brought back her husband. The citizens, upon hearing this, expressed their delight, but couldn't help but inquire, which princess? Wasn't the king's daughter already married off? After much contemplation, they recalled that the king had a younger daughter named Baiwaxiu. 13 years prior, she had vanished during an outing, and over time, everyone assumed she had perished, or at the very least, would never return. No one anticipated that Baiwaxiu had indeed come back. Thus, on this day, the entire kingdom of Baoxiang rejoiced. The common folk, while indifferent to the return of a princess, relished the festive atmosphere and joined in the celebrations. Meanwhile, at the eastern city gate, a peculiar sight approached. A towering figure, for meters tall, appeared to be either leading or dragging a horse, atop which sat a bald man whose head resembled a light bulb, while behind them trailed a massive wild boar, nearly 3 meters long. Are they monks or hunters? Some speculated they must be hunters. Just look at the wild boar they've brought back. Such a beast could fetch a handsome price. Indeed, this hunter was destined for fortune. Yet, Tang Sanjiang remained unresponsive. His companion, Zhu Ganglai, merely wished to retaliate. Just then, A young lad rushed over, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, you seem unfamiliar. Are you hunters from afar? I am a buyer for the Drunken Fortune restaurant. How much for the wild boar?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ganglai roared, "This wild boar is not for sale. Not for sale. Get lost." The lad, terrified, hurried away. However, the kingdom of Baoxiang was evidently no stranger to monsters, though a bit alarmed. The populace did not panic excessively. As they continued on, Tang Sanjiang spotted a tall building, the aroma of wine and meat wafting enticingly through the air, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. He wiped his drool and rummaged through his pockets, managing to fish out merely 3 copper coins. Tang Sanjiang's brow furrowed slightly as he savored the tantalizing scents, then glanced at the meager amount of money in his hand, 3 copper coins, which were not even the currency of this land. Tears welled up in his eyes. Sha Wujing inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" Tang Sanjiang surveyed the bustling crowd and sighed. "I miss Wukong." Both Sha Wujing and Zhu Ganglai instinctively glanced at the gleaming brass gong slung over their shoulder. "Please, have some compassion and share a morsel with us." At that moment, a voice of desperation caught their attention. Tang Sanjiang turned to see a ragged figure kneeling, calling out sorrowfully to passers-by, his voice filled with grief. Upon noticing Tang Sanjiang's monk attire, he wept even more profusely, repeatedly shouting for aid. Tang Sanjiang, noticing this, furrowed his brow slightly. Zhu Ganglai remarked, "Master, he may be a fraud." Sha Wujing whispered, "But master, we have no money to spare." Tang Sanjiang, however, paid no heed to his disciples and approached the beggar directly. Seeing this, the beggar intensified his cries, tears streaming down his face. Zhu Ganglai leaned to Sha Wujing and said, "Old Sha, master seems unfamiliar with such deceit. He might have fallen for this trick and is moved by compassion." Sha Wujing nodded. Though master is powerful, his heart remains kind. Just then, a long face intruded between the two companions, as the white dragon horse disdainfully scoffed, "Compassion? Huh. It seems he has his eyes set on the beggar's bowl." As the beggar noticed Tang Sanjiang approaching, his eyes lit up and a smile crept onto his face, instinctively reaching for his bowl to receive alms. Tang Sanjiang, with a benevolent expression, inquired, "What do you desire?" The beggar, having encountered similar questions before, understood that directly asking for money would yield nothing, so he replied, "Food." Tang Sanjiang responded, "What do you wish to eat?" The beggar replied, "I wish for meat." Tang Sanjiang frowned and asked, "Can you expect to eat it simply by kneeling here?" The beggar, irritated, thought, "Is he here to preach to me rather than offer charity? Surely, he intends to persuade me to work and earn my keep." Thus, the beggar huffed, "Sometimes people give meat, and other times they give money. If I receive money, I can buy meat. Do you think it's possible?" With a smirk, he thought, "Still trying to educate me? Let's see how this unfolds." To his astonishment, the bald man not only appeared unfazed but also seemed to light up with excitement. He squatted beside the beggar and called out, "Wujing, fetch me a bowl. Let us sit here and see if we can procure some meat today." He then turned to the astonished beggar and added, "Thanks, brother." The beggar realized that this was not an attempt to educate him, but rather a challenge to his territory. Furious, he thought, there are rules even in begging. Each person has their own space. This isn't fair. He wanted to retaliate, to express his anger. However, darkness fell suddenly, or rather, the sun was obscured by something. He looked up to see a 3-meter-tall pig and a 4-meter-tall man looming before him. Observing their muscular arms and tree-like thighs, the beggar's fury evaporated. And he stammered, "What do you want?" With a gust of wind, the two figures squatted beside him like mountains. The pig remarked, "Brother, shift a bit, you're crowding me." Chapter 91. Conversations at the tavern. Seeking support, the beggar lamented inwardly, "I was here first, and now I'm being shoved aside. What kind of nonsense is this? No, they aren't even human." The beggar realized he couldn't fight back or curse them, so he opted to endure. Yet, his frustration was nothing compared to that of Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing. Once celestial beings, one a marshal with thousands of water troops, and the other a servant of the Jade Emperor, they found themselves reduced to begging. What a disgrace. They squatted low, their heads nearly tucked between their legs, fearful of being recognized and having their dignity tarnished. In contrast, their bald companion appeared utterly at ease, squatting nonchalantly with a foolish grin, and to their surprise, people were actually giving him money. Zhu Ganglai exchanged glances with Sha Wujing, both silently agreeing that they should intervene with their seemingly oblivious master. "Sha, you approach him." Zhu Ganglai suggested with his eyes. It wasn't that he was unwilling to communicate through secretive means, but they had noticed that their bald companion seemed to hear everything spoken near him. Thus, they had honed their skills in silent communication through eye movements and subtle gestures. Sha Wujing responded, "Second brother, master favors you the most. And as the elder brother, who would dare speak out in your presence? In the celestial realm, that would be regarded as overstepping. The consequences could be dire. You are aware, master is quite attentive to certain details. This is something I cannot voice. Although Xiaobai arrived early, he is merely a mount and does not count towards the rankings. Now that the eldest senior brother is absent, you hold the highest position. A senior brother is akin to a father. Thus, this is a matter for you to address." This statement pleases Zhu Ganglai, especially in light of the absence of the eldest senior brother, which makes him feel a sense of elevation. He even believes that he has taken on additional responsibilities and ought to do something significant. Summoning his courage, Zhu Ganglai turns to Tang Sanzang and coughs. "Ahem, master. Is this money for begging something you desire as well?" Tang Sanzang, with utmost seriousness, replies, "What is wrong with begging? Is it not through my own merit that I have acquired this? Why should I refuse what I have earned through my own efforts? Are you questioning me?" At this point, Tang Sanzang's demeanor grows increasingly solemn. Zhu Ganglai hurriedly shakes his hands. "Master, I am not questioning you, truly. Shitty Sha, what are you doing?" Sha Wujing is seen with one hand wiping Tang Sanzang's sweat while the other adjusts the begging bowl, quietly squatting there, stating, "We shall do whatever the master instructs. How can we be disdainful? Second senior brother, you talk too much." Zhu Ganglai feels as though he has been ensnared again. In that moment, an ominous premonition washes over him, growing stronger by the second. Just as Tang Sanzang is about to erupt, a gentle female voice interjects. "Is this esteemed Tang elder?" Upon hearing the woman's melodious voice, Tang Sanzang's mind, which had seemed sluggish, instantly began to analyze what sort of girl could possess such a voice. Simultaneously, he widened his eyes at Zhu Ganglai, who felt a chill from that gaze and instinctively wished to retreat. "Look at me," Tang Sanzang admonished. Zhu Ganglai, complying, gazed into Tang Sanzang's eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through him, stammering, "Master, what are you planning to do?" Tang Sanzang declared, "The lady behind me is clad in a yellow long robe, possesses an oval face, willow-like brows, large eyes, and a high nose. Adorned with gold and silver, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Is that correct?" Zhu Ganglai was taken aback, thinking, "Goodness, has Master also developed supernatural abilities? Can he predict the future?" The woman behind them exclaimed, "Indeed, he is a renowned monk of the Tang dynasty. No wonder that yellow-robed old monster is no match for you. I admire you." Sha Wujing looked on with admiration, while the white dragon horse shook his head, thinking, "That is not fortune-telling. It is merely keen observation." However, the white dragon horse dared not expose the bald monk's words and merely remained quietly in the background, acting as a proper steed. Upon hearing the woman's astonishment, Tang Sanzang straightened up, resembling a true monk, and turned slowly to face the beautiful woman. His eyes sparkled, and with hands clasped, he uttered, "Amitabha, young benefactor. Fortune-telling is but a minor skill of mine. My true expertise lies in palmistry and bone reading. Would you care to try?" The newcomer was none other than the wife of the yellow-robed monster, the princess of Baoshan country, Bai Huaxiu. Bai Huaxiu initially had intentions of her own, but upon seeing the monk's unabashedly fiery gaze, she quickly concealed her hands and shook her head repeatedly. "No, no, no, that's not necessary. Master, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Discuss. Feel free to speak openly. However, this is not the place for conversation. Let us go to the tavern," Tang Sanzang declared grandly, gesturing towards the tavern behind him, standing up naturally and striding toward it. Seeing Tang Sanzang's demeanor, Bai Huaxiu felt relieved. She feared that this powerful monk might be akin to that yellow-robed monster, abducting her without hesitation, which would be a tragic fate. Since Tang Sanzang adhered to etiquette, it indicated he was indeed a monk, and thus, her matters could still be discussed. Consequently, Bai Huaxiu followed Tang Sanzang into the tavern. Behind them, Zhu Ganglai silently questioned Sha Wujing. "Master has gone to the tavern. Does he have money to treat? Surely he wouldn't expect a woman to pay, right? That contradicts the rules of courting." Sha Wujing scratched his head. "I don't know. Perhaps Master possesses some secret funds. When it comes to courting, he should be willing to spend." Zhu Ganglai pondered over the bald monk's nature and found it plausible. Thus, The two hastily grabbed their belongings and followed suit. As for the white dragon horse, he had already taken the lead, instinctively avoiding the interior and instead finding a spot at the back, where he stealthily darted into the kitchen, indulging himself while the stable boy was distracted. Once inside the tavern, upon entering, Tang Sanzang called out, "Young man, prepare a private room for me, serve the finest tea, the strongest liquor, and bring forth all your signature dishes." Bai Huaxiu paused. "You still intend to drink?" Tang Sanzang casually replied, "Of course. A man must drink the strongest liquor, ride the wildest bulls. Enjoy the most beautiful landscapes." Upon hearing this, Bai Huaxiu's expression darkened, but upon realizing he referred to bulls, not women, her expression lightened a bit. Nevertheless, her gaze shifted from that of admiration for a monk to one of suspicion toward a rogue. Tang Sanzang noticed her reaction and realized he had been too hasty. Suggesting strong liquor on a first date could indeed imply intentions to intoxicate her for his own desires. Thus, he remedied the situation. "Forget the liquor, let us have tea." Bai Huaxiu, unaware that he merely wished to converse, was surprised that this monk would even consider drinking alcohol. While monks may consume non-alcoholic beverages, a true master would abstain even from those. However, upon reflection, it appeared that apart from his strength and attire, this individual bore little resemblance to a monk, leading her to feel more at ease. They ascended to an upper floor, settling in a prime location, with a view of the central street and the city gate, while a serene lake and verdant willows adorned the backdrop, truly an exquisite seat. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing arrived. Just as they were about to take their seats, Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow, and the two promptly moved to a neighboring table. Zhu Ganglai recognized Bai Huaxiu and discreetly communicated with Tang Sanzang. "Master, this woman is the yellow-robed monster's partner. I saw her in the cave." Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's interest was piqued, and as he glanced at Bai Huaxiu, his earlier desires dissipated, replaced by newfound thoughts. Bai Huaxiu began, "Master, to be frank, But before she could finish, Tang Sanzang interrupted. "Young man, bring me a plate of peanuts." Bai Huaxiu was left speechless, and as Tang Sanzang continued, she attempted to speak again. "I wish to, young man, add a plate of pig's head meat." Tang Sanzang shouted. Bai Huaxiu found herself repeatedly interrupted. As the dishes began to arrive, Tang Sanzang waved his hands. Come. Meeting his fate, let us eat and converse." With that, he launched into a frenzied eating spree. Observing Tang Sanzang's voracious manner, Bai Huaxiu's mouth hung agape, utterly at a loss for words. Had it not been for Sha Wujing and Zhu Ganglai accompanying him, she might have doubted her choice of company. Nonetheless, she reassured herself internally. "It's all right. Those with true abilities are all somewhat different." "Miss, please eat." Tang Sanzang mumbled through a mouthful. Bai Huaxiu surveyed the table, which resembled a battlefield strewn with remnants of food, and finally shook her head. "Master, you enjoy." Tang Sanzang, unfazed, continued his feast, and after a hearty meal, he gulped down some water, wiped his mouth, and let out a satisfied belch. "Ah, delightful." Seeing Tang Sanzang sated, Bai Huaxiu resumed. "Master, my name is Bai Huaxiu, and I am from Baoxiang country." Suddenly, Tang Sanzang sprang to his feet. Bai Huaxiu was taken aback. "Master, what is the matter?" Tang Sanzang replied. "My apologies, I need to relieve myself." After speaking, Tang Sanzang covered Xiao Sanzang and headed outside, calling out as he walked, "Xiao Air, where's the restroom? Wu Fan, Wu Jing, don't you need to relieve yourselves? I can hardly hold it." Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing exchanged glances, then looked at the sly bald head, suddenly realizing this was the legendary technique of the impoverished, the urinary escape technique. They quickly got up and said, "Master, wait a moment. We need to go to the restroom too." They hurried after him. A maid of Bai Huaxiu whispered, "Princess, do you think they intend to skip out on the bill?" Bai Huaxiu was taken aback. Surely not. After all, they are esteemed monks from the Eastern Tang dynasty. They wouldn't dare to run out on a bill. Just then, Xiao Air approached. "Miss, that master just asked you to settle the bill." "Which amounts to?" The rest of his words were drowned out as Bai Huaxiu felt a surge of anger rising within her. With a cry, she leapt to the window, disregarding her dignity as the princess of the kingdom of Baoxiang, and shouted, "Tang Sanzang, how could you, a monk from the Eastern Tang dynasty, skip out on the bill, and on a woman's tab no less? How can you face yourself?" In the distance, the bald fellows were making a hasty retreat. Upon hearing her outburst, Zhu Ganglai and the others turned to look at Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzong gazed back at them with a peculiar expression, saying, "She is cursing the Tang Sanzong from the Eastern Tang dynasty. What does that have to do with me, Tang Sanzong? Besides, her man captured my disciple, and I didn't kill her. Surely that is a great kindness. Eating her meal is a small price to pay. Now that we are full, we must continue our journey westward." Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, and the white dragon horse smacked their lips, finding some truth in his words. At that moment, Zhu Ganglai said, "Master, we cannot set off westward empty-handed. I just remembered. As we pass through various nations, we need to sign a travel document. This will prove that we traveled by foot, not by flying or jumping." Tang Sanzong paused. "A travel document? Has anyone seen one? Can we make a fake?" Zhu Ganglai reached out, saying, "Master, don't look at us. We haven't seen one either." Tang Sanzong stroked his chin. "Neither of you nor I have seen one. How can we create a fake if we don't even know what a real one looks like? This is quite a dilemma." Just then, a horse's face leaned in and said, "Just look at a real one, and you will know what it looks like." The three of them exchanged glances, and then spoke in unison, "Indeed." In the midst of a brand new canyon on their journey westward, a monk was climbing among the rocks like a mountaineer. This monk was none other than Tang Sung. After much effort, Tang Sung found a slightly larger resting place, set down his burden, and removed his upper garment. Observing his increasingly muscular physique, Tang Sanzong could not help but roar, "When I left Chang'an, I was as weak as a chicken. How long has it been? Climbing mountains, swimming, climbing trees, and rock climbing. Am I not becoming an all-purpose scout? Is this truly a journey for scriptures, or merely surviving in the wild? Is this even human labor?" As he lamented, a monk reminded him, "Jin Chanzi, there are people ahead." Tang Sung paused and looked up to see a massive figure standing atop a cliff. He was tall and robust, with a round face and big ears. Holding a rake, Tian Peng Yuan Shui, one of the monks recognized Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai grinned and said, "Several celestial monks from Lingshan, long time no see. Tian Peng Yuan Shui, are you planning to abandon evil for good, escape the sea of suffering, and return to the righteous path?" asked the monk. Zhu Ganglai looked up at the sky and sighed. "Ah, it's a long story." After speaking, Zhu Ganglai turned his gaze to the sweat-drenched Tang Sung, who had taken off his shirt to reveal his well-built muscles, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He almost shouted, "Master, what are you doing here?" However, upon closer inspection, he realized that although this monk and Tang Sanzong both had thick eyebrows and big eyes, the other's expression was neither foolish nor vacant. And most importantly, he did not appear to be a person who deserved a beating. This was evidently not the despicable Tang Sanzong, but the true Tang Sung, also known as Jin Chanzi. Chapter 93. The Bald Man Enters the Palace. Zhu Ganglai chuckled. "You all say this Jin Chanzi is a monk with no strength to bind a chicken, but I, old pig, see that he is quite robust." Upon hearing this, the celestial monks all exchanged wry smiles, while Tang Sung felt like crying without tears. Tang Sung asked, "Zhu Ganglai, since you have followed that false monk, why have you returned to find me?" Zhu Ganglai stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Look, a monster!" Everyone instinctively looked up, only to be met with a gust of wind and flying sand. By the time they realized something was amiss and looked down, Zhu Ganglai had already vanished. They quickly turned to Tang Sung, who remained unharmed. The group exchanged glances, muttering that Zhu Ganglai came and went, creating a stir without accomplishing anything. What on earth does he want? My belongings. Where are my belongings? Tang Sung's exclamation rang out. The 18 celestial monks turned to see that the items in Tang Sung's shoulder pole had vanished. They quickly realized that Zhu Ganglai had come to steal something. The group was furious. What a Tian Peng Yuan Shui. What a Zhu Ganglai. To recognize a thief as a father is bad enough, but to come back and steal from us is truly despicable. One monk rolled up his sleeves, indignantly scolding. "Exactly. This is intolerable. This will not end here." Upon hearing this, Tang Sung was touched, saying, "It is wonderful that you all feel this way. Please act quickly to retrieve my belongings. Otherwise, on this journey west, I will have no food, no drink, no mount, no change of clothes, and I will also be without my travel document, alms bowl, staff, and robe. How will I face the Tathagata in the future? I implore you, protectors, to act swiftly and ensure they are recovered." The 18 celestial monks, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, immediately began to cough awkwardly and then pointed at the sky, saying, "Ah, It seems a monster just passed by. That's not a monster, it's a bird. That bird seems sick, with very red eyes. Is that so? I didn't see clearly. Tang Xing looked at these pretenders, feeling exasperated but helpless. The celestial monks were also in a tough position. Dealing with Zhu Ganglai was already challenging. Not to mention, they still had the formidable son Wukong and the enigmatic Sha Wujing to contend with. Most importantly, the bald fellow was too formidable, unless the Buddha intervened. Who could handle him? Jin Chanzi, do not be angry. You should understand the reality. That fake you is too powerful for us to manage. However, since this issue has arisen, it must be resolved. We shall go to Lingshan to seek assistance. I refuse to believe that among all the bodhisattvas and Buddhas in Lingshan, no one can subdue that false monk, proclaimed one celestial monk. Tang Xing nodded. That works too. For now, I will not worry about that. I need to find something to eat first. With that, Tang Xing began to apply his wilderness survival skills, and after much effort, he finally unearthed a sweet potato. Just then, a tall figure appeared ahead. Instinctively, Tang Xing protected his sweet potato and shouted, "Don't go too far. That's the only sweet potato I have. You wouldn't want to steal this too, would you?" Zhu Ganglai scratched his head and said, misunderstanding. I saw some demonic energy in your belongings earlier, so I took it to inspect. It was all a misunderstanding. Here, take it back." With that, Zhu Ganglai returned the belongings to Tang Xing and walked away without looking back. Tang Xing sat there, staring in bewilderment at the roasted sweet potato in his hand. What just happened? The 18 celestial monks were equally perplexed, but one thing was certain. They no longer needed to return to Lingshan for help. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Sanzong and his companions had successfully created an identical fake travel document based on the genuine one, thanks to the talented and versatile Sha Wujing, who seemed to be capable of mastering nearly every craft except for fighting. In response to this, Tang Sanzang received abundant praise. With their passage documents in hand, the group did not delay and proceeded directly to the royal palace. Upon announcing themselves as monks from the Tang dynasty on a pilgrimage to the west, no one dared to be dismissive, and they were promptly reported. Before long, Tang Sanzang was invited into the grand hall. However, Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing were not permitted to enter, as the guards deemed them too fearsome, fearing they might intimidate the king and his ministers. Observing the bald monk who had already entered, Zhu Ganglai shook his head and muttered, "They must have a misunderstanding of the term ferocious." Sha Wujing incisively remarked, "A small nation with limited understanding." At that moment, within the silver peace hall of the palace, the old yellow-robed fiend sat comfortably at the head seat, flanked by two beautiful women, indulging in wine while watching the 18 court maidens perform dances and songs, reveling in delight. He mused, calculating the time. As long as that bald thief does not deliberately delay, he should have passed through the kingdom of Baoxiang by now. With this thought, he couldn't help but drink a few more cups. In truth, since the previous day when the old yellow-robed fiend, accompanied by Huaxiao, arrived at the kingdom of Baoxiang and engaged in familial ties, he had been incessantly drinking with the nobles, awakening his addiction to alcohol. As others succumbed to intoxication and were carried away, he remained, refusing to set down his cup, continuing to drink until now. Just then, amidst the dance of the court maidens, a full moon rose, a scene from the Chang'e moon worship dance. Upon sighting that moon, the old yellow-robed fiend's eyes widened, as if he beheld a gleaming bald head, causing him to leap up with a startled cry. With a sweep of his arms, the two women in his embrace were flung away, crashing against the wall with a thud, their heads shattered, and they perished on the spot. Witnessing this, the court maidens screamed in terror. Returning to his senses amidst the screams, the old yellow-robed fiend discerned that the shining bald head was merely a prop in the dance. Igniting his fury, the alcohol surged within him, causing him to forget his prior agreement with Huaxiao to refrain from causing chaos in the palace. He revealed his true form, his malevolence surging forth, and with a massive hand, he seized a maiden playing the pipa, pressing her head to take a bite. This scene sent the other maidens scrambling for the exit, creating utter chaos. The old yellow-robed fiend laughed heartily, brandishing a flag that enveloped the silver peace hall, rendering the maidens' desperate attempts to escape futile, as their cries could not penetrate the barrier. Frightened, they huddled beneath the eaves, trembling and afraid to move. The old yellow-robed fiend paid them no mind, pouring himself another drink, and after savoring a cup, he would seize another maiden to gnaw on, indulging in a gruesome display of savagery. At that moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost jeopardized my main objective. Today is the day I am to meet the Emperor and publicly declare my union with my beloved. I cannot afford to miss this." Chapter 94. Myself having said that, the old yellow-robed fiend transformed once more, becoming a handsome young man. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he waved his hand, knocking out all the court maidens before pushing open the grand door and proceeding towards the Hall of Enlightenment. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Enlightenment, the emperor and ministers remained oblivious to the presence of a man-eating monster in the harem. They were excitedly discussing the monk from the east. The kingdom of Baoxiang was not a significant nation, much less comparable to the Tang dynasty. Prior to this, they had not engaged in any dealings with the Tang, as it was simply too far away. The Tang dynasty was their dreamland, an almost legendary realm. Now that a monk from this celestial nation had arrived, the ministers were abuzz with anticipation. It was not merely the arrival of an idol that excited them, but rather their curiosity about what a monk from the celestial nation might look like. Surely, he must be adorned in gold and jade, the bare minimum? Not to mention, his eloquence must be extraordinary. Perhaps he might even possess 3 eyes, or, heaven forbid, 6 arms and 3 heads. You're being absurd. 3 eyes, 3 heads. Why not just say he is the Buddha? One remarked. I believe that even if he is different, it can't be too exaggerated. I surmise his head might even glow. Minister, suggesting a glowing head seems a bit much, but even if it doesn't glow, it should at least reflect light, right? The crowd erupted in laughter. As they engaged in this jovial discourse, a voice from outside the hall announced, "The esteemed monk from the Tang dynasty, Tang Sanzang, has arrived." Indeed, it was Tang Sanzang, as Sha Wujing had inadvertently copied the name while transcribing. Fortunately, the pronunciation was the same, so it mattered little. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly peered outside. There, in the sunlight at the entrance, a radiant figure approached, resembling a small sun. The ministers gasped in astonishment. Wow. Oh. Though outsiders could not comprehend their words, they understood the sentiment. Oh, how luminous. Wow, it's a reflection. Oh, what a brilliant head. Thankfully, these ministers were still mindful of etiquette and refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud. Otherwise, the kingdom of Baoxiang might have found itself reopening the imperial examinations to appoint new officials. Tang Sanzang, unaware of their musings, interpreted their astonishment as mere ignorance. Assuming they were unsophisticated country bumpkins, he raised his head and entered the grand hall, placing his hands together in a gesture of respect, proclaiming, "I am Tang Sanzang, a humble monk from the east, journeying to the west in pursuit of sacred scriptures. I kindly request your majesty to grant me passage through your esteemed realm." The king of Baoxiang chuckled, "Haha, since the esteemed monk hails from the Tang dynasty, we shall not impede your passage. Coincidentally, just yesterday, my lost daughter returned, accompanied by a dashing and talented son-in-law. We are preparing to announce this to the world today and hold a grand feast this evening in celebration. Since you are here, why not stay and witness the event?" Tang Sanzang frowned. The king, misinterpreting his expression as reluctance, added, "Esteemed monk, my son-in-law is no ordinary man. He is a paragon of virtue and strength, tall and robust, with wisdom that surpasses all others. He possesses the prowess to subdue tigers and dragons with his bare hands, truly a dragon among men. Such a hero is rare even in the flourishing Tang dynasty. Would you not wish to meet him?" Tang Sanzang scratched his bald head, having never visited the Tang, and thus could not comment on its heroes. He could only offer a vague response. Such figures are indeed rare. Would you not desire to meet such an extraordinary individual?" The king of Baoxiang, like a child eager to show off a new toy, pressed on. If it were anyone else, they would likely feel obliged to honor the request. However, Tang Sanzang shook his head. I am not interested." The king, initially pleased, felt his mood sour at this response. If the esteemed monk is pressed for time, we shall not insist further. You may proceed. Tang Sanzang reiterated, "Whether your son-in-law is handsome or fierce is irrelevant. I am not in a hurry. My primary concern is that I have no interest in your son-in-law." The king's expression darkened immediately. The chancellor, sensing the tension, stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Esteemed monk, may I inquire what piques your interest? Perhaps we possess something worthy of your stay." The chancellor understood the king's intent. Having Tang Sanzang remain as a representative of the Tang dynasty would certainly add luster to the evening's banquet, rather than any intrinsic importance of Tang Sanzang himself. The king added, Yes, esteemed monk, what captures your interest?" Tang Sanzang stroked his chin. Is there meat? Meat? The king was taken aback. Is there wine at the banquet? Tang Sanzang inquired. I mean delicious meat dishes. If there is but a cup of wine and a good piece of meat, I shall gladly remain. Upon hearing this, all present wore expressions of disbelief, mentally exclaiming, What the devil? This is your priority? Is our son-in-law not worth more than a plate of meat and a cup of wine? How utterly ridiculous! However, their anger was soon overshadowed by confusion. The king of Baoxiang Kingdom inquired, O esteemed monk, are you still able to drink? Tang Sanzang chuckled, recognizing that these individuals were utterly ignorant of the Tang dynasty. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and began to speak boldly. Monks from the Eastern Tang can indeed indulge in wine and meat, and even marry and have children without issue. Is it not said that wine and meat pass through the intestines, while Guanyin resides within the heart? Upon hearing this, all the ministers present wore expressions of bewilderment. The king of Baoxiang cautiously probed, Is it that the monk wishes to imply that wine and meat pass through the intestines? Yet Buddha resides within the heart. Tang Sanzang unabashedly replied, Whoever occupies the heart is irrelevant. After all, it is oneself who acts, while this humble monk remains inactive. As the great hall fell into an immediate silence, Tang Sanzang realized he had misspoken. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that he had just eaten, his belly was not hungry, and he could afford to amuse himself for a while. If he could not, he would simply take his leave. He declared nonchalantly, Do not misunderstand. Guanyin Bodhisattva is my beloved. Once I have completed my pilgrimage, I shall return to marry and raise children. The hall was no longer merely silent, but enveloped in a profound stillness. The king of Baoxiang was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide, as if inscribed with disbelief. Is this fellow truly a monk? However, the king of Baoxiang ultimately retained his composure. The past documents in his hands must be legitimate. And even if there were an error, what did it matter? He could not discern the authenticity of this monk, and surely others could not either. To him, Tang Sanzang represented a celebratory embellishment, and he was indifferent to the question of authenticity. Thus, the king of Baoxiang smiled and said, Esteemed monk, you jest with such affection. Since you can consume wine and meat, I need not prepare vegetarian dishes for the banquet. Tang Sanzang waved his hand and replied, No, my disciples have yet to cultivate sufficiently and are not ready for wine and meat. Thus, please prepare them some vegetarian dishes. After speaking, Tang Sanzang thought, How considerate I am of my beloved disciples. Surely, they will be moved to tears. Oh, the esteemed monk has brought disciples along? The king of Baoxiang inquired with surprise. That is splendid. Then let us prepare some vegetarian dishes. Tang Sanzang responded, No need for anything extravagant. Just prepare plenty of radishes, potatoes, and cabbages. They have hearty appetites and are not picky eaters. Upon hearing this, the king of Baoxiang could only entertain one thought. Could they truly be disciples of his? Clearing his throat, the king of Baoxiang replied, Very well. We shall do as the esteemed monk suggests. At that moment, an announcement rang out from outside. The son-in-law has arrived. Upon hearing this, the king of Baoxiang beamed. Esteemed monk, timing is indeed fortuitous. We were just speaking of my son-in-law, and here he is. Why not observe how my son-in-law, a rare gem of both literary and martial prowess, presents himself? By the way, he has 3 children, all of whom are equally impressive, and I will have them brought to meet the esteemed monk. Just then, a voice called out, Father, what monk is this? Does my son-in-law require his judgment? As he spoke, a tall figure stepped into the hall, exuding an imposing presence, his head held high, and a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, which softened only in the presence of his father-in-law, the king of Baoxiang. Even so, his haughty aura compelled the assembled ministers to lower their heads, all astonished. Yesterday, we did not perceive this. How could this son-in-law possess such gravitas? Truly, no ordinary figure. A being of such caliber, surely even the monk from the Tang dynasty would not dare to judge him, right? The king of Baoxiang was overjoyed, and in a spirit of boasting, he exclaimed, Son-in-law, your arrival is fortuitous. This esteemed monk is. The man clad in yellow robes interjected assertively. I care not from whence this monk hails. He is not worthy of my regard. Yet, his words faltered abruptly as he caught sight of the glaringly familiar shiny bald head in the hall. The very shape and sheen of that head struck an uncanny resemblance. A moment ago, he had stood tall and proud, akin to a lance, but now trembled like a sapling swaying in a tempest. At that moment, The monk spoke. Ah? Your Highness, your son-in-law's voice seems somewhat familiar to me. As he spoke, Tang Sanzang slowly turned his head, his gaze peculiar, and a grin more enigmatic than his expression spread across his face, as if inscribed with words. Young man, did you not expect this? Upon seeing the monk's visage, the man in yellow robes felt a chill run down his spine, nearly causing him to collapse. His instincts urged him to flee. The king of Baoxiang queried, son-in-law, do you know him? At the mention of the title son-in-law, the man in yellow robes felt a jolt of realization, suddenly steadied himself, and thought, indeed, I am now the son-in-law of Baoxiang Kingdom. Though I have changed my appearance, this monk, despite his formidable prowess, is ultimately immortal. He surely cannot disregard the dignity of a sovereign. Thus, the man in yellow robes composed himself and cleared his throat. Esteemed monk, what do you mean by that? Tang Sanzang tilted his head and gazed at him. Nothing much. Do you remember what I said back then? Do not let me see you again. Open the mountain. Boom. By heaven. The man in yellow robes felt his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. He could never have anticipated that this monk would act so unpredictably, launching an assault in the royal palace before the king and ministers, without a word of explanation. This time, the man in yellow robes had no protective talismans, and in a moment of desperation, he cried out in a shrill voice, Tang Sanzang, cease. I am no monster. I am the celestial star lord, Kuei Malong. Boom. With a sweeping fist, the man in yellow robes was instantly reduced to ashes. Dust filled the air, choking those present, causing them to cough incessantly. Zhu Ganglai stirred up a gust of wind, dispersing the dust. Only then did everyone realize that the strike had not only obliterated their proud son-in-law, but had also demolished half of the hall, creating a chasm from the hall to the palace gates. Looking at Tang Sanzang, who stood in the hall with a look of satisfaction as he rubbed his fist, he murmured, finally dealt with him. What a relief. Witnessing this scene, all present found it difficult to swallow. The king of Baoxiang, terrified, sank into his throne and exclaimed, Esteemed monk, what is the meaning of this? Tang Sanzang returned to his previous naive expression and replied to the king of Baoxiang, nothing much. The previous individual was simply too unsightly, and it was better to put an end to him. Upon hearing this, the king of Baoxiang's face darkened, as he gazed at the seemingly innocent monk, who appeared oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Unable to contain his outrage, he shouted, That was my son-in-law. You found him ugly, so you simply struck him dead? What shall I do now that you have killed my son-in-law? Shall my daughter remain a widow? Tang Sanzang pointed to Zhu Ganglai beside him and suggested, How about I offer you my disciple as a replacement son-in-law? Just look at his physique, whether in height, breadth, or girth. He is undoubtedly more robust than your son-in-law. A chorus of ministers exchanged incredulous glances, and one elder, unable to endure further, exclaimed, Is that robust? That is merely fat. Zhu Ganglai, taken aback by the comment, tore off his shirt, inhaled deeply, and his once protruding belly noticeably shrank. He clenched his fists, his muscles bulging, and approached the elder, saying, Old man, open your eyes and see. Is this fat? Go ahead, touch it. Whose fat is this firm? The elder indeed reached out and felt, finding it as solid as iron. Zhu Ganglai took another deep breath, and miraculously, 8 abdominal muscles appeared on his belly. Zhu Ganglai turned sideways, bowed, and flexed his muscles, clearly visible, as he grinned, Your Majesty, why not touch and see if this is fat or muscle? At this moment, Zhu Ganglai reveled in the astonished gazes of the ministers. Meanwhile, Sha Wujing, fearful, whispered to him, Second brother, quickly conceal your muscles. Yet Zhu Ganglai remained undeterred, striking another pose and proclaiming, What is the rush? Junior brother, today I shall clear my name. As I journeyed alongside my master from Gao Laozhuang, traversing mountains and rivers, each day we covered countless kilometers. While I cannot claim to be the most athletic, I certainly surpassed the so-called youthful prodigies of Baoxiang country by a considerable margin. Throughout our travels, my consumption was modest, yet my exertion was immense. With the battles against demons and the burdens I carried, how could I possibly accumulate any excess flesh? As I spoke, Zhu Ganglai struck a few poses. Sha Wujing tugged at him, saying, Second brother, that's enough. No, it is imperative that they understand. I, Grandpa Pig, am robust, not merely plump. Zhu Ganglai continued to pose. Observing this, Sha Wujing shook his head in resignation, murmuring, Look at master. Zhu Ganglai turned his gaze towards Tang Sanzang, only to find that the latter's eyes were gleaming with excitement, drool escaping his lips. Startled, Zhu Ganglai exhaled deeply, his belly protruding as he lamented, "Master, this." Tang Sanzong waved his hand, saying, "Wu Fan, refrain from such trivialities. Come, show me a few more poses." "Do not be shy," Zhu Ganglai protested. "Master, please wipe your drool first, then we can converse." Tang Sanzong casually wiped his mouth, replying, "Wu Fan, you are mistaken. This is not drool, but rather the tears of joy from my excitement at your fitness progress." Zhu Ganglai internally lamented, "Why does your joy flow from your mouth?" Just then, the bald thief began to inspect Zhu Ganglai, expressing satisfaction, a balance of fat and thin, as he patted Zhu Ganglai's ample belly, 3 layers of flab. Zhu Ganglai shivered, sensing that he might truly become a feast for pigs. However, he quickly devised a plan, noticing the king of Baoxiang country seated nearby, and exclaimed, "Master, I am soon to become a son-in-law. Could you not treat me this way? Please, show some respect for my future father-in-law." The king of Baoxiang wore an expression akin to having consumed a dead fly, thinking, "What do you mean, soon to be a son-in-law? I have yet to agree." Yet, he realized it would be inappropriate to oppose Tang Sanzang's words. Tang Sanzong glanced at the king, saying, "Your Majesty, I have suddenly remembered that my bond with this disciple is not yet fulfilled, hence he cannot become your son-in-law. Perhaps you might choose another?" Upon hearing this, the king of Baoxiang breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Tang Sanzong might change his mind. "Very well, let it be settled." Zhu Ganglai protested, "Father-in-law, we cannot proceed like this. I am truly a worthy match." "Oh, master, do not twist my ears, it hurts." Having dealt with Zhu Ganglai, Tang Sanzong suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps you might consider my other disciple. He has his uses too. By the way, I also have a horse that could serve as a son-in-law." The king's face darkened at the mention of a horse, and he waved his hands repeatedly, declaring, "Let us forego the monk's disciples and horse. Let us discuss alternative forms of compensation." At this moment, he felt quite troubled, as he did not wish to pursue the matter further, fearing the bald thief's wrath. However, he could not ignore the topic in front of his court. Tang Sanzong, unaware of the king's pretense, felt a bit troubled himself. Although he recognized that the would-be son-in-law was merely a transformed creature. Just as Tang Sanzong pondered this, a voice interrupted, "Father, the monk did not slay a son-in-law, but rather a man-eating demon." "What?" Everyone turned to see Princess Bai Huaxiu enter. Upon seeing her, Tang Sanzong swiftly pulled Zhu Ganglai in front of him, positioning him as a shield, and said, Yes, indeed, just a demon. If your Majesty and the princess have a taste for such creatures, I can catch a few more for you, of various sizes and shapes, guaranteed to please." Son Wukong, fearing he might be coerced into marriage, chimed in, "Yes. I assure you, they will be satisfactory." Princess Bai Huaxiu glared at them, declaring, "Who said I wanted you to capture demons for me as a husband?" She then maneuvered around Zhu Ganglai, seeking to gaze upon Tang Sanzong. The thief, having just enjoyed a lavish meal, felt somewhat guilty and began to circle Zhu Ganglai, avoiding direct eye contact. In her impatience, Bai Huaxiu pulled Zhu Ganglai aside and finally saw the glimmering bald head, then knelt before Tang Sanzong with a thud. Tang Sanzong was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "Indeed, those who owe debts are subservient." As she knelt, Bai Huaxiu bowed 3 times, and upon rising, tears streamed down her face, her breath clearly agitated. Tang Sanzong stammered, "I must clarify, those 3 children are not mine. Bai Huaxiu, the courtiers." And the king all responded in shock. Chapter 97. The passionate court of Baoxiang country. Bai Huaxiu, baffled by the bald thief's antics, found herself both amused and exasperated, saying, "Monk, please do not jest with me. 13 years ago, that yellow-robed monster abducted me. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Although I bore 3 children, they were all demons." The yellow-robed monster was exceedingly cautious, ensuring the children transformed into tattoos that adorned his robe for protection. Now that the demon is dead, the children have vanished, and I have finally regained my freedom. Thank you for your rescue, noble monk." She bowed once more. Only then did Tang Sanzong realize she was not there to collect a debt, but rather to express her gratitude. With this understanding, he straightened his posture, pressed his palms together in reverence, and proclaimed, "Ba, I had not anticipated our fateful connection. Given this, what do you think of my eldest disciple? Wukong, where are you going?" With Bai Huaxiu's explanation, the king of Baoxiang finally grasped the true nature of his so-called ideal son-in-law. Meanwhile, News arrived of a demon attacking in the Silver Peace Hall. As the maidservant detailed the events of the previous evening, when they had dined with the demon, a cold sweat broke out among the courtiers. This revelation heightened their respect for Tang Sanzong and his companions, with the king of Baoxiang even bestowing the title of honored guest upon Tang Sanzong. With his daughter liberated and the demon threat eliminated, the king was exceedingly pleased. Thus, he declared, "Let us celebrate today. The evening banquet shall continue. Let us eat and drink to our heart's content until dawn." As night fell, the palace gates bustled with activity, and many carriages laden with supplies arrived for the palace repairs, while others brought guests for the feast. Led by Bai Huaxiu, Tang Sanzong and his companions entered the palace, and from a distance, he spotted wine bottles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He paid no heed to others and rushed forward, taking a swig from the wine bottle, only to discover it was empty. Bai Huaxiu chuckled, "Oh, great monk, the wine has already been poured out." Tang Sanzong, unwilling to concede, shook the bottle and declared, "A wise sage once said, no wine bottle is incapable of producing a single drop. If so, just shake it a little more." Before the crowd could inquire about the identity of this foolish sage, they witnessed a single drop of wine slide from the bottle, delicately landing on Tang Sanzang's outstretched tongue. With a swift flick, he gulped it down, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They had seen many eager for wine, but never had they encountered such insatiable thirst. Bai Huaxiu laughed, but her amusement was short-lived. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A bald man burst onto the roof of the imperial palace, displaying his muscular physique while flinging his robe, bellowing, "Joy! Today is a day of joy. Let me perform a little evolution to liven things up." With a thunderous punch, energy surged skyward, breaking through the clouds and causing a ruckus. The entire Baoxiang kingdom quaked, and with a deafening crash, the palace collapsed in a cloud of dust. The bald man, after staggering briefly, fell as well. Amidst the swirling dust, several figures darted past. The shortest among them hoisted the unconscious Tang Sanzong and fled, disappearing in an instant. Once the dust settled, the gathered ministers, royal family, king of Baoxiang, queen, and Bai Huaxiu emerged from their shock and confusion. After a moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "My palace! It's all gone, all gone!" The king, rolling up his sleeves, rallied his ministers. "Pursue! Pursue!" Someone cautioned, "Your Majesty, that monk possesses terrifying strength. We might not be able to defeat him. If we cannot defeat him, then we shall curse him. Curse him." The king of Baoxiang was truly on the brink of madness, leading his ministers in a frenzied chase to the western gate, shouting at the faint figures in the distance, "At least leave me a place to stay. Tang Sanzong, you are no human. Let me never see you again. Curse you, great Tang Monk." The ministers echoed his sentiments, cursing loudly. Bai Huaxiu observed her father, now frantic and devoid of decorum, and the similarly agitated ministers, feeling a mix of bemusement and exasperation. However, this was the first time since the founding of Baoxiang Kingdom that the monarch and his ministers were so united in purpose. Reflecting on her own earlier experience of cursing at the window due to that bald man, she couldn't help but laugh. That bald man truly is a source of animosity. In the distance, Tang Sanzong yawned awake. Having consumed little, he became drunk quickly and sobered up just as fast. He groggily surveyed his disciples, and then gazed towards the direction of Baoxiang Kingdom, where plumes of dust spiraled upward like dragons, and the city gates were ablaze with light. The ministers, led by the king, were frantically waving their arms and shouting something at him. Seeing Tang Sanzong awake, Zhu Ganglai exclaimed, "Master, you're awake." Tang Sanzong, confused, asked, "Didn't we agree to drink? Why have we left before even having a sip?" Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, Sun Wukong, and Bai Longma exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. One drop of wine had caused such a commotion? What kind of absurd drinking capacity was this? Sun Wukong replied, "Master, don't you remember?" Tang Sanzong countered, "Remember what?" Sun Wukong, wanting to clarify, but fearing that if he spoke the truth, the bald man would defy logic and drink again, refrained from explaining. Previously, he had been jubilant, throwing punches at the sky. Now, if resentment brewed within him, the consequences could be unpredictable. Thus, Sun Wukong said, "Something happened earlier. You asked us to take you away. Have you forgotten?" Tang Sanzong tilted his head, pondering for a long while, but failing to recall. However, his nature was not one to pry deeply, so he let it go. Turning his gaze back to the ministers of Baoxiang Kingdom, still fervently waving their arms and shouting, he strained to listen, but the wind was too strong, and he could hardly discern anything, only fragments about a monk, staying or leaving. Then, Tang Senzong couldn't help but exclaim, "The people of Baoxiang Kingdom are truly passionate. We've traveled so far, yet they still wish us to stay. They call out, 'Great monk, please stay.' How devoted they are." Sun Wukong, Zhu Ganglai, and the others, having heard clearly that the shouts were curses, chose not to enlighten the bald man, merely chuckling. "Indeed, master, they are exceedingly passionate." During their journey, Sun Wukong and Zhu Ganglai, along with Sha Wujing and Bai Longma, secretly conferred, vowing to ensure Tang Senzong never touched alcohol again, not even a drop. Especially when Tang Senzong was in a foul mood or when they were in trouble, they absolutely could not let him drink. Consequently, though Sun Wukong spotted several households along the way, he preemptively hid all their alcohol. Thus, wherever Tang Senzong went, he encountered not a single drop to drink, leaving him somewhat discontented. While Tang Senzong felt gloomy, others were even more distressed. At this moment, in the valley east of White Tiger Ridge, Tang Sung stared blankly at the woman before him, who mirrored his expression. The skeletal land spirit beside her trembled, whispering, "Madam, weren't we supposed to go west while he went east? How did we end up meeting?" The white bone lady, equally bewildered, felt her legs weaken and tremble. "I don't know. Have we lost our way? But I'm directionally challenged. You aren't he?" The land spirit suggested. Could he be directionally challenged too? Circling back around, the white bone lady wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Noticing Tang Sing's presence made her uneasy. Throughout their journey, she had seen neither monsters nor even wild beasts. Yet now she encountered a woman, and not just any woman, but one accompanied by a skeleton. Instinctively, Tang Sing thought of demons. According to their agreement, the 18 guardians of the Kalachakra could not directly intervene and could only assist in secrecy. In essence, they were tasked with ensuring he remained alive. But how he would be rescued was up to Tang Sing's disciples. The problem was, Tang Sung had no disciples. Realizing this, Tang Sung felt a wave of dread washing over him, his body trembling. As the two stared at each other, the white bone lady finally mustered her courage, asking, "Great monk, are you heading west?" Tang Sung nodded. "Ah, benefactor, are you going east?" "Ah, yes, east. Why don't you go ahead?" the white bone lady suggested. Tang Sung hesitated to turn his back on her. She, too, feared he might strike from behind, yet she reasoned that with his strength, any direct attack would be unbearable. Ultimately, she dared not ignore Tang Sing's words, so she steeled herself and nodded, "All right." They then circled around each other, successfully switching places. In perfect synchrony, both the white bone lady and Tang Sung turned and ran. Terrified, they dared not look back, fleeing further and further until they disappeared from each other's sight. Once they were certain they had distanced themselves, Tang Sung collapsed onto the ground, panting, oh dear, that scared me to death. Is this another trial I've endured?" The 18 guardians exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Sung waved his hand. "Never mind, you surely know nothing." The 18 guardians nodded collectively, affirming their ignorance. Further away, the white bone lady, having run until exhausted, sat on the ground, rubbing her legs and muttering, "That scared me to death. Land spirit, take a look back. Is that bald man chasing us?" The skeleton landlord remarked, "I've seen it, but did not pursue. Your Highness, we have narrowly escaped once more." Madame Whitebone nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have evaded yet another calamity. However, we should hasten our departure. I am filled with unease." With that, Madame Whitebone led the skeleton landlord eastward in a swift pace. Meanwhile, on the western path, Tang Senzong and his disciples were traversing when they encountered a towering mountain blocking their way. This peak was the highest they had seen since Mount Wanshou, its majestic and perilous summit piercing the clouds. Atop the mountain, streams cascaded down in a magnificent waterfall, the thunderous sound of rushing water echoing like distant thunder. Below, streams converged into a mighty river, teeming with life. The sight was starkly different from the previous woodlands. This high mountain was suffused with spiritual energy, enveloped in ethereal mist. A veritable treasure of a spirit mountain. Yet, the clouds above were ominously dark, resembling a vast shroud obscuring the heavens. Upon closer inspection of the base of the mountain, one could hardly find a level path. Steep and jagged stones littered the ground, making it difficult for even monkeys to navigate. The grandeur of the mountain moved the onlookers to tears. Zhu Ganglai sighed with relief, while Sha Wujing quietly patted the large black pot on his back, retrieving a towel to wipe the drool from Tang Sanzang's mouth. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, declared, "Master, it seems we could hunt today." Tang Sanzang shot him a disapproving glance. "We are monks. What hunting is there to be done? We are here to beg for alms. Do you understand?" Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, to beg for alms, to collect offerings." The group exchanged knowing glances, breaking into chuckles. Achoo! The high mountain was named Pingding Mountain, home to a cave known as Lotus Flower Cave. Within, a congregation of demons gathered, among them a powerful creature with golden horns who suddenly sneezed. The Demon King, relying on his cunning, laughed. "Brother, have you caught a cold?" The golden-horned king shook his head. "With our cultivation, how could we catch a cold? Someone must be speaking of me," and I felt their presence. After a moment of contemplation, he slammed his fist on the table and instructed, "Brother, do not indulge just yet. Take a few small demons and patrol the mountain." The silver-horned king furrowed his brow. "Brother, why patrol the mountain when all seems well?" The golden-horned king replied with a grin, "You are unaware. I have heard that the emperor of the Eastern Tang has dispatched his disciple, Tang Sung, to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. They travel as a group of 5, one named Sun Wukong, one named Zhu Ganglai, and one foolish monk, along with their horse. Your mission is straightforward. Should you encounter them, capture them for me." The silver-horned king remained puzzled. "Brother, if we wish to feast on humans, why not simply catch a few? What need is there to capture a monk?" The golden-horned king shook his head. "You do not understand. When I descended from the celestial realm, I heard tales of Tang Sung, a virtuous being who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes, his essence untouched. It is said that consuming Tang Sang's flesh grants immortality." Upon hearing this, the silver-horned king's eyes sparkled with greed. If consuming his flesh grants eternal life, why bother with cultivation? "I shall simply eat him," he exclaimed. "Brother, wait here. I will fetch him for our feast." The golden-horned king quickly stopped him. "Brother, you are too hasty. Remember, if you go out, do not indiscriminately capture any monk you see. If you mistakenly seize the wrong one, it would be a grave error. Here is a recent image of the 4 who accompany Tang Sung. Verify against it. If it is indeed Tang Sung, apprehend him. If not, let them go." As he spoke, the golden-horned king produced a scroll, matching the figures and names depicted to inform the silver-horned king. The latter, astonished, inquired, "Brother, how do you know so much? You are thoroughly prepared." The golden-horned king replied, "Strangely enough, just recently, rumors spread about the benefits of consuming Tang Sang's flesh, and the news traveled rapidly. This image circulated alongside it. I have verified its authenticity. Only by consuming Tang Sung can we ascertain the truth." The silver-horned king nodded in understanding, declaring, "Rest assured, if I encounter Tang Sanzong, he shall be mine." With that, he gathered hundreds of minor demons to patrol the mountain. At this moment, Tang Sanzong and his companions had also arrived at the foot of Pingding Mountain. Gazing at the imposing mountain, Tang Sanzong wiped his drool while instinctively patting Zhu Ganglia's belly, which only made him drool more. Zhu Ganglai, startled by the touch, exclaimed, "Master, I shall scout ahead. If I find any demons, I shall bring them back for a grand feast tonight." Tang Sanzong encouraged, "Go forth, my disciple. Success or martyrdom, give it your all." Zhu Ganglai, nearly in tears, pondered the meaning of success or martyrdom. Did it imply that if he failed to capture a demon, he would be the meal instead? "Do not worry, master. If I do not return with a delectable demon, I shall not come back." With that, Zhu Ganglai set off. The white dragon horse murmured, "I have a feeling he may not return." As Zhu Ganglai ascended the mountain, he muttered, "Demons, where are you? Tasty little demons? Your grandpa pig has come to find you." Pushing through the thicket, he soon stumbled upon a dark stone forest, with black stones jutting from the ground like daggers. Upon these blades stood a throng of small demons, who were gathered around one figure adorned with silver horns, the silver-horned king. The silver-horned king slowly raised his head, gazing at Zhu Ganglai. "Pighead, you seek demons?" Zhu Ganglai surveyed the fierce little demons surrounding him and felt a sense of foreboding. The silver-horned king, examining Zhu Ganglai, quickly produced an image, comparing it to Zhu Ganglai, and grinned. "So, you are Zhu Ganglai?" Zhu Ganglai was taken aback, recognizing the image as one he and Sha Wujing had dispersed under their master's orders. Well, someone is already here to feast upon Tang Sang's flesh," he thought, and a grin spread across his face. "Yes, I am your grandpa pig. Reckless little demon, do you not recognize your grandpa pig? Kneel and beg for mercy. The silver-horned king, taken aback by Zhu Gonglia's audacity, sneered, You are a fool. Since you are Zhu Ganglai, then consuming you is no mistake. Little ones, seize him and prepare him for our feast. Unfazed, Zhu Ganglai brandished his nine-toothed rake, bellowing, Your grandpa pig is here. Let us see who dares to make a move. The horde of small demons charged forth, and Zhu Ganglai, realizing the odds, shouted, All right, you win. I surrender. In the next moment, he was bound and carried away by the little demons. Upon returning to Lotus Flower Cave, the silver-horned king ordered the small demons to toss Zhu Ganglai onto the ground, then turned to the golden-horned king. Brother, look at this. Is this not the monk you desired? The golden-horned king, bemused, replied, Brother, we sought Tang Seng's flesh, not that of a wild boar. This Zhu Ganglai is of no use to us. Unperturbed, the silver-horned king said, Brother, this pig's arrival signifies that Tang Seng cannot be far behind. It is a promising omen. As for what to do with him, I suggest we pickle him for the little ones. Zhu Ganglai, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, You dare to pickle me, you little demon? Do you know who my master is? The silver-horned king chuckled, Zhu Ganglai, since I recognize you, I naturally know your origins. Your master is none other than the monk Tang Seng who journeyed west for scriptures, is he not? Do not worry. I shall capture him shortly and serve him up to you all, ensuring that your master and his disciples are neatly presented, not one missing. Zhu Ganglai coldly sneered, Fool. Your master is indeed Tang Seng. You do not even know who my master is, yet you dare claim you will feast on Tang Seng's flesh. The silver-horned king furrowed his brows, asking skeptically, Your master is not Tang Seng, the Tripitaka? Zhu Ganglai scoffed, My master is no so-called Tripitaka. The silver-horned king glanced at the golden-horned king, who also appeared troubled, and stepped forward to inquire, Zhu Ganglai, do not attempt to deceive us. If your master is not the Tripitaka, then who is he? Zhu Ganglai proudly declared, My master is the bald-headed demon king, Tang Tzu, who has transformed from a luminous pearl. The silver-horned king and the golden-horned king exchanged doubtful glances. Zhu Ganglai quickly urged, If you do not believe me, you may descend the mountain now. My master and his companions are resting below. You can inquire and ascertain the truth. If that fails, simply shout at the entrance. Let us see if he responds. The silver-horned king immediately replied, Very well, I shall shout, and see if your master dares to answer. The golden-horned king seized silver-horned king's arm, cautioning, Brother, do not fall for this pig's trick. I suspect he intends to use our words to alert his brethren. If we shout, even if Tang Seng does not flee, he will be prepared, making our capture far more difficult. With a dismissive wave, the silver-horned king retorted, What a preparation! Are we not capable of capturing a mere monk? The golden-horned king shook his head, Brother, you know not what you speak. Tang Seng is not fearsome in himself. It is primarily his disciple, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused chaos in heaven 5 centuries ago. That monkey? The silver-horned king gasped in surprise. The golden-horned king nodded. Indeed, that very monkey. Therefore, we must not act rashly and must not be ensnared by this pig's deception. We shall employ cunning rather than frighten the serpent by striking the grass. The silver-horned king agreed. Elder brother is right. I nearly fell for this pig's ruse. Minions, take this pig away and prepare to feast upon Tang Seng once we have him in our grasp. Yes, second king. The minions chorused in unison, then carried Zhu Ganglai away. Chapter 100. The silver-horned king Zhu Ganglai felt a chill as he listened. He feared not the strength of the monsters, but their cunning. If these two were as foolish as the yellow-robed old monster, he would feel secure. However, their shrewdness posed a greater threat. Nevertheless, Zhu Ganglai had no regrets about his decision to surrender without resistance. His reasoning was simple. If he encountered weak monsters, he could easily overpower them and claim credit. If he faced a tough opponent and scared them off, that would be disastrous. If he startled the snake, the enemy might flee and never return, which would be even worse. After all, returning empty-handed posed a greater danger than being captured by monsters. Now that he was captured, he felt rather at ease, sheltered from the elements, with food provided and the freedom to sleep undisturbed. As he was carried away, his spirits lifted, and he could not help but hum a little tune. Outside, the golden-horned king instructed, Brother, since Tang Seng has arrived, go out once more. Remember, prioritize gathering intelligence. If there is an opportunity, capture him. If not, return to report, and we shall deliberate further. The silver-horned king nodded. Elder brother, rest assured, I understand. With that, the silver-horned king set off again, this time primarily for reconnaissance, bringing fewer minions along. From the clouds, he surveyed the surroundings and soon grinned. Indeed, Tang Sung has arrived. Several small demons followed his gaze and confirmed that a group of monks had just finished resting at the foot of the mountain, preparing to embark. Among them, the monk on the white horse was particularly eye-catching, as the sunlight gleamed off his bald head, creating an almost blinding halo. Seeing this, the silver-horned king murmured to himself, could it truly be the bald demon king transformed from the luminous pearl, not the golden cicada? That head shines too brightly. As they prepared to set off, the path of Pingding Mountain proved exceedingly treacherous. Sun Wukong, impatient by nature, brandished his golden staff, disregarding caution, and began to swing wildly, producing a thunderous cacophony that quickly cleared a wide path. Any lurking small demons and beasts were swiftly pulverized by his frenzied strikes, causing the onlooking small demons in the sky to tremble. The silver-horned king shuddered at the sight of the staff, muttering, that staff is indeed it. It's him, my king. This monkey is so savage and fierce. Are we sure he is not our match? Perhaps we should return and report to the great king, gather our forces, and devise a plan together, suggested one of the small demons. The silver-horned king shot him a glare. You know nothing. Even the 10,000 heavenly soldiers could not ensnare him back then, let alone our mere 1,000 or so small demons. The small demon asked, so, does that mean we cannot feast on Tang Seng's flesh? The silver-horned king shook his head, his mind racing with schemes, and finally grinned. Who says we cannot feast? If brute strength fails, we shall rely on cunning. Listen closely. Whatever you see, do not act recklessly, nor inform the great king. We cannot let him assume we are facing a great threat and rush here, disrupting my plans. The small demons nodded vigorously. Yes, second king. Seeing their agreement, the silver-horned king continued. Very well. Wait here and observe how I play with Tang Sung before capturing him for our feast. With that, he transformed, donning the attire of a celestial being, complete with a star crown, feathered robes, and cloud shoes, his demeanor exuding an ethereal grace. He then positioned himself in the path of Tang Sung and his companions, fell to the ground, and feigned injury, crying out, help, help, please, someone save me. Meanwhile, Tang Sung and his companions were strolling peacefully when they suddenly heard cries for help. They turned a corner and beheld the sight of the celestial being on the ground, wailing in despair. In that moment, they were momentarily stunned before collectively shaking their heads in disappointment, their expressions clearly conveying, grandson, can't you be a bit more original? Why is it always the same old trick? The silver-horned king felt uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes, but continued to plead, esteemed friends. I am a Taoist from the borders of Shaanxi. The other day, I was invited by a benefactor in the south to perform blessings. But the ritual took longer than expected. My disciple and I encountered a ferocious tiger, which carried my disciple away. I fled in terror and stumbled upon this rocky slope, injuring my leg and fearing I could never return. By fate, I have encountered you esteemed friends today. Please, lend a hand and save me. Should I return to my temple, I would gladly repay your kindness with my life. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong yawned and asked, Master, what should we do? Tang Sung extended his hand. Lend me your golden staff. Sun Wukong promptly handed over the Rui Jingu Bang. Tang Sung casually hoisted the staff onto his shoulder, spat out the grass in his mouth, and strode purposefully toward the silver-horned king. Although the silver-horned king was uncertain of Tang Seng's intent, he felt a growing sense of dread. Hi monk, what do you intend to do? The silver-horned king called out in alarm. Before he could say more, Tang Sung had already approached, towering over him, and maliciously questioned, You are a demon, are you not? The silver-horned king shook his head. Do not jest. I am truly a Taoist priest from the Shaanxi temple, not a demon. With no further ado, Tang Sung swung the staff down upon the silver-horned king's head. With a resounding crack, the silver-horned king felt as though his skull might split open. He dimly perceived countless sparks cascading from his head and exclaimed, Hi monk, what are you doing? Tang Sanzong, tilting his head, remarked, It is my first encounter with an ordinary person whose head is so remarkably hard. You claim not to be a monster? Upon hearing this, the silver-horned king was momentarily overcome with the impulse to bash the bald monk's head in. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a brutal method of verifying whether someone was a monster. Was he not concerned about potentially harming an ordinary person? Was this truly a monk? Was this truly a paragon of virtue? Was this genuinely a disciple of the sacred mountain? Could he be certain that this was not the reincarnation of some great demon? Nevertheless, the silver-horned king retorted, I am a practitioner of the Tao. What is strange about having a hard head? Tang Senzong responded with a casual "oh" and commanded his disciples, subdue him. Before the silver-horned king's mind could fully grasp the situation, Sun Wukong had already lunged forward, pinning him by the collar and rendering him immobile. While raising his fist to strike, Sha Wujing, the most honest of the group, did not act immediately. Instead, he quietly drew forth the demon-subduing staff, gesturing it ominously towards the silver-horned king's backside before ultimately plunging it in. As for my upcoming release, I find myself filled with a myriad of sentiments. Yet, when the moment arrives to express them, I find myself at a loss for words. Last year was fraught with challenges and obstacles. I sincerely hope that this year brings everyone prosperity, good health, and abundant fortune. The release is scheduled for midnight, precisely at 12 a.m. on March 1st. I kindly request a wave of subscriptions, collections, monthly votes, and support. The fate of this book hinges upon today, and I extend my deepest gratitude to all the readers who have accompanied me on this journey. Thank you.